Hey everybody, welcome back. In this series, we're going to do a 13-part series of the book Working with the Law by Raymond Holliwell. And I'm not going to read the book to you in this 13-part series. What we're going to do is I'm really going to pull out the meat and potatoes of every single chapter of the book. That way we get the most out of it. But I would always recommend that you pick up this book either by Amazon or you go on Google, download the free PDF and read it yourself. But I'm really old-fashioned. I'm really get the book by Amazon. This isn't my book. I don't get any financial benefit from it. But pick up the book, get it in your personal development library, because this book right here is going to be one of the books that you constantly reread throughout your life. My book, I've actually buy a new one. My book is actually falling apart. All the pages are falling out, as you can kind of see. But I love this book. I have maybe about a handful of books that I just constantly reread over and over and over again. Now I have a huge personal development library of books I keep, but this is one of the books I've been really wanting to dive into and do a video breakdown of this book. So this is a series here. So how this series is going to work, for one, in this video right here, we're going to go over a short introduction of the book. We're going to go over the preface of the book, because I think Raymond Holliwell, he wrote a wonderful introduction that kind of sets the tone of the book. And I want to read that to you, almost word for word, and we're kind of pick it apart a little bit. From there, everything's going to be broken down by chapters. There's 12 chapters we're going to go over, but not in this video. So each chapter is going to be a separate video. That way, it's not a 5-hour video, of course, and it's kind of easier to break things down, keep things kind of separate and condensed, and it makes more sense if you can if you can believe me there. But anyway, let's get rocking and rolling. Let's kind of dive into the preface. So right here, Raymond Holliwell wrote this book back in, I believe, 1967. Don't quote me on that because I'm going from memory, so don't be like, Chad, you're wrong. But I believe it was written in 1967. It's called Working with the Law. And what he's doing is each chapter is he's really describing the laws of the universe here, and he's describing it in a wonderful way. Because one of the things I love about old school prosperity teachers, like this book here, is it's filled with just wisdom all the way through the book. I mean, all the way through the book is there's very little fluff. I mean, that's why I don't like nowadays. Like nowadays, when people write books, it's really filled with fluff, and it's filled with sales and marketing tactics all the way through the book for you to buy their products. But old school prosperity teachers didn't do that. Like when they wrote a book, it's filled with wisdom. And this book is it's really going to be hard to pull out the meat and potatoes and not read every word for word, or not read the entire chapter to you. But I'm really going to pull out the meat and potatoes, try my best to. But I would always recommend get this book, just because you might be at a different phase. You might get something out of it. You might highlight different things of what I highlight. You might think, I might be skipping over something that would be very detrimental for your life and for your progress into manifesting and success and law of attraction. So other than that, let's get rocking and rolling, and let's dive down to the preface here of Raymond Holliwell. And I think he wrote a very, very great introduction, how it really sets the tone of this book. And so let me kind of read this to you, and we'll kind of discuss it as I read along as well. And I just want to say, as a disclaimer, I'm not a perfect reader. I'm not somebody that goes and narrates books and stuff like that. So bear with me here, and let's get rocking. Students for many years have come to this school asking for a better understanding of God. Now, when we talk about God here, really fast, don't flip out, don't freak out. Stay with me here. If you believe in God, that's great. If you don't, we believe in universal laws. Hang in there. Let's kind of dig a little bit deeper here. Don't flip out on me yet. The desiring knowledge of the best way to get the most out of life. They have heard God spoken of as being far off, when he is as close to us as the breath we breathe, closer than our hands and feet. They have heard him spoken as love, divine mind, divine intelligence, Jehovah, God, Lord, first cause, primal substance, and other names. Being of an analytical mind, I too have wanted to know the facts of the truth. If it is the truth, there are facts to be had, and they can prove themselves not alone in spirit, but in a very practical way. And I just want to kind of hint with this paragraph right here is lots of times, especially if you grew up in church, you grew up in religion, lots of times when they teach God as a separate entity. You know what I mean? They teach God it's separate from us. He's a man up in the clouds. And there's no connection. It's just a separate entity from us, almost like a separate person from us. But what he's going to do is within this book, he's connecting it right away. He's basically saying that God is within us, abundance is within us, the Spirit is within us. So it's opposite from what we have been taught about God. It is my intention to present these lessons simply, without high-minded words or vague statements that sound pretty and promising. The terms above named are all synonymous. They mean one and the same thing, and I choose to use a simpler name that everyone will understand. I shall call God, working on our lives, law. Now, when he used the word God throughout this book, throughout the remaining chapters, he means law. And what he means by that, laws of the universe. Now other people in other books, like Thomas Troward, when they translate the word God, God is translated into the word law. So you're following the laws of God. You're following the laws of the universe. So that's what he means here. So when he says God, he's really meaning law. He's really meaning laws of the universe. Interpreting the law in several ways should bring it more clearly into a way of thinking. Then as we strive to work with the law, we are living closer to God, and such living things a better understanding. As you grow in knowledge and we're able to form better opinions, do not hesitate to change your views. Remember, the wise man changes his mind, the fool never. There can be no progress without change, no growth without renewal. And in this little paragraph, I just want to kind of do a disclaimer. Remember, this book was written in 1967, so he's going to go refer, besides saying us, man, woman, he's always going to say man, but that refers to everybody. Just more of an old-fashioned way of writing. There must be a constant stream of new thought, better thought, and truer thought to ensure progression in life. As soon as you can perceive the better, let go of the old, grasp the new. To continue to hold on to the old and the inferior when the new and superior is at hand is to retard growth. And to this one cause may be traced many of ills of man. Proceed to use your thinking faculty and take care that it does not use you. Master your mind and guide it intelligently. That is, exercise discrimination in all your thinking. Learn to think as you ought to think. Give your mental life to the matters that are absolutely essential to your welfare, and the balance of your thought to themes of beauty, truth, and progress. In other words, live with the ideal, but not neglect the practical. Now, what I want to kind of add is that he kind of brought up a very unique thing here. I mean, he said, proceed with the thinking faculty. Take care that did not use you. Master your mind and guide it intelligently. I kind of really love that, because what he's really talking about is we have this great power. Okay, the power of our mind. We have this superpower. A superpower of abundance. If you really believe abundance is inside you, you have this superpower. But we either can use it for us or we can use it against us. And really how we use this superpower against us is we let our mind, we let our thoughts just roam free. And most of the time when we let our thoughts roam free, what happens? We focus on the negative. And that's all we're focused on. We're focused on the negative. We're constantly focused on what we don't like, what we don't want to do. We're constantly focusing on we had a bad day, and that's what our mind focuses on. That's not controlling the superpower. That's not controlling your mind. And that's what he's talking about here. Aim to adjust the two and strive to be on the outside what you idealize on the inside. Your thoughts make you, and your ideals, principles, and ruling desires will determine your destiny. Learn to use your powers unless you wish to be used by them. And that's why I just explained. Learn to use your powers unless you wish to be used by them. Okay, that's why I just said use that superpower. Either you're going to control your superpower or it's going to control you. And when it controls you, it's kind of taking you down that rabbit hole of negativity. Make a daily effort to use your knowledge you have gained. Try to improve upon all your opinions. Endeavor to obtain a truer and larger conception of each of your personal views. This process entails effort, but all such mental discipline is highly constructive. It leads to a steady increase of mind power, and it is the mind that matters most among life's actualities. You may occasionally blunder. We are all inclined to do this, more so in the earlier stages of our mental development. However, we learn by our mistakes. Then, by the constant use of your intelligence, we can cause our faculties to grow so strong and alert that in time we're able to avoid further errors. So throughout this book, this is what we're going to learn to do. You're going to learn how to control your mental faculties. You're going to learn how to control your mind, control your thoughts. And we're going to do so. He really goes into, each chapter goes into the laws of the universe, and each chapter is a unique law that we have to follow. And either we take control of the superpower or we let it control us. Man's problems are mental in nature. They have no existence outside themselves, and it has been discovered that nearly all will yield up their solutions when subjected to our broad and exact analysis. Now, I'll read that one more time, not the whole thing. Man's problems are mental in nature. Okay? Man meaning everybody. Man, woman, problems are mental in nature. So this is what we have to believe. All of our problems that we have in our life, it's a mental problem. It's a thinking problem. We're bringing energy to our thinking. We're bringing energy to things that we don't like that occur into our lives. That's really the hardest thing to grasp. That if your life isn't going well right now, it's a mental issue. Okay, you've thought that into existence. You can acquire this ability by studying the law of life and its modes of expression. Then by constant effort, use your thinking faculty in a constructive ways as you work with these laws. Have good and sound reasons for all the views you hold. As you try to find these, many of your old-time views will fail to pieces. Form clear and definite ideas regarding your convictions as to why you would do as you do, and as to why you think as you think. Such practice is like conducting a mental house cleaning. Now, in a lot of my videos, this kind of talks about or kind of hits on that. A lot of my videos, I talk about you have to be aware. You have to, when you do this stuff long enough, either law of assumption, law of attraction, manifesting, when you do this stuff long enough in your daily life, your perception of everything, you have to be aware of what's going on, and you will start being aware. You start becoming aware of how you talk, your speech. You start becoming aware of what you're thinking about. And once you become aware, that's when we can fix everything. That's when we catch ourselves, thinking and talking and just basically thinking a negative situation to death, and we constantly replay it in our mind. We replay the mental pictures and imagination in our mind, and we wonder why we're attracting things we don't want. Clear and exact thinking is a very great necessity. It is, in fact, a sure means to advancement on the material as well on the spiritual planes. A line of distinction, however, should be drawn between mere surface thought, that is, ordinary, trivial, commonplace thinking, and real thought, which is associated with the understanding of truth. And I love that, because the question is what is truth? Okay, and I don't want to spoil it to you here when we talk about. Let me make sure this is on yellow. When he talks about understanding truth. Okay, what is truth? Okay, one of the things we have to understand truth here is that when I read The Science of Getting Rich by Wallace Wattles, he really breaks it down. It will be broken down in this book as well, is that truth is knowing and realizing that abundance is inside you, knowing and realizing that heaven is within inside you, God is within inside you, the Spirit is within inside you. So abundance is yours. Abundance is your birthright. That is truth. Okay, and we'll dive into this more and more and more, and we'll kind of unlock understanding this truth. I don't want to spoil everything for you yet, but that's really kind of get your mind kind of going here. The latter is deep thinking, which arouses dormant powers, quickens the perceptions, and leads to the enlargement of the understanding. The former is but a passing phase of mental activity, while the latter governs the life of man. The shallow surface thought that we give to ordinary duties and small things of daily life is not the thought that reforms our character, develops our mind, or changes our destiny. It is the positive, deep, and penetrating thought that comes from profound and strong conviction, born of higher perception and clearer realization of the truth. The surface idea is not the real thought. And I love this right here because this is where things can sway either way. Okay, when we have a positive, deep, penetrating thought, we have a lot of conviction and emotion to it. That's going to steer us in that direction. But what we have to understand, the opposite can occur too. When we have a negative, deep, and penetrating negative thought, we bring conviction to it, we bring emotion to it. That will attract into our lives as well. Okay, because remember, our subconscious mind here is the subconscious mind cannot dictate between what's real, what's reality. It cannot dictate. It doesn't have a sense of humor. Okay, it's not funny. It's not used to your jokes. Your subconscious mind, it just takes it as is. It takes your thoughts as is, no matter if it's positive or negative. If it's negative, your subconscious mind thinks that, oh, Chad likes this negative stuff, so I'm going to bring more to him. Okay, that's why it has nothing to do if you're a good person or a bad person. It's just taking it as is. The inner convictions which control one's aims, desires, and motives constitute the real thoughts of the individual and wholly determine the course of his life and personal destiny. We're almost done here. Don't worry, we have a couple more paragraphs. Psychologists tell us that every individual is controlled by his own convictions, whether he is aware of it or not. Such convictions largely determine the nature of his thinking. The inner thought coming from the heart represents the real motives and desires. These are the causes of action. If his ideas and convictions are wholesome and true to his higher nature, all will be well, and he will reflect something of the harmony and beauty and utility of his constructive and superior views in his personal life. If his convictions or ideas are not wholesome and true, he will reflect something that is discordant, inharmonious, and evil. Always make a point of moving forward in your mind, ever seeking to unfold your power of thought and to develop hidden possibilities. Learn to train your mind to clear and exact thinking. Your ability to do so will grow rapidly by regular exercise and discipline. Let me highlight this for you. No normal person wants to decrease in power and ability. Therefore, strive to cultivate your intelligence and to express better, bigger, and superior thought on all matters about which you may think. There is such good in the world that it can outbalance the evil. Therefore, you can go on thinking more constructive and good thoughts every day about yourself, your fellow man, life, and all natural things, to constant enrichment of your mind and the improvement of your whole well-being. And this is what we're doing here in this whole book, in this 13-part series, is we're learning to train our mind. And the way we're going to do that, and how Raymond Holliwell breaks it down, is when we go into the chapter 1, is he breaks down every laws of the universe, and each chapter will be a different law of the universe that we must follow. Okay, if we break the law, that's when negative things starts happening in our lives. And the law is, the first law here we have to understand is our mind. It's our mental faculty. It's how we think. It's how we perceive things in our daily life. Even if something's negative happening, okay, because you might be thinking, well, Chad, negative things happen. Okay, when we talk about manifesting, when we talk about success, when we talk about law of attraction, law of assumption, it doesn't mean that negative things are not going to happen in your life. It doesn't mean that you're never going to have a bad day. It doesn't mean that today maybe something negative happened that Chad didn't like. It doesn't mean that. It doesn't mean that nothing's negative going to happen. But this is what he's talking about. When we learn to train our mind, okay, it's what you start learning and understanding, and you're getting better at, and I'm getting better at, is when negative things happen in our day, it's just our perception of it. Okay, don't react to it. Don't respond to it. Don't give emotional energy to it. Because once we react to something negative and we bring emotion to it, because of course we bring emotion to it because we don't like it. Okay, so we're going to have natural emotion. We don't like it. Then we replay the scene in our mind. We go into our imagination and we replay it in our mind. We talk to our friends about it. We go to bed thinking about it. We go to sleep in that state thinking about it. And all that does is let the subconscious know that, hey, Chad's thinking about this negative thing over and over and over. He must like it. So the subconscious mind, the universe with universal law, brings more to me. Because remember, it doesn't matter. Remember, your subconscious mind, the universal laws, it's just attracting to you what is. And what is your thoughts and what your emotion is bringing to. Okay, so it doesn't mean negative things aren't going to happen to us. But remember, it's our perception of it. It's, don't react to it, just walk around it. Don't bring emotion to it, just kind of ignore it. And what we need to do, we'll learn more on this book, what we need to do, what we need to start doing is what we like, what we enjoy, our hobbies, we bring emotion to that. We talk about that. Stop, and we react to that. Stop reacting to the negative in your 3D world. So let's wrap up this last little paragraph. You cannot get the most out of these lessons by reading them once or twice. They should be read often and studied with scrutiny. You will find with each reading something clearer than before. Raymond Holliwell. We're diving into the book Working in the Law by Raymond Holliwell. Chapter 1 is actually called Working with the Law. And in this chapter, really quick, he really gives a really good introduction into how the law works. And all the preceding chapters from here is really going into individual universal laws. So let's dive into this and get rocking and rolling. Now, like I stated, this chapter is chapter 1, Working in the Law. And let's read the quote here. It's not a quote. This is from Genesis. This is actually from the Bible. So don't flip out here. Genesis chapter 2, verses 4 through 5. The Lord God made the earth and the heavens and every plant of the field before it was in the earth and every herb of the field before it grew. I mean, I love this. And actually, let's change the color just to kind of separate it here from all the yellow I have. What I love about this verse is because it really goes along with manifesting, with controlling our mind, our thoughts. Abundance is a birthright, especially our thoughts. Okay, what we think about, our life goes in that direction, positive or negative. And when God made the earth and the heavens and every plant in the field before it was even in the earth, so basically God had a thought to produce it first. And that's really what manifesting is. Everything is working from the inside. Everything is inside of us. Nothing is on the outside. So if we want to change, if we want to change our life for the better, it doesn't change out from the outside in. It's reverse. It changes from the inside out. It changes from our perception and our thoughts. And when we have better perceptions, better thoughts, better things we think about, then that's going to manifest on the outside. So the same way with this verse. And I didn't share this before in the preface, the video, the introduction video before chapter 1. is that, I love old school prosperity teachers because they really have a unique view on the Bible, on different religions. Even if you're looking at God, Jesus, Buddha, so forth and so forth, they really put a unique spin on it versus kind of the prosperity teachers today. So let's get rocking and let's kind of dive into this. The question uppermost in the world of thought today is whether a man has the capacity, equipment, and power to control his life, whether he can be what he wants to be, or whether he has to, or he is a drop in the great ocean of life. Millions are affected by unemployment, poverty, and want. And right here, I just like to say, kind of a disclaimer again, is that when he's talking about, when he uses the word like man, he's really talking about everybody here. He's talking about man, woman. So don't feel like he's leaving you out. Remember, this is more old school writing, and I believe the book was published in 1967. So it's more old school, a little bit more old writing. So he doesn't mean anything by it. So I just kind of want to clarify that really quick. Can they help it? Where we have thousands of homes broken on the rocks of matrimony, can such a breach be repaired? Millions complain of sickness and disorder in countless forms. All this gives rise to the belief that we are victims of our circumstance, over which we have no control. Such belief makes us fatalists and karmic addicts instead of masters and controllers of our destinies. Now remember, as these chapters unfold, what we have to realize is that we are in control of our lives. Whatever's happening in our 3D world, whatever's happening in our lives, if it's negative, in a sense, we've created that. And that's really a hard nugget to swallow, is that anything negative happening in my life, or like the law of karma, if we have the same things happening over and over and over in our lives, or the same similar things happening over and over and over in our lives, that we're creating it. Okay, we're creating it because, again, remember, is from the introduction before, remember, we're creating it because we're bringing energy to it. We're focusing on it. And when we bring energy and emotion and we focus on, we start playing it in our mind over and over and over. And remember, our subconscious mind cannot dictate between what's real and what's not. Okay, it's as is. It's whatever we bring emotion to that's stating like, well, Chad's bringing emotion to this. Chad likes it, so we're going to bring more of what Chad likes, no matter if it's a negative. So that's really how our subconscious mind works. A fatalistic belief is contagious. And when man submits to its influence, believing that circumstances around him are stronger than the power within him, that man is defeated before the race is even run. And I love this. I love this. This is on green here. Yeah, this is on green. I love this here, right here, is because remember, I mean, it's really like you ever have a job, okay, and when you go to work, it can have a really negative atmosphere, or even if you're around negative people, and it might not even be a negative person. It could be your friend, your best friend, but he's having a bad day, and he's telling you about his bad day. How contagious is that? How addictive is that? That it's so easy to be drawn into it. It's so easy to be drawn into that negative situation, and then when you walk away from that conversation, and even in the midst of that conversation, lots of times, you can agree with it. You can say, oh yes, this happened to me. This happened to me today, or this happened to me last week. It's so contagious and addictive that we get pulled into it. Then when we walk away from that conversation, we're still thinking about that negative conversation and negative things that happen to us that's similar to what happened to our friend, in this example. And what we have to realize is that, again, what I said, abundance is within us. Abundance is your birthright. And you're going to hear me say this over and over and over. That we're not weak. We're not powerless. And that's what we have to kind of get in our mind here, is abundance is our birthright. There is a marvelous inner world that exists within man. And the revelation of such a world enables man to do, to attain, and to achieve anything he desires within the bounds or limits of nature. I believe the reason the famous English literary genius William Shakespeare is the leading dramatist of the world lies in this realm. The great Greek dramatists, with their noted insight, always saw the causes in some external fate or destiny that brought about the downfall of their characters. But Shakespeare saw something within man as a cause of his failure and success. And this is something we've been talking about here. And he has a quote from Shakespeare here. "The fault, dear Brutus, is not in our stars, but in ourselves that we are underlings." I'll say this one more time. The fault, dear Brutus, is not in our stars, but in ourselves that we are underlings. So what even Shakespeare, like through his plays, he had like really a deep meaning of his characters. And that's kind of what Holliwell is explaining here. I mean, Shakespeare even knew kind of the laws of the universe, like kind of what we want to call manifesting and law of attraction today. He had that throughout all his plays, is that he's saying that, our faults, the faults that we have, the bad things happening in our life, when we want to blame our family, our parents, our brothers, uncles. We want to blame God. We want to blame the universe. We want to blame Mother Nature or whoever. But the real person to blame, where it's all kind of manifesting from, is ourselves. We are creating it. And right here, he kind of gives an example of Hamlet, but I won't go over, but there's no need to go over an example over example. If all conditions are the result of our actions, and our actions are the outcome or fruit of our ideas, then our ideas must determine the conditions in our daily lives. An idea is a thought or a group of thoughts. An idea is an image or a picture in the mind. There must have been an idea, a mental picture, back up every well-known achievement and invention. From the beginning, this is the creative plan. We read the first book of the Bible that the great architect God saw a finished pattern, an idea before it grew. There was a mental picture established within the mind of the Creator before it became a reality on the without in some form of a creature. Sorry about that. I was stumbling over my words. But here, he's going back to the quote, working with the law, the quote that he started off with that we read, that God in his imagination saw how he wanted earth, saw what he wanted before it was produced. So that's really like with manifesting, law of attraction, law of assumption, the power of our thoughts, the power of our imagination. Even if you follow like Neville Goddard, that imagination creates reality. This is what he's talking about here. Our imagination, no matter we have like an image in our mind, we have several images in our mind, we have pictures in our mind, we have little scenes in our mind, we have movie scenes in our mind, like we're kind of like what happened at work. We easily play a great big scene or a movie scene in our mind, and from us kind of digesting it and staying in that moment, sooner or later that's going to manifest, that's going to become in real life, or we're going to get more of that, but we keep on playing in our mind. The Lord God made the earth and the heavens and every plant of the field before it was in the earth, and every herb of the field before it grew. And this right here was the quote or the verse per se that he quoted right at the beginning of this chapter, is that the Lord God saw it. He imagined it before it became a reality. And that's the power. That's the same power that we have. Now, I like to add that. We have the same power. We just have to realize it. Every architect and builder follows the same plan, whether he is building or planning a house, a bridge, an institution, or his own life. Every man is his own designer and builder. Like the Creator, he makes his creations within before they were materialized on the outside. Now, I brought that up, a few minutes before, as remember, we believe the opposite. We're actually taught the opposite. Like we're taught to work from the outside in. But in reality, what we should be doing is working from the inside out. What's going on on the inside of us, negative or positive, that's what's producing in our outside world. That's what's producing in our 3D world. Law determines it's so. The law does not question or challenge the kind of picture we give it. Now, when he talks about law, remember he's talking about God, but law also, in this realm right now, what we're kind of talking about, law also could be our subconscious mind. Remember, I've been kind of going on the subconscious mind a little bit. I kind of been, putting in little desserts here and there about the subconscious mind, and it really relates to the subconscious mind. The law, the subconscious mind, does not question or challenge the kind of picture we give it. It only knows that it must take what is offered or planted and then proceed to materialize it into a visible form. This is exactly what our subconscious mind does. Remember, our subconscious mind, it doesn't matter if it's fake or real. It doesn't matter if it's positive or negative. It's just what is. It's just taking what you're giving it, and it's just making more of it. Some men can visualize great engineering achievements, yet they do not know that by the same method they can overcome their diseases and despairs and enjoy the health and happiness they long for. I knew a woman who once lived a beautiful home. Now, this is the example he gives. This is a wonderful example, so I want you to really pay attention to this example. And this is kind of almost, when he gives this example, it's really a self-fulfilling prophecy. And it's really kind of the power of our thoughts, the power of our imagination working against us. And this is a wonderful example. I knew a woman who once lived in a beautiful home in an exclusive suburban district, with every comfort that wealth could supply to make her happy. This home was a large, rambling house facing a beautiful lake with green terraces sloping to its edge. Flower gardens, perfectly kept, were scattered freely along each path throughout the estate. She had many servants to help her, and from observation, her life was just about as complete as one might dream about. But with all this wealth and beauty, the woman was heard to remark to her friends that she hoped the day would come when she would be relieved of the big house and all of its problems and could live in a trunk. She wanted a room for herself, and just large enough to move about without any extra space to dust and to keep clean. I mean, isn't this amazing? She lives in this huge estate. I mean, she's really wealthy, or her husband's really wealthy. But she lives in a huge estate, but she really has thoughts of poverty. She really has thoughts of disbelief. A few years later, her husband died and left the estate to her. So her husband died, left everything to her. At this point, she could have lived an elaborate lifestyle for the rest of her life. She sold the home at a sacrifice. Her other holdings depreciated so much in value through unwise investments and transfers that she had, but in a small income left. I read that again because I stumbled over my words. Sorry about that. A few years elapsed. Her husband died and left the estate to her. She sold the home at a sacrifice. Her other holdings depreciated so much in value through unwise investments and transfers that she had, but a small income left. She went to live with her sister, and true to her wish, remember her wish before, all that complaining, what she really wanted before, she now has a small room on the 3rd floor and practically lives in a trunk. Whether she is happier now than before, I do not know, but I doubt it. One thing I do know, that is, she gradually led herself to the small room and the privations when her consciousness began to grow small and limited. She unconsciously touched the creative principle and supplied it with ideas of smallness and privacy and limitation, which materialized within a few years' time. So this example is so powerful because this is an example of a very rich woman. She lived on this wonderful, beautiful estate, but she really had the consciousness, she really had the mindset and the thoughts of somebody in poverty. And she constantly dwelled upon it. She constantly thought about it, dwelled upon it. She constantly verbally stated it and verbally had conversations with her friends. And it actually occurred and actually happened. As we assimilate in our mind these ideas and mental pictures, we knowingly or unknowingly exercise a power to produce them. This is what we've been talking about, baby. This creative process continues working night and day until the idea is completed. We cannot picture thoughts of poverty, failure, disease, and doubt and expect in return to enjoy wealth, success, health, and courage. It just can't be done any more than a photographer can take a beautiful picture of a homely creature. This is so powerful. Let me read this to you again, and I just want you to sit back and listen. As we assimilate in the mind these ideas or mental pictures, we knowingly or unknowingly exercise a power to produce them. So no matter if we know it or not, no matter if we believe it or not, the law is still working. The law of the universe is still working either for us or against us. This creative process continues working day and night until the idea is completed. Now remember, he's really talking about the subconscious mind. So from here on out, and I'll remind you, now granted, when he talks about God, brings up God, God means law. Now law also means the subconscious mind. So a lot of like the old school prosperity teachers, when they would use the word law, they're talking about the subconscious mind. The subconscious mind works day and night. Remember, the subconscious mind doesn't sleep. Our body just runs subconsciously. We don't have to remember and remind ourselves when to breathe. If that was so, when I was doing this video, I would have already passed out many, many, many minutes ago. So we don't have to remind ourselves or our whole body systems to work. Subconsciously that just handles it. So but on the other hand, our conscious mind is the rational mind. Our conscious mind is our thinking mind. Okay, most of the time during the day, our conscious mind is in control, but our subconscious mind is still there, but it's a little bit dormant, but it's still there. So our subconscious mind is working day and night. Our conscious mind, like when we start getting sleepy, our conscious mind gets sleepy. Like when we actually go to sleep, our conscious mind goes to sleep. But our subconscious mind at that point is wide awake. So he goes on and he says, we cannot picture thoughts of poverty, failure, and disease and doubt and expect the complete opposite. We can't expect to enjoy wealth, success, health, and courage if all we're thinking about all day long is poverty, failure, disease, and doubt. What we're getting here, like is going to attract like. So if you're thinking about poverty, failure, disease, doubt, you're going to get exactly that in your outside world, your 3D world. You're not going to get the opposite. So that's what he's talking about here. This creative principle is summarized in a sentence found in Proverbs. It reads, "As a man thinketh in his heart, so he is." You may have read and heard this statement before. It has been taught and expounded by philosophers of every age. You may have tried to prove the statement by ridding from your memory all negative thoughts, but because it took determined and persistent effort, you wearied. Then you dropped back into the current and old conditions and ideas, and, if anything, became worse off than before. Others hearing the statement were not impressed, for they could not accept the assertions that all inharmonies of life are the result of their own beliefs. So he's saying here is that some people just don't believe. Some people don't want to accept the law. Some people don't want to accept the laws of the universe. Some people don't want to accept that if bad things are happening in my life, well, I'm causing it. Some people just don't want to accept it. So it doesn't matter at this point. It doesn't matter if you accept it or not. The law is still working, either for you or against you. Or of their past thinking crystallized into beliefs. They prefer to blame this upon something or someone else. Even God is giving a share of the blame. There are others who believe that in God's good time, all things will eventually work out to their satisfaction. But this is not so. And this is really kind of great material here. Like even people, very religious, and I'm not saying anything wrong here, or anything kind of bad or criticize, is that A lot of people, if negative things are happening, negative things are happening in their life, they might think like, well, it's all in God's good timing. It will eventually work out. Or I'll eventually get what I want. But remember what Hollowell just stated, okay, a few paragraphs back, is that you can't have thoughts of poverty, thoughts of disease, thoughts of being poor, and expect the opposite. Okay, if you have poverty thoughts, like attracts like. Poverty is going to come into your life. So we're kind of dig deeper in this as we go into other chapters, but it doesn't really mean that you can't have thoughts of lack, thoughts of poverty, and you think it's all going to be turned around without you yourself changing it on the inside. Everyone is governed by law, and this is what we've been talking about. Everyone is governed by law, whether he knows it or not. Possibly it is the same idea that some have concerning prayer. They think it is God's fault, will, or desire when they do not get the answer they seek. They use God as their scapegoat and excuse when their prayers are unanswered, or when they are unable to explain some act of God or of nature. God's will be done is one of the most overworked and the least understood statements in this day. Some use the idea as a crutch to lean upon, when in reality it is a powerful bridge over which man may cross the deepest chasms and mysteries. It is man's failure if his prayers are unanswered. I love this right here. It is man's failure if his prayers are unanswered. Do you believe that? It is our failure. It is my failure. If my prayers are unanswered, the only fault is my own fault. Do you really believe that? That's really tough to swallow. The creative law is ever ready to answer and cannot fail to respond when approached rightly and wisely. At the moment that man is able to contact and to realize the law, he will at once enjoy the benefits. It is the realization of the law in action that determines manifestation. There is a scientific way of thinking about everything, a true and a right way that prevents the needless waste of mental energy and produces the desired results on all occasions. As explained, all things and events, all experiences and conditions of life are results. All results, however, will vary in quality and in quantity in accordance with the degree of knowledge possessed and the measure of the mind's activity. Now, what he means here is kind of what we've really been talking about is that all your experiences in life, all your positive things happening in your life, it's really going to be measured on how well you control your mental power, how well you really believe that the power of your thoughts manifest things in your life. Your core beliefs on the inside, that's going to bring the fruit of your labor on the outside. And it works in the opposite. It works positive and negative. And the more you do well on the negative, the more you do well on things that you don't like, that's what's going to manifest in your outside world. Thinking is a perpetual process. It is a creative function of life that is ever going on. We are engaged in it and we are producing results of some kind every hour and day that we live, registering within ourselves the exact effects of all of our thinking. While we cannot stop thinking, we possess the supreme privilege of being able to determine the sort of results it is desired to experience by regulating the form and quality of our thoughts. Now he worded that kind of a little bit weird, but all he's talking about is thought control. Okay, what's happening here? We have to become aware of our thoughts. We have to become aware of, is this a positive or negative thought? And once we become aware of it, we can start working on it. We can start changing our thought process. We start noticing that dude, most of the day, my mind just goes in a gutter. Okay, in the beginning, we're not aware of it. Then once we start doing these exercises, once you start becoming more and more aware, you're going to start realizing that your mind goes in a gutter all the time. And once your mind goes in a gutter, we can fix it. The great self-evident fact, which cannot be too often repeated, it is that when we change our thinking for the better, and this is just what I've been talking about, we automatically change our lives for the better. Modern psychology has conclusively demonstrated that a change of thought must precede every change in the life and in the affairs of man. In the course of our studies, we have discovered that the more a mind is undeveloped, the more materialistic or lower its individual point of view. While the more developed the mind, the higher its individual point of view. It does not follow that because a person is worldly wise and has retained a large number of facts and experiences, such a one has a well-developed or high evolved mind. On the contrary, that person may have an undeveloped mind and be largely dominated by the lower instincts, narrowness of thought, limited views, prejudiced convictions, and materialistic opinions are signs of a lack of real development. And when I read this, I kind of thought about Thailand because I live in Thailand, and right now I'm in the United States. I'm in Ohio visiting family. My niece is going to get married here in about 1 week. So when I read this, it really reminded me of Thailand because when I would meet like the Thai locals, sometimes go out to the bars and you talk to people working at the bar, the locals working in the bar. You talk to Thai women. A lot of them will say this. A lot of them will say, "Well, I'm not educated, but I'm wise. I have real life experience." And they kind of pride themselves on it a little bit that they have real life experience. But they're in poverty. You know what I mean? Like they have real life experience. They think they're worldly wise. That they know a lot. They know how the world works. More like in their mind, more than someone who goes to college and stuff like that, has a great career and job. They think they're kind of more better off because they know how the world works. They know the nightlife in Thailand. They know the real world, but yet they live in poverty. So this is kind of what he's saying is that people that think they're worldly wise, they have all this experience, all these facts. On the contrary, this person may have an undeveloped mind. Now, what he means by an undeveloped mind, it doesn't mean the person is ignorant. It doesn't mean the person is stupid. It just means an undeveloped mind, what we're talking about here with abundance, with manifesting, with law of attraction. An undeveloped mind just means that you really don't believe that abundance is your birthright. You really don't believe that abundance is yours. You really don't believe that your thoughts and how you think is going to determine your life and that's going to bring more of that in your life. That's really an undeveloped mind. That's what he means, that it's a lower consciousness because your mind is undeveloped, because you have this superpower, but you're not aware of it or you don't believe it. So you have this superpower, but you can't control the superpower. The superpower is abundance. The superpower is we can have any life that we want. The superpower is abundance of the birthright. The superpower is that whatever we think about comes into our lives eventually. That's our superpower. But we're not aware of it, and we don't believe it. Well, we still have the superpower, but it's uncontrolled. So meaning our thoughts are all over the place. And most of the time, even psychologists agree that when our thoughts are over the place, we have about anywhere about 65,000 to 70,000 thoughts every single day. And the stats on this, 70% of that is negative and redundant. So out of all of our thoughts that we have throughout the whole day, 70% of our thoughts is negative and redundant. And what redundant means is that we're constantly thinking about it over and over and over and over and over. We're constantly just playing the scene and the pictures in our mind over and over and over and over. And that's what we end up attracting into our life. That also leads into the law of karma when the same things keeps on occurring over and over and over and over again. That's really kind of what he means by an undeveloped mind. Next, we may have to ask, is there such a law of mind? What is the law's intention? Some may think that the universal mind has no intention because it is impersonal. Yet Jesus tells us that the universal mind has definite intentions. He says, "Fear not, little flock. It is your Father's good pleasure to give you the kingdom." Thus, we see that the universal mind's intention is for the universal good. Therefore, our intention must take the same direction, knowing that whatever works for the universal good will work for the individual good, for the individual's health and happiness, on the same principle. The principle that which blesses the whole will bless all its parts. That is just so powerful. We hear much today about cooperation, united effort, merging of forces, and pulling together as a single unit or team. We know the advantage of teamwork in our games of sport and play. We learn from our games that no grandstand play or individual show off is dependable. It is likewise true with the game of living life. No man can play the game alone. He must conform with the law. And it is better to cooperate with it than to be used blindly by it. Now here, I love how he puts this, is that he must conform with the law, and it is better to cooperate with it than to be used blindly by it. And this kind of goes along. He's kind of saying it in a different way than I was explaining it. Is that we either work with the law, we either work with our superpower, or we don't. But no matter if we work for it or work against it, it's still going to manifest what we're thinking. It's still going to give us our dominant thoughts, no matter if we want it or not. Someone said, "Man with himself as a partner is a fool, but with God, law is a majority." Thus, when man is able to combine or direct all his thoughts, ideas, and desires for good, he will be able to bring forth a continued stream of good. Listen to that. When you can finally bring all your thoughts, your combined thoughts, in one direction of good, one direction of all your thoughts are good, your ideas are good, your desires are good, that's going to manifest to you. That's going to bring to you good things into your life. It's going to bring you a stream of good. Again, referring to the Master and appreciating all the good work and miracles he accomplished, we see that he never took personal credit for the results. He's talking about Jesus here in the New Testament with all, when he healed people and so forth and so forth. He knew the law, and by working with it, was able to perform miracles to the amazement of the unenlightened public. He said, "It is not me, but the Father, law, in me that does the work." Thus all these things work together for them that love good, live the law. Because the love of good unites itself with a stream of good, not because good steps out of its way to show its gratitude. And I love this right here, is because, to kind of summarize the statement, when you go into the New Testament in the Bible, and Jesus performed all these miracles, he performed all these healings of the sick, and he performed healings of the sick that basically they were on their deathbed, they were going to die, okay, or they were on their way of dying, there was no cure. And every time he performed the miracle, he didn't take personal credit. He had gratitude. And this is where he kind of brings in the power of gratitude, the power of being thankful, the power of being thankful. When good things happen to you, be thankful for it. Have gratitude for it. And we're all thankful every single day. When you wake up in the morning, you woke up in the morning, you should be grateful for that. Look at being thankful and grateful for even little things in your life. And this is what he's saying here. Like, anytime Jesus performed a miracle, he didn't take personal credit. Every time he would do a miracle, he would always say, "I thank thee, Father, that thou hearest me. I thank you that you hear me." And it's, then he said in here, the quote that he used is that it is not me, but the Father. He's given the credit back to God. He's given the credit back to the law. And this is the last paragraph of chapter 1 here. We may realize from this lesson that we have the capacity for, we can think, and in our thinking creates desires and ideas. We have the equipment, it compromises the ideas and thought seeds that we plant in the soil of our mind. We have the power, for the universal power of the mind is endowed within each and every one of us. All that we may ever desire to have and to be is ours for the asking as we correctly apply the law of life, the law of the mind. When a circumstance arises, we are not to come under it, to submit to it in servitude, but we are to surmount it, to overcome and master it by exercising the creative law of thinking and thus grow in wisdom and power. For as Dr. John Murray so often said, we are according to our system of ideas. Now this time I'm going to put on my handy dandy glasses just to make it easier to read, that way things are not blurry. We're on chapter 2, Law of Thinking. Now again, this is the first chapter. We're actually diving into universal laws. So in this chapter is very short. It's only about 5 pages. But I want to say a big but here is that I almost highlighted this whole chapter. So we're going to go through this whole chapter because, like I said before, with old school prosperity teachers, just like Raymond Holliwell, is that it's just full of wisdom. There's very, very, very little fluff. And I liked this chapter. So we're going to go over everything in this chapter. Maybe except a couple paragraphs, but we're going to go over everything. And I love this quote. As a man thinketh in his heart, so he is. Proverbs 23:7. And we'll discuss this. I won't discuss this now, but we'll discuss it later on in this chapter. So we're on the law of thinking. This is a universal law, and he's kind of coming at a good pace. So if you did see the first video, the introduction plus chapter 1, he's really moving on to a good pace, and he's connecting each chapter. So each chapter is growing from one chapter to the next. So like I said in the beginning, is if this is your first time, go back to the introduction and catch yourself up before you actually move on, because this is actually you getting success, you making the law work for you, no matter if we call it manifesting, law of attraction, law of assumption. Okay, because a lot of people can conceptually, debate and argue and carry on a conversation, what they feel, what universal laws are, manifesting, law of attraction, law of assumption. A lot of people can debate with you and stuff like that. But what you have to do is you have to look at your own life and ask a deep question. If you're not living the life that you really want, then something's missing, something's off. You're doing something in your life that's throwing it off, where you're kind of limiting success in your life, or you're limiting manifesting greatness in your life. You're doing something wrong. Okay, and I'm kind of going to be in your face about it. Just like with me, if my life isn't going the way I want it to, I'm doing something wrong. So other than that, let's jump into this, because we're going to talk a lot in this chapter. So let's begin. To the average person, life is an enigma. If I can talk English, that's a hard word to say. A deep mystery, a complex and inconceivable problem, or it appears so. But it's very simple if one holds the key. Mystery is another name for ignorance. All things are mysteries when they are not understood. But when we understand life, it no longer appears a mystery. And I want to add to this is, like, it kind of reminds me of when, especially on social media nowadays, when people don't understand something, when people don't understand religions or the Bible, they don't really understand manifesting, the laws of the universe, they tend to make fun of it. You know what I mean? They tend to make rash comments. People tend to make fun of something that they don't really understand. So that's really kind of what popped in my head when I read this paragraph. Man is a progressive being, a creature of constant growth. Before him lies an illimitable ocean of progress to be navigated and conquered only by development and culture of its inherent powers. The progress of the individual is largely determined by his ruling mental state, because the mind is the basic factor and governing power in the entire life of man. Attention should be given to the predominant mental state, for it will regulate the action and direction of all one's forces, faculties, and powers the sum total of which will inevitably determine many particular experiences in their personal fate. Now I'm going to turn this thing on green because I really love up here when he says, man is a progressive being, a creature of constant growth. Because remember, we've always heard the saying that we're constantly growing. If you're not growing, you're dying. Okay, and there's a lot of truth in that because remember, energy. Okay, energy is constantly moving. So what that means is in our life we don't stay stagnant. We think we stay stagnant. We think we stay in the same place. Okay, year after year, year after year. But we're either constantly growing forward or moving forward, or we're moving backwards. We're not staying the same. We're not staying stagnant. Energy is constantly moving. And the example I want to give to this is probably the greatest example I can think of. Okay, let's say in high school you played all the sports and you're in massive shape. You're in great shape. And even right now, I'm in okay shape, but I'm not in shape that I used to be in my 20s, I used to be in my late teens. Okay, I was in way better shape. But what happens when you stop working out after high school, after college? You're not running around all the time. What happens? Year after year, you're not working out. And let's fast forward for 5 years. You stop working out for 5 years. What happens? Well, you get out of shape. One day you wake up, you look in the mirror, and you, as a guy, maybe you have a little belly on you now, you're out of shape. That's really the prime example. Energy is constantly moving. We're not staying stagnant. We're not staying the same. We're either moving forwards or backwards. And when we used to be in great shape, and once we stop working out, and we stop working out for years, we start going backwards. We start getting out of shape. Because energy, we don't stay the same. We're either moving forward and getting better, or we're getting worse. The ruling state of the mind is made up of various mental attitudes, which the individual adopts toward things, events, and life in general. If his attributes are broad in mind, optimistic in tone, and true to life, his predominant mental state will correspond and exhibit a highly constructive and progressive tendency, as almost all the forces of his personality function through the conscious mind in one way or another. And as the daily mental and physical acts are largely controlled by the conscious mind, it is obvious that the leading mental state will determine the direction in which the powers of the individual are to proceed. Now, in this paragraph, he's actually talking about our conscious mind. He's not talking about our subconscious mind. Now, remember, our subconscious mind, and we'll talk more about this later on in the book, our subconscious mind is more dominant when we're in a sleepy state, or we actually go to sleep. Now, in life, in our 3D world, our conscious mind is in control. So when we're dealing with the law of thinking is when we're awake in our 3D world. So that's what he's talking about. Our conscious mind is in control. Our conscious mind that's our analytical mind. That's our thinking mind. Okay, remember he's not talking about the subconscious mind here. Our subconscious mind, whatever your thoughts are, positive or negative, our subconscious mind just takes it as is. There's no personality there. There's no humor. There's no joking. It just takes it as is, no matter if you're thinking negative or positive. If you're thinking negative and those thoughts are predominant, well, your subconscious mind is going to bring you that. So, but one way we control it with the law of thinking is we have to control our conscious mind, and our conscious mind is a waking mind during the day within our 3D world. If this ruling mental state is upward bound, that is aspiring, harmonious, and positive, all his forces will be directed into constructive channels. But if his state of mind is downward in tendency, that is discordant and negative, then almost all his forces will be misdirected. It is evident, therefore, that all the factors which regulate the life and experience of man, none perhaps exercise a greater influence than the ruling state of mind. And I love how he put it. That's why I highlighted this in green, is because he's really talking about like attracts like. If you're thinking positive and you're constantly thinking positive, you're doing what you like to do, your conscious mind is always thinking in a positive notion, well, like attracts like, you're going to slowly start bringing positive things into your life. And he says the reverse is also true. If we start thinking negative and our mind is just focused on the negative, or we're constantly thinking about things we don't like to do, bad things that happen at work, negative conversations with our friends all the time. So like attracts like. So when we're thinking negative and we're focused on it, well, our subconscious mind is going to be like, well, Chad likes this. Chad likes all this negative stuff, so I'm going to bring more negative to him. So like is always going to attract like. Mental attitudes are the result of ideas, and these have their origin in the points of view. Therefore, by seeking true and natural points of view, one may secure the best and most superior ideas, and these in turn will determine the predominating state of mind. We are prone to believe more than what we see. And I love this quote, and this quote we're going to discuss here in a second. We are prone to believe more than what we see. The evidences of the senses are the only facts that some accept, but now we shall realize more and more that it is what we believe that determines what we shall see. So now he's really talking about what we believe. He's really looking at the law of thinking. It's on the inside out. Remember, we kind of discussed this before. Most of us are trained from the outside in. Okay, but it's actually reversed. It's from the inside out. So our deep beliefs is what we're going to attract into our lives. Our deep-rooted beliefs that we have are going to come outward. And remember, I've said this before, is that our deep-rooted beliefs, by psychologists, this is true, is formed by the age of 7. So this is like scary information. Like our deep-rooted beliefs, we've already formed as a kid. By the time we're 7, our core beliefs have already been formed. So I kind of catch up where I'm at here. The evidences of the senses are the facts that some accept, but now we shall realize more and more that it is what we believe that determines what we shall see. In other words, believing is seeing. So what we believe inside our imagination, our core beliefs, believing is seeing. It's coming from the inside of us out, not from the outside in. More defeats and failures are due to the mental blindness than to moral deviations. If one lived only by physical sight, his world would be very small. It is said of a bug that its world is only as large as the size of the leaf that which it lives, and many times it does not live long enough to consume the whole leaf. With man, if he lived according to the senses, the largest sense he possessed would be that of sight. Thus, our whole world would extend only as far as we could see. Now, he's kind of going into our senses here, and he's going to expand on this. And usually what happens with our senses, we're trained to live by our senses. When we go to school, college, they're training us by our senses. And our senses is see, hear, smell, taste, touch. These are our 5 senses. By our 5 senses, you're soon going to start realizing our 5 senses are lower faculties. It's a lower vibration with our 5 senses. We're not really trained on higher consciousness. We're not really trained on our higher senses or higher faculties. And some examples are perception, intuition. We're not trained, in school to really perceive and have perception, have intuition, have our gut feelings, hearing that small voice which has the answers for us. We're trained on our lower faculties. We're trained on our 5 senses, not our higher faculties. If we believed in the testimony of our eyes, we would accept many conditions that are not true. I'll say this one more time. If we believed in the testimony of our eyes, we would accept many conditions that are not true. For example, if you look down a railroad track, you will observe that at a certain distance, the 2 tracks converge at one point. This is not true. Have you ever stood on a boardwalk and watched a ship slowly sink into the sea as it sailed away? That ship wasn't sinking. Our eyes tell us falsely. When you are worried over some obstacle or problem, just remind yourself that it may be purely an illusion of your senses, that it may not be true at all, according to the law. And this is why I gave you this examples. I thought it was so true. Like, he's really going into the weakness of our five senses. The weakness of sight is that, if you're on a beach and you're looking far away and you see a ship out as far as we can see, and if it's going away from us, sooner or later, it just looks like it just basically sank into the sea, or it almost looks like it drove off the edge of the earth. But that's not true. It didn't sink. It didn't drive off the earth. You know what I mean? But it's the falsehood of our sight that makes it look so. And that falsehood of sight, our sight isn't always true. It can be an illusion of what we kind of see. Thought is a subtle element. Although it is invisible to the physical sight, it is an actual force or substance as real as electricity, light, heat, water, or even stone. We are surrounded by a vast ocean of thought stuff through which our thoughts pass like currents of electricity, a tiny streaks of light or mystical waves. You can flash your thoughts from pool to pool, completely around the world many times in less than a single second. Scientists tells us that thought is compared with the speed of light. Listen to this. Scientists tell us that thought is compared with the speed of light. When you have a thought, it's just as fast as the speed of light. They tell us our thoughts travel at a rate of 186,000 miles per second. Our thought travels 930,000 times faster than the sound of our voice. No other force or power in the universe yet known is great or as quick. It is a proven fact, scientifically, that the mind is a battery of force, the greatest of any known element. And even today, this book was written in 1967, and even today of 2024, they're really not any farther with mind development than they were back when this book was written. Honestly, our brain and mind development it's not even taught in schools. Our school system is really stuck back in the 1950s, just teaching the same information over and over and over and over and over. We're not really progressing. We think we're progressing, but we're really not. And they don't know any more about the mind than what they did back in the 1960s and 1967. Even when the old school prosperity teachers, they have a lot of evidence, a lot of scientific evidence, even back when books were written in the 60s, the 50s, the 40s, the 30s, the 20s, on this information. And all this information is just regurgitated actually today. People just teach, new prosperity teachers today just teach this information. It is our power to think that determines our state of living. Listen to this. It is our power to think that determines our state of living. He's going into positive and negative. If your thoughts are positive, that's going to determine the type of life you're going to have. As one is able to think, he generates a power that travels far and near, and this power sets up a radiation, which becomes individual as he determines it. Our thoughts affect our welfare, and often affect others we think of. The kinds of thoughts we register on our memories or habitually think attracts the same kind of conditions. He's kind of getting fancy here, but again, he's talking about like attracts like. Your thoughts, whatever your thoughts are, positive or negative, has to attract like for like. If it's negative, it attracts negative. If it's positive, it attracts positive. If we take the thought of success and keep it in our mind, the thought elements will be attracted, for like attracts like. Just what I said. We are mentally drawn to the universal thought currents of success, and these thought currents of success are existent all around us. We will physically contact minds who think along the same lines, and later such minds will be brought into our lives. Therefore, successful-minded people help success come to them. That is how successful living is founded. The law of the mind is a perpetual operation. I'm going to highlight this right here. The law of the mind The law of the mind is a perpetual operation, and it works both ways. Persons who dwell on thoughts of failure or poverty will gravitate toward like conditions. They, in turn, will draw them people who accept failure and poverty. On the other hand, we think on positive conditions, on success and plenty, and in the same manner enjoy full and plenty. What the mind holds within takes its form in the outer world. Now remember, he just said that what forms within us are beliefs, what we're thinking about, what we're saying. It's from the inside out. It's not from the outside in. Our circumstances are not from the outside in. We don't fix from the outside, we fix from the inside. It all comes from the inside of us. And I love what he said up here when he starts talking about the law of the mind. It goes both ways, okay? That's how laws work, and he'll get more detailed about this, but the law, it's on the same playing field, okay? The positive thoughts and negative thoughts, it's on the same plane. It goes both ways. And what I like what he says is persons who dwell on thoughts of failure or poverty will gravitate towards like conditions. They in turn will draw to them people who accept failure and poverty. This is so true, and a main example here is, let's say you go to work, and sometimes if you don't like work, work can be very negative. And isn't it amazing that when you start being negative, what happens? You start attracting the people that think the exact same way you do, that's negative just like you, that want to hear all your negativity. So you attract people that are in harmony with the state that you're in. The state that you're in is negativity. But likewise, the same thing happens if you start talking about being positive and start talking about what you like, what you enjoy. What ends up happening is you repel the people that are negative. They don't want to hear. They don't want to hear your happy life. So you repel them, but then you attract people that are in harmony with success. You attract people that are in harmony with they're living their life the same way. And when I read this, and even talking about it right now, I mean, it's so true. Like last time I came home from Thailand, and this is probably, a year and a half ago, I got a job in a factory just to make some extra money. And it was amazing to me because when I got a job in a factory, like people would ask me where I came from, what I've been up to, whatever. And I said, oh no, I live in Thailand. I just came back from Thailand. And it's amazing how once I started talking about what I like, living abroad, what I like to do, so many people repelled from me. So many people didn't want to hear it. They didn't want to hear about happy life Chad. You know what I mean? And a lot of them wouldn't talk to me. The only people that would talk to me would be people that was in the same harmony that I was, as far as thoughts, as far as positivity, living your life where you're doing things you like, you enjoy. You attract those people, but you repel the negative. Some think that we must deal with two forces, and really pay attention to this, but this is where he really describes basic laws of the universe. Every single law works in this way. Some think that we must deal with two forces. That is, to attract the good, we must do away with the bad. But this is not true. For example, if we are cold, we do not work with cold and heat alike in order to get warm. We build a fire, and as we gather around that fire, we enjoy the heat that is extended from it and become warm. As we build up warmth, cold disappears, for cold is the absence of heat. To be warm, we give our whole thought to those things which tend to create warmth. We ignore the cold and the thinking of heat and bring forth the heat. Now this is kind of tricky. He worded it tricky, but this is why I said before, any universal law, it's on the same plane. Even if we think about law of thinking, negative and positive, well, negative and positive, it's on the same plane. You're not trying to do away with negative, but it's on the same plane as positive. What we're doing is positive thinking and negative thinking, it's on the same plane, but you can't do it together. You can't mesh them together. It's either positive or negative. So even here, he's saying the same thing. If you're cold, you build a fire and you start getting warm. You sit beside it, you start getting warm. Cold ends up disappearing because you get warm. But cold is on the same plane. You're not dealing with a cold. You're just dealing with the warmth. It's on the same plane. And every single universal law works the same way. There's always an opposite. There's a positive, there's a negative. That's how universal law works. If you're cold, there's warm. It's like the law. It's like the law of polarity. Okay, like the polar opposites. That's how universal law works. If there's poverty, there's riches. But poverty and riches are on the same plane. They're not different and really separated. So that's really the main point I'm trying to make here. It's on the same plane. With universal law, there's always an opposite. You're cold, you're hot. Okay? Same in exercise. Either you're in great shape, you're out of shape. It's on the same plane. And he explains this right here, I believe, in this paragraph. Prosperity and poverty are not two things. They are merely two sides of one and the same thing. They are but one power, rightly or wrongly used. That's what he's saying. It's on the same plane. It's one power. But no matter if you use it right or wrong, it's really up to you. We cannot think of plenty and then worry about the unfavorable conditions that may seem apparent. We think about plenty, and as we think of it, lack its opposite. We become absorbed or disappear. All of our thoughts must be directed to that one thing which we desire in order that our desire may be fulfilled. Our method is not manipulating two powers, not dealing with good and evil, right and wrong, prosperity and poverty, but as we follow the law of good and dwell upon which is good, we shall bring pass to all good things. So this is what he's meaning. Like, it's on one plane. Okay, they're not two separate things. They're on one thing. Prosperity and poverty, it's on the same plane. But as you focus on poverty, all your thoughts are, I'm sorry about that. As you focus on prosperity and all your thoughts are on prosperity, you're doing what you want, you're doing what you enjoy, all your conversations are on prosperity. What happens is everything starts to align in prosperity. Everything starts to attract to you prosperity, and the poverty will gradually disappear from your thoughts. But it's still on the same plane. It's still right there. That's the polar opposite here. There's prosperity, there's poverty. The mind force is creating continual like fertile soil. Nature does not differentiate between the seed of a weed and that of a flower. She produces and causes both seeds to grow. The same energy is used for both. And so it is with the mind. The mind creates either good or bad. Your ideas determine which is to be created. So he keeps on just kind of explaining the basic law here. It's on the same plane, and it's really up to us, either good or bad, what we're going to allow our mind or allow our thoughts to focus on. Because once we allow our mind and what we allow our thoughts to focus on, no matter good or bad, that's what's going to come to us. And this is an example. The example is in purple, and I love this example. A farmer who lived in Nebraska had come from a small farm in Pennsylvania years before. Never could adjust himself to using the binder, a machine that cut and bound grain. He had been accustomed to the old hand grindle. I'm sorry about that. I'm going to reread that. He had been accustomed to the old hand cradle and tied his grain by hand. Repeatedly he said to his friends, "That binder will get me yet." He was afraid every time he climbed upon its seat. One day while he was there, his horses ran away with him, and he was thrown over the reel into the machinery. Like Job, now he's coming from the Bible now, like Job, his fears came upon him. It took just a few years to bring into reality the fears that he subconsciously had entertained and accepted. So let me paraphrase this. Now, here's a farmer. He's kind of old school. So he has the machinery. He's used to doing the machinery by hand, by like an old hand cradle. He's used to doing everything by hand. He upgraded his equipment. He doesn't have to do it by hand anymore. but he's kind of letting his mind drift off and think negative. Okay, he kind of can't adapt to the new machinery, the new method. He can't adapt to it, and at the same time, he fears this new machinery because he fears that he might be thrown over, thrown into the machinery. That's why he's afraid. He's afraid of the machinery, but what he's doing is he's focusing all his thoughts on it, and he's always telling his friends that, well, that this binder will get me yet. This binder is going to end my life. This binder is going to get me yet. He's putting so much focus and emotion to it. And it was only a few years where his horses got out of control, ran, and that threw him into the binder. Then Holliwell quotes Job, where our fears, what we fear the most, and we bring attention to it, we bring emotion to it, will actually come to pass. So we have to be very careful on what we fear. We have to be very careful on what we're allowing our thoughts to kind of drift off on. Now he explains it. Our fears can do so much to us that we should be most careful of what we fear and worry about. Years ago, when the flu epidemic was raging throughout this country and many were dying from the plague, a newspaper published an item of interest. In bold letters, the heading read, "Do not fear the flu." It was the caption of an article written by a local doctor who explained that fear was the greatest enemy of mankind, and that it would have a tendency to break down a person's mental resistance and make him more susceptible to the disease. The world is realizing more and more that we dare not entertain in our minds any fear lest it come upon us. Now, isn't that amazing? And this just happened just a few years ago in 2020. We had a epidemic, which I'm not too sure if I can talk so much about with YouTube, but we've actually, most of us now have experienced something like this, as we have an epidemic of the flu, and of course they put fear over everybody, and once everybody fears it, it actually, what we fear actually comes upon us. Our fear of getting the flu, a fear of getting a disease, it actually weakens our immune system because we fear it so much. We bring emotion to it. We end up making our own selves sick. And this is what he's explaining here, that this was printed in the newspaper, years and years ago, before 1967, because this is when the book was written. Do not fear the flu. So the doctors put this right in the newspaper, like, do not fear. Okay, our fear, what you fear will actually come upon you. What you fear, and this was health, what you fear will actually weaken your immune system, and then you might get sick. Whatever we think in our minds must grow. Why do you suppose the farmer goes out to weed his garden and works tediously to eliminate every weed? Because he knows that if he does not clean out the weeds, they will grow stronger and tougher and choke out his crop. If some condition handicaps us, perhaps a weed that must be plucked out, it is important to know that the condition is the effect that we see. It is not the true cause that we see. Dig down deep into the mental storehouse and find out what is that cause. Go deep. That's what I'm saying. When you have core beliefs, go deep and figure out what's the cause. Figure out, if you have a really deep-rooted belief, where did it come from? Where did it start from? Did it start from your parents teaching you? Did it start from you're so little, you're just overhearing conversations? Go deep, go to the root where it all started from. That's what he's talking about. Dig down deep into a mental storehouse and find out what is that cause. If we cannot discern it, there are others who can. Then we weed out the cause by replacing it with the right kind of thought. That is, if it is fear, replace it with courage. If it is a diseased thought, replace it with a healthy thought. If it is a limited thought, think thoughts of plenty. Force some issue whereby we alter or change the trend of the thought. Then as we replace the thoughts that, I'll reread that for you. Sorry about that. Then as we replace the thoughts that are as weeds, they will die of their natural selves. For such weeds die from lack of cultivation. And what he means by this, the weeds will die because you're not bringing energy to it. If you're not bringing, just like with thoughts, with negative thoughts, if you're not bringing emotion to it, you're not reacting to it, you're not bringing energy to it, our negative thoughts will just die because we're not feeding it. And I love this paragraph as well. Just as if you follow Neville Goddard, if you love Neville Goddard, and I'll post it here for you, that Neville Goddard talks about the same thing, or about our mind as a garden. And he does this, he wrote a book and he has an audio called Pruning Shears of Revision. And Pruning Shears of Revision, he talks about the mind as a garden, and we have to tend to our garden. We have to cut and trim the garden as a beautiful flower garden. And he calls it like revising, revision, revising your day. And he says it here, if we have a thought of disease, we replace that disease thought with thoughts of health and courage. And Neville Goddard explains the same thing, but he's kind of explaining it different when Neville Goddard explains it. Our mind's a garden. We have to revise our day. So basically what happens if we have a negative day, something negative happens in our day, when we sit down at night, we go into our imagination and we look at all of our experiences throughout the day, and what we don't like, we replace that with a different thought. We replace that with a different circumstance. So as we're replacing it, we're tending our mind, we're tending our thoughts, we're keeping our thoughts and our mind. That's almost just like a garden. We're keeping it under wraps. We're keeping a beautiful garden. And he's saying the same thing. If we don't keep control of our thoughts, we don't keep control of what we're constantly thinking about, it grows like a weed. If you go outside and mow, and you don't mow right away, and you let it go months and months, as the weeds gets taller and taller and taller, as it gets taller and taller and taller, it gets stronger and stronger and stronger. It gets so strong that you can't actually even use a mower to go over it. You have to use more of a heavy machinery to actually mow it. The same way if you live in a country. My mom and everybody lives in a country. If you don't mow and basically tend the garden, tend the grounds, the weeds will actually grow big and strong like this. You can't take a mower over them. You have to take a more of a heavy, heavy farm equipment or a farm mower over it to kind of cut it down so you can actually mow over it. But I mean, I kind of went on and on and on about that, on and on about that one. But as long as we allow things to seem real to us, this is powerful. As long as we allow things to seem real to us, we are putting our energy into it. We are nurturing it. We are feeding it. We are keeping it alive. We are putting our faith into that thing. Whether we like it or not, and it must naturally grow, for the law of growth is ever working to produce whatever seed we plant. So whatever seed we plant, positive or negative, it has to grow, because that's how we're feeding it. We're feeding it with our emotion. We're feeding it because we're reacting to it. We're feeding it because we're constantly thinking about it. What we constantly think about, it has to grow. Remember that. This is another example that I love and I want to share. In my college days, I remember how a number of us were taken on a hazing party. It was purely a fraternal affair. So we were to be initiated and branded. So he's in a fraternity at college. So that's basically where he's at. He's in a fraternity. And when you're part of a fraternity or a sorority, they have you do things to be initiated inside the fraternity. When they come to my chum, they told him to peel off his shirt. He was blindfolded, and they were going to brand him with the initials of the order. They branded him with a hot tallow from a burning candle. Now, you know that the tallow dropping from the candle would not burn. So it's basically like putting like burning wax on him, like dropping it, kind of branding his initials into it, like probably the initials of the fraternity. At least it never burned me. But my chum, his friend, he's talking about his friend here, was so excited and nervous, he thought they were really branding his back with a hot iron. So basically what's going on, he has his friend, they blindfold him in this fraternity. They're kind of really playing really playing it up, like they're really going to brand him, almost like you brand like an animal or a cow or something, like a horse on a farm. You have a really hot iron and you're going to brand the initials on the back. That's what he's thinking. But what they're really doing is they're just using a hot candle. They're just using the hot wax from a candle. After we returned to our rooms in the dormitory, so they already did it to him. He was all bent out of shape. He's thinking in his mind, I'm really being branded. I'm really going to be burned. So afterwards, we returned in our rooms in a dormitory. I saw on his back a perfect letter as though it had been burned with a hot iron. Man can impress his thought on formless substance and cause the thing he thinks about to be created. My chum, my friend, believed he was being burned and thought it so intently that a welt rose on his flesh, which lasted for 2 days. Now listen to this. Like his friend, in this fraternity, he thought that he's really being branded with a hot iron. He thought he was really being burned, but all it was this candle wax. Well, if you drip it, I've done this. If you drip it, it's a little bit hot, but it doesn't burn your skin. It doesn't blister anything. Your skin don't even really get red. But he thought he was really being burned. He thought it was really being burned. He thought so intently this was happening that it actually burned him. It actually caused a blister and welt, and they could actually you could see the letters branded in his back for a couple of days. The power of our thoughts. Man is constantly thinking. He can change his thought, but he cannot stop thinking. This thinking power flows in and through him like the very air we breathe. Man's problem, then, is to direct his power of thinking into constructive channels of expression. It is a scientific fact that no power can act without producing some kind of an effect. And by merely thinking, we are continually producing effect. These effects register and record in our daily life. So our thoughts are going throughout the whole day. And basically what's happening here, scientifically, and it's even proven that we have about 65 to about 70,000 thoughts per day. About 70% of our thoughts are negative and redundant. So if we're 70% of the time, our thoughts are negative and they're redundant, that means we're thinking about it over and over and over and over and over again. What that means is like has to attract like. Okay, if I'm thinking negative throughout the whole day, well, it has to produce negative results in my life. It has to, while I'm thinking within, it has to come out in my 3D world. It has to manifest into my 3D world, where now it's in reality. Now I can see it. Our thoughts are aimless and imperfect. We create ourselves pain and confusion. This is misdirected energy. Now, electric energy, when it is misdirected and uncontrolled, develops lightning, a most destructive agent. Yet, that same power of lightning can be harnessed to become a most obedient and useful servant for good. The first question in our self-development is, are we controlled by our thoughts, or are we controlling our thoughts? Are we using our thoughts for gain? Are our thoughts using us for continued loss? Now he's kind of flipping it to you. Are you using your thoughts for gain? Are you using your thoughts for riches and prosperity? Is that what you're constantly focused on? Or are you using your thoughts for poverty? Are you using your thoughts of continued loss? What's wrong in your life? But that's what's going to come out manifested into your life. What are you using your thoughts for? Because that's our superpower. Okay, the law of thinking, our thoughts is our superpower. So that's why he said lightning. Lightning can be very destructive, but if it's controlled, if our superpower, just like our superpower, if we can control this superpower, if we can control our superpower of abundance, we can have anything we want. We can have any life we want if it's controlled. But most of us, it's out of control. We're not in control at all. We have no boundaries. We let our thoughts just drift wherever they want to go. We focus on whatever thought that comes to us. And most thoughts, again, is negative and redundant. So that's what we're going to focus on. Then that's what's produced or manifested into our own life. Jesus said, "Seek ye first the kingdom of heaven, and all things will be added." He also said, "The kingdom is within you." This is what I mean. Abundance is within you. Abundance is your birthright. And this is all through the New Testament. This is why I love old school prosperity teachers, because they bring out scripture and they explain it a different way. They flip it a different way than what we're actually been taught. The kingdom is within you. Heaven is a state of mind. Therefore, heaven is an orderly, disciplined, constructive state of thinking. To gain all things, we must first gain a disciplined, orderly, constructive state of mind. Have you a disciplined mind? What that means is, a disciplined mind, do you have boundaries? Okay, do you have boundaries around your thoughts? Okay, are a disciplined mind, or are you always aware of thinking positive, what you like, what you want to do? That's a disciplined mind. And you have boundaries around it. Once you notice your mind drifts, and all of our minds drift, okay, your mind's going to drift into the negative, but once you're aware of it, you have affirmations, positive affirmations that steer you back to the positive. That's a disciplined mind, rather than our thoughts just go all over the place. Have you any dominating appetite? Are you emotional? Do you vent your feelings through impatience, temper, malice, hate, pride, envy, conceit, lies, dishonesty, and the like? Any of these negations are named. If controlling your thoughts will delay good from coming to you. Listen to this. I'll highlight this again because I want to read it again. This is so powerful. Have you any dominating appetite? Are you emotional? Okay, remember, if you're whatever you're emotional about, that's what you bring in energy to, and that's what's going to attract into your life. Positive or negative, whatever you bring in emotional to. Do you vent your feelings? Okay, do you vent to friends? Do you vent out loud? Maybe you're by yourself or you're venting out loud. Most of us vent to friends what we don't like. Are you venting to friends through impatience, temper? You have a temper tantrum. You have a meltdown. Malice, hate, pride, envy, conceit, lies, dishonesty, and the like. Any of these negations as named, if controlling your thoughts will delay good coming from you. It's so powerful. This will delay good coming from you because you're emotional about it. Anything we're emotional of, we naturally go inside our imagination. We have mental pictures. We have a whole scene, like a movie inside our head that we're playing. Maybe something bad happened at work, and we're playing that mental scene in our head and our imagination over and over and over and over and over. Then we start talking about, then we tell the same story to our friends. We tell the same story to our family. We grow impatient. We don't kind of shut our lip a little bit and think positive. We let it take control of ourselves. Anything in life that dominates us, listen to this, anything in life that dominates us makes us a servant to its dictates. So anything in life that dominates you, if it's a negative thought, if that's what dominates you, makes us a servant to its dictates. All of our weaknesses, all of our lacks are due to some compelling influence that blinds us and keeps us from us what is naturally would receive. I'm going to read that one more time, so I feel like I flubbed it up a little bit. All our weaknesses and all lacks are due to some compelling influence that blinds us and keeps from us what we naturally would receive if we were free in mind to receive them. So he's really digging deeper and deeper into negative thinking, negative thoughts. If that's our dominating feeling, that's keeping us from the good that we would receive. It's keeping us from having a great life. It's keeping us from having success. Man, being a creature of nature, is endowed with the power to overcome all these mistakes, all these evil forces. That power is unfailing in its operation. When used properly, one can master any trial. Nature has no problems she cannot solve. She has no trouble she cannot remove. All her movements are governed by the law of order and discipline. Man can say and do the same if he will pattern after nature. But first note, nature takes no chances. There are no ifs, ands, or buts. Her forces operate under law. If a stone is thrown up into the air, it falls back down again. The law says so. Thoughts in our mind are governed by a law with the same exactness. Mind is a source and cause of conditions in our lives. Hence, it is here that we start to adjust and discipline our thoughts in order to stabilize our affairs. The fact that every problem is mental is another reason why we must learn to control our thoughts to determine our lives. So every problem we have is a mental, you know, because our kind of unique imagination goes wild. And most of the time, I don't know why this is. We always kind of gravitate naturally to negative situations. We gravitate naturally to negative thoughts. If our thought process is not disciplined and we just let it go wherever, we create emotion around it, and this is what is manifested in our life. So this is why he keeps on talking about having a disciplined mind. A disciplined mind is you're focused on what you want to focus on. You're focused on good. You're focused on health and prosperity. You're focused on what you want to do. That's what you're focused on. But is our problem mental? That's a question. Is our problem mental? Let us see. If we desire to gain wealth, we find that it is not a place nor an environment. If so, all the people in one city would be rich, and all the people in another city would be poor. Wealth is not the result of saving or of thrift. Many penurious people are poor. Many free spenders are rich. Wealth is not due to any certain business, for men in the same business are poor and rich alike. It is something within our mind of man that makes the wealth, and that something in the mind of man is the quality and type of thoughts we entertain. Look at nature again, and he's kind of going to describe this with an example. Look at nature again. We see that she has every movement well organized. A cut flower soon wilts and dies because it has been taken away from the source of its life. If a dog jumps off a barn roof, he lands with a thud and suffers pain for his act. Instinct warns a dog not to take advantage of nature. Does the hungry lion in the jungle roar and lash in an effort to find its prey? Instinct warns the lion to be quiet, to steal carefully upon his prey, to stalk its meal. Have you ever observed how Mrs. Cat will patiently wait for hours for Mr. Mouse? These samples or examples of organized actions that is instinctive to any animal. This instinct must be adhered to by man. This instinct has to be adhered to by us. This is the organized method, the constructive method. A disorganized method would be destructive and negative. Man must stalk success or any worthwhile enterprise similar to the lion who stalks its meal. Man must work himself up to gain success. He does not fall into it. Just to roar or to shout his statements is not enough. Birds of $1 will not fall out of the trees through fright. They will more likely fly away. When our ideas are organized, they are under our control. That is, our thoughts are so arranged that they work together as a single unit. Our minds must be controlled in their expressions so that every process of thought will be in orderly fashion. And I love this right here when he says, when he gives his example up through here, he's really given an example of how he's comparing how animal instinct and nature, they have to follow their instincts. They have to follow the laws of nature. If they don't follow the laws of nature, then everything's going to be destroyed. I mean, that's why he gave the example of the lion, how the lion will stalk its prey. It's quiet. It's not just running through the forest, the roaring loud, or he would never catch anything. Animals work by instinct. Animals work by intuition. And he's given this example. He's moving it over to us that we need to work by the same instinct. But he gives this example here is lots of times for us, the reason why manifesting isn't working is because, remember, force negates. If we try to force things to happen, okay, if we scream, we yell our affirmations, we're really forcing it. So force negates. That's why he says, like, birds of a dollars would not fall out of the trees through fright. They will more likely fly away. So if you're trying to scare what you want to come to you, it's not going to come to you. You're going to scare it away. Because remember, force negates. Anything we force, physical force or mental force, anything we try to force to come into our lives will actually repel from us. All action is a result of thought. It determines the conditions of life. And to have better conditions in life, we must first make efforts to organize our thoughts. We wish to gain the best in life, but we do not know how to think correctly. The average person thinks at random. Remember, the average person, they don't have a disciplined mind. They're not in control of their thoughts. They're just letting it be. Whatever I think about, if I think about negative, I just kind of go down that little roller coaster ride, go down that rabbit hole, and next thing I know, I've been thinking negative for 2 or 3 hours. The average person thinks at random. He has no clear design in his mind to which he can frame his thoughts. If he has a design, he does not direct his daily efforts towards it. Most of his thinking is beyond control, chaotic, and unorganized. This is why disappointment and failure are always near, for they thrive on indecision. I'm going to reread that to you, not the whole paragraph, but what I just highlighted. Most of our thinking is beyond control. It's chaotic and unorganized. So if we're not in control of our thoughts, we don't have a disciplined mind. All of our thoughts are beyond our control. We think we're not in control of our thoughts. Our thoughts are chaotic. They're all over the place. They're unorganized. We're thinking prosperity over here. We're thinking positive over here. We're thinking negative over here. We're thinking about what negative circumstance over here. We're thinking about how we hit our work over here. We're all over the place. And this is why disappointment and failure are always near. Then he says, for they thrive on indecision. That's why the basics to manifesting, almost the first step to any manifesting, even if you follow Never God, the first step is to set an intention. The first step is make a clear decision, a very specific decision on what you want. Because once you make that decision, your thought process will go to it and later on manifest it in our life. But most of us we think we're making decisions, but we're really living our life in indecision. And we thrive on indecision. And this is something, I struggle with indecision, not making clear, concise decisions and sticking to that decision. We attract only what we think or create. This is the law of thinking. To achieve success, we must think it. We must work it. We must become it. To advance, we must make some effort to rise. To obtain happiness, we must adapt our lives to the law of harmony and order. To rise above any limitation, we must organize our thinking along constructive lines. I'll read that little short thing right now. Now he's really getting into law of thinking. He's kind of having his own definition of this chapter with the law of thinking. We attract only what we think or create. This is law of thinking. We attract to only what we think and create. If we're thinking negative, we're thinking poverty, we're thinking lack, well, that's what you're going to attract to you. That's the law of thinking. To achieve success, we must think it, we must work it, we must become it. Listen to that. To achieve success, we must think it, we must work it, and we must become it. If man wishes to climb a hill, he doesn't sit down on the base of it and pray to the good Lord to lift him, hoping the Lord would pick up his body and carry him to the top, or give him a pair of wings to fly. The natural thing he does first is to organize his thought. He decides he is going to climb the hill, and then he starts to climb. He climbs steadily, keeping his eye ever at the top. He may find another picking out a better trail. He may wind up, he may wind around, he may slip back a step or two, he may even fall. He may have to stop to rest to regain his strength. But as he keeps his thoughts collected and his desire intent upon reaching the top, he will eventually get there. Now you can take this little example I just read to you, and since everything is green, I'll change this over to yellow. And this is the example he gave right here, is that you could put any circumstance in this situation. Now he's trying to climb a hill. Let's say, I'm focused on being a millionaire. Okay, I'm not focused on driving a hill. So basically what I'm going to do, I'm not gonna sit down and whine and complain and pray to the Lord to just bring me millions of dollars. I'm going to organize my thoughts. I'm going to decide that's what I want to do. And then I'm going to start moving in that direction. But now when I move in that direction, I'm not forcing anything. I'm not doing mental force. I'm waiting for my intuition to kind of guide me, and I start just moving forward. It's almost like driving a car at nighttime. When you drive a car at nighttime, especially when there's not a lot of lights in the background or outside, you just have your car lights on. You only can see maybe, I don't know, 30, 40, 50 yards in front of you. Then you can't see no more. But you don't just pull over inside the road and say, I can't see no more, I stop driving. No, the road keeps on continuing. Okay, so you keep on driving. It's the same thing for our goal. We only can see so far in front of us, but we keep on going anyway. And we keep our mind focused on the prize. We keep our mind focused on the millionaire lifestyle. And he says, he climbs steadily, keeping his eye ever at the top. And he says he may find another picking out a better trail. Maybe you swerve off. He may wind around. He may slip back a step or two. He may even fall. He may have to stop and rest to regain his strength. But as he keeps his thoughts collected and his desire intent upon reaching the top, reaching that millionaire status, he will eventually get there. You will eventually get there. And here's another example here. I have all highlighted in purple. A woman wanted to dispose of her home. She couldn't understand what was delaying her answer. For she had been praying. She said, for some time, I asked her, what do you do towards working with the law? Tell me what you did yesterday. Well, she said, she prepared breakfast for her family. Then she got the children off to school. Then she said she always spent 30 minutes with her in silence and reading. After that, Mrs. Jones called her on the phone. They had a lengthy chat, but it was of little importance. Then it was time to prepare lunch. After lunch, her neighbor called her out to see the garden, and she stood there and talked over the fence for more than an hour. But I asked, what did you do between these incidents? Oh, she replied, whatever came to my notice that had to be done. I was busy all the time, but somehow, she added, I never liked housework. Where did she fail? First of all, she lacked discipline in her mind, except where others demanded it. Now, is this you? Listen to this. First of all, she lacked discipline in her mind, except where others demanded it. She didn't have any boundaries around what she needed to do, what she needed to get done. She just kind of went with the flow. Whoever demanded her time, she went with it. Her husband demanded it. The school demanded it. So she got the breakfast and the children off to school on time. She didn't make any effort towards selling your house, I stated. You thought 30 minutes in silence would do it. Instead of organizing your time and work, you did just whatever came along. Her housework controlled her. She did not control her time or her work. She saw the truth. She went back home, and each day thereafter outlined her work mentally. If she talked with a friend or a neighbor, it was for just a definite time, not any length of time. Each day her work was planned so that she would accomplish something toward preparing to sell the house. Several weeks later, a letter came to me in which this woman stated that the house had been sold at a good price. And she added, "Do you know, I really love my work now. When the day is done, I have accomplished so much more, and I am not nearly as tired as before. I am teaching my children to be orderly thinkers." Do you do just whatever comes along? That's a question to you, and a question to me. Do you do just whatever comes along? Do you plan your day that something definite will be accomplished towards your aim, your ambition? See, and this is kind of like this is kind of like an example and a paraphrase, over a disciplined mind, having boundaries in your mind, even with your thoughts, having boundaries. I mean, once you're aware of you're thinking in a negative, you have a boundary that, no, I'm not going to think in a negative. You start having affirmations to pull you back over to the positive. Same way in your life, you have boundaries, around your life. It kind of follows, the law kind of follows. If you have an undisciplined mind, you probably have an undisciplined life. If you have no boundaries in your personal life, you have no boundaries around your relationships, you have no boundaries around friends or relationships that they can just treat you, talk to you any way you want. Well, that's going to connect to, you really have no boundaries in your thoughts, no boundaries in your mind as well. Because you basically, whatever happens, you're just going with. There's no type of control or orderly conduct to kind of have order in your life. If we have problems, it is because we are not controlling our ideas. Say that one more time. If we have problems, it is because we are not controlling our ideas. Nature has no problems because she is orderly and disciplined. Self-control consists of an organized thought direction. That is, we start out with a well-defined aim or objective, think toward it continuously, not just for 30 minutes, plan our time and work so that fills our day so full of constructive duties that there is no room for idle chatter or waste of any kind to enter. This development will enable us to move steadily upward toward success. When all things are in harmony and order, problems will cease to be perplexities, and mysteries will cease to be mysteries. Knowledge and understanding will supplant fear and ignorance. So knowledge and understanding will replace fear and ignorance. And that which was invisible will become visible. That which was unknown will become known. Life with its circumstances is no longer an enigma, but a clear interpretation of the law of thinking. We are what we are according to the state of thinking. We attract only what we think or create. I thought this was on green. Sorry about that. I want to end it right here. We got one more thing to discuss. But remember, when we wrap this chapter up, we attract only what we think and create. Now the big issue here is most people, our thoughts are all over the place. It's chaotic. There's no control. There's no order. There's no boundaries in our mind. What we're going to think about, we just think about whatever comes, and we react to it. We bring emotion to it. Most of the time, it's on the negative, and that's what's manifested in our life. Remember, it works from the inside out. Okay, it starts off on the inside. Our core beliefs will manifest outward, and what we think about redundantly will manifest outward. It's just simple. What we attract only what we think and create. So what I like to do is just wrap up this chapter with this little poem here. Thoughts are things, and this is by Henry Van Dyke. Let me read it to you, then we'll wrap this up. Thoughts are things. I hold it true that thoughts are things. They're endowed with bodies and breath and wings, and that we send them forth to fill the world with good results or ill. That which we call our secret thought speeds forth to earth's remotest spot, leaving its blessings or its woes like tracks behind it as it goes. We build our future thought by thought, for good or ill, yet know it not. Yet so the universe was wrought. Thought is another name for fate. Choose then thy destiny and wait. For love brings love, and hate brings hate. By Henry Van Dyke. Thoughts are things. That's the power of our thoughts. Like attracts like. The law of supply. He gives a verse right off on every single chapter. Ask, and it shall be given to you. Seek, and you shall find. Knock, and it shall be open unto you. Matthew chapter 7, verse 7. We'll discuss this verse a little bit along the way, and let's get rocking. Man is never satisfied. This fact is deplored by many, but God did not intend that man should be forever satisfied. Because here we're talking about the law of supply. Okay, and he'll dig deeper on what he means, but we're talking about the law of supply, we're talking about abundance here. The law of his being is perpetual increase, progress, and growth. So when one good is realized, another desire for a greater good will develop. And when a higher state is reached, another and more glorious state will unfold his vision and urge him on and on. Hence, the advancing life is the true life, the life that God intended man to live. And really what he means by this, really what he means by the law of supply, and one of the meanings, we're slowly going through this, is the law of perpetual, if I could talk, seem like my lips are kind of sticking together, perpetual increase, the progress and growth, meaning like once we get to one level, we're always going to seek the greater good. We're always going to want more. And I don't mean more in material ways. I mean, we're always going to want to self-improve. We're always going to want more. We're always going to want to be at a higher level. Now, I know your mind's going to go toward materialistic, collecting more things, buying more things. He's not talking about a materialistic lifestyle. He's really just talking about personal growth. Because remember here, energy is never stagnant. We're either growing or dying. I know we've heard this before, is that energy is never stagnant. Energy is always in motion. Okay, that's where we get the phrases, we're either moving forward or we're moving backwards. So that's really what he means here by increase and progress and growth, is we're always getting better. We're always going through personal growth. When we hit a goal, we're always just natural want to hit another goal, a more bigger goal, because it's our natural being to grow and get better. The law of good is universal. For are we not all seeking good in some form or another? Science and logic alike declare that the universe is filled with essential substance for every imaginable good that man can imagine, and that he is entitled to a full and ever-increasing supply of any and every good he may need or desire. We believe, therefore, that it is right and good for man to seek to gratify all pure desires and ambitions. This is what I just kind of stated. It's like as we're growing, we want more good in our life. We want to go to a higher level. And he's not talking about, what you notice here, he's not talking about being materialistic. He's not talking about keeping up with the Joneses. He's not talking about my neighbor has a bigger house, so I want a bigger house than them. He's not talking about that. He's talking about a higher consciousness. He's talking about abundance is inside you. So he's talking about that type of good. I mean, he's kind of splitting. He's kind of talking about indirectly. He's talking about energy, because energy, we're either growing or dying. We're either moving forwards or we're moving backwards, because energy never stays stagnant again. Here is the key to the law as Jesus gave it. I love this. Here is the key to the law as Jesus gave it. So now he's kind of jumping into the New Testament. He's jumping into the Bible. What things soever ye desire, when ye pray, believe that ye receive them, and ye shall have them. I'll say that one more time. And then he explains it. What things soever ye desire, when ye pray, believe that ye receive them, and ye shall have them. It's kind of a tongue twister there. Every person, consciously or unconsciously, is operating this law in one or more of its phases. It works universally in every plane of life's expression. We are all daily drawing into our lives the things we most desire and expect. Whether we attract good things or bad things, the principle operated is the same. So, remember from like chapter 1, chapter 2, remember, no, the law works on the same plane. Remember, we either attract good or bad. It doesn't matter. The law works. Good and bad are on the same level plane. Okay, we either kind of attract good or we don't attract bad. The law doesn't matter. The subconscious mind, again, don't care. You know what I mean? Because the subconscious mind is just giving you as is. It's just giving you where your attention goes, and that's what it's giving you, no matter good or bad. But as we want more of the good things in life and less of the bad, it will be necessary to understand the law more perfectly, and so be able to adapt our thinking to it in a more direct fashion. Thus, we secure the greater benefits that accrue from the conscious, intelligent use of its power. So like in the beginning of this, I don't know what color I have this on. Let me turn it over to green. He kind of brings up a good point here, consciously or unconsciously. So kind of what he's saying here is that, either we're aware of it or we're not. Either we're aware of how the law works or we're not aware of it. It doesn't really matter if we're aware of it or not aware of it, but it's going to work either way. And it's going to work for our good or to our disadvantage or to our bad. We affirm repeatedly that God is our supply. And if we would think for a moment and trace our supply back to its source, we would agree that this statement is true. The difficulty with some is that they can more easily look to creature for the source of their substance than to the creator. We don't really believe that God is the source of our substance. We try to think it's true, and we may theoretically accept it, but there is an uncertainty. It is hard for some to believe in something they do not see. It is so much easier to believe in what we see. Now, if we can see plenty all about us, we are willing to believe it and enjoy it. But later, as we are able to believe in abundance of good, we shall then see it and enjoy it. Now, when I read this, my mind kind of really drifted off into, when we talk about manifesting in general, when we talk about law of attraction, law of assumption, no matter what we talk about, just manifesting in general, is that you're manifesting your core beliefs. Okay, you're manifesting the secret you. You're manifesting the secret beliefs that you tell yourself secretly. You don't tell other people. So when we first get involved with manifesting, when we first get involved with law of attraction, law of assumption, no matter what we want to call it, we conceptually understand the beliefs. We conceptually understand that our thoughts attract like for like. We conceptually understand that. We conceptually understand that our imagination creates reality. What we focus on, that we're going to attract to us. We kind of understand the idea, okay? And we can even debate with people and have conversations with people, and it looks like we really understand it deeply, but we really don't. There's a small little voice in us that still don't believe it. Like still kind of like, well, I gotta see it before I believe it. Remember, it's kind of reversed, as if we develop from the inside out. So there's that still little voice, that still little gut, not even a gut feeling, because it's a deep embedded belief that you still don't really believe it. And that's what's really manifesting to you, is those deep beliefs. And that's what Holliwell is explaining here, but he's kind of explaining it and talking about God. Thus, at the outset of this question, which comes first, seeing or believing? As we study the facts, we shall learn that the later comes first. And the law is founded on our belief, which in turn determines our sight. So now he's really kind of coming down to the point is, what's more important to you? Okay, seeing it or believing it? I have to see it first. That's how most people live their lives. I got to see it first. I got to see it in my objective world. I got to see it in my 3D world. Okay, before I'm going to believe you, or before I'm going to believe all this humbo jumbo, manifesting stuff. I got to see it happen before I'm going to totally believe it. But it's actually reverse. It's about believing. You have to believe first, not see. It's almost like you walk by faith, not by sight. That scripture. My mom kind of has it pinned up here, so it kind of it kind of jumps in my brain here for a second. If you walk by faith, not by sight, when you kind of dissect that verse, is another word for faith is belief. So walk by belief, not by sight. Okay, it's the same thing. Even the Bible saying it's belief first. It's not seeing. You have to believe. Okay, and then when you talk about manifesting, you talk about success. You have to believe it first. You got to believe you can have the lifestyle first before it will actually manifest into your visible world. I remember in the purple is an example. All his examples in this chapter are fantastic. So let's kind of dive into this. People at one time believed in magic. Once they thought material things could appear right out of thin air, from nothing and from nowhere. They also believed that things could be made to disappear into nothing. Science has long since refuted this idea and proven such magic to be impossible. Except when it is done through some trick in chemistry, a sleight hand of an optical illusion. Nothing can ever become something, nor can something ever become nothing. Substance can be converted, transmuted, and changed in a million ways, but it can never be destroyed. For example, if we plant an acorn in the soil, it will sprout forth a tree. Each year, the tree will bring forth leaves in the spring and shed them in the fall. The leaves drop to the earth and become a part of the fertile soil. The tree leaves for 100 years, dies, falls to the earth, and decays. This decomposed timber slowly becomes part of the earth and is hardened into peat and coal. The coal is mined and brought into the home as fuel. Here it is consumed with fire and burned into ashes, and the heat units thrown off are used to warm the home. The ashes again cast upon the earth, supplying food to the soil, which finally nurtures another seed and causes it to sprout forth and become, in time, another great tree. This is really the law of nature. Following the cycle of the substance of the tree, we find it changing form many times. We see it giving off gases, heat units, chemicals of many kinds, and yet, if it were possible to be measured accurately, we would find that not one tiny part has been lost. All the supply there ever was, still is, and ever shall be, for nothing can ever be wasted or lost. There can never be a shortage of supply. So now, I love this example because you're kind of reading the example and you kind of think to yourself, where's Holliwell going with this? But he's using such a simple example of the laws of nature, of the tree, and in the beginning, how the tree, as the tree grows in the fall, the leaves fall to the earth. Then the leaves decay. When the leaves decay, that's food for the soil. So there's so through all this process, nothing is wasted. There's a purpose to it. And then when he wraps up the example, he kind of connects it to the law of supply. All supply there ever was, still is, and ever shall be, for nothing can be wasted or lost. There can never be a shortage of supply. And I'll put this in another way. He's saying there can never be a shortage of supply, but there can never be a shortage of abundance for you or abundance for me. There's never a shortage. When we grow up, and sometimes we're not really taught this as a little child, but as we grow up, we kind of just learn it. Learn it through media. We kind of adopt it. I don't know where it comes from or where in life we kind of brought it upon us, but we kind of think supply is limited. We think abundance is limited. We think that abundance is only for the lucky. Okay, but the supply is for everybody. Supply, there's always supply. There's always plenty. There's always plenty of abundance. And that's what we have to start to digest in our mind is there's always abundance. Okay, there's never gonna be a lack of abundance in your life. Okay, let's say, for example, you want to buy a house, you want to buy a dream house, and you don't need to rush into buying your dream house because your dream house will always be there. There's always going to be abundance. Okay, there's always going to be abundance for you. Because some people do not see abundance around them and do not enjoy plenty is evidence that they do not understand or do not apply the law. Okay, it's funny because this is what we've just been talking about, abundance. And even though I read this chapter, I actually took a couple days off. Yeah, I mean, I read the chapter, highlighted it. I took a couple days off, and now when I came back to do this video, I didn't reread the chapter, so I didn't even know this paragraph was coming up. So I'm just kind of saying my thoughts, but it's kind of amazing here. I really want you to listen to this because it is so powerful. Because some people do not see abundance. Okay, listen to even this could be you, because you do not see abundance around yourself and do not enjoy plenty is evidence that you do not understand and you do not apply the law. Okay, the laws of the universe are exact. It's an exact science. Either what Holliwell said before, either you consciously know this or you're unconsciously unaware of it, but it's still going to work for your favor or not. In their blindness, they say that plenty does not exist. And so far as they can see, but they're trying to see with sight again, they're seeing in their 3D world, they may be right. But when they learn to see with their mind's eye, they realize differently. Okay, now he's kind of going deeper here, is that he's kind of saying, okay, no matter what's going on in your 3D world, okay, in your present world, you might be surrounded by poverty. But once you know the law, once you understand the law of supply, once you really understand that abundance is all around you, that's your belief. Okay, remember, it's inside, it works from the inside out. So no matter if you're surrounded by poverty, your mind is of abundance. And even if you go into, and I'll put a link down below, even if you read The Science of Getting Rich by Wallace Wattles, he really states this. It's really, to really master your mind, is mind mastery is really understanding the laws. Mind mastery is really like when you actually see in your eyes, when you see unhealthy people all around you, your mind is of health. When you see poverty all around you, you see abundance within your mind. See, it works from the inside out. Okay, because you understand the law. Okay, you understand the laws of the universe. You understand the laws of the mind. You understand how things work. And then he goes on and says, in green here, there is a phase of the law known as demand and supply. Now he's kind of dissecting the law of supply here. This is a phase of the law known as demand and supply. Then he goes into the example in purple, which is found in every department of life. Years ago, Thomas Edison resorted to its use when he invented the first electric light. When his carbon lamp was brought to the people as a new kind of lighting, far superior to any method then known, at that time, did they readily accept it. So they didn't accept it. When he actually invented the light, the electric light, nobody accepted it. They still wanted to live by candlelight. Many thought it was ridiculous and too expensive. They were using candles, oil lamps, and small percentage of gas lamps. Such light was plenty good enough, hence quite some time elapsed before the public was educated to the advantages of electricity over the old ways of light, heat, and power. Not until the people were convinced of its advantages of this new power did they invest in its future, build powerhouses, set up pools, and string wires all over town to factories and homes. How was all this accomplished? When there was a demand for the need of the electric power, the supply was forthcoming. Where did it all come from? Out of the earth, out of the air, from water power, stream power, gas, oil, and 1,001 other sources. It comes directly from nature, whose foresight created these materials in the earth. Once our forefathers were in style when they rode the stage, a hack or a carriage. It has not been so long since one was the talk of the town if he owned a fast team of horses and a rubber-tired Victoria or gig. Where are they now? Where are they now? Gone and almost forgotten. The automobile has supplanted them. How did it all happen? When people demanded a means of traveling with more speed, greater comfort, and luxury, necessity gave man an idea. He thought of building a horseless carriage. He worked on the plan, slowly developed it, and slowly educated the public to accept the modern mode of transportation. One outstanding man dreamed of a world rolling on wheels and set out to build a car that the poor man could afford. Today, the automobile has become such an important factor in man's life that we wonder how he could have ever progressed without it. You see, whenever man has needed a certain thing in life, an idea has been first given him in mind. I'll highlight this kind of where I'm at, and I'll read it again to you. You see, whenever man has needed a certain thing in life, an idea has been first given him in mind. He was inspired to develop the idea and then materialize it by converting a piece of mud and metal into a usable form. Why did people live so long content with the horse and carriage and not enjoy the automobile? Because they could not imagine it. Their minds were not trained to demand such a thing. Was the supply available to build such a machine? There was as much supply at hand then as now. In fact, the supply has always been there since the beginning. Thus, it was not God's fault that the auto was late to coming to man's need. It was man's fault because he had been so long realizing the need. In this example, this is kind of strong here. Thus, it was not God's fault. Okay, because we kind of have a habit when something happens, something's not happening fast enough. Maybe we didn't manifest our intention, and we blame God. We've all kind of done this at some point in our life. That we blame God, we blame another entity, we blame another person. That it's their fault why something didn't happen in our lives. So thus, it was not God's fault that the automobile was so late in coming to man's need. It was man's fault because he had been so long realizing the need. So man, in this, what he's saying, man took so long into realizing the need because he was the man and woman is, they're trying to look by sight. They took so long to materialize it. Now Holliwell says, where there is no demand, there would be no evidence of supply. Our parents who had a horse and buggy consciousness could not attract a new mode of travel until they were able to enlarge their minds to conceive the necessity of the automobile. Now he's giving like really kind of very, very basic examples, but I love how he's kind of, that's why I'm giving these examples, because I love how he's kind of wrapping these examples into the law of supply. I'm going to read this one more time in yellow. Where there is no demand, there will be no evidence of supply. Our parents who had a horse and buggy consciousness, listen to this, you can apply this to anything in your life. Our parents who had a horse and buggy consciousness could not attract a new mode of travel until they were able to enlarge their minds to conceive the necessity of the automobile. And look at it to your day, in your daily life. Kind of what I said there, kind of think about it for a moment here, is lots of times I do videos, if I talk about money, and anytime, anyone talks about money, maybe they're talking personally to you, maybe it's more money than you make. I mean, right away when people talk about money, a lot of people will get like a knot in their stomach, especially it's more money than what they make, or, they can't really perceive in their mind how they can make that much money, no matter if it's 100,000 a year, 200,000 a year, $500,000 a year, or no matter we're talking about millions of dollars. Like, lots of times what happens, your or people's consciousness around money, you could be at a $50,000 salary a year consciousness, so you can't really conceive a $100,000 salary. Okay, until you kind of slowly get up there, you slowly start believing that you deserve. You slowly start believing that I can have this $100,000 salary. I can have this $100,000 life, that other people have as well. I can have it. But it really comes down to your belief. It really comes down to your consciousness. You're stuck in that kind of in that poverty consciousness. The secret of the law lies in one's consciousness. A man's life consists not in the abundance of the things he possesses, but in the consciousness of that which he has. Man possesses the whole world and all its wealth, yet is only able to enjoy what his consciousness permits him to discern. I mean, okay, this is so powerful right here. And then he goes into another example in purple. I'll read it one more time to you, but it's really powerful. I really want you to listen to this. The secret of the law lies in one's consciousness. Okay, it's lies in our consciousness, lies in our beliefs. A man's life consists in the abundance of the things he possesses, but in the consciousness of that which he has. Man possesses the whole world and all its wealth. Listen, man possesses the whole world and all its wealth. You possess the whole world and all its wealth. Why? Because abundance is within inside you. Abundance is for all. And with the law of supply, abundance, there's plenty of abundance. There's plenty of supply. Yet, okay, listen to this. Yet, you are only able to enjoy it what your consciousness permits you to discern. Okay, I'm kind of mixing up the words here a little bit, kind of putting it on you, but you're only able to enjoy what you really believe, what's in your consciousness. So you're only able to enjoy that. So let's say again, you make 50 grand a year, you're only able to enjoy that $50,000 a year lifestyle. You can't enjoy that $100,000 a year lifestyle because your consciousness is stuck back in this $50,000 a year lifestyle. So even though the abundance is for you, you can have it just as easily, but you can't enjoy it, but you're stuck in that level of consciousness. So let's go on to his example here. Somewhere I read a story of a man, not a band, who lived outside of Pittsburgh and operated a small farm and dairy. Day in and day out, he worked laboriously to earn a meager living for himself and his family. And this is a great story. I remember it. One day, several men who had been surveying some adjacent land walked across his pasture land when they were crossing a stream of water that ran through the field. So that they're on his property, so they're kind of crossing a stream, not really a river, kind of a stream that kind of went down through his property. So they're crossing that stream. The farmers noticed them stopping, stooping down, and studying the slime and scum that had collected against the crude footbridge he had laid there. One man had scooped up some water in his hand and apparently drank it. Another collected some water in a canteen he carried attached to a buckle on his belt. The farmer was puzzled and wondered why anyone should be interested in that stuff. Even the cattle had no taste for it, for they pushed the scum aside to drink the clear water. So he had cattle, he had a farm, so even his farm animals that went down to the stream wouldn't drink the water. They were basically there was like scum on top of the water, so they basically kind of move it aside to actually drink the water. So the man's kind of basically confused, like why are they down there like studying the water? Some weeks later, a man called and offered him a fabulous price for the farm. Why? The man must be crazy, he thought. He could never get his investment back by farming that ground. He had not tried it for years. He was joyful at his prospects of getting such value and readily sold the farm. So here's the men. Okay, the men's going down the stream. They're studying the water. They collected some water, probably to take back and test it. Okay, then they called the man and offered him more money than what the man thought his land was worth. Okay, so it was a great price for the farmer. So he sold the farm to them. He moved to Canada to be near his brother and bought another farm. It wasn't long, however, until some queer contraptions were set up on the farm, and the word spread like wildfire that they had found oil. So listen to this. The man had this farm, and he had this stream, and the man's living like kind of like on an oil field. of the stream, and he didn't know it. So that's what the men were kind of studying when they kind of just happened to walk across the stream, that they found oil on his land. So that's why they bought the land from him. So where to leave off here? I'm right here. In a few years at the farm of less than 100 acres produced millions of dollars in oil for its owners. The farmer remained poor and worked hard because he knew only how to scratch the surface and tend the soil. Nature had supplied an abundance for the man, but he could not realize only a scanty portion. He could only see the farm only as the anchors and the stones and the dirt. And before I go off in a green here, because he really says something fantastic, I love what he says here. Make sure it's on green. Is right here. The farmer remained poor and worked hard because he knew only how to scratch the surface and tend the soil. Now, I believe that Holliwell, he's kind of talking indirectly here. He's using this example, but think about it in this way. Think about our deep-rooted beliefs. Okay, we got really deep-rooted beliefs, and we have surface beliefs. We want to believe in manifesting. We want to believe in a law of assumption. We really want to believe that abundance is our birthright, but that's kind of on a conscious level. Our deep-rooted beliefs don't believe it. So what he's saying here is kind of like indirectly is that we got to go deep. You got to go deep into changing your deep and changing your root beliefs. Okay, that's really controlling you. It's really controlling your lifestyle. And that's kind of the metaphor here, is that the farmer remained poor and worked hard because he knew only how to scratch the surface and tend the soil. Like when we live our lives on the surface level. We live our lives on what we see. We don't live our lives on what we truly believe, but we don't dig deep enough to really change our core beliefs. That's really holding us back. The law is not at fault because man was poor. Listen to this. The law is not at fault because the man was poor and had to work so hard to earn a living. Man will ever be poor as long as he demands of a life a meager living and sees in it a struggle, toil, hardship, and limitation. See, that's how the man's mind was. He only saw that he had to work hard. Why? But that's probably came from his parents the generation before. He saw his parents, and he grew up. He saw his parents work really hard. So when he grew up, he had to work really hard. So he saw life as life was a struggle. I had to work hard. There's hardship, there's limitation. Abundance isn't for me, and that's what he's attracting. A like attracts like. That's what the subconscious mind is going to give him. It's going to give him more struggle, toil, hardship, and limitation. Because it's like the law, subconscious mind, the law doesn't play favorites. Okay, not like when we go to school and the teachers have their favorites. You know what I mean? When we grow up, get a job, our bosses have its favorites. You know what I mean? It's the same cycle. Okay, the law. Okay, how the law works. Okay, all the laws of the universe and the law of supply, it doesn't play favorites. It only plays to who understands the law for the good. And people who don't understand the law still works. They're just going to go in the opposite way. The thing we dare not do is to fret and worry about supply. Listen to this. This is great. The thing we dare not do is to fret and worry about supply. Okay, we worry about how our money is going to come in. We worry about abundance. We worry about our next payday. We worry about paying our bills. Or about where our next dollar is coming from. The same thing I'm talking about. Fretting and worry tend to restrict and limit the supply at hand. They tend to close off the outflow of substance. Listen to this. This is why it's so powerful. I'll read this one more time because I only read a couple sentences here. The thing we dare not do is to fret and worry about supply and about where our next dollar is coming from. Fretting and worrying tend to restrict and limit supply at hand. They tend to close off the outflow of substance, whether the flow is small or large. It restricts it, it cuts it off. Instead of lifting us out of limitation, instead of improving our conditions or increasing our supply, they drag us deeper into the throes of doubt and fear. Instead of expecting more to follow, we grow tense and anxious, which increases our fear and brings us less and less. So powerful. I'm just going to highlight this, but this is where I left off, so I don't have to go through it. I'm going to reread this. Instead of lifting us out of limitation, instead of improving our conditions or increasing our supply, they drag us deeper into the throes of doubt and fear. Instead of expecting more to follow, we grow tense and anxious, which increases our fear and brings us less and less. And when I read this, when we start talking about worry, fret is this a really an old term. It's really an old term. But we start talking about worry, and this really kind of, and I'll put the link down below again for the Power Wealth Classics. The Power Wealth Classics has 3 books in it. Has Think and Grow Rich, has The Science of Getting Rich, and it has one more by Bennett Reed. And it's left my mind there for a second. I'm sorry about that, but I'll leave the book down below. But it comes with 3 books, and this is something that Napoleon Hill has stated in Think and Grow Rich, is the kind of the strong thing with doubt and worry. So when we worry, okay, the scary thing about worry, we start fretting, we start worrying about abundance, where money's coming from. Worry leads to doubt. And doubt leads to fear. And once we're scared, once we have fear, fear is crippling. Fear is where everything starts falling apart. And this is kind of indirectly what Holliwell was saying, is how worry and doubt, then it leads to fear. And, all the abundance that you want to attract it just starts getting less and less and less and less and less, because you're worrying about it. You're bringing so much energy and emotion to your worry, and the subconscious mind is just bringing you what you're worrying about. Instead of tightening up on your thinking, we must relax and be more expanding. Listen to this. Instead of tightening up on your thinking, we must relax. Remember, in a relaxed state, when we're super relaxed, that's when abundance comes to us. That's what we want comes to us, when we're super relaxed, and be more expanding. We must educate our minds to be a larger state of thinking. When we can think and realize more abundance, we shall receive more abundantly. This does not mean that the engineer is destined to be rich while the farmer remains poor. There are poor engineers and rich farmers. It is not the vocation, it's not the job that you have, the career that you have, that's what he means, that determines riches, but the demands we make on our vocations that determine our riches. As we are able to think and realize more abundance out of what we already have, we shall not only expand our thinking, but we receive more abundantly. This is the basic principle of the law. I'm gonna read that. I'm gonna read from instead to this basic principle of the law one more time, really quick. But this is so powerful. He's really digging deep in here. Okay, so basically what he's talking about, instead of what most of us do when things aren't going our way, we're paying bills. Maybe we set an intention. We want more money. It's not happening. For whatever the reason, we start worrying. Worry leads to doubt. Doubt leads to fear, and fear is crippling. Okay, when we start worrying, we put so much emotion. When we worry, when you really think back in times that you're really worried about something, okay, you're going to agree that you're bringing so much emotion to it. You're bringing so much emotion to it. What you're worrying about, you go inside naturally. You're not thinking about doing it. You're doing it so natural. You go inside your imagination, and you're thinking about the whole movie scene that what you're worried about. Maybe you're playing a negative scene in your mind, how it's going to work out. That's what we're really doing when we start worrying. Then we start doubting the whole process. When the worry and plus doubt, that equals fear. Now we get flipping scared. And once we're scared, things start kind of falling apart. We start going downhill from there. Abundance starts kind of staying away from us. Okay, no matter what we want, starts staying away from us because we're bringing so much emotion to our worried state. And remember, what we bring emotion to, the subconscious mind doesn't play favorites. What we bring emotion to is what the subconscious mind is going to think, well, that's what Chad wants. Chad wants more of this. And it brings me more of what I don't want because I'm bringing so much emotion to it. So instead of tightening up on our thinking, we must relax. We must get in a relaxed state and be more expanding. We must educate our minds to be a larger state of thinking. When we can think and realize more abundance, we shall receive more abundance. This does not mean that the engineer is destined to be rich while the farmer remains poor. There are poor engineers and rich farmers. It is not the vocation that determines riches. So it is not the career that you're in, but the demands we make on our vocations, the demands we make on our career that determines our riches. As we are able to think and realize more abundance out of what we already have, we shall not only expand our thinking, but receive more abundantly. This is the basic principle of the law. The magnet was not charged of itself, but had to be charged with an electric energy by one who understood the operation. A magnet in the hands of an untrained man would be little changed, but in the care of a trained engineer, it could become a strong force of attraction and do great good. Likewise, listen to this, right here, likewise, the mind magnet, he's basically doing that metaphor. He gave you an example of a magnet. Okay, when the magnet's in the wrong hands, it doesn't do anything. It might even do destruction. But the magnet in the proper hands of a trained person, it can bring positive change to everything. Okay, now he's taking the magnet, he's using that metaphor, the mind, our mind is a magnet, our thoughts is a magnet. Likewise, the mind magnet of a person can be stimulated to a strong force of attraction. It is possible to get help from one who already has a full understanding of the law and give him a good start. Of course, the mind magnet can be charged with constructive thoughts, but it will take some time for these to be effective. And the student who lacks perseverance may too readily become discouraged before the work is accomplished. I'll highlight this word, perseverance. He's talking about persistence, staying persistent with it. Now, I'm going to reread this to you. May too readily becomes discouraged before the work is accomplished. I always advocate that it is better to get a good start when possible by getting help rather than to come over the slower and more tedious path of self-education. Then the student, knowingly that the law does work, will be able to make rapid progress in his development and practice. Now, here towards the end, Holliwell's really talking about finding a good coach and mentor, somebody who understands the law, somebody who really understands manifestation, law of attraction, law of assumption, the Neville-Goddard technique. So somebody who's kind of more ahead of you that can really help you kind of speed up your progress, rather than you kind of doing it all by yourself. Because if you're doing it all by yourself, lots of times with people, they don't persevere, they don't persist in it. They do it for a few days or a week, they're not getting the results, and they think it doesn't work, and they go right back to their lifestyle. So I'll read this from here likewise one more time because it's really so powerful. We really want this stuff to sink into you. Likewise, the mind magnet of a person, our mind is a magnet, can be stimulated to a strong force of attraction. It is possible to get help from one who already has a full understanding of the law and give him a good start, like Holliwell, for example. Of course, the mind magnet can be charged with constructive thoughts, but it will take some time for these to be effective. And the student who lacks perseverance, the students who lacks being consistent and persistent, may too readily become discouraged before the work is accomplished. I always advocate that it is better to get a good start when possible by getting help, by getting a mentor, by getting a coach, rather than to come over the slower and more tedious path of self-education. Then the student knowingly that the law does work will be able to make rapid progress in its development and practice. So at the very end, when he's saying this right here, that the student knowingly that the law does work will make rapid progress in development and practice. The reason why this happens is because, okay, once you work with someone that is farther ahead than you, they know how the law works, they can help you out, you tend to believe it sooner. And that's what he's saying. Like, once you see with your own eyes that the law does work, once you see it works, okay, you start really believing it because you see that it works, and you're able to make rapid progress. You're able to make faster progress than somebody else who really tries to go off on their own and try to figure out on their own. All the poverty in the world arises from a poverty consciousness, whether it be collective or individual. Why do millions suffer lack and millions more die yearly in India from starvation? I am told that many of them have never in a whole lifetime enjoyed a full meal. Surely it is not because nature has underestimated the need for so great a people. Surely it is not because there is not enough food to go around. It is because the vision of the people has been limited to such poverty. So he's really talking about poverty consciousness. And he's talking about we can have it as an individual and we can have it as a collective. And as a collective, this is where the example came from, is using like a third world country in poverty and starvation. It's really the collective. It's really their vision of poverty, why they can't get out of poverty. And this is something I kind of brought up just like today, that that I live in Thailand, and Thailand, there's a lot of Thailand that's in poverty, or if you talk to a lot of locals, a lot of them are struggling, or a lot of the normal wages is only from like 10,000 to 15,000 baht per month. And so a lot of them have a poverty consciousness, how they live their life. And you can see when you hang out with them, you can see how they carry themselves. You can see it more and more like in their speech and how they talk, or they're constantly talking about how expensive things are. And it's a collective. That's what he's talking about. It's abundance is for everybody, and that's what you have to get in your mind. Abundance is for everybody, so it can affect you as an individual, like you and me, and it can affect a whole group of people, a whole country, okay? Or sometimes certain countries are kind of basically oppressed to think abundance isn't for you. Ask the farmer about his crops. He will tell you his problem is not scarcity, but oversupply. Ask the miner, no matter whether he mines for gold, silver, diamonds, coal, or iron, he will tell you that the supply is far greater than the demand. The law of supply is here. Law of supply is far greater than its demand. Abundance is all around us. That's what he's talking about. Ask the scientist, and he will tell you there is food aplenty. There is more food in the air, yet undiscovered, than we can use. There is more power in a single drop of water or in a lump of sugar than a man can realize at this moment. The supply is greater than the demand, and the demand is determined by man's own thinking. So when he's talking about the supply is greater, abundance is greater than demand. The abundance is greater than all the jobs and careers out there. The abundance is oversupplying. So that's what it means. The supply is greater than the demand. So we don't have to worry about that. We missed our chance for abundance, because abundance is always there. The supply is always there. There's an oversupply of abundance. But the only thing that restricts it is our own thinking. The proposition with most of us is that our power of attraction is too weak to meet the demands. Our mind is like a magnet which draws into itself This draws into itself its own like, type, and kind. A magnet can draw to itself in a proportion to its power of magnetism that is generated or collected within itself. Our mental magnet is greatly reduced in strength by our worries and fears. Now remember, he's kind of going back to, almost a page ago. Our mental magnet is greatly reduced by our worries and fears. Why? Because once we worry about something, once we fear something, we have such a deep-rooted belief. When we put so much emotion to it, that's why our worries and fears have so much power, and it takes away that attraction. Our mental magnet is greatly reduced in strength by our worries and fears, and our inflow of good is slowly closed off. If our mental force becomes too weakened, it may even repel what little good that is trying to reach us. As we can charge a magnet with electric energy to build up its power of magnetism, so can our mind be charged with a mental energy that builds up a power of attraction. Like nature, we must follow a natural law. Nature never builds downhill, always up. To receive prosperity, we, like nature, cannot perform magic or miracles. We cannot make health or happiness or dollars out of nothing. Nature shows us how we can convert much or little of the available substance into a usable material. The available substance is our thought, and we charge our minds with constructive thoughts. So this is how we charge our minds. This is how we kind of charge our minds with, like a magnet, like a mental force. And we charge our minds with constructive thoughts. We charge our minds mainly with positive thinking. We charge our minds with our new belief system that abundance is yours. That's how we charge our minds. Okay. Now, have you ever, I'm going to highlight right here so I remember where I'm at, but have you ever done this? Maybe you did a meditation walk. Maybe you just got yourself really relaxed. Maybe it happened to you naturally. Maybe you did it on purpose, where you did some type of manifesting exercise. But have you ever? Sometimes when I'm taking a meditation walk, I just walk outside. I start kind of thinking about what I want. I start thinking about the abundance. And for like 45 minutes on my walk, I'm thinking like this. I don't sway from the thoughts. And at the end of my walk, I feel, it's weird. I feel so, in my mind, I feel so charged. I feel so almost like a higher consciousness in that moment. Like a mind feels so charged with positivity. Like it almost feels like it almost feels like I'm a magnet, or I'm kind of vibrating a little bit. Like I'm not physically vibrating while I'm shaking, but it feels like I'm vibrating. I mean, have you ever have that happen to you? But it's coming from this state, is because we're either relaxed in a meditation, or we're just relaxing thinking, but we start thinking constructively. We start thinking very positive. We start thinking about what we want, what we like, and we do this for either many minutes or a half hour. We really get into it. Naturally, we just kind of fall into it. But afterwards, we can kind of feel the energy around us, where it's going to start attracting what we're thinking. Like constructive, let me see. There I'm at. Like nature, to accomplish good, our thoughts must always be building upward. So our thoughts, he's kind of looking at it going, nature never builds uphill, never builds downhill. Same with our mind. We're always going up. We're going up in positivity. We're going up in constructive thoughts. We're not going down. That's what he's talking about. Like nature, to accomplish good, our thoughts must always be building upward, must be constructive. If, for example, a drone bee in a hive has decided to lay down on its brothers and only do half the job, does Mother Nature agree and find a part-time work for that special bee? She does not. She impresses the other bees, who are working hard to collect the honey and fill the hive, to send their soldiers after the drone. It is politely marched outside and stung to death. Nature destroys a lazy bee. If thoughts enter our minds that are not full strength, are not wholly positive like nature, we must comply with the law and destroy them. We dare not entertain a half-truth or a lazy thought without weakening our power of attraction and reception. So once we start entertaining negative thoughts, we start entertaining maybe half-truths or half-beliefs, it weakens our power of attraction. It weakens our mind magnet. And that's what he's kind of talking about here. Right here is an excellent place for us to begin with an inventory. We law should sieve our thoughts carefully to separate the strong thoughts from the drone thoughts. The drones must be cast out and destroyed by refusal to accept them any longer. Then we must carefully guard every thought so that another weak one cannot unconsciously or consciously slip through the play destruction with others that are trying to be good. Then he goes on to an example, and this example connects to what we're just talking about. A man came to me one day late in the fall and expressed his fears pertaining to his job. He had been employed for many years in a hotel that for the first time he had felt the effects of a dull season. It was rumored, he said, that the management was going to close down the house and let out the employees until spring. So basically they're going to do a massive layoff. He said, I feel these folks know there will be a shutdown. They are in the office of the manager. What do you think I can do about it? There is only one thing you can do, I answered. Go back to work and realize the law. If the law determines your supply and position, then no one but the law can change it for you. If you realize this and keep it constantly in your mind, I shall help you keep the law at work. If the law has another position for you, there will be a door open before this one can close. Go back to work and ignore the rumors. So this is Holliwell's advice to him, because technically, I put that right there to kind of know my spot. Technically, it looks like they're going to do a massive layoff until spring. So it looks like they're kind of going to lay off through the winter months and then come back in the spring. And he's worried. Everybody's going to the manager's office. They don't know if they're all going to be laid off, what's going to go on. So he doesn't want to get laid off, of course. And so he's worried about it. So Holliwell tells them, go back to work and ignore the rumors. Let the others fear and fret, but don't let yourself come under their thought. Listen to this. While others are becoming worried and fretting and doubting and getting fear because they're going to lose their job and be laid off, don't you let it affect you. That's what he's saying. Don't you let their thoughts affect you. You just you just go back to work and you ignore the rumors. You ignore everything. Then he says, to prove your faith or confidence in the law, prepare to enter another year's business on your books. Get ready to carry on and expect your work to increase and improve. So here he's kind of teaching almost a Navigato technique. Remember, all the old school prosperity teachers, they taught really the same thing. They just explained it differently. He said, let others fear and fret, but don't let yourself come under their thought. To prove your faith or confidence in the law, prepare to enter another year's business. So that's what he's saying. He's going in there with a belief. He's not giving no thought, no energy. He's not reacting to it. Okay, he's totally just ignoring it, that they're going to do a shutdown. He's going to work thinking in his imagination, thinking, hey, he's already thinking about next year, about how work's going to be, business on the books and stuff like that. He's already thinking the next year. He's not entertaining the layoff at all in his mind. He's not giving up one source of energy. So one more time. He says, let others fear and fret, but don't let yourself come under their thought. To prove your faith or confidence in the law, prepare to enter another year's business on the books. Get ready to carry on and expect your work to increase and improve. He went back and did as he was told. When rumors grew to realities, he held firmly to his thoughts of increased work and business. Thus, he was retained during the slack times. So the company kept him during the slack times, during the layoff. He was kept in the office to handle the business, and because of his increased work and responsibility placed upon him, he was given an increase in salary. So listen to this. They're doing a layoff, and everybody's kind of fretting and worrying and doubting and fearing, but yet he ended up getting more work and increased salary during a layoff time. If he had been allowed to entertain, listen, if he had been allowed to entertain the fears and thoughts of loss and lack, he would have suffered with the rest who was laid off. This is according to law. The law is no respecter of persons. See, what he's saying, the law is no respecter of persons. The law plays no favorites. It's just giving you where your mind goes, where your thoughts goes. It's just as is. If he allowed his thoughts for good to become adulterated with thoughts of lack, he would have weakened his mental magnet. He could have not have attracted any more than his mind was able to receive. It matters not how much we pray or how loud we pray. Our prayers can only be answered as we work the law. The law will serve us in proportion to how well we serve it. Robert Collier, in one of his books, tells of an incident that happened in Chicago. A young man, while in the elevator of a large business house, was asked the question, "What is your religion?" He promptly answered, to the surprise of others, that his religion was Sears, Roebuck and Company. That young man is one of the executives of the same company today. Why? He touched the law of supply, and that he thought solely in terms of his interest. His firm's success was his success. See, that's the law. That's the law of working. That's the law of supply. The way he worked, your work success is your success. His concerted interest enabled him to become part of the firm. Today, he has a tufted seat, a handsome office, and a fine salary. If your need to supply, then your religion is the same. Like the young man, your single thought must be abundance. As abundance and supply are one, then to use the law, you must think supply, talk supply, and live supply with every thought. Keep your thoughts so occupied with ideas of plenty that any and all of the drone thoughts or lack of or loss will be destroyed. This is why I like this. This is really why I like this example here. Because a lot of his examples are kind of okay, but in this chapter anyway, at the very end of the example, he really ties it together and says something very excellent. And he ties this together and he says, as abundance and supply are one, the law of supply and abundance are one. Then to use the law, you must think supply, talk supply, and live supply. You must think abundance, talk abundance, and live abundance. Put different words in there. Okay? And you must think it, you must talk it, you must live it. So basically what happens, like when manifesting is not working for us, when law of attraction and anything not working for us, lots of times we've gotten into bad habits. Really bad habits is we might think supply, we might think abundance, we might think positive, but the issue is we don't talk it. And this is something we've learned. I don't know why we've learned this, especially as an adult. Kids they always think about what they want to do, they talk about what they like, and they live it. Kids just do it naturally. Kids end up living the law naturally. Then, parents and really the school system kind of, beat it out of the kids. Then as an adult, what we end up learning is it's not acceptable to talk about abundance, to talk about what you like, to talk about what you're doing, to talk about what you want. It's not acceptable to do that. When we go to work, we've all done it. We've all talked to the wrong people. We've all started talking about what we like. Then the other person is kind of like, you can tell they're not into it. The only thing they're into, if we talk negative, then people all around us listening to our negative story. But if we talk about abundance, what we like, what we enjoy, what we're doing, then everybody just kind of stays away from us. Or at least the wrong people stay away from us. And that's what we have to understand is that, if you can't talk about abundance, you can't talk about what you like, you enjoy, then you're hanging around the wrong people. That's really what it is. You're hanging around the wrong people. This is where the rubber meets the road here. Okay, we must think supply. We must think abundance. We must talk supply. We must talk abundance. We must live supply. We must live abundance with every thought. Keep your thoughts so occupied with ideas of plenty. So keep your thoughts so occupied with ideas of plenty. That's why I'm saying we constantly think about what we want, what we like, what we enjoy. That any or all drone thoughts or any negative thoughts, what he's talking about, he's using the drone thoughts, but any negative thoughts of lack or loss will be destroyed. Because you're spending all your energy constantly thinking about what you like, what you like, what you like to do, your hobbies, abundance. You're thinking all of this, you have little room to really focus on what you don't like. Remember, not to confuse money with supply. Money is but of one of the numerous means of supply. Money is not the root of evil, but the love of money is. If you concentrate upon money alone, you use every means to gather it and hoard it. You are forcing the law to close out the good. If you concentrate on part and not the whole, you get only a small part. If you concentrate on the whole, you enjoy all its parts. If you love money, use the law solely to amass riches, you may gain riches, but you will also lose so much more that your life will be quite empty and lonely. So here he's kind of, really kind of dissecting money now. He's dissecting that not to confuse money with supply. Like money is not the root of evil, but love of money is. And how he's saying love of money is usually if you love of money, even if you're rich, but if you hoard it, if you hoard money, you're not really living an abundant life. And even if you have a family, your family isn't really living an abundant life because you're hoarding money. So even if you're a hoarder, you're not really living abundance. You're really living a poverty life. And all the people around you isn't living an abundant life. You're not living by the law. I knew a man who determined early in his life to concentrate on accumulating money. He attained his ambition and became an influential power in his town. He confided in a friend before he died, saying, "I did everything I knew to become rich. I gained riches, but I lost the love and companionship of my wife and the joy of being a father to our children. I lost my health, and I'm spending my wealth to regain my health, but somehow it doesn't respond. Yes, I learned how to get rich, but I never learned how to live." And this is very, very powerful right here. And this is kind of exactly what I said. Well, it's green, but exactly kind of the example I said, but he said it in a different way. And I kind of liked how he said it, is because money is not evil, but it's the love of money. It's hoarding it. You're rich, you're powerful, you have all the money, but you hoard it. You don't share it. You don't live an abundance life. Or you're destroying relationships all around you. You're destroying your family all around you. That's not success. That's living against the law. And this is what Holliwell is saying. He said again, he confided in a friend before he died, saying, "I did everything I knew to become rich. I gained riches, but I lost the love and companionship of my wife and the joy of being a father to our children." So he was never really around. "I lost my health and spending my wealth to regain my health, but somehow it doesn't respond. Yes, I learned how to get rich, but I never learned how to live." If we love the law, use the law to gain supply and use it wisely. We will satisfy every desire. We will learn how to live wholesomely, freely, and wisely, and there will be no losses. Our lives will be as complete as God, the law, designed them to be. There may be many of you who are trying to follow the truth ideas and who have earnestly affirmed the thought statements for supply, but somehow it has only come in small amounts or not at all. This may be largely due to the fact that your senses are not yet strong for your mind to control. You must see first before you can believe. That is, you are so used to seeing just so much supply or money that in spite of your statements, you believe more in what you see than what you are trying to think. To you, it is necessary first to train your senses to come under the control of your thoughts, which you will know you must think to conform the law. Florence Shen, who gives a clear example in her book, The Game of Life. And this is a great book. I read it. It's a game of life and how to play it. And it's written by Florence Shen. So he says Florence Shen gives a clear example of this in her book, The Game of Life. She tells of a man who was seeking a new position and having a limited amount of money, was debating in his mind whether to buy a new coat or to hold tight to the money in case he was long in getting employment. So he was unemployed. So he goes to Florence Shen for advice of what should he do. He's unemployed. He has a very, very limited money, very limited budget, and it's because he doesn't know how long he's going to be unemployed. He was advised by Florence to buy the coat, and it was an expensive fur coat. This reduced his bank account considerably, but it increased his confidence and stimulated his faith, stimulated his belief to such a degree that his prospective employer caught the spirit of it and gave him a splendid job. So basically, he went to Florence saying he's unemployed and he's going through the interview process and he wants to buy this coat, but he doesn't really know. He has fear to buy this coat because this coat is probably a suit jacket, something like that really went along with his dress for his interview. And should he buy it? Shouldn't he? He was scared to buy it because he's thinking, well, I only have a limited budget. I only have a limited savings because I'm unemployed and I don't know how long I'm going to be unemployed. It could be weeks, it could be months. So he was kind of scared. But Florence Shen said, go buy the coat. Okay, go buy it. Even if it reduced his bank account. Go buy, even if it took up most of his money. She said, go buy it. Because she knew that it would stimulate his confidence. It would create more belief in him. It would lift him more into prosperity. And then, but actually what happened when he went to the interview, he actually got the job. Because the employer caught the spirit of it. And what he means, he caught the confidence of him. Because it lifted him up to prosperity. And they cover it right here, kind of what I said. The coat served to enable him to feel prosperous and to venture strength, and the venture strengthened his courage and confidence. So the law proceeded to satisfy the demand. If such a condition arises wherein one feels better for seeing some evidence of prosperity, then it is wise to do that which makes it easier for the person to draw prosperity to him. Certainly, it is not helpful to work for prosperity and see a stack of bills before you or a condition of limitation and a squalor around you. It is better to come away from such a sight and go where the view is more in keeping with the desire of the mind. When I desire to work for prosperity for myself or others, I try to stay in an environment where there is plenty and beauty, where the people around me are not in limited straits. It follows, therefore, that you can steadily draw into your life any and every form of good you may truly desire, as it is the will of God that you should enjoy every good that will promote happiness and progress. All desire is an expression of the will, while to expect good is to demand good, so that both are necessary to attract supply. Therefore, seek to adjust your desire with God's plan, the law, and expect that every good and only good can reach you. Then nothing but good can come. I love this right here. Listen to this. Listen to it deeply. Therefore, seek to adjust your desire with God's plan, the law, and expect that every good and only good can reach you, then nothing but good can come. So if you're thinking in your mind, your belief, and you really think and you really believe and you really expect, okay, you believe, you expect, you demand that every good and only good can reach you, then nothing but good can come to you. An abundance of all needed good is a natural heritage of every man, woman, and child. That is our vital truth. It is wrong for one to dwell in poverty when there is plenty for all. It is wrong for one member of the human family to accumulate vast wealth at the expense of his fellow man, Wrong for one to dwell in conditions of war and chaos when peace may prevail. Wrong for the strong to take advantage of the weak. Wrong to lack in good of any kind that may be essential to promote the welfare and happiness of the individual. So whatever falls short of giving satisfaction, harmony, growth, and increase is abnormal. Nature originally intended that the real needs of man should be adequately supplied, not his surface wants, which are often impulses, but the normal specific needs of the individual, which may be abundantly satisfied, were man to live in closer to harmony and the fundamental law of supply. And it kind of brought up a kind of a rare unique when it says the surface wants here. The law of supply, abundance is going deep into what you really want. That's where abundance, what you really want your life to be. That's what abundance, that's what the law wants to give you. Not just your surface wants, not just you just getting by with life, paying your bills, living month to month, week by week. That's not what the law that's not what the law stands for. That's not what the abundance is your birthright stands for. It wants to go deeper inside you and give you what your deeper wants, your deeper desires. That's what it wants to give you. Nature is prolific, producer of blessings which she gives freely to mankind, ever producing all things for a good and useful purpose. Every individual, therefore, has a natural right to a full supply of every good that he can use and enjoy. Owing, however, to the artificial means man has been taught to use and to depend upon for his supply, he has lost sight of the basic truth upon which this lesson is based. At the outset, let us realize that the material world in which we live is a sphere of effects, that behind these effects is a world of causes. Then recognize that when you may desire in any particular effect, it is because that specific good is already in existence in the sphere of causes. Then recognize that when you desire any particular effect, this desire is an appearance of an underlying cause. Now this last paragraph, he really wraps up what the law of supply is. Okay, he really, going through this whole entire chapter, he gave many kind of really basic examples, and he tried, he did his best to use his examples and kind of sum up the examples of law of supply. But this last paragraph here, stay with me because he really wraps up what the law of supply is. This is the principle upon which our definition of the law of supply is based. And when we learn how to operate it in a proper manner, you will be able to draw into your life more and more of the good in whatever form you may need or desire. Everywhere in the world is a principle of good. We touch it in countless ways. Each thought of good is a seed for the production of good. We are entitled to all the good you can appropriate and use. And the more good you realize and enjoy, the more you live in true accord with the purpose of this ever-present spirit of goodness. Learn to understand how to tap the source of all supply, of all abundance, for there is no limit to the good that may be developed and enjoyed in life. In truth, man embodies every law of nature relating to his highest welfare and orderly growth. He is not therefore separated from any good thing he may need to enhance his happiness and or further his progress. But whether he shall lack or possess that which he needs or requires will be largely determined by the use he makes of his present endowment of intelligence and power. The more the man grows in true knowledge, and the more he uses his powers in constructive ways, the more good he will create in their circle of expression, in his own little world. But kind of walk away from this, law of supply is it's really believing that abundance is all around you. Abundance is your birthright, but it's really to the core to believe that abundance is not limited. Okay, supply is not limited. There's more supply than there is demand. There's more abundance out there than there is demand. You're not going to miss your abundance. You know what I mean? Maybe you try to buy your dream house and you missed it, you missed the opportunity or whatever happened. Well, abundance is still there. There's more abundance for you. So you're gonna get another shot at your dream house, or you're gonna get a better house that comes to you. You know what I mean? Because the law of supply is over demand. The abundance, there's way more abundance than the demand. There's way more abundance in your life than you can actually have. And that's the good news here. But we just have to believe it. That's the core principle here. We just have to believe abundance is ours. We just have to believe abundance is our birthright. And we just have to believe that there's more abundance than demand. Okay, in our life. There's more abundance than what I can do with. We have to truly believe that. Now let's kind of wrap this up. The promised land. No more shall I look to the far skies for my Father's loving aid, since here upon earth his treasure lies, and here in his kingdom laid. No more through the mist of things unknown I'll search for the promised land, for time is the footstool of his throne. I am within his hand. The wealth that is more than his finest gold is here, if I shall but ask. And wisdom unguessed and power untold are here for every task. The gates of heaven are before my eyes, their key is within hand. No more shall I look to the far skies, for here is the promised land. Alva Ramones. Welcome back, everybody. We are on chapter 4 in Working with the Law by Raymond Holliwell. Chapter 4 is Law of Attraction. Now, when I read this, or reread this anyway, I read this book many times, but this is a fantastic chapter. And a lot of this chapter will kind of be blending everything together, what we've been discussing so far. And it will start making more sense to you, especially if you've been struggling with chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3 a little bit. This chapter hopefully will make a little bit more sense to you. So let's rock and roll and get into this. So Law of Attraction, chapter 4. To desire is to expect. To expect is to achieve. I love this quote. To desire is to expect, and to expect is to achieve. Now, I'm not going to dive into this quote yet, because I know Raymond Holliwell, as we dive into this, he kind of explains this quote. And this is really what the chapter is all about. He really goes into desire, what he means by desire, and he really goes into expectation, what he means by expectation. So he really breaks down this quote in this chapter. So like in my words, and then when we desire something, when we set an intention, when we set a want, we want something, that's our desire. Okay, we desire it. But to kind of want something, we have to take that step forward. We have to expect it to happen. Okay, that's kind of the bridge that we're trying to go for here. Most of us, we want something, we desire something, but deep down to our core, we don't really expect it. We don't really think it's going to happen. So it's just like you kind of have to put yourself back when you were a kid. Maybe it was your birthday, maybe it was on Christmas time, maybe you want something, and when you go to your parents and you want something, you kind of expect to receive it. Or if they ask you what you want for your birthday and you say your favorite toy, you expect to receive it. Okay, it's because you trust that much into your parents. You expect it. What you want, you actually expect it. Then when you expect it, you totally forget about it. And you go off and you play in your routine, play with friends all day long, not even thinking about it. Because that's how much you expect it. You just totally let it go because you know 100% you're going to get your favorite toy. So as an adult, we have to kind of put ourselves into that concept. We have to bring that back on ourselves. Where when we want something, we expect it. We know we're going to get it. We have that confidence. So other than that, let's get rocking and rolling. I don't want to talk too much right in the beginning. The underlying law that regulates supply in the world of effects has two important phases. Before we get started here, let me change this over. Okay, I already have it on green, just in case I want to highlight some stuff. The underlying law that regulates supply in the world of effects has two important phases. So what he's talking about, regulate supply, he's actually going back to chapter 3 when we talked about the law of supply, when we talked about the law of abundance. So he's talking about abundance here. Has two important phases. One is desire and the other is expectation. These mental attitudes represent lines of attractive force, the former being the positive phase of the law, and the latter being the negative phase of the law. Remember what we talked about before, when we talk about laws of the universe, basically there's always an opposite to a law. Okay, this is what Raymond Holliwell is really kind of dispersing here. He's kind of doing it slowly, but there's an opposite to every single law of the universe. If there's a hot, there's a cold. Okay, if there's a positive, well, there has to be a negative. So each law runs on one single line. Okay, that's what he's explaining here. If there's a positive phase of the law right here, but then also there's a negative phase of the law. While phases must be complied with to obtain the best and greatest results. The first phase of desire. So now he's really going into, and remember the quote here, okay, to desire is to expect is to achieve. So he's really tearing apart this quote here. The first phase of desire embraces a positive process of attraction. That is, when an individual earnestly desires a thing, he sets up a line of force that connects him with the invisible side of the good desired. Should he weaken or change in his desire, that particular line of force is disconnected or misses its goal. Now listen to this. And right here, it's kind of like when we have desire, we're thinking positive, where we're going inside our imagination, our desire gets stronger, stronger, stronger. That's mental force is basically in the universe is slowly making it happen in our 3D world. But listen to what he says, and this is where kind of negative thinking takes a foothold. When we let our mind drift off, when we get sidetracked from thinking about what we want, thinking about our desire. Should he weaken or change in his desire, that particular line of force is disconnected or misses its goal. So anytime we think negative, anytime we dwell in negativity, we start thinking about what we don't want, what we don't like, what happened at work. Becky said this, we don't like this person at work, and that's all day long. That's pretty much what we are thinking about. Now remember, we have in between 65,000 to 70,000 thoughts per day. 70% of that are negative thoughts, and on top of that, it's redundant. So what we're constantly doing, we're constantly just playing negativity in our mind, and we're doing it different ways. Okay, we're doing it in a way we don't like this. We don't like what this happened. We don't like this person at work, and we're constantly just dwelling in that state. And that weakens our manifesting signal. That weakens the force of stuff happening to ourselves. Remember, like attracts like. But if he remains constant in his desire or ambition, the good demanded is sooner or later realized in part or in entirety. The principle involved is that you cannot long or yearn for anything unless it already exists. I'm going to highlight this. We're going to come back to that. If not in form, then in substance, and desire is the motive power of calling it forth into visible appearance and physical effect. Now, I love this because in this chapter, 100%, you're really going to start seeing how all the old school prosperity teachers really taught the same thing. They described it differently. They explained it differently. They have their own personality of how they're explaining things. But this is the same way if you follow Neville Goddard, you follow all the Neville Goddard techniques. I mean, a lot of us are really into Neville Goddard nowadays. And when he says the principle involved is that you cannot long or yearn for anything unless it already exists. So what he's talking about, let's say, for example, Neville Goddard, is when you go inside your imagination and you can see in your imagination, maybe you see it in the pictures, maybe you can see yourself actually doing it. You created a little movie scene of your dream house, your dream car, the amount of money that you can make. What he's saying here is if you can see it inside your imagination, it already exists. Okay, you can have it. Okay, that's the power we have. That's what we have to come to terms with here. If I can see it inside my imagination, if I want it and I can see it inside my imagination, it already exists. It just doesn't exist in my 3D world yet, but it exists. And that's what Hollowell is saying here. If not in form, what he means by that, not in form and not in your present moment, not in your 3D world, then in substance, meaning in your imagination. And desire is a motive power for calling it forth into visible appearance and physical effect. So your desire, okay, your imagination, and you stay intent with it, and you stay persistent with it, it's going to pull it into your 3D world. But everything we want already exists. That's what we have to understand here. It is no use to desire a thing unless you expect to get it. Listen to this. This is why I love this chapter. It is no use to desire a thing unless you expect to get it, either in part or in full. Desire without expectation is idle wishing or dreaming. You simply waste much valuable mental energy in doing this. Desire will put you in touch with the inner world of causes and connect you by invisible means with the substance of the thing desired. Then, continuously, expectation is necessary to bring it into reality in your life, much like the pull of gravitation in the physical realm. Expectation is a drawing force of the mind which acts in the invisible realm. Now he's getting a little bit wordy here, but I really love this. It is no use to desire a thing unless you expect to get it. So what he's saying here is most of us, we don't expect to get it. We're kind of wishing it, and that's even in our verbiage, or we talk to people. We talk to people about what they want. They're kind of, well, I wish it would happen. You know, they're kind of wishing and dreaming, but they're not expecting it. Okay, maybe someone's talking about their dream vacation, but they're not expecting to go on that dream vacation. So what he's saying is it's a waste of mental energy. Okay, if you're desiring something, you put mental energy to it, you know, you have to expect to get it. Okay, you're just wasting energy just wishing and dreaming. We all know many persons desire good things, which they never expect nor make any real effort to grasp. That's why I just kind of started talking about it. That's why I stopped myself, because I knew we were going to talk about it. They start out well and make it halfway, but not any further. When they learn to comply with the other half of the process involved and learn to expect what they desire, most of their dreams or wishes will steadily materialize. Again, we meet people who expect things they do not want. Now he's reversing it. So basically right here, I'm right here just in case you're keeping up. Basically now he's reversing it. Remember, the law of expectation, okay, the law of attraction, it works on the same plane. Okay, remember, if you have hot, there has to be an opposite. It has to be a cold. Every law works this way. We meet people who expect things they do not want, but which often come. This proves that expectation is a powerful attractive force. Never expect things you do not want, and never desire a thing you do not expect. When you expect something you do not want, you attract the undesirable. I'll highlight this for you. When you expect something you do not want, you attract the undesirable. And when you desire a thing that is not expected, you simply dissipate valuable mental force. On the other hand, when you constantly expect that which you persistently desire, your ability to attract becomes irresistible. Desire connects you with a thing desired, and expectation draws it into your life. This is law. So remember, he's talking about the laws of the universe. This is law, just like the law of gravity. And I won't go into this, but I know he goes into this more in this chapter. But desire connects you with a thing desired. And the expectation, you know it's going to happen. You know you're going to get it. You don't know when, you don't know the how, okay, but you know it's going to come into your life. This is by law. It has to come to you. But in this little paragraph, what he's explaining, what most of us do, okay, if we want to be a millionaire, we try to desire it, but we really don't believe it, okay? But a lot of us will desire things that we really don't want. And this is a very, very easy trap. Okay, this is so easy. It's a so easy trap for me, is that what we end up doing is We think about something we don't like. Immediately, when you think about something you don't like, if you don't like your boss at work and you're watching this, you immediately think about your boss at work and you immediately go into the negative thinking about what you don't like. Then you're playing that kind of that mental movie in your mind inside your imagination. And then off of that, we start attracting things. We start expecting that oh, I'm gonna have a bad day today, or what mood my boss is gonna be in. If he's in a bad mood, this is gonna happen. So we start expecting the worst, and what happens is it ends up happening. It ends up coming true. So expectation works. Expectation works for us, but most of the time it's working against us because what we're expecting is on the negative side, not on the positive side. Should you be oppressed by poverty, hardship, limitation, or lack of any kind, begin now to operate this law of mind and gradually command more and more of the good in the form of better things and improved conditions. It is your right to be happy and free. It is your right to be happy and free. It is our right to be happy and free. We should seek, therefore, to learn more of the unseen laws of mental creation and the marvelous possibilities dormant within our beings. Nature does not deprive us of any good and desirable thing, but has provided us with the mental equipment and inner power to acquire and enjoy all essential good to ensure a happy and worthwhile existence. Application is a test of adequacy, as knowledge is of little or no value unless it can be used in practical ends. Here is a simple method in the beginning for using the power of mind to increase the good in our lives in conformity of the law. And the reason I highlighted this whole chapter in green, usually in green is something very, very important. So this whole paragraph right here is super crazy important. Hey, Bo, how are you? Bo was like checking in on me there, like looking around the corner. It's my dog. Form a clear and well-defined mental picture of what you want. Now, this is where it really comes into, even if you follow Joseph Murphy that wrote The Power of Subconscious Mind, you follow Neville Goddard, it's really no matter, the old school prosperity teachers really taught on the subconscious mind, how to influence the subconscious mind here. They really, even Neville Goddard taught you, you set an intention, you go inside your imagination, you drifted off to sleep. The reason why you drifted off to sleep thinking about what you want is because that's how you influence the subconscious mind. So you're really going to see, all the old school prosperity teachers, what they teach, inside this kind of big paragraph here. Form a clear and well-defined mental picture of what you want. What he means a mental picture, you're going inside your imagination. Okay, so form a clear and defined, well-defined inside your imagination of what you want. You can see yourself doing it. Do not specify its particular form or how it shall come. So what he's talking about here, don't control the how. When you go inside your imagination, you go straight to the end. Okay, if you want your dream car, you already have your dream car, driving your dream car. So it's not don't go inside your imagination and try to figure out how you achieved it. That's not the purpose here. That's what he's saying. Don't think about how it will come, but simply desire firmly and gently the greatest amount of good in that direction. Avoid a tense state of mind or any condition of strain or anxiety. So I'm right here, like avoid a tense state. So what he's talking about here, if I can get it highlighted here, avoid a tense state of mind. He's talking about force. Remember, force negates. Now, when we try to physical force somebody, they run from us. Okay, force negates. The same way, if we try to mental force, if we try to use mental force, mental coercion, okay, the same thing happens. Force negates from us. So when we have a tense state of mind, we're tensed, we're trying to force it to happen. Maybe we have anxiety or worry or doubt. That's going to keep things coming from us. We have to be in a very relaxed state. It is better to do your mind picturing at odd moments when in a quiet and restful conditions. Let the idea or plan of good unfold into vivid mental picture, much the same as though it were moving a picture upon a screen. Do not force the thought, as pressure causes congestion and confusion. So here he talks about force. He just says it in a different way. Do not force a thought, as pressure causes congestion and confusion. Okay, when we start forcing something, force negates, but also confuses us. Same way if we start thinking about multiple things at the same time, same way we keep on changing our mind, it creates confusion. And when you have a confused mind, it doesn't know what to bring to you. The calmer and more peaceful you are, the better the results. Listen, the calmer and more peaceful you are, the more better the results. It's about being calm. Even if you're an entrepreneur and you work, okay, lots of times entrepreneurs, we work under stress. We work under anxiety. We don't work in a relaxed state. Okay, we work under stress and anxiety because we're trying to make money. Okay, that stress causes money to run away from us. Because we're in a way we're kind of forcing it. We're working under force. We're not working under a relaxed state. This is something I really want to do. I'm super relaxed, so forth and so forth. So it works in many different ways, no matter how many ways I want to explain it. The main thing is to hold the thought. The main thing for you right now is to hold your intention, hold your thought, hold what you want, hold it in your mind. Don't give up. Then proceed to nourish your desire or want with a calm, confident conviction that what you seek will come. As you persist in a state of mind, the good desired will tend to gravitate towards you. It may come almost at once, as in respect to little things of less consequence, like an invitation, a book, or meeting a friend on the street. Or it may come by degrees over a period of time, according to the clearness and strength of your demand and the particular form of good desired. In the meantime, I'm right here. In the meantime, be reasonable and practical and do what you can to promote its coming. I have little confidence in the Lord answering the one who rocks in his easy chair and waits for the desired thing to be placed on his lap. Somewhere it says, the Lord helps them that helps themselves. Yes, action spells results. This is something I want to talk about once I finish this paragraph. Yes, action spells results. This supplements your mental creative process and provides a channel for its expression. Then leave the results to the law. As you do your part, the law will do the rest. How well or how accurately you cooperate with the law determines the duration of time apparently required to bring forth your supply. Time is a period created by man. Nature knows no time and always responds in present and in the now. So there's two things I want to talk about here. I want to talk about time. Okay, and I'll just kind of highlight that. And I want to talk about action. Holliwell in this chapter will go and explain action, what he feels what action means. But what he's saying here is that we can't just sit in an easy chair and not do anything. We have to take some sort of action, okay, and to get what we want. But what I want to say here, most of the time when we're talking about force negates, most of the time the mistake that we make is that we take forced action. Okay, we're trying to force things to happen because kind of what we're trying to do is control the how. So we kind of flip back to besides forgetting about the how, because if I'm not controlling the how, I'm kind of open to the universe bringing at different angles to me. Once I control the how, I'm only looking at one angle it's going to come to me. So it kind of stops the whole manifesting process. And most of us, what we're doing is we're taking action, but we're taking action in a way of controlling the how. Okay, the way I like to explain action is intuitive action. Anytime we set an intention, anytime we set a want, we go into our imagination and we do this for a period of time. What we pay attention to, lots of times I'll just stop taking action because I'm waiting for that intuitive impulse. I'm waiting for my intuition to tell me what to do. I'm waiting for that gut feeling or that little thought that comes to you, do this. And that's where you take action. You're taking intuitive action. You're listening to your intuition. You're not taking forced action. Now let's talk about time. Time is a period created by man. Nature knows no time and always responds in the present, in the now. So what Holliwell is really talking about here is time is created by man. What he's talking about is really with time and in our 3D world and what we want, what we end up doing is everything has a sequence. There's a sequence of results. Okay, there has to be step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, step 5, step 6. Okay, like if I want to get a better job, there's always I have to follow a sequence of events. Okay, that's basically what he's talking about. That time is a period created by man. We've created this sequence. Okay, but what he's saying is nature, the universe, God knows no time, and it always responds to present in our 3D world and in the now. So what he's saying is, if nature, God knows no time, is that which is also our subconscious mind. Remember, our subconscious mind, nature, God, is very, very illogical. Okay, our mind, what we do, we have a logical mind. We have a logical sequence of events. Our logical mind says, I got to do step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4 to end up getting my result, end up getting my want. But the nature, God, the subconscious mind, knows no time. It's very illogical, meaning that we could be in step 1, but we could jump to step 6. Okay, that's us not controlling the how. That's what he's really explaining here. It's very illogical. In some instances, results that seem almost magical will appear. This is what he's talking about. Often where there has been a deep longing desire for a particular good with no expectation of its realization, the addition of action will finish the process with the happiest results. He's bringing up action again. Now start paying attention with action. In fact, you are always on the right side of the law when you combine the two essentials of desire and expectation. You operate a hidden intelligence that puts you in touch with the actual ways and means of materializing your desires. The principle underlying this process of attraction is as sound as demonstrable as any principle in the science of mathematics. We all employ it every day, more or less, but usually unconsciously and therefore imperfectly. Finally, do not desire or demand what rightfully belongs to another. I love this. Finally, do not desire or demand what rightfully belongs to another. So what he's talking about here is technically there's no competition. Okay, you don't have to compete, because if you really believe, like in chapter 3, the law of supply, the law of abundance, there's no competition. Abundance is for all. Abundance is your birthright. Okay, there's always supply around you, so there's no need to be competitive. Then what he talks about, there's no need to basically, take from somebody else, try to take from somebody else to make it yours, try to steal from other people. That's what he's really talking about, stealing ideas and stuff like that. Like we're trying to take from somebody else, take from another company to make it ours. Finally, do not desire or demand what rightfully belongs to another, in the sense that such a one would suffer a deprivation. Only desire that which will round out your life to make it fuller and happier. So listen, only desire that which will round out your life to make it fuller and happier, and almost that which will enable you to help others into better and happier conditions. Aim to be normal in your demands and use the intelligence with which God has endowed you in discriminating between rational and irrational demands. The innate desire of your being is for harmony, satisfaction, and plenty. The innate desire of your being is for harmony, satisfaction, and plenty. These conditions will be obtained more and more in your life as you live in accordance with the law. Now remember, when he's talking about law, remember in the very beginning, especially in chapter 1, he describes what he means by law. Law means God. That's another word for God, the universe, the subconscious mind. Okay, but basically law is another word for God. And constantly expect a continuous increase of good as evidence of your growing faith in the wisdom and all sufficiency of the great source of all good. The mind is a magnet and attracts whatever corresponds to its ruling state. Listen to this. He's saying it in a different way. The mind is a magnet and attracts whatever corresponds to its ruling state. So this is where you kind of get like attracts like. It doesn't matter if it's positive or negative. Whatever you focus your mind on, it's a magnet. It's going to attract to you. If you focus on what you don't like, it's going to attract more of what you don't like. Or it's going to attract more, like very, very similar things of what you don't like into your life. It might not be exact, but it's going to be very similar to what you don't like. So your mind's a magnet and attracts to you whatever corresponds to its ruling state. The ruling state means are you constantly thinking negative? That's your ruling state. That's your dominant state. That's what your dominant thoughts focus on. Or you over here think your dominant thoughts on positivity, your intention, what you want, what you like, your hobbies. Whatever we imagine in mind, whatever we expect and think about, we tend to bring into our lives the things and conditions that are in harmony therewith. So here he just explains it. The mind is a magnet and attracts whatever corresponds to its ruling state. Whatever we imagine in mind, whatever we expect and think about, we tend to bring into our lives the things and conditions that are in harmony with it. So here, think about it this way. If you're in this definition here, how he's explaining it, you can put if you focus on the positive, it's going to link harmony with it, and that's going to bring more positive things in your life. But the reverse is also true, because positive and negative is on the same line. It's the same law. Okay, so if you think negative, you think about stuff that you don't want all the time, and that's your dominant ruling state, more of that's going to come to you. That's by law. That's how it's going to work. It doesn't play favorites. Okay, it is what it is. And that's what you have to understand here with the laws of the universe. The laws of the universe don't play favorites. Science has a convincingly proven an existence and constant operation of the law of mental attraction. For this reason, everyone should be doubly careful about how and what he thinks. So for this reason, he's saying, hey, you got to be careful about what you think about. You got to be careful about what you let your mind dwell on. Okay, because most of the time, it's so easy to dwell on the negative. I don't know why that is. It's so easy for our mind to drift off on what we don't like. Every day I go outside and I take a walk. It takes me 45 minutes to an hour. Okay, right now I'm in Ohio. Walk down to the bridge and comes back. It's about a 2 mile trip. Okay, I'm just walking it. It takes me about 45 minutes to walk 2 miles. So, but if I'm not careful, I can drift off on what I don't like. I can think about something I don't like, and I dwell on it. And next thing I know, I've walked down and back for 45 minutes to an hour. All I did was think about what I don't like. And I'm just being transparent with you. It's so easy to drift off like that and kind of get caught up into it. And that's what we end up dwelling on for many hours throughout the day. Our predominant mental attitude is a primary cause of most everything that comes into our lives. So if we don't like what's happening in our life, we don't like what's coming into our life, it's always going to come back to the law of the mind, what our predominant thoughts are. That's what he's saying. And the sooner we realize this truth, the sooner we shall begin to improve our lives and progress. So that the sooner you believe this, the sooner you really believe that like attracts like, what I think about, that's going to bring more into my life. If I think negative, more stuff's going to be negative in my life. The hard thing for us to kind of basically get and to accept is if you don't like the circumstances in your life, you've created those circumstances. That's the hard concept for people to really grasp. It's a hard concept for people to really believe that I created the negative circumstances in my life. I've created it, through just through my thinking and not even voicing it out loud, just for your private thoughts. If you're constantly just thinking negative, what you don't like, and that's what your mind's on a roller coaster, you have no control of your mind, and you're just letting it think whatever it thinks, most of the time it's going to drift off to the negative, and that's similar things are going to keep on happening to you. And that's really the law of karma. Okay, the law of karma, the same things keep on happening to you over and over and over and over and over. And it's like you're on this giant hamster wheel. This is how you get off the giant hamster wheel. We must seek to become imbued with a desire to advance and give the law a chance to help us. Everything will then work toward our aid. Obstacles will strengthen our resolve to win. Discouragement from others will only serve to strengthen and to arouse us to a stronger activity. We will see more clearly and understand more fully that every difficulty is an opportunity to advance. He's really talking about our perception here. When you in your 3D world, okay, what we have to understand once you become aware of it in our 3D world, it's only our perception. Okay, if negative things are happening to us, it's really our perception of it. Okay, stop focusing on it. Stop giving it energy and just walk around it. That's really what he's talking about here. It's really our perception of things. We will see clearly and understand more fully that every difficulty is an opportunity to advance. Listen to that. I'll read it one more time because it's so powerful. We will see more clearly, and I'll highlight it for you. We will see more clearly and understand more fully that every difficulty in your present moment, every difficulty you have in your 3D world is an opportunity to advance. It's your perception of it. Okay? You just have to have a different perception of what's going on. Every stumbling block is a stepping stone to success. Our so-called burdens will lose their heaviness because the spirit within us is unconquerable. And when invoked by desire and aspiration, will unfailingly come forth in greater power and richer intelligence. This will guide our thoughts and actions into those pathways that lead to the heights of our conquest. The law of mental attraction acts along the same lines as the law of gravity. Now, this is where he's really he's comparing. I mean, it's obvious. He's really comparing the law of gravity and the law of mental attraction. The law of attraction works just like gravity. The laws work the same. Okay, if you step off a high building, you're going to fall. No matter if you want to say, I don't believe in the law of gravity. Well, if you walk off a building, you're going to fall no matter what. So law of gravity doesn't play favorites. Same way with the law of attraction, the law of mental attraction. Okay, the law works the same way, the same exact way. Okay, even if you don't believe it or not, it's still working in your life. It is as definite and as accurate. And I'll reread this. The law of mental attraction acts along the same lines as the law of gravity. It is as definite and as accurate. You have heard the law expressed in such statements as birds of a feather flock together, or alike attracts like, or things equal to the same thing are equal to each other. The thoughts and actions of people draw to them people of their own type and kind. It is difficult to tell one just where he may fail to attract his needs, as no two people think alike, and therefore no two people make the same mistakes. However, I shall name and explain the 3 steps one can use to build up realities. But following closely these suggestions, we can note where he may have failed. Now he goes into an example, but before we lead into this example is what he's talking about here. He kind of expanded on this paragraph, like basically when he starts giving these examples of birds of a feather flock together, like attracts like, the things equal to the same things are equal to each other. So what he's really talking about, he's taking law of attraction to like a deeper sense here. And what he's meaning is like, let's say for example that you're negative, you always talk about negative things, you always focus on what you don't like. But let's say you go to a big party, okay, and we see it when we go to a big party, a big conviction, a big like maybe a work convention or a potluck or whatever, that what we end up doing is people tend to gravitate to people just like them. So if you're negative, you always talk about negative things, what you don't like, what you don't whatever, you gravitate toward people just like you. Then people positive gravitate towards people more positive. And it even goes deeper than that. I'm giving you a simple thing, but it even goes deeper, even goes into money. You know, when people earn more and more money, they tend to gravitate because because money don't bother them, because they love money. You know what I mean? So then they gravitate toward people that make around the same thing they do. Then you have different groups of, you know, that's why poverty stay in poverty and the rich stay rich, you know, stuff like that, because it's easy to gravitate towards that, to those things. And we see it when we use this example. When you go somewhere, we gravitate to people or groups of people just like us. So it's like just like the law of gravity, it kind of pulls us into that. Same way when you date somebody. Usually you date somebody just like you. Bottom line, or I mean, they're within the same of you. You don't date someone too far out from you. Now let's go into the example we was talking about. Interest. The first step is to take a called interest. Interest is paying special attention to some object or thing. It is being definitely concerned about someone or something. Interest is tending to see the outer world, what is already existent in one's mind. So here is almost like a never Gallo quote. Interest is tending to see the outer world, what is already exists in one's mind. So if I'm inside my imagination, and inside my imagination I'm a millionaire, have my $1 million house, have my dream car. Well, that's what he's saying here. Interest is tending to see the outer world, my 3D world, my present moment world, as it already exists in my mind. It's really like acting as if, living in the in, if you follow Neville Goddard, is what I see in my imagination is what's already exists in my mind is I see in my outer world, even though it's not there yet. Okay, I pretty much act as if. Things you think of that give you joy, pleasure, wisdom, satisfaction are interest. So now he kind of gets more into a definition of it. Things you think that give you joy, pleasure, wisdom, and satisfaction are interest, like your hobbies. You know, it's kind of a better way to explain it. Your hobbies give you joy and pleasure. You feel satisfied when you're really doing what you want to do. I recall one woman telling me that she invariably could see cripples in a crowd quicker than anyone else. They seemed to draw her attention to them and excite her sympathy. It was because she had once been injured and he's explaining this kind of weird. He's using the word cripples. It's handicap. She's in this crowd and she can see handicapped people in wheelchairs. I mean, because she in her life was once in a wheelchair. It's kind of like worded differently, and I'm stumbling over my words. For several months, and the memory of the experience was fresh in her mind and created that interest. So what he's kind of talking about here, whatever your interest is, the reason why when she went to a big party, a big gathering, the reason why she could see people in the wheelchair, handicapped, faster than anybody else is because that's what she was focused on. Okay, and she was focused on it because she felt sympathy for them because she was in a wheelchair for several months herself. So what you're interested in really is focused in your 3D world. You notice it versus somebody else. You might go to a party and you never notice them because that's not what you're looking for. Okay, it's the same thing. Let's put it in another way here. Then we'll go off on the purple, and he'll explain more in an example. Let's say when you want your dream car, and you start focusing on your dream car, it becomes an interest. You start focusing on the color and exactly what you want. Then all of a sudden, you always start seeing your dream car on the road, on the freeway. They've always driven there. They've always been there. But now all of a sudden you're focused on it, you start seeing it. Okay, what we focus on, we tend to see. That's pretty much what's happening here. Our interests are largely individual because we do not think alike. One person may find interest in some things that another would fail to see. Recently, and that's what he's talking about. Recently, my wife and I went out exploring along a dried up riverbed of a desert. And this is an example, but he really ties his example on what he's really meaning. So really listen to this example, even though you think it doesn't relate. Recently, my wife and I went out exploring along a dried up riverbed on the desert. She was especially interested in collecting bright stones containing gold, silver, copper, and iron that are commonly found in this country. I, in turn, was looking for gourds, that I knew would grow wild where there had been moisture. I was interested in gathering the kind that the native Indians used in their hogans, and particularly the kind they selected for their ceremonial dances. So there they were together. She was walking about picking up these rare stones, and I was looking around for the vines that held these gourds. I didn't even see the stones, and I'm sure she didn't see many of the gourds. So here he's doing an example, but he's doing an example of your interest, like what you're focused on, what you're looking for and focused on, you're going to see, but you're going to ignore everything else around it. So he's given this example of him and his wife. They're looking for two different things, but he doesn't see what she's looking for, and she doesn't see what he's looking for because they have different interests. So there we were together. She was walking about picking up these rare stones, and I looking around the vines that held the gourds. I didn't even see the stones, and I'm sure she didn't even see many of the gourds. Both walking together, yet we were seeing differently because we were looking for different things. We see and listen to this. This is where right here. This is where he starts tying things together. We see in life that which interests us the most and pass blindly by that which is of little of no interest. So I love this. This is kind of the metaphor of his whole example. We see in life that which interests us the most and pass blindly by which we have little or no interest. So we see what we're really interested in. That's what we see in life. Anything else that doesn't fit that we have little interest in, it just blindly goes through us. It's like it's not even there. Same way like your dream car. You've never seen your dream car on the freeway before. Once you set an attention of your dream car, all of a sudden you see it in the first day. It is here in this simple practice that many of us be making our mistakes. Listen to this. It is here in this simple practice that many of us may be making our mistakes. We may be so interested in things that are not prosperous, joyful, and healthy that we pass by the very things we desire most and overlook the means of our health and prosperity. With our interest so engrossed in seeing the lesser, listen to this. This is where he's flipping it on us here. With our interest so engrossed in seeing the lesser, either through habit or ignorance, we fail to attract the greater things that are all around us. So I bring it up here. This is where I'm at. And I'm going to reread this and I kind of explain it because I think it's so powerful. You need to listen to this again. We see in life that which interests us the most and pass blindly which is little of no interest. But remember, with the law, it works both ways. The law is on a line. So you have the positive and negative. Okay, you have opposite and you have opposites attract. Okay, if there's a hot, there's a cold. Okay. So here in this simple practice that many of us may be making our mistake. How are we making this mistake? We're making this mistake is because what we're doing is we may be so interested in things that are not prosperous, joyful, and healthy. So basically we're saying our mind's negative. We're focused on things we don't like. Okay, we're focused on things we don't like, and that's what's coming to us. Rather than focusing on things we like, okay, then we give so much energy to focusing on things we don't like. We're focusing on things that basically steal our joy, steal our health, and we can't see the abundance around us. We can't see greater things around us, okay, because we're so focused on what we don't like. It's the same principle he gave. Your attention will focus. You're able to see what your attention gives you. But if your attention is on negative, what you don't like, that's the only thing you can see. And you're passing by every day. You're passing by abundance every single day. It is here in this simple practice that many of us may be making our mistakes. We may be so interested in things that are not prosperous, joyful, and healthy that we pass by the very things we desire most and overlook the means of our health and prosperity. So we're just walking by the things that we like, we enjoy, because we're so focused on what we don't like. With all of our interests so engrossed in seeing the lesser, seeing the negative things, seeing the things we don't want, either through habit or ignorance. So he's saying either we do this by habit or we do it because we don't know we're doing it. We fail to attract the greater things that all around us. And then he gives another example. A young man came to me one day asking what he could do to increase his income. He was dissatisfied with the meager earning. I learned that he was an electrician. His work occupied several hours a day. He liked his home, enjoyed his garden, his newspapers, and occasionally stepped out socially. I thought he was getting well paid for his efforts, and I told him so. I added that if he wanted more earnings, he would need to stimulate his interest and be deserving of it. God feeds the birds and supplies an abundance of food, but he does not put the worms in the bird's mouth. The bird must go out and search for the food. So it is with all of us. We must do something about it more than just wishing and praying. He decided then that he would increase his capacity as an electrician. So he went to a class at night school and laid aside his newspapers for books and other material. He became interested in the radio and was enthusiastic about his possibilities. This interest drew him into the circles and landed him a position with a growing radio company. In a very short time, he had found a new pleasure and tripled his meager earnings. No one is to be blamed for the dissatisfied life but the man himself, because he failed to expand his interest with his desires. So now he's expanding what he means by interest. Our interest is our joys, what gives us joy and pleasure, our hobbies. But he gives us this example, and I don't think he expands on it some, but lots of times when our interest is in a newspaper, the newspaper back then is kind of going to be like, watching the news today. Because because we're talking about, this book was written in 1967, so the newspapers were really big back then rather than watching news on TV. So nowadays it's really going to be like you're captivated by the news, captivated what's on CNN, captivated and the news is all negative versus like the newspapers long before. It's it's just negativity and rumors and stuff like that. So it puts you in a different state. So he's wasting hours of just interested time, what he could really be doing. He could be doing something else that he's really interested in. And so he's combining his passions and interest into making more money, because he loved being an electrician. So he took another class to kind of up his skills to earn more money. It is so easy for people to allow themselves and get into a rut. And this is kind of where he expands on the example, because the electrician was in a rut. Can we all kind of get in a rut once in a while in our lives? It is so easy for people to allow themselves to get into a rut, and it's always a mental rut before it becomes a material one. Listen to this. When we get in a rut, it always starts off mental. It starts off on a mind or a thinking before it becomes a material one. People drift along unknowingly, unconsciously, and aimlessly into unhappiness and blindness. A very lovely person came to me with a problem, the like of which has caused many a woman to give up and lose the very thing she wants most. This woman had a nice home, a well-providing husband, many servants, and 2 fine sons to be proud of. So basically she was rich and wealthy. Well, the husband was rich and wealthy, and of course she lived there. But with all that, she was most unhappy. When her boys were growing up, she devoted all her time to their training and care. Now they had been married and were making their own homes. While she was so tied at home, her husband was becoming a successful man. And this took him out to his clubs and made new friends of other women as well as the men. He was quite occupied with his interest. He came home at nights, but most of his weekends were spent elsewhere. Here, she was with a big house and servants, plenty of money, but no love or happiness. She realized the breach was widening, and knowing that soon her husband would want a divorce, she was forced to seek a way out. After a lengthy analysis, I learned that she had a spark of interest left in art and literature. Listen to this. So her hobby, her interest, her passions was art and literature. And this is a trap that most of us fall into. He didn't really explain it so much here. It's just imagine this for a second. Okay, she's married. the husband, they're either wealthy or they make a great living. They have a couple of servants, especially back in the 1960s. And I don't know how far back he's even going with this example, um, but they're wealthy. And she doesn't have to work. She lives at home. She raises the kids. So all her focus, all her interest, she gave up her hobbies, what she likes to do. All her focus, all her interest with the kids. Now they're grown. They moved out. They're starting their own families. So now, like when that happens to us, like in real life, that now like she's kind of in this like mediocre phase a little bit because she hasn't done her hobbies and interests for so long. She's unhappy now because she don't know what to do. She's been away from her hobbies, doing what she really wants to do for so long that she don't know what she likes. So he's working with her. Halliwell's working with her, and he finds out that long ago she really loved art and literature. So so that's what Halliwell recommended. So recommended that she take a trip abroad for the summer to see new sights and plan a busy winter with new studies. So that's what he recommended to her. So he said, after a lengthy analysis, I learned that she had a spark of interest left in art and literature. So I recommended that she take a trip abroad for the summer to see new sights and to plan a busy winter with new studies. She returned feeling refreshed and anxious to begin the work. She joined a literary club and liked it. Gradually, she worked into a small dramatic parts until one day her interest burst out into a flaming desire to go further with work. Home, servants, loneliness all receded with a new ambition. In short, she advanced into radio work and has been very successful. Her sons are proud of her achievement. Her husband has become almost jealous with his attentions, and her happiness is supreme. You see, one must keep up some interest. One must keep his mind active and keen in order to avoid losing one's attractiveness and satisfaction. Our highest interest should govern our thoughts and not material things. The material things are only the means through which we express our interest. A strong magnetic power is founded upon a strong idea or principle. This idea or principle directs our interest, and this is, in turn, develops our inner power of attractiveness. And he's explaining this really in a different way, but to kind of keep it in simple terms is like when I talk about hobbies, sometimes when I go back to different videos, okay, we give up our interest, okay, especially as an adult. Now, if you've been an adult for a while, even a decade being an adult, lots of times we get so caught up in our work, we forget what we really like to do, our interests. We forget our hobbies, what really brings us joy and what we're passionate about. Lots of times it happens when we get into a serious relationship. A lot of us, have almost like the nice guy syndrome or the nice girl syndrome, or we're an empath where we're really giving up what we want to do to make the other person happy, and we do this for years, and then all of a sudden we become unhappy, but we end up blaming the other person. But it's not the other person, it's us. Okay, and I'm not talking about a narcissist relationship, an empath relationship. I'm talking about normal, healthy relationships here. And and we tend to blame the other person, but it's really us, because what has happened is our dissatisfied is because we gave up, we lost our interest, we lost our hobbies, what brings us joy, and we stopped doing them. Okay, and this is the example you gave goes right along with that. Is really, when we talk about law of attraction manifesting, we have to combine it within our 3D world of doing what we like, doing what brings us joy, what makes us feel abundant, what makes us feel happy, and doing more of those things. That's what Halliwell is talking about here. A young woman now he's given a different example by a young woman whom I know very well and shall always prize as a friend, is not as beautiful girl as far as beauty goes, but she is most attractive. She has a wide circle of friends and verily charms them wherever she goes. When asked one time what it was she possessed that seemed to cast a spell over her admirers, she said, I can't accredit it to my physique, nor to my brand of cosmetics, but I believe it is because I love frankness, truth, and pure mind. Examples can be told of men and women who have attained success and fame because they were loved and lived some principle of good. To live such a principle and to follow it with interest will, according to the law, always attract good. Now he's expanding. Now he's expanding on attention. Now he's doing. Now he's kind of. He's doing an onion here. He just keeps on peeling the onion of what he means by attention. Okay, when we set an attention, we put our attention towards something, our desires, our hobbies, what brings us joy, passion, health in life, what makes us what just makes us overall happy. To have a high interest is not enough. We must inject this interest with our daily labors. Listen to this. To have a high interest is not enough. We must inject this interest into our daily labors, meaning that no matter when we go out through the day, no matter if we go to work, we must combine these two together. It's not a separate entity. Okay, we live compartmentalized most of the time. Okay, that's how we've been taught in school. When we go into the medical industry, well, I used to work in the medical industry. The reason why they can't, it's hard to come up with. I have to be careful what I say here and a different terminology. The reason why disease is getting out of control is they compartmentalize everything. Our heart's over here and our body systems are over here, and our body systems are compartmentalized. We have the lymphatic system, circulatory system, our blood system, everything's separate, but they don't combine everything together. How our body really works, all our body system runs congruently together. Okay, that's why once we get a disease, that's why things spread throughout our whole entire body. Okay, no matter where it starts at, it still affects all our body systems. And this is what he's talking about here, is everything runs congruently. It's not separate. It's not like I go to work, I hate work, and I just focus on hating work the whole time I'm there for between 8 hours and 12 hours. And what I love to do and passions has to be some other time. What he's talking about, you got to combine those things. You have to combine it together. It runs congruent. Our attention must portray our interest. And the keener our interest, the more intense will be our attention. It is our interested attention that draws from the outside world such facts as are formed in the mind. As we direct our attention to our interest, this magnetizes our power of attraction, which draws to us much of the same type as of thought. When much of our interest is taken up with our full attention, we shall find that most of our petty and selfish leanings will be absorbed by our higher interest and will be steadily progress. I kind of stumbled over my words there. I do apologize. Some of this is kind of old school how he writes, so it's not how I actually talk. But let's kind of expand on this a little bit. When much of our interest is taken up with our full attention, we shall find the most of our petty and selfish learnings. So basically what he's saying is our interests, our hobbies, what we enjoy, if it takes up we're really fused with it, it takes up our attention. That's what we're focused on. Even we're focused on for 2 hours. This is why I love to enjoy a hobby. I'm super focused on it. Okay, if you combine it and do this the right way, what you're saying is when you're super focused on what brings you joy and happiness, okay, all the negative thoughts can't come into you because can't come into you. If you're used to thinking negative, okay, you're not going to think negative in that moment because all your attention is on what you're doing. And if you're doing what you love, you enjoy, what you want to do, and you live in present moment, I think that's probably the word I really want. You live in present moment and you give all your attention to it. All the negativity dissipates from your mind. You're not focused on it no more. So that's what he's talking about here. I recall years ago when I was yet a student at the university that I would often pass through the terminal of Williamsport, where a certain man had his offices and was then a junior supervisor for the Pennsylvania Railroad. Often it would be after working hours when I passed the building, and frequently it would be late in the evening. Yet, I would see his office lighted and find that he was busily engaged in finishing up some important work. It seemed that he lost himself in his interest for his work. now he's combining. See, he's given examples and combining it. It seemed that he lost himself in his interest for his work, and all his attention was drawn to the benefit his employer. Years passed, and the day came when I met that man and knew then why he had been steadily promoted from one position to a better one. Today, he is next to the vice president of the largest railroad company in the world. Whatever he did it with all his might, and in main, and his attention never wandered from a job until he thought it was well done. I learned from him that he did not wander when he would get his next raise in pay or change in a position. He just worked, and he said, and the advancement came without worrying about it. See, this is what he's doing. He's giving a kind of a working example, but I'm kind of flipping it a little bit. And even for our hobbies, no matter what we like to do, if you're a gamer, you're so in tune to gaming, your attention is into gaming, and that's all you're focused on gaming. When you play a game, you're so focused on it, you're not thinking about anything else. And what he said here is he just worked, and he said, and the advancement came without worrying about it. His advancement came without worrying about it. Like when you look at law of attraction, look at manifesting, and you want your dream house, you want your dream car, you want a huge salary, you want to be a millionaire. Okay, you set an intention for it. You go inside your imagination. But in your 3D world, you combine your interests, you combine your hobbies, what you like to do, what brings you joy and everything in your 3D world, in present moment. You combine that. And when you really focus on your hobbies, you really focus on what you like to do, what brings you joy, what makes you passionate. What happens is you're so happy, you're so joyful, and you're not worried about how you're going to be a millionaire. You're not worried about how that dream car is going to come to you. You're not worried about how that dream house is going to come to you, because you give up the how. You're so focused on what you love doing. And remember, like attracts like. Remember, law of attraction is really an emotional game. It's your emotion. So you're feeling happy. You're living in the moment. It's bringing you joy, love, happiness. That's what attracts to you. I'll write down here. I believe another young man expressed this law in action years ago when they thought it was impracticable idealism. He said, "For whosoever will save his life and will lose it, whosoever shall compel thee to go a mile, go with him twain. Whosoever will find himself great must render great service. Whosoever will find himself at the top must lose himself at the bottom. The big salaries are paid to those who travel the undemanded extra mile. The man whose attention becomes lost and his interest will grow to worthwhile accomplishments." So I love that. That's what we've kind of been talking about here. And I'm kind of explaining it in different ways than Holliwell. Because the reason why I'm explaining it this way is because a lot of us kind of give up what we like to do. A lot of us give up our hobbies. A lot of us are not doing anything we enjoy. We're just kind of going stagnant through life. The man whose attention becomes lost in his interest will grow to worthwhile accomplishments. Like when you get lost in things you like to do, you will grow in your accomplishments. You will grow into what you want. Emerson said, "See how the mass of men worry themselves into nameless graves, while here and there a great unselfish soul forgets himself into immortality." So, it's really living in present moment, but you're losing yourself. Because it's just like a kid. This is what I really bring up. It's just, especially if you have kids, kids do this naturally. Like when they're playing imagination, whatever they like to do, they lose themselves in it. They're so focused on it that they lose the concept of time. They lose the concept of what they want, because they just lose themselves in it, because that's what they really like. That's what they really enjoy. Yes, you say, I know of men who had such advantages and opportunities to forge ahead, but they didn't succeed as your friend. Now they had influence and money and brains, but somehow they did not reach the top. Granted, they had all the material and physical advantages that any average man might need to skyrocket to the pinnacle of success, yet they lack something within themselves. The source of cause of all successes lies lies hidden deep within the mind, and one's must give one's attention and interest first principle and then to fact. What do I mean? Let me highlight this, okay, or unhighlight it so we can see it. So what he's talking about, he's really kind of playing devil's advocate. All the examples he gives is like positive. If you're following the law, you focus on your attention, you're so in tune to it. So now he's kind of flipping it and saying, well, there's people who do that, but success don't come to them. And we do that today. Well, I'm doing all these manifesting techniques, but it's not working. Okay, bad things keep on coming to me. Or I'm doing all these manifesting techniques. I'm thinking about, dreaming about, going to bed at night, thinking about what I want, and it's not happening. So we're doing it in different ways. He's explaining it in different ways. But here it's like, I'm doing all this stuff, but it's not working. Okay, so you're giving these examples of how people achieve success and follow the law to achieve success, but other people over here, they're doing the same thing. They're doing the same manifesting techniques, but it's not working for them. What's going on? And he says, the source and cause of all successes lies hidden deep within our mind. Now he's talking about our deep-rooted beliefs. And our deep-rooted beliefs really comes from as a kid. Remember, our beliefs are formed by the age of 7. By the time we're at age of 7, our beliefs are formed. And that's really what's running our lives, today. If you're 30 years old, well, your beliefs you've had since you were 7 years old. They could be deep-rooted negative beliefs around money, around success, depending upon how you were raised and what you saw and what you heard growing up. And one must give one's attention and interest first to principle and then to fact. What do I mean? Now he goes on to explain what he means by this. If you believe in honesty, then you support the principle of honesty with all your attention. You direct this attention to do and think all things in an honest manner. If you should have an opportunity to cheat or steal from another, you adhere to your principle and refuse to take advantage of what may seem a trivial thing. They always seem trivial in the beginning, but that is only the beginning. Such trivials grow with a cancerous rapid. You rarely see the surface record for remaining loyal to your standard. But in time, you will not only see but feel its satisfaction. You will watch closely your dealings and force every issue to comply with your principle. You are charging your mind with honesty, and it becomes magnetic to attract honest and endeavor in permanent success. And I'll have something to say about this. Next, take truth and follow it as long until you have worked in the same way. There are so many ways that truth may be challenged that you need not expect to accomplish your work in a week or two. It becomes a growth. After a time, you will find your interest and attention so taken up with truth in all its forms that you will no longer attract deceit or dishonesty to you or in your affairs. I remember a statement I heard when I was young in this work. The owner of a store spoke of a little lady who often came in to buy cards and gifts for her family. He had been suggested that she pass off some inferior articles on the little lady, but the woman replied, "Oh, no, she is too honest to be cheated." I wondered then why she had made this remark, but I understand it now. Such can be said of all of us when we earn what that little lady had earned. So this is what she said when he replied, or is right here. The owner of her store spoke of a little lady who often came in to buy cards and gifts for her family. It had been suggested that she pass off some inferior articles on the little lady. So he basically kind of gave her, cheap ones or stuff that she doesn't normally buy. He's trying to pass it off on her. But the woman replied, "Oh no, she is too honest to be cheated." I wondered then why she made that remark, but I understand it now. She can be said of all of us when we earn or learn, I think he meant learn what that little lady had earned. So basically what he's saying here, when he goes back up here and he talks about honesty, okay, and really when I read this, what really came to me is boundaries. Most of us don't have boundaries. We don't have strong boundaries. We don't have strong core beliefs. What do we really stand for? And this is what he's talking about. If you stand for honesty, okay, all your attention is going towards the honesty. Anything around you that isn't honest or pure, you're not going to want to do. And the same way with when he gave the example of the little old woman, is that the owner of the store that she shopped at all the time tried to pass off inferior articles to her, inferior stuff to her. And the lady was like, oh no, she's too honest to be cheated. Okay, because that woman set a strong boundary, a core. What she really stood for was honesty. And a lot of us lack this. A lot of us, even in relationships, we set no boundaries. And even if you say you set boundaries, you don't enforce your boundaries. Okay, what do you really stand for? And that's really the principle here. What do you really stand for? What are your core beliefs you really stand for? That you're not going to sway it either way. And this relates to, this kind of congruent to law of attraction, manifesting, because when we start wanting something, okay, a desire or attention or a dream house, amount of money, want to be a millionaire or a dream car, okay, when we start developing what we really stand for, that goes congruent with what we want, what we're trying to manifest. A president of an Eastern college came into our chapel one day while Mrs. Holliwell was at the bookcases. He said he had read a few of the books that were on this display in the window and was especially impressed by one book called The Game of Life and How to Play It by Florence Shinn. By the way, that's a great book. He's mentioned that book several times in Working with the Law. Now, I mean, mentioned it several times. I feel like, doing this book as well. But it's a great book. The Game of Life and How to Play It by Florence Shinn. He thought that the title very attractive and of interest to anyone. Do you know, he said, I learned to look upon life as a game, and I started out as a poor boy with few advantages, but I played the game. I did not have the help that so many of these books may offer. I succeeded, and now I'm telling thousands of boys and girls how I play the game. I built my success on 3 common principles: truth, honesty, and sobriety. I've measured my living with these standards, and I have won a happy life. So this is what I was talking about, is what do you stand for? What principles in life do you really stand for? And that's a boundary to you. So you're never going to cross that boundary. Okay, so he created these principles in his own life around truth, honesty, and sobriety. So if anything came in his life and it violated these principles, he wouldn't do it. And that's what I'm getting. That's what we have. That's what we have to understand here. Everything's congruent. Everything is interweaved in how everything works in our lives. Set up a standard or a measurement for yourself if you have not already done so. So this is what we've been talking about the last 5 minutes. Set up a standard for yourself. What's your standard in life? What are the rules you live by? Take one thing or one thought at a time and build upon it. As you strive to give your attention to some constructive interest, you will cease giving so much attention to a lesser one. You do not have to work over the things as some folks may do. They go about treating against dishonesty and the like when they should adjust their minds to be free from thinking and fearing dishonesty. The law requires us to make the correction within ourselves. Listen to this. I'm right here. The law requires us to make the correction within ourselves, and if we do our work there, it will proceed to work for us outwardly. It is our thought which stimulates interest and directs our attention. Therefore, let us not wander away from the source and cause of attracting the things we do not want. Expectation. Now we're almost done here. We only have probably a half a page left. Now he goes on an expectation. The whole time we've been talking about desire, and he's really expanded on the word desire. Now we're going on the second phase of the verse, is expectation. Expectation, the last step we take is expectation. This is an active form of attention. It is attention with intensity. It may be likened to the actions of a cat that waits patiently at the mouse hole. The cat expects, listen to this, the cat expects to catch its prize at any moment. He expects, he expects to get the mouse because he believes he will get it eventually. If the cat did not believe and expect to catch the mouse, his interest and attention would lack the intensity which is now present. Listen, I believe I'll read this one more time and expand on it. If the cat did not believe and expect to catch the mouse, so if you do not believe and expect to get your attention, you do not believe and expect to get your dream house, for example, your interest and attention would lack the intensity which is now present. So your intensity to get that because you don't expect it is going to be, it's going to be way, 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 way less. It's at this point you're just wishing and dreaming. His energies would not be so actively called forth. When you believe in the probability of success in your undertaking, you experience the keenness and interest in your work. This interest is intensified with expectation and anticipation. So through this, you will draw to you the success you are working for. Your expectation must be built upon the interest and attention. So let me change the color here. I like how he wraps this up. Wrapping it up a little bit. Your expectation must be built upon your interest and attention. So, you must really believe and expecting that you're going to get what you want. And all your interest, all your attention is focused on that. Okay? The lesser it gets, the more the probability it's not going to come to you. When the widow came to Elijah and asked his help to meet a problem of finance that meant the freedom or slavery of her two sons who were to be held for her husband's debt, Elijah promptly asked for what she had that could be converted into money. She had nothing more than a pot of oil, but that was something. So Elijah told the widow to collect other vessels from her friends and go into her home and there pour out what oil she had. She poured the oil until all the borrowed vessels were filled, and when she had filled the last one, the oil stayed. There was not a drop left over. They followed the routine of the lesson, and as she reached the last vessel and the end of her expectation, she found the supply shut off. She was able to receive only as much oil as she had expected, and her expectation was measured by the number of vessels she had collected. Elijah had set the law to work. Listen, he's combining this. Elijah had set the law to work, but she had determined how far it would go by her thought of expectancy. She might have hoped for much more, but she got only what she expected. If you are working for success, health, or happiness, you may wish for a lot, but you will only enjoy as much as you were able to expect. If in your heart you doubt or fear that your need will be met only in part or not at all, you can know that you will receive that much and no more. When you pray for one thing and then fear and doubt that you will receive it, you diffuse your mental forces and can attract only what the lesser thoughts believe and expect. This is almost a power of prayer here, and he's combining it with a law of attraction as well, manifesting, no matter what you want to say. When you pray for one thing and then fear and doubt, it's almost like when you want one thing, you set an intention, okay, you're going inside your imagination, then in your present world, in your present moment, you're just full of fear and doubt that you will receive it. You don't really believe it. You diffuse the mental forces and listen to this, and you can only attract what the lesser thoughts believe and expect. You will only attract what your lesser thoughts really believe and expect, because you really don't believe to get that dream house. You really don't believe to get that dream car. Okay? You only get to you kind of your lesser thoughts. And the reason why the lesser thoughts come to you is because that's what you truly believe, and that's what you truly expect. You expect to get that. You don't expect to get the greater good, or the greater good of what you want. A prominent doctor was asked why it was that he was able at times to reach causes, or a prominent doctor was asked why it was that he was able at times to reach cases that others had failed to reach. He said, "I never expect a patient to be too far gone not to survive. I fish around in my mind for some idea of what to treat, and sometimes those ideas are very simple or strange, but the moment something inside me clicks, I accept it and use it." He said he had never failed to help a patient when he firmly expected his recovery. So here's a doctor, and he's taken cases that probably pretty much most doctors have declined or basically said it's uncurable, so forth and so forth. And he's take these cases because his expectation going into it that there's no patient too far gone. Okay, there's no patient too far gone to survive. Okay, and he set that expectation, and he helped, I know, a lot of patients because just how he went into it from his mind, his mental mind. When we charge our thoughts so firmly with the idea that there are no failures, then we expect success. Our mind becomes strengthened with our conviction, and like a magnet draws to us through the principle upheld, whatever desire is uppermost at the time. The desire is to expect, and to expect is to achieve. Now he ended the chapter. Now we're at the end of the chapter. He ended the chapter with the same quote. To desire is to expect. To desire something, to set an intention. Okay, you have your dream house, a dream car, $1 million salary. To desire that is to expect, and to expect is to achieve. When you expect something to happen, you expect to get it. Okay, now read this one more time to wrap this up. When we charge our thoughts so firmly with the idea that there are no failures, then we expect success. Our mind becomes strengthened with our conviction and, like a magnet, draws to us through the principle upheld, whatever desire is uppermost at the time. So we draw to us whatever desire. What he means by uppermost, he always uses kind of weird, I mean, it's not weird terminology, but it's more older school terminology. Is what he's talking about uppermost, what desire uppermost is, remember, if we have a desire of lack, it's not going to happen. A belief of lack, it's not going to happen. And that's our firm belief. And then that's basically what's going to come to us is lack, and what we want isn't going to come. But it's always our uppermost desire. That's what he's talking about here. So to desire is to expect, and to expect is to achieve. But remember, we're on a line. All the laws work on the same line. Okay, and I said this over and over and over, and because we need to kind of get this, is that there's always an opposite to the law. Okay, if there's hot, there has to be a cold. Okay, if there's positive thoughts, well, there has to be negative thoughts. Okay, so here it's working on that line is to desire is to expect. Okay, but it depends upon what our desire is. If our desire, and what I mean by this, it works on the same plane. We can have a desire of our $1 million home, our dream car, a salary, given to charities, a certain lifestyle, and we really expect that to happen. And that expect meaning is we achieve it. It comes to us. Okay, but if our desire to have that, but deep down, a rooted secret beliefs is of lack, we don't really believe it, or that's going to lessen that expectation. And it's because we're going on the opposite side of expecting. Okay, we basically expect the worst. Okay, we're not expecting to get our intention. We're not expecting to get our wants and our dreams that we want. We're expecting the worst. Okay, in ourselves, and expecting the worst. If that has more belief to it, we attach belief to it. We attach examples to it in our mind. If we replay this in our mind, well, that's what's going to come. That's kind of the law of karma. That's what's going to keep on coming into our lives until we do this stuff over and over and over and over and over again. until we finally just wake up one day and get it that what I desire is to expect. And no matter what I want, I expect to get it. I expect to achieve it in my life. And because abundance is for everybody. Abundance is within me. Abundance is my birthright. The law of supply is a law of abundance. Abundance is all around me. There's no lack. Okay, once I truly believe this, this is when your life starts turning around. This is when manifesting really starts working for you because you truly believe it to your core. Now, the law of receiving, we start right off with a quote. And Raymond Holliwell always starts off with a quote, "Give, and it shall be given unto you. Good measure, running over." And this is from the Bible, Luke chapter 6, verse 34. One more time, "Give, and it shall be given unto you. Good measure, running over." And I'm not going to go over this verse quite yet because Raymond Holliwell, when he actually goes through this chapter, he really dissects this verse. He really dissects the law of receiving and the law of giving. And this is going to be an excellent chapter for you guys. Understanding reduces the greatest to simplicity. The lack of it causes the least to take on the magnitude of its complexity. In order to make Christianity practical, we must understand Christianity and obey the law of which it is founded. The teaching of Christ shows the way back from wrong results of selfish living to the love, intelligence, and the power of God. By man's words, deeds, and actions, he reveals whether he has as yet found the way. God exists in man as man's highest concept of perfection and comes forth through man's faith and works as redeeming love, intelligence, and power. Now, in the beginning of this book, I haven't brought it up in this chapter yet because we just started. Remember, what I love about old school prosperity teachers is they always bring in religion. They always bring in different faiths. They always bring in the Bible, Christianity, because they really teach it and they really dissect these verses very differently than if you were brought up in church. If you went to church, or you were brought up in church as a kid, they really dissect these verses differently than how we've been taught. He who seeks a greater life with getting as an objective does not seek life in trueness of spirit. Say this one more time. He who seeks a greater life with getting, and what he means by that is the law of receiving. It's also on the line. Remember, it's a universal law, meaning if you receive, there has to be a give. You have to be giving to receive. It's on the same plane here. Okay, same way with any universal law, meaning like if there's a hot, there has to be a cold. If you receive, you have to give. So it's on the same plane here. So what he's saying is if you're just so focused on getting, and you're not giving, that's not the true spirit of God. That's not the true spirit of the universe. To the extent and so long as any material object remains between the mind of the seeker and the law of God, the two are held apart and do not become one. In the same degree that man holds to personal opinion and desire, he is limited in knowing and experiencing the limitless authority and the power endowed by him by his Creator. And I'm just going to make sure I have it on just in case I want to highlight something. In the state of limited understanding, we reason that we must get before we can give. Listen to this. In a state of limited understanding, we reason that we must get before we can give. And this is where I love this chapter because it really deals with manifesting in general because we could twist this several ways. As most people live their life, maybe this is how they've been taught, this is what they heard growing up, meaning that I gotta get before I give. Before I start giving to charities or helping people, well, I need high-paying salaries. I need to be a millionaire first before I start giving and helping. But it's actually the opposite. So we're always thinking the opposite. People think that way. I have to get it first before I give. I got to get it first before I help you. Same way with manifesting. I got to see it first with my own eyes before I believe it. Make sense? Remember, in manifesting, we're working from the inside out, not from the outside in. So this is we've been trained to look on the outside, look in our 3D world. I got to see it first before I'm going to believe it. But it's about belief first, and then it materializes into our 3D world. So we can spin this several ways, but here in this chapter, he's only talking about giving and receiving, the law of receiving. So we'll read it one more time for you. We reason that we must get before we can give. And then we turn and walk in the same mental rut as before by reasoning that we must give before we can get. But in our lack of understanding, we continue to leave the getting idea foremost in our thoughts, and we shut out the spirit of giving. Giving, in which is the first and fundamental law of life, is the first law of all creation. This is so important. Giving, which is the first and fundamental law of life, is the first law of all creation. The attitude of getting is the law of life in a congested state or in repressed action. As long as getting dominates a mind, that mind is in a paralyzed condition, being limited in its action in accordance with a fundamental law of creation. And I know Holliwell in this chapter, he's going to explain this. He's going to dive really deep into this. But kind of a takeaway from this is that what comes to my mind is when I read this, as long as getting dominates our mind, that mind is paralyzed in that condition. As long as my mind is so dominated, my thoughts are so dominated. What can I get out of it? What can I get out of it? Getting. I don't have to give. And giving isn't just about money here. And Holliwell will explain this. It's giving our time. It's helping, and it's other ways how we give. It's giving in our thought processes. But if all we're so focused on is getting, what can I get out of it? It's really a very low vibration. And he says, that mind is so paralyzed in condition, being limited in its action in accordance with the fundamental law of creation. The radio, now this is an example, by the way, the radio has aided greatly in explaining the process of the law of giving and receiving, or prayer and blessing. The principles involved are very similar. In fact, they are the same, except that one is mechanical and the other is mental. When the operator projects a program, he stirs up a vibration in the air that goes forth to accomplish what it will. He's talking about the radio waves, how we, because this is written in 1967 again. So how the vibration of the air and a voice can be carried on, through telephone and through the radio and stuff like that. Now I can't get into all of it because I just don't know all the mechanical and all the mechanical parts that go along with that. But you know what I'm talking about. When the operator projects a program, he stirs up a vibration in the air that goes forth to accomplish what it will. He has nothing more to do with it after it has been projected. The ether is air. The ether or the air carries the vibrations to any station that is capable of receiving and producing it. So he's basically comparing our mind, our mental mind, our thoughts to the radio station, and radio waves, how it carries our voice, basically all over the world. Same way with a telephone. And now we don't have telephones, now we have cell phones and cell towers and all that jazz. When we pray, we in turn stir up a vibration with our desires. This also is received by a force determined according to the power, the purpose, and the sincerity of our prayer. Often when we pray, we think that all that is necessary is to keep on praying, with the result that we never adjust ourselves to become receptive to receive our answers, and so complain when we do not get them properly. So now he's really twisting it. He's really he's really going into the law of receiving here. So start paying attention. So basically, he's saying we're praying. Okay, you're saying prayers. You're saying prayers out loud underneath your breath. You set desires. You set an intention. You set wants. Maybe your dream car, your dream vacation, the amount of money you want, but yet you're not able to receive it. So that receptor is faulty. Or in this chapter, the law of receiving is faulty. A dreamer or a wisher is one who is continually praying, sending out his ideas, his desires, and is so busy dreaming that he gets all his enjoyment out of his dreams. He doesn't know or realize that to release his dream and allow it to go forth to accomplish what it will in time return to him for good. After you form a definite, clear outline of your desire, then release your thought Godward, let it go, like throwing a ball out with no string or rubber attached to bring it back to you. I love this. This is why I have it highlighted in green, but it's so powerful because he's really describing the concept of letting it go. And we haven't dived that much. I have a lot of videos on letting it go, but that's really the biggest thing. What we can do when we want something, when we desire something, when we set an intention, and we set this intention, and even if we follow never Goddard, when we set this intention and we go inside our imagination and we create this imaginal scene of what we want, what our life is like with that want. Maybe it's a dream car, a dream house, the amount of money, and you're a millionaire. And then we drift off to sleep. But what ends up happening is in our 3D world, in present moment, we tend to try to control the how. Or we think we're not controlling the how, but when we do this night after night, every single day, what happens is we start growing an attachment to it. And we start growing an attachment to it, and we start looking for the how. We know it, noticing it's not there, but we're not letting it go. And I love how he says this, as far as like being able to let it go. And he uses this analogy or this metaphor in letting go. After you form a definite, clear outline of your desire, then release that thought Godward. Let it go. Like throwing a ball with no string or rubber attached back to you. It's almost imagine like you're standing in a big field. Right now I'm in Ohio, so if I go outside right now, there's a lot of field because my brother-in-law is a farmer, and it's generational farming. He's been doing it since he was a tiny little kid, as old as he can remember. Then his dad was the same way, his grandpa was the same way. So it's a generational farm. So when I go outside, there's a lot of land, a lot of farmland. So imagine just taking that baseball, taking a tennis ball, and you pretend that this is your want, this is your attention, this is your dream car, this is your dream house. And the way to let it go is just you just lean back and just throw the ball as hard as you can, and you just let it go. And you just let it go, let God, let the universe. Okay, stop controlling the how. Okay, because it will come to you, but it will come to you usually at an angle that you're not really expecting. And he will bring this up, and I'll bring it up right now just because it's on the top of my mind. I might forget later. You never know. But we've all have manifested little tiny things in our life. Maybe we manifested, a book. We manifested, a cup of coffee. We manifested like silly stuff, okay? Or maybe we've done manifesting techniques. Maybe we've done never Goddard techniques, the ladder technique, and you manifested climbing the ladder in your 3D world. Maybe we've done other manifesting techniques that are just little silly techniques just to prove to you that manifesting is real. Imagination does create reality. But in my own experience, when I've had these things really work for me, it's always when I just truly let it go and truly forget about it. Just totally forget about it. It really just left my mind. And the only time I remember it again is when it actually came into my life. You know what I mean? So there's a great power in just letting it go, letting it be, and not giving it, 1 ounce, 1% of thought. Man's extremity is God's opportunity is true. For when man reaches his limit, he is hopelessly stops his efforts. When he relaxes from his strain, the law has a chance to reply to his desires. Now he's wording this kind of weird because remember, this is more old school writing a little bit, but he's talking about tensing. When you don't let go, when you grow this attachment to things, you're really trying to force it to happen. So this is what he's talking about. You're trying to force things to happen. You're looking for the how. You're looking for it. So you haven't let it go. So this is why he's saying, when he relaxes from his strain, the law has a chance to reply to his desires. Now, as you relax and you get in the relaxed state, you let it go, you forget about it. That's when the law comes to work for you. That's when God comes to work for you. Remember here, if you skip forward and this is the only video you're watching, remember, law means God. No, God means law. Okay, then also God and law also can mean the subconscious mind. If you study a lot of Joseph Murphy, the power of the subconscious mind. So I'll read that one more time, then we'll move on. When he relaxes from his strain, the law has a chance to reply to his desires, and that things begin to change for him. Have you not seen this work in trivial things? I just brought this up in my example, such as books or clothing or invitations or a desire to see a certain friend. Possibly at some time you sent out a thought or a desire and then you forgot completely about it. See, this is what we do. In simple things, we totally forget about it. We're not attached to it. It just totally leaves our mind. The next thing you knew, you had that book presented to you. You received that invitation, or you were walking down the street and bumped right into that friend you so desire to meet. And we've all done this. Have you ever, thought about you haven't talked to your best friend for a while? Maybe it's a best friend from college. You haven't talked to him for a couple years. All of a sudden you wake up one day, you start thinking about him, then you forget about it, and next thing you know, either he calls you or he sends out a text message. We've all kind of done this in simple things. Yet, somehow when it comes to more important things, the things you really want, the things you really desire, the more important things is that $1 million salary, that dream car, that dream house, those big time charities you want to belong to. Yet somehow when it comes to the more important things, to larger things, we fail to release our desires and prayers as readily, and anxiety and tension holds everything fast. So it's hard for you to let go of it. It's hard for you to let go of, I want to be a millionaire. It's hard for you to let go of, I want my dream house. I want my dream car. It's hard for you to let go of that. And that tension and anxiety, you're kind of holding on to it. Nothing worthwhile is accomplished. The mind is like a sponge. We squeeze it hard with our anxious thoughts, but not until we release the pressure and allow the sponge to take its normal shape can it become absorbent and receptive again. Once we have expressed our needs through prayer or otherwise, some believe that is all we must do. On the contrary, we are working with a law that is definite and active, and this is only the beginning of our work. The principle of life upon which this law is based is clearly written. It reads, "Give, and it shall be given unto you. Good measure, pressed down, shaken together, running over." Giving always precedes and predetermines the reception, whether you are giving your thought, your word, your service, or your deed. Now, remember here, he's not just talking about money, okay? He's talking about no matter what you're giving your thoughts, you're giving your words, you're giving your service, or you're giving your deed. Or it can be you're giving money, but it's not just about money here. And I'll read it one more time. "Give, and it shall be given unto you. Good measure, pressed down, shaken together, running over." That's the verse. Giving always precedes and predetermines the reception. So what he's talking about here, basically what he's talking about, the more you give, the more you receive. The less you give, the less you receive. That's what he's pretty much saying here. Giving always precedes and predetermines the reception, whether you're giving your thought, your word, your service, or your deed. Some folks may consider this law as a two-way law. Now remember, every law of the universe is two-way, and he'll explain this. You have a hot, you have to have a cold. You have a positive, you have to have a negative side. That is, half the time you should be busy giving, and the other half the time you should be receiving. It is like the proposition of heat and cold. There are two sides to the same law. Remember, every law of the universe, there's two sides to it, just like I just said. If you have a hot, you have to have a cold. If you have a positive thoughts, well, there has to be negative thoughts. Okay, so if you want to receive more, well, there has to be a giving side to it. Giving, receiving. So there's an opposite to every single law of the universe. That is, if we concentrate upon cold and hope and pray to get heat, we are likely to freeze to death. What we must do is to give all our thoughts and effort toward building a fire or seeking that which we create heat to warm us. If we concentrate upon receiving, not giving any thought or idea or desire to build upon, we, in a like manner, may perish. The law says, and I'm right down here, the law says it is more blessed to give than to receive. This is the law of the universe. And this is actually taken out of the Bible as well in the New Testament. The law says it is more blessed to give than to receive. So you're more blessed by God, you're more blessed by the universe to give than to actually receive. And as you freely give, you freely receive. Unless we are free to extend or give out our desire or our good, the law will not have any pattern to work with. I'll read that one more time because I kind of stumbled over my words a little bit. The law says it is more blessed to give than to receive. And as you freely give, you freely receive. Unless we are free to extend or give out our desire, our good, the law will not have any pattern to work with. It cannot proceed to supply any need without a pattern. Many try to work the law backwards, and for that reason get little or no results. They say to themselves, well, after I get, then I will give. If you wish any good thing, you must first give some good to build upon. So what he's saying here is most of us live backwards, and most of them, we've been taught this way, even we've learned it somehow, is that, well, and this is what he said, well, I'll give after I get. And this is how people live their lives. The devil lives their lives around many things. The same way I said in the beginning of this chapter, even with manifesting, well, when I see it, then I'll believe it. Okay, I'll believe in this whole manifesting thing is when I actually get what I want. You know what I mean? It's always waiting to see. It's always waiting to get until I believe it, or get until I receive it, or I want to get before I give. And don't worry, I'm not sharing too much because I know how this chapter is going to unfold. So he really kind of starts diving into, some stuff that we really struggle with when giving. It is an example here. A young man gives his girlfriend a gift, a paste diamond. Now, a paste diamond means it's fake. It's like one of those like cubic zirconian, diamonds. Cubic zirconian is like just a fake rock. They can make it and shine it where it looks really real, unless you really know what to look for when you look into like a diamond grader. A paste diamond is a fake diamond. Later, when he got into financial difficulties, his girlfriend, he's talking about his girlfriend here. His girlfriend, most anxious to help him to tide over, wrote a kindly note and wished him every success in meeting his obligations. She enclosed the gift he had given her and suggested that he sell it to satisfy his need. So his girlfriend, and he basically got into financial difficulty. He gave his girlfriend this ring. She thinks it's an expensive ring, but it's pretty much a fake diamond. She thinks it's an expensive diamond, but it's really fake. It's like cubic zirconian. He's calling it a paste diamond, but it's more of an old school writing. So she writes him this love letter, gives the ring back so he can sell it, so he won't be in financial strain. So she enclosed the gift he had given her and suggested that he sell it to satisfy his need. The young man was sorry then that he had not given his girlfriend a diamond of real worth. He got back at a time when he needed help most, that which he had given out an imitation instead of genuine. So basically, he's using a metaphor here, and he will explain this. He's really using a metaphor in giving and receiving. Is that lots of times when we're giving in a sense of kind of we're doing like a false giving. We're giving in a pretense of knowing that we're going to get something in return. So we're not really giving. We're not really giving at a pure heart. You understand what I'm saying? But I don't want to give too much here because I know he really goes into this. When we speak of giving, most people have a tendency to think first of giving their money. Now this is where he talks about money now, because this is where most people think. When we started this chapter, that's why I didn't give examples of money. That's why sometimes I stumble over my examples, but I want to talk about money, and I know he goes into this. When we speak of giving, most people have a tendency to think first of giving their money. Money, an object of human affection, so passionate that men will slay and steal to gain its possession, is by nature so obedient to our will that we can hold it gently in our hand or fold it fondly in our purse without feeling any resistance from its nature. With all the selfish getting ideas which man attaches to it, man has not changed its nature or its purpose. What does money get out of constantly giving itself into the hands that so eagerly grasp it? This is a question right here. I'm right here. What does money get out of constantly giving itself into hands that so eagerly grasp it? Nothing. Nothing beyond the joy of giving itself in the fulfillment of its mission. Man may do some terrible deed to obtain it. He's still talking about money here. He may pay for it. He may pay it for something detrimental to his progress. But in all these exchanges, man, not money, loses value. So he's really dissecting money here. Money's not the root of all evil. It's man, how man is using the money. Okay, so he's explaining it differently, but this is where he's really going into the money. It's like lots of times, if we have a lack of money, or we have negative concepts or negative thoughts about money, we might say money's the root of all evil. The love of money, the root of all evil. But yet, it's not money. Money has nothing to do with it. It always gets tied to that person that is using the money. So that's what he's really talking about. So basically, he's saying it's not the money that loses value. It's the man that loses value. It's the woman that loses value because how they're using the money. Just as the sun shines on the just and the unjust alike, so money passes through the deserving and the undeserving hand to accomplish its work. Its purpose is to exchange without discrimination. Remember, the laws of the universe, the law of receiving, the law of giving and receiving. Remember, I've said this before, is the law. There is no discrimination with God. There is no discrimination with the laws of the universe. Okay, there is no discrimination. For example, the law of gravity. If every person walked off a tall building, every single person is going to fall to the ground. So that there's no discrimination with the law. There's no discrimination with every laws of the universe. So that's what he's talking about here. Leaving the latter to the mind that is using it, money goes merrily on its way, losing nothing in self-value and giving value. Money came into form to fill the need for exchange, and on that purpose, it is all intent. Let our attitude toward it be what it may. Money will remain true to its nature as long as it is needed by its master. Man, if we fail, I'm going to read this one more time because I want to say something, because I just caught something he said here. Money came into form to fill the need for exchange, and on that purpose, it is all intent. Let our attitude toward it be what it may. Money will remain true to its nature as long as it is needed by its master, man. So remember here, I'm right here at the end here, this is a flip-flop. Remember, money isn't the master over you, you're the master over money. Okay, so man is its master. Okay, so lots of times we have this flip-flop in our life. Money is a master over you, but you're the master. You're the master over money. If we fail to pay full value in exchange, we fail to understand the prospering law back of the idea. Money represents the law of services. Its value is the estimation of worth placed upon it by the mind of man, while it's formed and designed to ensure the easiest exchange when we give our best in some useful service, forgetful of self, concentrating on the joy of giving instead of concentrating on the returns. We find that our purpose and the purpose of money may have blended, and we become together in righteousness and eternal good. So often I hear people say, well, I do give, and sometimes until it hurts, but I seldom see any sign of a return. And I've heard so many people say this as well. I fell in the trap of saying this over my lifetime as well. And, the same way we can twist this into, we can use money as an example, or we can use manifesting as an example. I've tried manifesting before and it doesn't work. I want my dream house, but I never got it. I want my dream car, I never got it. I want the $1 million salary, but I never got it. It's the same concept here. Okay, but he's talking about giving here and giving money, because this is what Holliwell is talking about. The more you give, the more you receive. So people's coming back and saying, I do give Holliwell. Okay, I do give Mr. Holliwell, but I'm not receiving. So what's basically going on? This is the question he's getting. So he says, so often I hear people say, well, I do give, and sometimes until it hurts, but I seldom see any sign of return. There is a right way and a wrong way to give. This is what Holliwell's explaining. There's a right way to give, and there's a wrong way to give. There is a careless and impulsive giving, and there is a careful and scientific giving. When we give to a person or a group of persons where we are retarding progress, we are wasting our substance. Where we give to one who doesn't put forth the effort to help himself, we need not expect a good return. So this is what he's talking about. And this might ruffle some feathers a little bit, the example I might use. But really what he's talking about is, let's say, I lived in California for 20 years. So in California, Los Angeles, you see a lot of homeless. So a lot of people give to homeless. I've given to homeless before, and you give money, you give cash to homeless. But yet, what Holliwell is saying is that's impulsive giving. Okay, that's careless giving, because you're helping somebody who is not helping themselves. They're using the money for drugs and alcohol, but they're not helping themselves to get out of the rut that they're in. So this is what he's saying, is that you're not going to get a good return. You're not really going to receive good, because you're basically, and he's using this term, like you're basically retarding the progress of that person. It could mean the same thing as your kids grow up and you're constantly giving them money, but they're just blowing it and wasting it. They're not responsible with it, but you're creating a crutch for them. Okay, so all the giving you're doing, that's why you're not really receiving anything, or you're not getting a good return on your giving, because you're creating a crutch in somebody else in somebody else's life, and that person's not being responsible with it. That's what he's kind of talking about here. Listen to this. Nature does not support a parasite or a loafer. And his words would be harsh here, because remember, this is written in 1967. Nature does not support a parasite or a loafer, but she gives her energy to the ones who are struggling forward. She lets the parasite and the loafer see that she will help if they put forth the effort to help themselves. This is what he's saying. But with us, if we support a loafer and what he is in, how can we expect any good returns? Rather than the loafer becomes arrogant and demanding for more and more relief until we wonder where and when it will end. Meaning we're giving money to somebody, and I'm using homeless as an example, is because they always remain homeless. They're not helping themselves to get out of being homeless. And one of the things I want to share real quick before we go on to the purple section here as an example is, one of the things I noticed, of course I'm from the United States. I've lived in California for like 20 years. I'm from Ohio. In Ohio, you don't see a lot of homeless, but in in some of the warmer states, California, Florida, you see a lot of homeless. And I lived in California for almost 20 years. And one of the things I start seeing is that I travel a lot. I mean, I live in Thailand now, and I come back and forth and visit family. One of the things in Thailand, one of the things I started noticing about Asia is you hardly ever see a homeless person. And you would think, countries like the Philippines, countries like Thailand, Vietnam, you would think that they're a little bit more of a poverty nation. You would see tons and tons of homeless, or even more homeless you would see inside the United States. But it's actually reversed. You see way more homeless inside the United States than you do in Thailand or the Philippines. I mean, I'm just, being honest with you, or Vietnam or Asia. You don't see a whole heck of a lot of homeless. And just because of that, this concept is that people don't take care of them. You know what I mean? You gotta get your act together. And no matter, you can live in poverty, but you still live with a roof over your head. You still have food. You're not just living on the street. And when you do see, a little bit of homeless, a tiny bit, it's really like real homeless. They really need your help. Or if someone's asking for money, it's usually, they're blind. Sometimes when I would shop at street markets, there'd be a couple people there that would, they wouldn't be asking for money, but they would set up and sit, and they would have a little bowl out because they're blind. They're either blind or they're crippled. So in that instance, it's okay because they're trying to better themselves. But most people homeless is, they're not helping themselves. It's kind of like a lifestyle choice for them. But it's just something I noticed when I actually travel the world. I don't just stay inside the United States. It's something that is unique, and I've seen even when I started going on vacations, international, is that in some of these countries, you hardly see homeless people. You see way more homeless inside the United States. And I know you don't know if it's because of this reason or not, but it's just something that I've been observant to and seen. Now let's kind of move on to the book. The purple is an example he gives. A woman once gave her daughter when she married, and this is a wonderful example. A woman once gave her daughter when she married a home fully furnished. So here she is, the mother of her daughter. The daughter just got married, and she basically gave her a home fully furnished. Bought the home for her. I'm assuming bought the home in cash. They didn't have a mortgage. And it was fully furnished. They didn't have to buy any furniture for it. And set the son-in-law in a good business. So even set her son-in-law up in a good business. Gave the son-in-law a job. The business from year to year was always needing more funds to carry it over. And she continued giving her money to him until it was almost exhausted. So here the mother was. She pretty much bought a house for her daughter, furnished the whole house, then set her son-in-law, gave her son-in-law a business that he could run the business, not a job, a business. So he could run the business, but the son-in-law was basically bankrupting the business. He wasn't responsible with the business. It doesn't say what the son-in-law was doing with the money, of course, but was basically in the hole every single year. And now the mother has to come to the rescue every single year and give money. That's basically what was going on. And she did this until all her money was exhausted. When she had gotten down to a small income and living in one room, she wanted to know why she was not blessed for all her generosity. So she came to Holliwell. She's telling Holliwell this story, and she basically wants to know why isn't God, or why isn't the universe blessing me? Because I'm giving, I'm giving all this money. I'm helping my daughter. I'm helping my brother-in-law. I'm giving all this money. Why ain't I receiving good in my life? This is what she's saying, and this is where a lot of us are at too. She gave as if she helped until she had no more to give, and then she was unwelcomed in their home and invited to leave. Her mistake was in her judgment. So I'm going to reread some of this because since I kind of skipped around, it doesn't really make sense. I'm so sorry. Okay, so I'll go back up here. When she has gotten down to a small income and living in one room, she wanted to know why she was not blessed for her generosity. She gave she gave as she thought best, but it paid in losses and bitter words. Then her situation even got worse. The son-in-law or her son-in-law demanded more help until she had no more to give. Then she was unwelcomed in their home and invited to leave. So here she was, she bought them a house, she furnished it, she set up a business for her son-in-law. Her son-in-law is wasting all the money. She's giving all the money to this business to basically help to keep the business afloat. She must be living in the house in one room. Then when the son-in-law came to her, then she's like, I'm sorry, I have no more to give. I gave you everything. Then they kicked her out of the house. That's basically what they did. I'm down here, right here. She was at much as fault as the dependent son. So basically she's asking, her mistake was in her judgment. Her mistake was keep on helping, keep on giving money. That's her mistake. Same way when we look at above the law of giving and receiving. If we're holding someone back, we're creating a crutch for them. All of our giving isn't helping them grow and prosper. It's basically bringing their life down. That's basically what she's doing. She thinks she's helping, but she's really not. So Holliwell says she was as much at fault as the dependent son, for she was part of the cause of his failure. I directed her to stay away from the young couple and let them sink or swim by themselves. I was sure they would find themselves. She followed my advice, and within a year the young man had put his business on a paying basis. For the first time, it was operating at a profit. The home life was restored to a normal state, and all were happier because their efforts were being directed into the right channels. The young man was proud of his efforts that enabled him to make good of his own merit. A practical interpretation of the law is when you see someone making an effort to help himself, that is a time to assist him. That is a time to give. But do not give of your substance to the one that will not help himself, or at least try. The latter type will not only misuse your gift, but will abuse you if and when you cease giving. So this is all he's saying is that in order to give, you're helping somebody. You help people that you can see that's helping themselves. They want to get out of that rut. They want a better life. So you're helping them, but they want to get out of it as well. Rather than give to somebody that you know and you knowingly isn't helping themselves. Jesus gave his substance always where it would do the most good. He fed the multitude because they were seeking good, not because they were begging food. Nowhere do we find him giving as much as a thought to anyone except those who desire to improve and grow. Now listen to this. Now he's taking this from the Bible, he's taking this from the New Testament, and he says about Jesus that nowhere in the Bible, nowhere in the New Testament do we find him, Jesus, giving as much as a thought to anyone except those who desire to improve and grow. He cautioned others about unwise giving. Do not throw your pearls before swine, lest they trample them under their feet and turn and rend you. He meant, this is the verse I just read, because it's coming from the Old Testament, not the New Testament, but probably the New King James Version, so it's kind of written very weird. So this is what Jesus says. Do not throw your pearls before swine, lest they trample them under their feet and turn and rend you. What he meant simply, do not give your substance to anyone who cannot appreciate it or improve with it. It is as foolish as giving a child a loaded gun and expecting him to realize the danger as you do. Sooner or later, the child, through lack of appreciation, will either hurt someone or get hurt. To the sorrow of all concerned, you cannot build something on nothing and expect something in return. If in your giving there is no principle of good in some measure, no matter how small, to add to, then you are casting your pearls away. You are wasting your substance. Many have found tithing a successful form of giving, but the questioning the mind wonders. Now he's moving into tithing. Now he's moving in. He's talked about money, and he's talked lengthy about giving and receiving. Now he's going into tithing. So he's in my opinion, he's hitting probably the most debatable things on giving that we can really discuss and go forth on. And even like within the church tithing, even in the church with tithing or any other religion that tithes, where you're tithing, you're giving money to the church. I mean, a lot of people have an issue with it. A lot of people have an issue with how much you give. So this is what he says about tithing. Many have found tithing a successful form of giving, but the questioning mind wonders, why would tithing be more potent than any other form of giving? It is more potent because you touch the law of giving and receiving in a definite, orderly, and systematic way of giving. So listen to this. I'll read it one more time. Okay, this is why tithing is so important. Okay, it's not so much the money. Okay, but this is what he's saying. Why would tithing be more potent than any other form of giving? It is more potent because you touch the law of giving and receiving in a definite, orderly, and or a systematic way of giving. You establish a methodical plan of giving which creates a steady flow of reciprocal good to be received. When one's method of giving is sporadic or occasional, one's reception of good is irregular and uncertain. Listen to this. Basically what he's saying with tithing, and if you set up and you go to church every week, that's how you go to church on every Sunday, and every Sunday you tithe. So that's basically setting up a definite, orderly, and systematic way of giving. You're doing it every single week in a systematic, orderly way. Okay? So you're giving every single week. So basically what he's saying is, when one's method of giving is sporadic or occasional, you just give whenever, it's sporadic, it's not every week, maybe it's once a month, maybe it's once every couple months, it's sporadic or occasional. One reception of good, your good that comes to you is also going to be irregular and uncertain, rather than the ones who basically give every week. Scientists analyze it. So right now, I'm right here. Scientists analyze it. They say that tithing gives man a self-reliance, a confidence which enables him to build upon a positive mental attitude which attracts success. Others say that a tither already has considerable confidence to take the chance to spend his money that way. This makes him a positive type and attracts only positive and goodly conditions. Then there are others. Now he's changing. Then there are others who take a spiritual view toward tithing and assume that God is their partner and they are paying only 1/10 of their receipts as his share. Then too, now he's giving different opinions here. Then too, some make the mistake in tithing when they give for selfish gain and when they make a bargain of it. Remember, it is not the money you give, it is the idea back of giving that is vital. So this is what he means, like when people, he's using old terminology a little bit. Then too, some make the mistake in tithing. So the mistake in tithing, the mistake of giving money, this is where most people make a mistake of tithing or even giving money, is they give for selfish gain or when they make a bargain for it. Meaning that, I'm giving, like if I help you out and I give you money, well, I'm secretly thinking to myself that, oh, you're going to give it back to me, or you're going to help me, or you're going to give something to me in another way. So that's kind of a bargain. I'm kind of doing it for selfish gain. I'm kind of trying to play the law a little bit. But then Holliwell says, remember, it is not the money you give. It is the idea back of the giving that is so vital. It's your idea, it's your secret thoughts, the reason why you're really giving, that's really vital, that's really important in this. It's not the money that you give, it's not the total, the amount you give. Money has nothing to do with it. It's what you're thinking, your secret thoughts behind what you're giving. That's vital. That's the most important. Because remember, God, the universe, universal law, okay, you can fool other people. This is what I say all the time. You can fool other people, but you can't fool God. You can fool other people, but the secret you can't fool the universe. You can't fool God. It knows the secret you, your secret thoughts, why you're really doing what you're doing. Remember, it's not the money you give. It's the idea back of the giving that is so vital. If you give money and the idea is wholly one for bargaining, meaning you want something in return, your mind is not free. Therefore, your results cannot be free and full flowing. Tithing, no matter what one may think about it, if one thinks at all, has a tendency to bring man into line with the law of giving, and his results will be in proportion to the honesty, sincerity, and spirit of the gift. So it's really, now he's talking about tithing here, but you can say tithing or giving money is that it's how the law is really going to work for you. The law of giving is going to work for you. It's really you and your secret thoughts. You know, how pure are your thoughts behind your giving and honesty. Now, how honest are your thoughts? How sincere are you? Jesus praised and blessed the widow who gave her mite into the church coffer, but criticized the rich man offering his bags of gold. Say this more time. This is an example a little bit. Jesus praised and blessed the widow who gave her all. So the widow is in poverty. She doesn't have very much money, but he praised her and blessed her who gave her all, her mite, into the church coffer. But Jesus criticized the rich man offering his bags of gold. Why do you suppose he took exception in this case to praise the lowly gift of the widow? He knew the law of giving was in action. He was the spirit of her gift that prompted his blessing. When John D. Rockefeller was a poor boy, he was able to apply the law early in his life. When he earned his first money, he kept a record of his givings and his receivings, and he kept a ledger all through his life. It is known that he gave away more than $500 million. Possibly, we can judge why he received so much. So in this example up here, I'll go back up here. An example he gave about Jesus, how he blessed the widow. He blessed the widow that didn't have very much, but she gave everything to the church. But yet he criticized the rich man just bringing bags of gold, because he's going back to the other example is your deep-rooted beliefs. You know, what are you really thinking? Are your beliefs pure? Are you giving with a pure heart? You're giving with honesty and sincerity. So he saw that more in the woman, the widow, than he did the rich man that could easily just give bags of gold. But after we give, that is not all we must do. Now there's a next step to it. He's been talking a lot about giving here, but after we give, that is not all we must do. Our next step is to prepare to receive the response or results of our giving, and to receive, as the law states, good measure, pressed down, shaken together, and running over. Now he's going after the verse in the beginning of this chapter. Now he's going after the second part of the verse. So I'll read it one more time. But after we give, that is not all we must do. Our next step is to prepare to receive the response or results of our giving, and to receive, as the law states, good measure, pressed down, shaken together, and running over. This is the most interesting part, because our preparation, our active faith, instead of rocking and waiting, we are preparing and working. Listen to this. We are preparing and working. We're in our life, we're preparing and working towards to receive the good into our lives. This in turn enlarges our view. It stimulates our interest. It disperses our doubt and fear, and energizes our power of reception. This was clearly illustrated by Elijah the prophet. He gives another example from the Bible. Elijah the prophet. When the three kings came to him and asked him to pray for them that they would be victorious in battle, and that they might have rain to supply their soldiers and animals. The rain because they're thirsty. They're in the desert right now. Okay, they're dehydrated. Elijah told the kings to go back to their camps and prepare for the morrow. Prepare to receive the water they asked for by digging ditches. Okay, now listen to this. And Holliwell says this. Now, if you have ever been on the desert, you will know that it was Now, if you've ever been on a desert, you would know that it was a most foolish idea to dig ditches in the sand and expect rainfall. So this is where the battle is taking place. They're in the middle of a flipping desert. Elijah tells them to, I will replenish all your soldiers and animals with water, but go back and dig ditches and prepare for the rain to come. They're in the middle of the desert, okay? You have to kind of put your mind into this. They prepared for the rain by digging the ditches, and clouds gathered, and rain fell, and the ditches were filled. The men and their beasts were satisfied. Their thirst was quenched, and going into battle strengthened. They were victorious. Elijah, knowingly the law, instructed them to prepare and made the easy way for them to receive. Now, when I was reading this, a lot of you out there follow Never Goddard. Now, this floats kind of right, and he's explaining it differently, but it goes right for Never Goddard techniques, Never Goddard teachings, where you set an intention, you go inside your imagination, and you create an imaginal scene on what you want, what your intention is, and you do this right before sleep, and you drift off to sleep. Now, the next phase to this is actually what are you doing in present moment? What are you doing in your 3D world? Now, what you're doing in your 3D world is living in the end, is dwelling in the end. And when you live in the end, you dwell in the end, this goes along with this example of your preparation to receive. Okay, what's your preparation to receive? The law of assumption. When you go inside your imagination, if you can see it inside your imagination, it's already in your 4D world. You just can't see it yet. It's not in your 3D world yet. So what you see in your imagination can come to you. If you can see it, you can have it. It can come to you 100%. But you got to prepare for it. Okay, you got to prepare to receive it. So how you do that in like a Never Goddard training is you live in the end. What's living in the end? Is you act as if. If you want your dream house, okay, is you have a house right now, okay, when I walk around my house, I walk around as if I'm in my dream house already. I already have it. Okay, if I want to be a millionaire, and I want $15 million in my bank account right now, well, I already have it. So how would I be acting and behaving if I already had that money? Because I already have it inside my imagination. So you act as if you already have it. The same way as your dream car, your dream vacations. So that's how everything starts connecting together. The key to the law then is we are continually drawing into life what we give and expect. Listen to this. This is why it's in green. It's important. The key to the law then is we are continually drawing into life what we give and expect. Whether we attract good or bad. Remember, it's on the same line. So no matter what you expect good is going to come to you. You expect bad is going to come to you. So no matter if it's good or bad, it goes on what you expect. It is governed by the same principle. You have probably made the remark, oh yes, it is just as I expected. And especially when some unpleasant condition or circumstance arose. You invited the condition just because you gave out the thought of expecting it. You can also expect good to appear on the same principle, and you can help it to come to pass by the method of your preparation. Many failures and demonstrations are because we do not force our expectations to keep a pace with our desires. Very often we desire one thing and expect in our hearts another, which creates confusion. And in his remark up here, is he gives an example. We've all experienced this, okay, sometime in our life where we hear someone say, oh, I expect this to happen. And it's always like a negative circumstance. Like, oh, I knew this was going to happen. I expected this to happen. It always happens this way. But they're focusing on the negative, okay? And now this is a cycle of karma. If you keep on having negative things keep on happening to you, you're really on that cycle of karma. You're on that cycle. The same thing keeps on happening. That's a cycle of karma. But we can switch it. We can easily switch it because this is what Holliwell is saying, is that the law works. You're on the same plane of the law. Okay, you're just expecting bad to happen, but what if you expect good to happen? If you really expect good to happen, by law, it has to happen to you. The master said, a house divided against itself cannot stand. When a mind is confused, there is no cooperation, nor is there united force to attract the strength it requires. Positive mental radiations will drive away all clouds of doubt and fear with confident expectation that all things will work out. All things will work all right. You operate a law that can and will put matters right. There is a power within, greater by far than any difficulty that you can ever meet. That power would never fail to see you through. So he's also saying that power, when he says that power within you, abundance is within you. Abundance is your birthright. God is inside you. Heaven is within you. So the power is within you. And that power is greater by far than any difficulty that you can ever meet. Any difficulty that will come by you. That power within you is far greater than any negative circumstance that comes into your life. And that power would never fail to see you through it. You may ask, can I desire things not ready for me to have? Can I ask too much of the law? Does the law withhold things from me which are not for my good? So this is a great question. This is why this chapter is so powerful, because he really goes on. Basically, all the misconceptions that people think are in this chapter. All these great questions that people ask are in this chapter, and it was written so long ago. And this is a great question even in manifesting, is can I desire things not ready for me to have? Okay. Can I ask too much of the law? Can I ask for too much money? Can I ask for millions of dollars? Can I ask to be a multimillionaire? And this is what Holliwell says. True desire represents the urge of life, seeking a full expression, and is kept alive by continuous expectation of its fulfillment. It brings to us ways and means for its manifestations. The principle explains, no desire is felt until the supply is ready to appear. So listen, no desire is felt until the supply is ready to appear. And you can take this a step further. I'm right here. I gotta do this because so I can know where I'm at. But I love this. No desire is felt until the supply is ready to appear. What this means is, even if you follow manifestation, you follow Never Goddard again, you follow the imagination techniques. That's why I say, if you can see it inside your imagination, you can have it in real life. You can have it in your 3D world. And this is what Holliwell is saying. Okay, but he's saying it in a different way. No desire is felt. Okay, what he means by this, okay, you feel that you want this dream house. You feel that you want $1 million salary. You feel you want this dream car. You go inside your imagination. You're feeling the emotion. This is what he's talking about. No desire is felt. Okay, you feel the emotion of having something until the supply is ready to appear. Meaning, like, you're not going to have that desire. You're not going to be able to see it. This is what he's saying. You're not going to be able to see it in your imagination if you can't have it. If you can see it, you can have it. That's what he's saying. I'm trying to confuse myself here. No mind can be conscious of a need or of a desire unless the possibility of its fulfillment exists. Listen to that. No mind can be conscious of a need. Now, think about this as your imagination too. No mind, no imagination can be conscious of a need or of a desire unless the possibility of its fulfillment exists. Now, if you can see your dream car, you can have your dream car. That's what he's saying here. Your prayer, your desire, your inner urge are like a magnet, and the stronger they are, the stronger the power of your magnet, and the greater its attraction. You cannot ask too much of the law. Listen to this. You cannot ask too much of the law, for it is unlimited, and the supply is inexhaustible. Remember, I believe it was chapter 3, the law of supply, which the law of supply means the law of abundance. The law of supply is all around us. Abundance is all around us. Okay? Abundance is unlimited. Abundance is inexhaustible. That's what he's saying. You can get only what you can conceive. Okay? What this means is, I'm right here. You can get only what you conceive. You can only get what you believe. That's what he's really saying. What you can understand. You can only get only the equivalent to what you give. Okay, now he's saying you only can get to the equivalent of what you give. The law does not withhold any more than mathematics withholds its numbers. You may receive some things that appear not good, but yet good may come through them, like mistakes in mathematics. Whereas you make many mistakes. The mistakes enable you, by their correction, to better know the law. After you have made one or several corrections, you will never again repeat the same mistakes, so that way the law has served you well and supplied you with greater knowledge. And I do like that when he's talking about mistakes here. Okay, this is kind of reminding me of manifesting techniques, why things are not working, why things don't work for people, and this is the thing. Most of the time, people are just they don't hang in there long enough. Okay, they're not doing these exercises long enough. They're just, that's pretty much what it is. You have to understand the mind is a muscle. Okay, the greatest metaphor is, let's say you're out of shape, and if you go to the gym, well, if you work out for a week, well, we all can agree you're not going to be in shape in 1 week. Okay, even if you work out for a month, we all can agree you're not going to be in shape in 1 month. Or you're physically not going to look like you've been going to the gym in 1 month. Okay, you might start feeling a little bit better. You might start feeling like you can make it through workouts. So you are getting some results. But as far as appearance goes, you're not going to look like you've been going to the gym. And it might take you maybe 3 months to start getting the kind of physical form of you've been working out. But it might not be the shape that you really want to be in. You're going to be far better along in 3 months than you were day 0. But there's still work. And this is a manifesting. Most of us, we're not doing these manifesting techniques like we should. We're not creating a lifestyle around it. So we're not building, the mind's a muscle. So we're not building our mental muscle here. And this is why when he brings up mistakes, we're going to make mistakes in manifesting. But if we stay consistent, persistent with it, those mistakes that we make, that just helps us learn how to work the law better, how to work the manifesting technique better. We get better at it. And the way we get better at it is we start believing to our core more that it works. The Lord loves a cheerful giver. The law serves a free and a willing giver. Wherever you give it with a free and willing spirit. Give it out with no obligations or dictations attached to it. Then it will come back to you unburdened with obligations or restrictions of any form. So this is what he's talking about. When you give, even when you pay your bills, when you give free. You're a willing giver. And you're giving it with no obligations. There's no secret obligations behind it. There's no secret, in those deep secret thoughts that you're thinking, oh, they're going to help me later, or they're going to give me this. Okay, you're a willful giver. You're giving for free. And when you receive, when he's saying everything's reciprocal. Okay, when you receive, you're going to receive back to you gifts unburdened with obligations or restrictions of any form. He who gives much receives much. Listen to this. He who gives much receives much. To give your best is to receive the best in ratio of the degree of giving. The reason why so many people receive little is because they give out so little. Listen to that. The reason why many people receive little is because they give out so little. They are poverty stricken because they refuse to give. Listen to this. Why are people really stuck in poverty? Now, there's many reasons, because you have generational poverty, but this could be one of the reasons. They are poverty stricken because they refuse to give. Whatever the nature of your possessions, give, and give abundantly. Okay, so what he's saying here, whatever the nature of your possessions, no matter if you're rich, you're poor, you're middle class, give and give abundantly. You are to give of your life, interest, energy, thought, ability, love, appreciation, and helpfulness. In giving of your life, thought, and love, and doing gladly and well whatever you may be called upon to do, you express your best. And the more you give, the more you receive. This does not mean that you are to give to the selfish and thoughtless. Now he's going back and tying it in. It doesn't mean that we become irresponsible with giving, but to so order your life as to make a full and proper use of your energies, faculties, and talents in useful living. If today your abilities are small and your powers insignificant, begin now to make a more thorough use of them, and they will grow. So he's saying begin now, and it will slowly grow. Recall the story of the master and his servants. So he's talking about Jesus here. Recall the story of the master and his servants, to whom he gave each a talent, some 2, some 3, and others more, from whom he expected a harvest according to their respective endowments. There was greater joy in heaven over him who had but 1 talent and used it well than over him who had many talents but failed to employ them in useful service. Hence, the servant with 1 talent took the higher place. In other words, the individual who makes full use of what he has shall be blessed with more and more. For, in what measure ye might, ye shall. Now this is a verse from the Bible. I'm stumbling over it all. Let me slow down here. I'll highlight it for you. And what measure you might, it shall be measured unto thee again. That is the path of increase. That is a secret of the law of receiving. If the business world accepts the giving of service as a basis of success and progress, can we not accept the same truth in our business of life, of living life? This is not a religious plea. This is just good logic or plain common sense. For if the law works in one department, it surely will work in every department, wherever we choose to apply it. Whatever you desire in the way of health, success, happiness, riches, or power, start toward it. Start it on its way by this procedure. The law works. The results are sure because a natural principle is involved. You may proceed without doubt or fear to desire and to expect all good you can realize, use, and enjoy. When the mind of man becomes unselfish to the point of yielding to the law, man has been born anew. For his attitude toward the law, himself, and his fellow men has changed, and his affairs take on the character of the newness of thought. The quote is giving, and this is the poem, not a quote, I apologize. Giving. To get he had tried, yet his store was still meager. To a wise man he cried, in a voice keen and eager, "Pray tell me how I may successfully live." And the wise man replied, "To get, you must give. As to giving," he said, "well, I have to give. I've scarce enough bread, and of course one must live, but I would partake of life's bountiful store." Came the wise man's response. "Then you must give more." The lesson he learned to get was forgotten. Toward mankind he turned with a love new begotten. As he gave of himself in unselfish living, then joy crowned his days, for he grew rich in giving. By Arthur William Baer. Anyway, let's get rocking and rolling. Chapter 6, Law of Increase. This is really the law of life here. So, Holliwell starts off with his famous quote again, and there's a different quote that he kind of tears apart a little bit. Sometimes he tears apart the quote, and that's the main quote throughout the chapter that he's tearing apart. Sometimes the quote is just an overall what the chapter means, but he actually goes into a different direction. But let's get rocking. Let everything that has breath praise the law, Lord. Praise ye the Lord. Psalm 150. Now remember, before we get started here, Lord God, the word God actually means law in Hebrew. When they were used the word God in the Bible, it actually means law. Now Joseph Murphy, in Power of the Subconscious Mind, in that book, he uses the Lord God law as our subconscious mind. But Raymond Holliwell doesn't really do that here in this book. So let's get rocking. Without exception, I believe everyone has read or heard the delightful story of Aladdin and his magic lamp. How a poor boy has stumbled upon the little genie who led him to find a dusty old lamp. It was a magic lamp, and when he rubbed it briskly, a little man appeared out of a cloud before him and asked to fill his wishes. We, as children, have always dreamed of fairies and of beautiful things in life that we wished we might have. Yet many of our dreams remained as such because we could do nothing about them. So this little story here, this is kind of where the law of increase he kind of builds off of, is the story as when we were little kids. Now I don't know now, I know back in my day, back in my sister's day, that Aladdin was really popular, and even the concept of the story, the fairy tale of the genie and your 3 wishes, and you could wish anything, have anything in your life, and a genie would make it happen. So he builds off the law of increase on this story. Because what if, this is a question I want to have to you and even to myself. What if we could really have anything that we want? Okay, what if we just put a mind to it? We really have that power. Okay, if we really believe that abundance is inside us, heaven is within us, abundance is our birthright. If we really truly believe this to our core and we just don't conceptually believe it, what if we could really have anything we want? We could, whatever we put a mind to, we know without a shadow of a doubt is going to come to us. Just like Aladdin and his lamp, just like if we had our own personal genie and we had 3 wishes, 5 wishes, or even if we had unlimited wishes, no matter what we wished for, we would get. What if that was really true? So this is how Holliwell breaks apart this chapter. So let's start diving into it. In truth, we may not believe in fairies, but we know there is a principle equivalent to the magic lamp. No, it is not something material that we can carry about and rub at will to find a little genie to do our bidding. It is an understanding which enables us to use the law more clearly. Here he's talking about the laws of the universe. And in using it, we stimulate our good and bring about much for our pleasure and happiness that seems like magic or miracles. This understanding is the act of praising God, the law for which we desire, and invariably the fulfillment of that desire is speeded up in the most magic proportion. And I'm going to see what. Okay, I do have it on green. I'm going to highlight this right here, even though I have a lot of green. So I'm going to read this right here. This is where Holliwell is going to take off in this chapter. And this big paragraph down below is really the meat and potatoes here. This is understanding is the act of praising God. Praising God, praising the Lord, praising the law, praising the laws of the universe. Being thankful, having gratitude. This is what that means. For that which we desire, and invariably the fulfillment of that desire is speeded up in almost magic proportion. This method, bring us down a little bit, make sure you can read it. This method is, of course, not new. This isn't a new method. This has been around even in 1967 when he wrote this book. This has been around. Every old school prosperity teacher taught this, even in the very, very early 1900s and even in the 1800s, as far back as we can get books and scripture and stuff like that. It has been used throughout the Bible from beginning to the end. Praise has ever been a common method used to employ the attention, favor, and blessing of God. So you're in this chapter, he really talks about praising, and this really is in Holliwell's viewpoint is the law of increase. Always praising, always giving thanks, always having gratitude, no matter what it is that you're doing. In early history, we learned that the people would bring their sacrifices and place them on the altar to gain favor of Jehovah. Following this act, they would render their praise in song and ceremony, believing that by doing, they would be favored, their prayers would be granted. So he's going back to, he's really going back to old school, in biblical times, not New Testament, but in the Old Testament times. And when they had ceremonies and, sacrifice sheep and stuff like that, because they thought, no matter what their religion was, they thought that they would have favor by God. Read the Song of Moses and note its structure. Read of the fall of Jericho and note the process used by the people who marched around the city walls until they crumbled and fell. And who became conquerors. Read the last Psalm of David, and in doing so, remember that it has been used by the Hebrews for ages, and it was proven most effective throughout the centuries. The singing of songs or the blowing of trumpets does not bring the results you pray for, nor do you suddenly gain favor with God because of it. So it's not, basically what he's saying, it's not the act that you're doing. It's not, it's not marching around Jericho. It's not the act. It's not blowing trumpets, singing songs. It's not the act that shows favor with God, that shows favor with the laws of the universe. This is what he's saying. It's not the act. Down here in yellow, the effect of your efforts does not influence God in any sense. Listen to this. The effect of your efforts does not influence God in any sense. It does not influence you. Oh, okay, now I read that wrong. I do apologize. The effect of your efforts does not influence God in any sense, but it does influence you. So it doesn't influence God, but it influences you. How does this happen? It enables you to be lifted up and unconsciously touch the law and gain its blessing. What has been an unconscious act or an accidental method can become a known fact and a regular means of stimulating the good. If one learns the simple method of praise, that alone will stimulate and increase his good. Jesus once said, if one has faith as a grain of a mustard seed, he can move mountains. Now I'm going to read that verse one more time. I'm down here in purple. If one has faith. Now the word faith here, this is what I love to do with scripture. What's another word for faith? Faith means belief. Okay, when you see all these verses with faith, sometimes when I read verses with faith, it didn't really move me very much. But when I started to take out the word faith, and faith means belief, if you really have faith in something, you really believe it's going to happen. That's what faith means. If you really have faith in something, you really demand it to happen. You really believe to your core it's going to happen. You really expect it's going to happen. So if you really expect something to happen, you believe it's going to happen. So another word for faith is belief. So if Jesus said, if one has belief as a grain of a mustard seed, so a grain of a mustard seed is super tiny. He can move mountains with just tiny, tiny little belief. Just an ounce of little belief, you can move a whole mountain. If one can realize the power of praise, he can do the same. Praise is a complementary to faith. Praise is a complementary to belief. Whereas faith is wisdom and understanding. Whereas belief is wisdom and understanding. Praise is the application of that understanding. Faith, belief. Now I'm interchanging the words. The words aren't in here. But faith, belief is the boiler that holds a substance of power, whereas praise is a fuel that generates that power into active force. If you must constantly watch a boiler and care especially for the fuel that charges it, in order to get the most out of it, then the fuel is a very important part of the machinery. In like manner, faith, belief without praise is but a cold boiler. Listen to this. In like manner, of his example, faith or belief without praise, what he means by praise without thankfulness, without gratitude. So faith without praise, faith without gratitude, faith without being thankful is but a cold boiler, an inert mass of machinery. It may be nice to look at or to talk about, but of no value more than that until it is put in motion and produces. Praise, okay, now praise, I'm interchanging these words again. Praise, being thankful, having gratitude is a stimulant of the mind. It quickens prayer. It magnetizes all the good around you. It transforms that good into usable, visible substance. So I'm right here at the very end. Okay, I'll bring this up so we can kind of see it. So praise is a stimulant of the mind. Being grateful, having gratitude. This is why when you study the law of attraction, law of assumption, okay, manifesting in general, they always talk about gratitude. At some point, we learn to be thankful. The power of being thankful. The power of having gratitude. Okay, but lots of times we conceptually understand it. Okay, Okay, we can talk about it, we can understand it, we can discuss it with other people, but we're really not doing it. And to our core, we really don't understand it. We really don't understand why gratitude is so important. Okay, so here Halliwell is really talking about praise, being thankful, and gratitude. Why is it so important? Why is it such an important part of the law of the universe? Praise is a stimulant of the mind. Gratitude is a stimulant of the mind. It quickens prayer. What I mean, what does it mean when it quickens prayer? Okay, you're praying about your dream car, your dream house. You're praying about retiring your family. Okay, you dream about retiring your parents. You dream about having a higher salary, your career, whatever it is. Okay, prayer quickens. Okay, praise, being gratitude, having thankfulness quickens your prayer, quickens your intention, quickens what you want. It magnetizes all the good around you. It transforms that good into usable, visible substance. In purple here, here's a little example he gives. A woman was crying bitterly and praying tearfully. And this is a great example. I would really want you to listen to this. A woman was crying bitterly and praying tearfully to God for her release. The master, hearing her, silenced her and asked, "Is your God a God of tears, of grief, and anguish and pain?" No. God is a giver of joy and peace and happiness and love. You want peace and joy, yet you pray to your Father with tears. If you want black, do you ask for white? If you ask for a fish, do you expect a serpent? If you ask for bread, do you expect a stone? You can only get what you expect. For the unchanging law of the universe is ever working to supply you. Prayer should not be one of supplication, pleading, begging, entreating a sad state. It should be one of claiming, declaring, decreeing, praising, and joyful thanksgiving. Okay, this is so powerful because when I read this, and Halliwell will expand on this, but you have to understand, most of us, it doesn't matter what our beliefs are, okay? It doesn't matter what religion you are. It doesn't matter if right now you're kind of in the middle, you don't know if you believe in God or not. But we all at some time prayed for something in our life, okay? But do you notice and be aware of when you actually go into prayer. Most of us go into prayer as a last resort for asking for something. Maybe our back is pushed up against the wall. Maybe our life is crumbling all around us. We don't know what to do. And in that emotional state, we go to prayer. But when we go to prayer, we're going to prayer like Halliwell is saying. We're going to prayer being bitter. We're going to prayer crying. We're going to prayer in a sad state. We're going to prayer doubting and fearing and worry. That's how we're going to prayer. But what we have to understand is the laws of the universe, God, okay, our subconscious mind is only bringing us what we bring emotion to. Okay, now we've learned in the other chapters here is that the law doesn't discriminate. Okay, the subconscious mind doesn't discriminate. It just gives you what you're emotional to. So this is why he says, is your God a God of tears, of grief, and anguish and pain? Oh no, God is a giver of joy and peace and happiness and love. Okay, so when you go to prayer, this is what he says right here. Prayer should not be one of supplication, pleading, begging, entreating, or at a sad state. It should be one of claiming, declaring, decreeing, praising, giving gratitude, being thankful, and a joyful thanksgiving. That's how we should go to prayer. Then you also would notice, maybe in your own life, when prayers were answered, be aware and think back at what emotional state were you in? And I would bet you that you were in at the very end of this chapter, or not very end of this paragraph, you were in a state of claiming, declaring, decreeing, praising, being thankful, having gratitude, being joyful. You were in that state and you received exactly what you were asking for. Praise is an avenue of prayer through which the spirit law expresses itself. Praise is a Broadway highway, while all other forms are only feeding arteries. Through this inherent law, when man praises, when man has gratitude, when man has thankfulness, he opens himself upward to God. He lifts his consciousness to a higher realm and becomes greater channel to receive the good that is ever waiting to come to him. Praise opens a little door in his mind that enables him to draw closer to God and to be attuned to the divine forces within and about him. Praise, gratitude, thankfulness is the shortest route to complete any demonstration and quickest way to enjoy effectual prayer. Praise expands and opens the mind upward, while its opposite, condemnation, contracts and restricts. Remember, when you talk about the law of increase, when you're talking about praising, being thankful and gratitude, remember with every law of the universe, there's a complete opposite. So this is what he's saying right here. The law has a complete opposite. Okay, praise, being thankful, having gratitude, expands and opens your mind upward. Okay, it's increasing your mind. You're going up. You're getting better. You're improving. But the complete opposite can happen too. When you go to prayer and condemnation, it contracts and restricts. It takes it away from you. So remember, all universal laws run on the same plane. Okay, there's an opposite to everything. If there's a hot, there has to be a cold. If there's a positive, well, there has to be a negative. Same way here. The whole creation responds to praise and is glad. You may have noted how a trainer, after each performance of his charges, would give them a satisfied pat or some morsel of food they especially like. That man was wise in using the law and bringing out the best work from his charges, and thereby giving the best performance. You have noticed perhaps how children will glow with gladness. I like that. I really like this right here. You have noticed perhaps how children will glow with gladness and joy when they receive condemnation and praise. Those who have trouble with their servants or helpers can learn much by using this method and will find a great difference in the quality and quantity of work produced. You have experienced at some time, I am sure, this law in your affairs. Have you ever had someone to condemn or criticize your efforts when you were trying to please? I think we all have had that happen to us, many, many times, and probably more than we would like to admit to or share. Do you not feel like folding up within yourself? Perhaps you felt like quitting the job and letting someone else worry about it. Least of all, such an experience suppressed your interest and zeal. You did not desire to do better. Listen to that. Like when someone criticizes you and condemns you, especially at work, if you're an adult, that's where you're kind of getting it the most anymore, is at work. I mean, unless your spouse does it to you, which that's a whole nother story. But, when someone criticizes you at work or condemns you at work, do you really want to do better? Do you really want to do more? Do you really want to put your best effort forth? Probably not. You probably really don't. That is how one reacts when the law is reversed. Whereas, when someone praises you for your efforts, you feel like expanding and doing better, trying harder to be more perfect. When someone praises you with gratitude, thankfulness, when someone says, hey, you're doing a great job, it makes you feel good on the inside, and you actually want to do better. Your interest becomes greater because of that pleasure. And with your happiness, you bring happiness into your work and all around you. It is a well-known fact that even a plant life is responsive to praise. For I have seen flowers praised to longer life and beauty. And, this is even true. And there were massive studies on it. I used to have the book, but I don't have the book. And I totally going to butcher this. But it goes along with law of attraction, the power of our words. I believe it was Chinese, and he was doing studies on water, and he labeled water how the water, the cells in the water would actually change, the crystals in the water would actually change under a microscope. Like if you said bad words to it, bitter words to it, hateful words to it, it would actually change the structure of the water. Versus if you said gratitude and thankful and I love you to your water, the little water crystals under a microscope would actually change as well. So this is even true when he's saying here, this is even way back, way back. I mean, the book was 1967, so I mean, even back then, they've had massive studies on this. It is a well-known fact that even plant life is responsive to praise, is responsive to your words. Your words have power. For I've seen flowers praised to a longer life and beauty. When we are praised or praise ourselves, there is a physical response within our bodies. Doctors tell us that the cells of our body respond to the law. They seem to know and expand in strength, in capacity, and even in intelligence. Of course, we know that it is the mind working through every cell that causes the expansion. And the more I dig deeper into, and I haven't done really videos on this, but the more you dig deeper into higher consciousness, law of attraction, manifesting, a lot of people, very higher consciousness. When we really dive into it, well, if you're unhealthy, start talking to your body, start talking to your cells, start going inside your imagination, picturing yourself healthy, picturing yourself healing, because your cells in your body listens to you, even you want to believe it or not. So this is what he's talking about. All thoughts act through an invisible ether. Now, ether is air. As water expands into power when it is heated and retards into a solid mass of ice when it is chilled, the law of spirit is reflected in the law of physics. Though we may not sense it or fully understand it, our thoughts are moving continually in this invisible ether, in this invisible air. And they are either increasing or diminishing in power and intelligence. Now listen to this right here. Now this is our thoughts. Now we can look at this as our thoughts. If our thoughts are positive, it's either increasing, or if it's negative, it's either diminishing in power and intelligence. When we praise the richness and opulence of God, the law of our thoughts are greatly increased into the mental atmosphere. This increase affects our being in that it reflects in everything our mind and hands may touch. If we are contracting our thoughts through fear, criticism, and complaint, we reflect that contraction and our results are delayed or frozen. There's this right here. He really kind of explains why lots of times, even like manifesting, we're talking about manifesting here, why manifesting isn't working. Okay, because why manifesting isn't working, I'll read it one more time, is this increase affects our being and that reflects everything our mind and hands may touch. So that's why it affects manifesting, because if we're looking positive, like attracts like. So positive has to, by law, it has to come back to us. But the opposite is true too. There's a negative. So if our mind focuses on the negative, by law, again, by law, because with law, there's no discrimination, the negative has to come back to us. So this is why he says, if we are contracting our thoughts through fear, criticism, and complaint, we reflect the contraction and our results are delayed or frozen. So our intention, what we want, is delayed. What we want is frozen. It's just halted until we get our act together. Now the purple is an example again. It has been proven that a failing business can be praised into success. Suppose lost friends have returned their affections with the law of praise was used. One man told me that while driving, he heard a clicking noise develop in the rear of his car. He talked to his machine, so he talked to his car and praised it. He gave thankfulness and gratitude to his car to get him home safely and without delay. He drove some 30 minutes and rolled into his driveway safely, so he made it home. When he tried to move the car further, he discovered a broken axle. So he basically had a broken axle on the freeway. I don't know where he was, on the road or the freeway. He drove his car with a broken axle all the way home. And he made it home, talking and praising, giving thankfulness for his car to get him home. A woman wrote to me stating that she was weary looking at an old carpet that she had that has had seen better days and had given her good service. I read that one more time. Let me take a drink here. I'm getting dry. A woman wrote me stating that she was weary looking at an old carpet that had seen better days and had given good service. She tried the praise method and began to speak kindly to the old rug. Within a few days, she had she had word that a brand new carpet was on its way from Colorado, and that same week she received 3 smaller rugs equally as new. Her husband, upon seeing the contrast with the new flooring, with the new floor covering, decided hurriedly that they must have a new suite of furniture. So all in all, the law worked. And by praising the old rug, she has a newly furnished living room. Whether the changes are in animate things or in individuals, it matters not so long as the desired results are obtained. The law works without discrimination. This is what I've been saying. The law works without discrimination. Okay, so it doesn't matter. Lots of times people get into this, well, how can this celebrity make millions of dollars, but he's not a good person? Now, how can this rich businessman make millions of dollars, but he's not a good person? Even though we don't know them, but we say he's a bad person. But the law doesn't discriminate, no matter if you're a good person or a bad person. Okay, no matter if you think positive or you think negative, it doesn't discriminate. It just gives you what your thought processes are. It just gives you what your emotional state is, what you bring an emotion to. That's what it's giving you. Okay, set aside the good and the bad. The good and the bad, remember, is on the same plane. Okay, the law doesn't discriminate. This is a hard one to kind of get over. The law doesn't discriminate. The laws of the universe don't discriminate. But better still, though praise is good for other persons and things, it is our salvation too. Praise changes our observation, our whole outlook on life. In the past, we were in the habit of seeking our weaknesses and failings as well as our shortcomings of others. But now we see differently. I love this, and this kind of brings up a unique situation too. Because when I read this before, it always popped in my mind, isn't it funny, when we go through the school system, elementary school, middle school, high school, and even college, that even our master's degree, that isn't it funny how we're trained to focus on our weaknesses? We're trained to focus on what we're not good at. Isn't it kind of weird? But when you study personal development, when you study success, when you study successful people, when you study millionaires, they say the direct opposite. They say, Chad, why are you focusing on your weaknesses? Why are you focusing on what you suck at? Okay, focus on your strengths. Focus on what you're good at. That's what you should focus on. Even years ago, I studied with, and he lived in California too, I studied with Marcus Buckingham. And Marcus Buckingham was really, really popular, even in the human resource community, as strengths. Strengths in the workplace. That basically, with all of our employees, we should find their strengths and kind of put them in positions that bring more of their strengths and not their weaknesses. I mean, isn't that weird that our society just focuses on the weaknesses, not our strengths, not to pull out our strengths and what we're good at? And that's what kind of, when I read this, that's what kind of rang so much bells in me. In the past, we were in the habit of seeking our weaknesses and failings, as well as our shortcomings of others. But now we see differently. Isn't it funny how, we're supposed to focus on our weaknesses, but then also when we look at other people, isn't it weird how, besides praising them, besides pulling out the good in them and what we like about them, we always look at somebody's weaknesses also. We always look at their shortcomings. We always look at what we don't like about them rather than what we do. Isn't that kind of weird? It's weird to me, how we look at that. That's what kind of draws out. If we're kind of internally negative, we're going to start looking at things negative. We're going to start pulling the negative out of other people instead of the positive. We look for the accomplishments, the good and the beauty that is worthy of our praise. That's what we should be doing all day long. No matter if we go to work, we're at home, no matter what we're doing, we should be looking at the accomplishments, the good and the beauty that is worthy of our praise, that it's worthy of being thankful, that it's worthy of being grateful. This in turn has a dual effect. It enriches our human self, and we are able to radiate praise, joy, courage, and happiness to all who are affected by its influence. So the more we become it, it actually becomes the law of increase. When people hang around us, when they walk away from us, they actually feel better that they hung around us or talked to us. That's pretty much what it means. It affects our inner self in such a way that our memory begins to retain all praiseworthy thoughts sent to it. This sets up a new system of thinking, and gradually the old thoughts that were destroying become absorbed with the new ones. Thus, it becomes habitual to think praises. It becomes a habit. See, right now, if you're thinking negative, it's just a habit. You just have to break it. Now, I understand it's very hard to break habits, okay? But it's just a habit. That's all it is. You just have to become in a habit to think praises, to think gratitude, to think thankfulness. And our life takes on the likeness of all good that is worthy of praise. Praise with a heart is far more vital and effective than praise with the head or praise with the lips. Praise does not flatter nor influence God. Listen to this. Praise does not flatter or influence God as it does some humans who are turned by superficial praise and applause. Praise is not intended for God. Listen, praise is not intended for God. It is intended only for man, and it is an aid to enable him to lift himself upwards to become attuned with the law of God. It raises his state of consciousness that he may become more receptive to the good about him and lifts him above the lack of it. Praise raises man's vibration. That's what I said before. Praise, having gratitude raises your vibration, speeds up his activity, stimulates his faith, stimulates his belief, and contacts a higher realm of thought. We copy from the Israelites a practice that falls annually. Each year we have a Thanksgiving service. Now he's talking about Thanksgiving. Now I'm from the United States, so if you live in the United States, you know what Thanksgiving is. Now if you're from another country, you might not know what it is. Maybe you do, but Thanksgiving always falls, in November, kind of the last third weekend in November, something like that, on a Thursday. Usually falls on a Thursday. So he's talking about Thanksgiving. But this is a unique view he has on Thanksgiving, so really listen to this. Many think that Thanksgiving is to express our gratitude for the year in the past. So you're in that habit every time you go to Thanksgiving, and maybe sometimes you go around and you say how thankful you are, or maybe you say a prayer. But isn't it weird how we focus in the past? So this is what he's talking about. If you think for a moment, you can readily see that this is in reversal of the law of praise. So we're doing it in reverse. Such a service should not be a review. So Thanksgiving should not be in review. It should be a preview. So it should be a preview for the future. What's coming in the future? That is, a true Thanksgiving service should be an expression of our faith, expression of our belief. Not in the past, but in the present and in the future to come. So a lot of us, we're so in a habit to think past, But there's no power in the past, okay? There's no power in looking behind you, okay? You're giving away your power. All power is in the present moment, and then looking in the future. Many of us have gotten into a rut. We want our pay in advance. We offer praise after our barns are well filled. If all is going well, we are willing to pause to give thanks for our good fortune. Anyone can be grateful with a gift already in hand. If conditions are bad, listen to this. If conditions are bad, our harvest is lean, or trouble besets us, we are apt to forget to praise. Remember, like when we're going through bad times, lots of times that's the last thing we want to do is be grateful. That's the last thing we want to do to give thanks. Okay? But this is a law in reverse. What we should be doing is being grateful and giving thanks. And we storm at our failures and often blame God for his neglect. When one can sing praises in the face of adversity, the adversity will soon disappear. Listen to this. When one can sing praises, when one can sing gratitude, being grateful, being thankful in the face of adversity, the adversity will soon disappear. That is not a promise. That is law. So he's talking about laws of the universe here. The laws of the universe are exact. It's an exact science. It's law. It has to happen. It has to come true. Learn to render praise, to be thankful for the good at hand, and you will have found the magic lamp of the Spirit. Now, as we're getting close to the end of this chapter, he's tying it back to the Aladdin, the magic lamp. You have 3 wishes. You rub the lamp and a genie pops out. He's connecting it now. And he says, When one can sing praises in the face of an adversity, the adversity will soon disappear. That is not a promise, that is law. Learn to render praise, to be thankful for good at hand, and you will have found the magic lamp of the Spirit. This attitude of mind not only brings forth our desires, but it also generates our confidence, strengthens our faith, strengthens our belief, builds up an assurance for the things to come. Thus, to be able to praise when things appear the darkest will invariably force the sunshine through. Our degree of faith, our degree of belief is the law, and God is measured before we receive, not afterwards. So it's about praising, it's about being gratitude, having gratitude, being thankful before you have what you want, before your attention, before that dream house you want, before that dream car. You're giving thankfulness before, not after you have it, but before. It is that degree of faith, it is that degree of belief that determines what we shall be capable of receiving. This is what Jesus knew when he said, "What things so ye desire when ye pray, believe that ye receive them, and ye shall have them." I love the New Testament because the manifestation, the power of abundance is inside of, abundance is a birthright. It's all over the New Testament. This is what Jesus taught, okay? And we skip over it. We lose its meaning. Okay, the power that we really have is inside us. And Jesus even said, we can do everything he can do and even more. So I'll read it one more time. Jesus said, "What things soever we desire," whatever your attention is, whatever you desire, whatever you want, when we pray, believe that we receive them, and you shall have them. Praise is this belief in action, and that action is in the present tense. It is in the now. Samples of his work show us how he approached his problems. He's talking about Jesus in the New Testament. Samples of his work, samples of Jesus' work show us how he approached his problems. In one case, he turned to the patient and asked, "Do you believe?" In another, he questioned, "Do you perceive?" And one of his most trying tests, that of going to the tomb where his beloved friend Lazarus lay dead, we see his approach no different. He's still talking about Jesus here. He stood apart from the mourners, and his first words of prayer were, "Father, I thank thee that thou hearest me." What could one be thankful for at a time like that? Listen to what Jesus said. His best friend passed away. His best friend is dead. And yet when he comes, he separates himself from everybody crying and being sad. And then when he approaches it, he says, Thank thee, Father, for hearest me. He says, "Father, I thank thee that thou hearest me." He's giving thanks. But the master knew he was grateful for the answer to his prayer that Lazarus would be restored to life again. Directly he called out in a loud voice, "Lazarus, come forth." And the book reads that Lazarus stirred in his grave and closed and returned to his body again. And we see this throughout. And you pay attention to the New Testament, you pay attention, Holliwell will bring this stuff out in other laws of the universe, is that Jesus was always giving praise. Jesus was always giving gratitude and thankfulness in whatever he was doing. He was always saying, "I thank thee, Father, that thou hearest me." He was always giving praise and thankfulness. At another time, 10 lepers called to the master asking to be healed. He's talking about Jesus here. Another time, 10 lepers called to the master asking to be healed. And what they mean by 10 lepers, it's like a major disease that's incurable. So there's 10 of them. He directed them to go show themselves to the priest. Later, one of the men came back and expressed his gratitude to Jesus for having been cleansed. Jesus turned to him and asked, "Were there not 10 cleansed?" So one only came back to Jesus out of 10. And Jesus asked him, "Were there not 10 cleansed? But where are the 9? So one only came back to Jesus. So Jesus is saying, "Oh, okay, there is 10 of you. Where's the other 9? To the one who touched the law, he said, Arise, go thy way. Thy faith has made me whole. Out of the 10 showed his willingness. He said 1 out of 10 showed his willingness to return with a grateful heart. He received a permanent healing. Many students fail to repeat their demonstrations because they take too much for granted and they become careless with the law. After they have enjoyed some blessing, one of the first prerequisites of the law is that we keep ever an attitude of praise and thanksgiving. Listen to this. No matter how successful we are, no matter how great our life is going, this is what he's talking about. One of the prerequisites of the law is that we keep ever an attitude of praise, an attitude of thankfulness, an attitude of gratitude and thanksgiving. If we hope to receive of God's outpouring good, we must keep ourselves receptive. And praise is one of the simplest means known to accomplish this. Be ever grateful for the very least of things, and the very most will come to you. Trying to find where I was at. Sorry about that. Well, I want to highlight this and read it again to you. Be ever grateful for the very least of things, and the very most will come to you. This is how the law works. We do it backwards. We always think, well, I'll be thankful and grateful after I get it. But that's not how it works. It's about being grateful, being thankful in the least of things. When you don't have it, when things aren't going well, and the very most will come to you. We must keep our thoughts uplifted always, and praise is the means that we will do this. If there is any ingratitude lurking in your mind and heart, begin at once to learn the Psalm of David. Praise ye the law. Praise ye the Lord. As we attune our thoughts to the law of God, that law serves us in proportion. This is the late Russell Conwell of the Philadelphia Baptist Temple must have clearly understood when he called his people to attend a special service of praise and song and prayer. Anyone in his church who wished prayers for his problems were urged to come and bring his offerings, leave his name, and state his need. One man of meager means came and asked that his daughter's name be given out. She was a patient in a mental hospital and had to be put away for this reason. The week following the praise service, he called to see his daughter in the hospital and was amazed to have her brought down to him and pronounced healed. A woman brought her jewels and placed them on the altar as her offering. She was afflicted with a physical condition and suffered painfully. She was unable to walk without the aid of her crutches. Listen to this. When leaving the church after the service, she tripped and fell on the steps. As she was lifted to her feet, she realized she had been healed. Another woman, a widow, came with her mite and asked that she might keep her home, as it was mortgaged and the payments were long past due. So basically, her house was getting ready to be repossessed because she couldn't make the payments no more. She went home, but shortly after that, it seemed that things were surely going against her. A leak broke out in the water pipe, and she was forced to call the plumber to repair it. How she was ever going to pay him, only the Lord would know. When the plumber tore up some floorboards to repair the leak, he uncovered a can of money that her husband had hidden away. And that amount was more than enough to pay for the mortgage, pay for all her past due mortgage, pay all the late payments, and pay the plumber. These happenings are all true and can be repeated by anyone who will fulfill the law as this believing minister had done. The law cannot fail us when we do not fail it. Listen, the laws of the universe cannot fail us unless we do not. The law cannot fail us when we do not fail it. Learn to turn the law of praise upon anything you are praying for, and you will see action. Learn to turn the law of praise. Learn to be grateful and thankful upon anything you're praying for, about anything you want, and you will see action. Praise is faith in action. Praise is belief in action. A faithful law, faithfully observed, will ever reward generously the observer. The law of praise, the law of gratitude, the law of being thankful will lift you from sickness to health. It will raise you from ignorance to intelligence, from poverty to influence, from weakness to strength, from fear to courage. In fact, the law of praise will promote you in all things and in all ways. Begin using the law now. Begin right now using the law of gratitude. This is what it really means. You're praising, you're gratitude, you're thankful for anything and everything. You haven't much to begin with, you say. Well, neither did Jesus when he had some 5,000 hungry souls to feed. He had only 5 loaves and a few fish. Yet he did something with them. He started action by praising the little at hand and then passed it out. You know the story. And the master said that what you did, we could do. So this is what he really says this here. We all know the story, okay? We all know the story how Jesus fed 5,000 people, but yet he only had 5 loaves of bread and about the same in fish, okay? But he praised the bread. He lifted the bread up to heavens and he had gratitude and thankfulness. So that's what he means. We know the story. You've heard it somewhere, okay? You know the story. And this is what the master said. This is what Jesus said, that what he did, we could do, okay? It said this right in the Bible, right in the New Testament. Now, some people say we can't, they think it doesn't mean what he really said. But Jesus said that. What he did, we can do. All the miracles he performed, we have the same power, and we can even do more. That's what he's saying. You have and build upon it, not with scorn and condemnation, but with praise and gratitude. You are working with a law, and the law will give the increase. Praise life, that good is everywhere. Now I'll read this whole paragraph one more time, and we will wrap this up. You haven't much to begin with, you say. Like, you don't have much, okay? Or you think it doesn't work. You have nothing to praise for. You have nothing to be thankful for. This is what he means. Well, neither did Jesus when he had some 5,000 hungry souls to feed. He had only 5 loaves and a few fish. Yet, he did something about them. He started action by praising. He started action by being grateful and being thankful. And the little at hand, and then he passed it about. And he had enough to feed 5,000 people. You know the story. The master said that what he did, we could do. You have, and you build upon it. Not with scorn and condemnation, but with praise, being gratitude, being thankful, and gratitude. You are working with the law, and the law will give you increase. Praise life, that good is everywhere. Be thankful that good is everywhere. Have gratitude that good is all around you. Good is everywhere. Hey everybody, we are back. We're on chapter 7 called The Law of Compensation. Now, with this chapter, really quick here, the Law of Compensation is probably one of the best chapters out of this whole book, because the Law of Compensation, in my experience, like when I really got into Law of Attraction, even 15 years ago, something like that, the Law of Compensation was really explained to me very, very poorly. The Law of Compensation, this was the law that really rubbed me the wrong way, and I didn't like it. Just usually because when I would listen to other prosperity teachers that would explain it, they would just have a horrible explanation around it. I don't know if it's because they didn't really understand the Law of Compensation. And I'll give you an example really quick. But Raymond Holliwell does an excellent job explaining the Law of Compensation. So if you're like me and the Law of Compensation, maybe you've dug into this law a little bit, but it kind of rubs you the wrong way, stay with me here, because Raymond Holliwell does an excellent job explaining this law and really does a good explanation to it. And when I read this, it really spoke worlds to me. This is a short little chapter, but it just makes me stand there in awe, where you really want to be a better person. You really want to have a better life. And just really be an overall better person to everybody, to yourself, to everybody, your friends, your family, once you understand this law better. And I'll give you an example really fast with the generic version of the Law of Compensation. I'm on my phone right now, so even if you go to Google, this is Google's translation, and this is a translation that most prosperity teachers give the definition of the law of compensation. This is what it says. The law of compensation states that your income depends on how many people you serve and how well you serve them. It's always, with this kind of definitions, it's always like a money or an entrepreneur. If you're an entrepreneur or you're making money, it's how your income depends on how many people you serve and how well you serve them. That's the law of compensation. I think that's just a generic. It's really just, compared to Holliwell, when we go through this, really it's just a horrible, horrible definition of the law of compensation. And I hate to be negative here. Now, Holliwell always starts off with a quote, "Whatsoever a man sows, that shall he also reap." And this is out of the Bible, Galatians chapter 6, verse 7. I'll read it one more time to you. Whatsoever a man sows, that shall he also reap. So this is the law, you reap what you sow. That's pretty much what he's talking about here. What you sow is also what you reap. The energy you put out is also what you're going to reap back to you. You put out good, good is going to come back. You put out negative, negative is going to come back to you. So it's basically you reap what you sow. So let's get rocking here. The world owes me a living, you hear. So, and right off the bat, he really dives right into this, and he dives right into examples of what people, they complain about. And even back in 1967, when he wrote this book, in his 60s, the 50s, and the 60s, people complain about the same thing they complain today. The world owes me a living, you hear people say, often with a reckless attitude of determination that they will collect that living in the easiest way they know how. It is current talk on the fireside, across the table, over the radio, and even on a political side. Now remember, since he's writing this book in 1967, it was published in 1967, he brings up the radio a lot of times. Now you kind of fast forward to 2024. Now, most of the time we do listen to the radio and there's still newspapers, but it's not as popular as it was back in his time. Now, there's media, there's TV, there's internet, there's social media, so we get this, the same thing's going on, we just get it in a different way. And even in political issues, that so-and-so should receive a pension in order that he might live on a sum of $200 per month, more or less. Therefore, the statement is familiar to most of us when we hear it. I don't deserve this, or how unjustly life had dealt me. So these are kind of questions, I don't deserve this. I don't deserve this unhappy life. I don't deserve this happening to me. Or why does this always happen to me? Why is negative things always coming in my life? This is what he's really talking about. He's saying it a little bit confusing, but this is what he's talking about. Or he's saying, how unjustly life have dealt me. How unjust, why did God, give me this life? My life is always negative. This is what he's really talking about. Are common expressions of defeat and failure. So when you have these thoughts and you saying these thoughts around your life, it's really defeat and failure. Why should that person have more than I'm just as good as he. We hear these remarks again and again. And even here, this is kind of rings a bell to me right here. I'll put it in purple. I'm going to move it over to green here. This is what kind of rang a bell to me too. This is kind of what keeping up with the Joneses, keeping up with your next door neighbor. Why should that person have more than I? Why should the man down the road have more than I do? I'm a better person than he is. Why should this guy, be flying down the freeway, be driving my dream car? Why should he have my dream car and I don't have it? I'm a better person than he is. Maybe we have a construed idea that, oh, that person screws people. Maybe they really do. Maybe they're an attorney or a doctor that don't do the best thing. That happens all the time. But they have your dream car. So you're saying to yourself, why should that person have what I want? I'm a better person. But remember, when we're going through these laws of the universe, the law doesn't play favorites. What I mean? The law doesn't discriminate. Okay, so we're either working with the law because we're knowingly doing it, or we're doing it unconsciously. Okay, we're working with the law, but we just don't know we're working with the law. Okay, we're doing it, but we don't know we're doing it. Okay, so remember, the law doesn't discriminate. If you always focus on good and you always expect good is going to come to you, no matter if you think that person's bad or not, well, good's going to come to them. So that's basically what's happening. Or you were saying, I am just as good as he. I am just as good as my next door neighbor. Why do they have a bigger house than me? Why do they have better cars than me? I'm just as good as they are. What's going on? Okay, so we hear these remarks. No matter how you say it, you get what I'm saying. We've either said these remarks, or we've heard 100%. We've heard other people say this. The early religious teachings were that justice might be expected in another life. The rich and powerful assumed to be the wicked and overbearing. Listen to this. This is so true even today. The rich and powerful assume to be wicked and overbearing. Every time someone's rich, they have more money than you, well, we just assume they're a bad person. We're bound to receive their punishment in the end. While the poor, listen to this, while the poor unfortunate ones are looked at as wretched, they're looked at the wretched ones. We're to be devoted to their religion and their church. Then they would sure be bountiful rewarded in the next life. This is a powerful paragraph because this is so true. And I'll read it one more time. Okay, the rich and powerful, okay, we always look at the rich and powerful, even today, we always look at the rich and powerful celebrities, okay, the mega rich from these big brands and big companies, they're always bad. And we think, well, they're going to get their punishment in the end, or God's going to punish them in the end. While the poor, even middle class, the unfortunate ones, the wretched ones, were to be devoted to their religion and church. Now, it's so funny when he brings up to be devoted to their religion and church, because nowadays, most churches, when you go inside a church, it's really just almost like a poverty consciousness inside the church. Like if you're very religious, well, you have to be poor. Okay, it's a sin to be rich and abundant. Even though in the New Testament, Jesus spoke of richness and abundance all through the New Testament. Abundance is inside us. Abundance is our birthright. Heaven is within us. Stuff like that. The promise of heaven and all that glitters has ever been held over them as a hope of future attainment to make up for their shortcomings on this plane of life. But no such attitude is ever accepted from the viewpoint of truth when we know the law. But listen to this. At the end, he says, but no such attitude is ever accepted from the viewpoint of truth. And we're talking about truth here in a second. When you actually know the law and actually have the law work for you. Sooner or later, we must come face to face with the law of compensation. And inevitably, our own comes to us. And only what is our own. I'll read it one more time. Sooner or later, we must come face to face with the law of compensation. And inevitably, our own comes to us, and only what is our own. As we apply it to life and watch its certain results, do we find a balance of our effort of living? He's really talking about the law of compensation now. So he's really going to go into what he means about law of compensation. Are we satisfied with the good we are receiving? He's asking questions here. Since I have a lot of green, let me just change this over to purple. Are we satisfied with the good we are receiving? Are you, right now, you're watching this, you're listening to it, are you satisfied with the good you're receiving in your life? In every area of your life, not just one area, in every area of your life, are you satisfied with the good you're receiving? Are you getting fair returns for your efforts? Do you feel you're getting fair returns for your efforts? Do you feel that our own has really come to us? Most people are dissatisfied. Listen to this. Most people, even back when this was published in 1967, okay, and I'm sure he's gathering all this stuff from the 1940s and 50s and 60s. Most people are dissatisfied, and it's so true today. There are some who even go so far to say that life is not worth living. The great majority declare that injustice is righteous in the world, and more especially in our own lives. That unhappiness, sickness, and poverty exist through the living. So listen to this. The great majority, right here, the great majority declare, majority of the people, he's saying most people are dissatisfied then most people dissatisfied declare that injustice is righteous in the world, and more especially in our own lives, that unhappiness, sickness, and poverty exist through our living. We just think it's just part of life. Or that's what life has just dealt us. We got in this life, I got a bad deck of cards. And that's almost the law of karma. I just think that throughout my whole life. I just think the same negative thoughts, the same negative pattern throughout my whole life. That's really the law of karma. In the study of the laws of truth, we learn to apply them so that they will dissolve all our adverse thoughts and conditions. I love this. To study the laws of truth. What is truth? And I'm going to share this with you a little bit. To study the laws of truth. What is truth? And truth is this. Truth is realizing that abundance is yours. Truth is realizing that abundance is your birthright. Truth is realizing that heaven is within you. The truth is realizing is that the Spirit of God is inside you. If the Spirit of God is inside you, the Holy Spirit is inside you, no matter what your religion is. Okay, is abundance is your birthright. That's the truth. The law of supply is at our demand. What is the law of supply? The law of supply is the law of abundance. So abundance is your birthright. Abundance is all around us. That is truth. That is realizing our truth. We learn to apply them so that they will dissolve all our adverse thoughts and conditions. The mistakes of the schoolboy do not come through the wise operation of the law. They come through miscalculation. These mistakes will continue so long as he continues using their law without correction. This is almost like the law of karma. When you talk about karma, the law of karma, what we're saying, these mistakes will continue so long as he continues using the law without correction. Okay, that's the law of karma. You know, it's just the same mistakes, similar mistakes just keep on happening over and over and over and over and over again. These mistakes will continue until he changes his way of using the law. Listen to that. These mistakes will continue until he changes his way of using the laws of the universe. And in this chapter, the law of compensation. He cannot change the law to suit his mistakes, but he must change his use of the law to its correct application. Listen to this. You can't change the law. You can't change the universal laws. You can't change the laws of the universe to suit you. So that's what he's saying. That you must change how you use the law to correct the application in your life. The laws of successful living are the same as the laws of science. I love this right here. The laws of successful living are the same as the laws of science. The supply and the possibility is ever the same and at hand, but it's our problem to change the use or application of the law in order to bring about conditions better than those we have had. The purpose of this lesson is to show you that you can use the law to lift yourself out of the place where you are to that place where you want to rightfully belong. Your right place is where you can enjoy success and plenty. Listen to this. Your right place is where you can enjoy success and plenty. This is natural, as the law intended. Okay, the law intended, the law of compensation, all the laws of the universe, the truth intended you to be abundant. You have the abundance of your birthright. It intended you to enjoy success and enjoy plenty. Enjoy plenty in your life. Enjoy plenty of abundance all around you. This is natural, and this is what the law intended. Your failure to realize this is a miscalculation, a mistake. So that's what he's saying. Your failure to realize that abundance is all yours is a mistake. You're thinking wrong. Okay, it's a miscalculation. You're misusing the law. The law does not need to change. Success and prosperity does not need to be made. Listen to this. Success and prosperity does not need to be made. It always is. It's always there. It's always around you. But you, in turn, must change. Okay, it's you. You must change. You must change how you're using these laws. Then your affairs will follow the change. Where do you change? Well, the seat of all movement, the controller of all activity is your thought. So now the question is, Now the question is, where do you change? So someone's asking, how do you change? Where do you change? You're saying, I can't change the law, but I have to change how I'm working the law. Okay, so where do you change? Well, the seat of all movement, the controller of all your activities is your thought. It's our thought process. It's what we believe, how we're thinking. That's how you change. The key to every man is his thought, says Emerson. Why do prisoners strive to get the warden's keys? That they may gain their freedom in the outer world, because there is no other way out. That's the only, if they want to escape prison, the only way out is to try to get the warden's keys so they can unlock all the doors. Neither can be free of our bonds except through the key, through the right use of our thought. So this is kind of a little metaphor here. It's a metaphor of how a prisoner wants to escape prison. He has to get the warden keys, because without the keys, he can't get out. So then he says, neither can you be free of your bonds except through the key, through the right use of your thoughts, the right use of your mind. The key to successful living is the right adjustments of your thoughts. If your thoughts are constructive and proper, you cannot remain imprisoned. If you are dissatisfied and unhappy, you will be inspired for something better. If you want prosperity and success, but do not strive to change in any way, how can you expect things to be different? A drunk, okay, or an alcoholic never becomes reformed until he decides to stop drinking. If some habit possesses or obsesses you, you are not the master of your life until you decide to change that habit. Listen to this. This is so powerful. This is why I love this chapter. This chapter is so powerful. If some habit possesses or obsesses you, you're not the master of your life until you decide to change the habit. If you have been brought into the world amidst lack and limitation, meaning like if you have been brought into the world in poverty, your parents were in poverty, your grandparents are in poverty, so you're pretty much born in poverty. That's what he's saying. You can never get above it until you change your ideas about it. There are many, many people who live and die never knowing anything different from what has been handed down to them. Now read this one more time. So because he's really talking about if you were just born into poverty, okay, you were born into it, okay? All you know growing up is poverty. All you know growing up is limitation. All you know growing up is struggle, because you've seen your family struggle, your grandparents struggle, your great-grandparents have struggled. So it's a poverty, generational poverty. That's really what he's talking about. There are many, many people who live and die and never know anything different from what has been handed down to them. That's the deck of cards that have been handed to them, is poverty. That's all they know, and they don't know how to get out of it. Once you have changed your vision, you would change your conditions. Listen to this. Once you have changed your vision of your life, you will change conditions. This is law, okay? The law is exact. The law is an exact science. It has to work this way. Only when we cease and recognize a condition do we cease to attract it. The only way we can cease to recognize things is to change our minds about them. Have you visited several homes and found them all different in some respect? Especially for us, if we're thinking about buying a house, even if you live in a house right now and you have your dream house, it's always a good recommendation is go to the neighborhood, go to a rich neighborhood where you really want to live, and drive around that neighborhood and look at houses and look at different types of houses, and and see a house at what's your dream house. And even if the house is vacant, call the real estate owner and go in and check it out, so you can walk to every room so you know exactly what you want. So we've all done this at some point, and even if you haven't, you need to start. Okay. Have you visited several homes and found them all different in some respect? They were neat, tidy, clean, orderly, bright, cheery, or dull, or they were dull, gloomy, disorderly, dusty, or uninviting. Now he's really talking about, visiting friends' homes. Maybe your home is like this, or you're visiting a family home, you're visiting your aunts and uncles, you're visiting your friends, you go over to dinner. And he's saying, like, there are either two different ways. Either the homes were neat, tidy, clean, orderly. They were bright, sunlight coming in, they were cheery, or the homes were dull, gloomy, disorderly, dusty, and uninviting. And this is what he says. This is why this chapter is so powerful. The home is a reflection of the ruling mind. Listen to this. The home, your home, is a reflection of the ruling mind. Its appearance speaks its keeper's mind. Listen to this. Your home's appearance speaks your keeper's mind. So what happens? It's basically the concept of if you have a cluttered mind, a messy mind, a confusing mind, you have a cluttered life. Okay, you have a messy life. So that's basically the connection here. A messy home, a messy mind. If you're working for success, listen. If you're working for success, look at your home. If you're working for success, look at your home first. Look at how you live. If order is the first law, listen to this. If order is the first law, then it must also be your first application. No lack of money is no excuse for a disorderly home. It can be neat and clean even if you are using store boxes for furniture. Listen, no matter if you're living in poverty right now, your home is not nothing great to look at on the outside. Okay, even if you have, really, really old furniture, your home still can be neat, tidy, clean, orderly, bright, and cheery. That's what he's saying. If you wish for a better home, most of us now, we're wishing for a dream house. Okay, with law of attraction, manifesting. So this is going to hit home to you. If you wish for a better home, if you wish for your dream house, a finer environment, nicer furnishings, nicer furniture, you must alter your mind right where you are to receive better things. So this is powerful to me, is right now, where you are right now, you must alter your mind right where you are to receive better things. It is the little things that count. It is our little things. It is our little habits that count. And many little things make a big thing. It is useless to pray for a new home if you cannot take care of your present one. I have a lot of purple right now, so do this in green. Listen to this. It is useless to pray for a new home. It is useless to try to manifest your dream home when you cannot take care of your home you're in right now. Okay? It's useless. That's what he's saying. It's useless to want your dream car when you don't take care of your car you have right now. That's what he's saying. A couple operated a fish store in our neighborhood. They neglected to keep the store tidy, were not always courteous in their dealings, nor prompt with deliveries. Becoming discouraged with repeated losses, they closed down, selling what equity remained. So basically, here's a store. A couple owned a fish store in a neighborhood. They neglected to keep the store tidy and clean. So the store was probably messy, dirty, unclean. Okay. At the same time, they were not always courteous in their dealings, which kind of means to me a couple things. Either they were mean to customers, or they kind of gave people the short end of the stick. When they say courteous in their dealings, they basically didn't do the best thing for the customers. Kind of try to rip the customers off a little bit. Nor they were prompt with their deliveries, so they were always late with their deliveries. And becoming discouraged from repeated losses because people just stopped coming there. Of course, if this is what's going on with a company, especially in a small town, a small community, well, word's going to get around pretty quick and people's going to stop coming. So becoming discouraged from repeated losses, they closed out, basically selling the place. The couple who bought the failing business, now a new couple come in. The couple who bought the business from them, this is what this couple did. The couple who bought the failing business and the fixtures moved in, rolled up their sleeves, scrubbed their room clean, and dressed it up with tile boards, making it appear attractive and prosperous. So they basically did a whole makeover of this business after they bought the business. They attracted business at once, established a name for quality food, cleanliness, and courtesy. Their business, in spite of the former conditions, steadily grew until it was necessary to lease an adjacent room and increase the size of the store. Some years have passed, and these two people have enjoyed an inevitable success in the same business and locations where others had failed. The law helps those who help themselves. The law of compensation always works that way. Change this over to yellow. The law helps, listen to this, the law helps those who help themselves. The law of compensation always works that way. When you perform your task in the very best of your ability, and when you are thorough in your work and do it well, you infallibly bring out the best there is in you. Otherwise expressed, you grow more capable and efficient. You become better and thereby show your growing superiority. And the law is that he who becomes better will attract the better and will be given greater things. I love this. And the law is that he who becomes better will attract the better and be given greater things. The principle involved is that when you become too large for your present place, you will begin to draw yourself to something larger. I'll read that one more time. The principle involved is that when you become too large for your present place, you will begin to draw yourself to something larger. And Holliwell will explain himself what he means by this. You cannot attract the better until you first become larger than your place. Listen to this. You cannot attract better until you become larger than your place. So what he's really saying here is it's the same example. You cannot attract your dream home until you become too large for your home you have right now. What he means by this, you're keeping up with it. You keep it tidy. You're keeping it clean. You keep it looking the best. Same way with a car. Or you're taking care of your car. You keep it looking clean and the best, no matter how old it is. When you become too large for your place, that's when you'll be blessed with more. You must earn what you receive, or you cannot keep it. If an individual appears to do so, he will not continue, for in accordance with the law of compensation, that person will find his true place. Or, as popularly expressed, like water, he will find his true level. Or, you can't keep a good man down. In truth, the only bar to your advancement is your own unfitness. In other words, he who more than fills his present place will sooner or later be advanced. Were it not for this principle, there could be no progress, no growth, no development, and no evolution. If the office is all cluttered up with papers, listen to this. If the office, now he's starting to explain it more, and sometimes his explanations are kind of hard. Sometimes you have to kind of reread things to what he really means, but he's going off to explain it. If the office, or even if you're an entrepreneur, if your office right now, your home right now, put it in that term. If the office is all cluttered up with papers, magazines, and bundles, if the boss's desk is stacked with mail and some a week old, the office force is careless. So the office itself is careless. The office staff is careless. The owner is careless. Basically what he's saying. The business reflects the mind of the organization. Listen to this. The business reflects the mind of the organization. The organization reflects the mind of its chief. Okay, what's the chief? The CEO, the one mainly in charge. The organization reflects the mind of its chief. Where do we go to find the cause of any leaks? I really love this because he's really going to the root cause of the problem. Where do you go to find any cause of the leaks? We go to the head. We change his ideas and the whole organization is converted directly. Change the mind of the general, change the mind to the one in charge, change the mind of the CEO, and you have changed the route and purpose of the whole army. That's what he's talking about. He's really talking about going to the root cause of the problem. And this spoke kind of basically worlds to me because, basically, in business, being an entrepreneur, growing businesses, even being a consultant and business consultant, lots of times how businesses work when they hire a business consultant to come in and try to improve the overall company. What ends up happening is when you're brought in, you're working around such low staff. You're working around supervisors and just managers when you should be working with the CEO, the COO, the CMO, because they're the ones really in charge. That's really going to the root cause of the issue. But instead, when consultants come into a business, they're way down here. And they're working way down here with the employees, and they're trying to blame the employees. But you can't change nothing down here. That's why companies never really change, or they just keep on bringing in one consultant over another because that consultant isn't going straight to the root. The root cause is you have to go to the owner in this example. And that's what he's saying. The organization reflects the mind of its chief, the CEO. Where did we find the cause of the leaks? Where do we find the cause of the problem? We find it at the top. At the top, it leaks down. It spirals down. It comes from the top down. It doesn't come from the down up. Okay. To blame your difficulty on outer conditions or on other people is not correct. Listen, to blame your difficulty in outer conditions or on other people is not correct. No matter what you're going through right now, if it's negative, to blame it on something outside of yourself, or blame it on God, or blame it on other people or friends or work, he's saying it's not correct. It is not the law. It is you who are wrong. Listen to this. It is not the law. Okay, it is you who are wrong. Okay, we can flip this many ways. I mean, nowadays, even with manifesting, law of attraction, law of assumption, a lot of people comment and say the law isn't working for them. The manifesting isn't working. This manifesting technique doesn't work. But what they miss is it's not the manifesting technique that's not working. It's them that's not working. Okay, it's not the manifesting technique that's wrong. It's them that's wrong. Okay, you have a snag in your mentality somewhere. Okay, so basically you have a snag in your mentality somewhere. You have a bad habit somewhere that's holding you back. Check back and readjust your ideas. They are creating and bringing forth your conditions. Do men gather grapes of thorns or figs of thistles? Jesus included this law as a supreme factor in his doctrine. Give, and it shall be given unto you. Judge not, that ye be not judged. With what measure ye might, it shall be measured unto you. And Paul said, whatsoever a man sows, that shall he also reap. So again, what you sow, you reap. What you sow, what you put out, always comes back to you. That's law. No matter, and the law doesn't discriminate. No matter if it's positive, positive will come back. If it's good, good will always come back. But if it's negative, negative will come back. The law that we reap what we sow is mathematically accurate. Each experience through which we pass operates ultimately for our good. If we attract the unpleasant, it is often because some dormant or neglected phase of our nature needs to be awakened and developed. Listen to this. This is so powerful. If we attract the unpleasant, if you attract something in your life that you don't want, it is often because some dormant or neglected phase or neglected thought of our nature needs to be awakened and developed. Also, we learn from the experience to create something better. Hence, the degree of contentment and satisfaction attained in whatever sphere of life we may dwell is largely dependent upon our ability to use constructively the experiences of our life. For in every case, the law of attraction will only bring what we serve us in our upward development. Listen, the law of attraction will only bring what may serve us in our upward development. So law of attraction will only bring to us what will serve us in our upward environment. And we're going up. We're increasing in life. We're getting better. Okay, we're not going down. We're not getting worse. Okay, law of attraction works to basically get us better. To interpret this law in simple form, because Holliwell does kind of explain things a little bit, because it's old and because this was, published in 1967. So he uses words in a different way and explains it kind of weird sometimes. To interpret this law in simple form, it should be stated that whatever we attract, we require, and whatever we need is always good. This is correct attitude to adopt because all experience is for our good, and we must be able to see it in that light. Now, I like this right here. Now, move it up so we only see this. Listen to this. To interpret this law in simple form, it should be stated that whatever we attract, we require. So whatever we attract, the law don't discriminate. We reap what we sow. So we already put out that thought. Whatever we attract comes back to us. And whatever we need is always good. Listen to this. This is really where he gets to the meat and potatoes of law conversation. Whatever we need is always good. Okay, we should always be thinking good for ourselves, for other people. Even when we think about somebody else, we think about the good side of them. We don't pull out the negative. Okay, we're always in a bad habit of that. This is the correct attitude to adopt because all experience is for our good. So we must always think good. We must be able to see it in that light. While pursuing this practice, you may not always secure the precise form of results desired, but you will steadily build up your mind and character in harmony, beauty, and strength, because all such effort to realize the ideal is highly constructive and develops in you the very qualities and conditions repeatedly pictured in your mind. Clear, strong, positive thought along ideal lines, the wonderful preventive of morbid mental states and negative thinking, which leads to misdirected actions and conditions of weakness, misfortune, discord, and trouble. By constantly trying to meet and to deal with everything on its side and to use the good it may contain to promote improvements, you are given the whole attention to the ideal and cooperating with the law's fundamental purpose. Crowd out all inferior thoughts by superior thoughts, evil thoughts by good thoughts, ugly thoughts by beautiful thoughts, distressing thoughts by pleasant thoughts, and you will begin to overcome the growth of all negative and confused states of wrong and discord. Now he's going into application. He's telling you how to do this. Crowd out all inferior, all negative thoughts with superior thoughts, evil thoughts by good thoughts, ugly thoughts by beautiful thoughts, distressing thoughts by pleasant thoughts, and you will begin to overcome the growth of all negative and confused states of wrong and discord. This is really the law of conversation. In other words, learn to think constructively of all persons, all things, all events, and all circumstances. This is where it really kind of I really love this chapter because, in other words, what he's saying, learn to think constructively, learn to think good, learn to think good thoughts of all persons, all things, all events, and all circumstances. This is our main goal, is we think good across the board. And praise them for the ideal point of view. Listen to this, even if you look at somebody else, and we always want to think we don't judge other people. But lots of times you have to become very aware of yourself, very aware of your thoughts. Because lots of times when we don't even really know somebody, but when we look at them, we always try to pull out the negative side of them, okay? And even our friends or acquaintances, when we talk about them, lots of times we always talk about them in a negative light a little bit. We always pull out what we don't like about them. We always focus on what we don't like rather than what we do like. And this is what Holliwell is saying. Praise them for the ideal point of view. The ideal point of view is they're perfect. What you like about them, the perfect side of them. That's what we should be focused on. We should always be focused on good. Even if I'm gonna move on after this example, but even if you want to destroy your relationships, If you want to destroy your romantic relationships, if you want to destroy your significant other, your relationship with your significant other, you want to destroy your marriage, okay? If you want to know how to destroy it rather fast, is always focus on what you don't like about them. If you always focus on what you don't like about them, well, it's 100% guaranteed you're going to destroy that relationship. But if you do the reverse, if you always focus on the good side of them, you always focus on what you like about them, okay, you're going to have way more of a prosperous relationship with them. As you do this, you will gradually transform your whole existence for the better. So he's saying, as you focus on the good, and only the good, as you do this, you will gradually transform your whole existence for the better. These are the means whereby you may steadily promote your welfare and advancement. As you train yourself to mentally look for the good, you will move towards the good. Listen to this. He's saying exactly the examples I'm giving you. As you train yourself to mentally look for the good, you will move towards the good. And as you form higher and larger conceptions of good, these elements will begin to find expression in your words, acts, character, person, talent, powers, attainments, and achievements. That is, all things in your life will commence to improve as the direct result of your improved thinking. And I like the bottom here. This process does not simply, however, that you are to ignore the wrongs of life, the empty places and the undeveloped states of being, but that you are to think right through and beyond them towards the hidden good or the principle within that is ever seeking a higher and full expression. You will therefore cease to condemn and to criticize in a destructive manner. Let me do yellow. Listen to this. You will therefore cease to condemn and criticize in a destructive manner. So no matter what's coming into your life, no matter what roadblock, no matter what we want to call it, maybe you have an issue with another person, maybe you hate your boss at work, maybe it's just something negative is happening to your life. What you need to train yourself to do is, this is what he's saying, you will therefore stop condemning and criticizing the negative things coming into your life, the negative people coming in. Stop criticizing, stop condemning and criticizing that. Stop thinking negative around that stuff. Stop speaking it out loud. Stop doing this stuff. Instead, you will seek to bring out the good in yourself and others. So this is what you must do. You will seek to bring out the good in yourself and others. So this is what he means by focusing only on the good. You will seek to bring out the good in yourself and in others, and to discover and develop the greater possibilities everywhere. Whatever we possess today is our just reward. So whatever is going on today in your life is your just reward. Okay? If you feel like your life is negative, if you feel like you have unwanted things in your life, unwanted things going on, well, in essence, what he's saying is you caused that. And you caused that by your repetitive thoughts. Very often it does not make us happy. We are dissatisfied with it, but still it remains ours. So listen to this. Whatever we possess today is our just reward. Very often it does not make us happy. We are dissatisfied with it, but it still remains ours. This fact would prove hopelessly discouraging were it not for a great truth that teaches us how to be free from every difficulty. So this is lots of times, this is what we want to really know. How to be free from every difficulty. Released from all bonds. Absolved from every debt. If you want success in a living life, you must exercise an intelligent discrimination of your thoughts. Listen, this is so powerful. If you want success in living life, if you want success in every area of your life, you must exercise an intelligent discrimination of your thoughts. When you talk hard times, money scarcity, limitation, you are showing that type of seed. Listen, when we're constantly talking hard times, We're constantly talking about money scarcity, or we have little money scarcity habits. We might not be talking, but it's a habit. It's the habit that we have that creates that emotion around scarcity. Limitation, you are sowing that type of seed. Look at this is where he's pulling in, you reap what you sow. So you're sowing that type of seed because that's what you're focused on. What kind of harvest do you expect to get if the farmer sowed thistle seed and then he complained that his field did not bring forth wheat? You would say, foolish man. Didn't he know he could only expect what he planted? Never make an assertion, no matter how real it seems to you. If you do not want it reproduced or continued in your life. Do not say money is scarce. The very statement will send money away from you. Listen to this. Do not say money is scarce. Do not say I don't have any money. Do not say I can't afford this, because that very statement will send money away from you. Then this can even be embedded thoughts, like when I say when we have scarcity habits. Lots of times, I'll give you an example of a scarcity habit is that you got to eat with a friend, and maybe you have to go up. It's a place where you have to go up and actually pay for it. And you don't know you haven't really discussed who's going to pay, or you're going to split, what's going on. And you kind of hold yourself in the back. You kind of maybe sometimes you slowly move in the back and let your friend kind of step up front to pay for it. That's a scarcity habit. Maybe you're really slow at, reaching for your wallet. You know what you're doing. That's a scarcity habit. You want somebody else to kind of jump ahead of you. Maybe you're really slow getting in your purse, because you want somebody else to jump ahead of you. So these are scarcity habits. You might not be saying it out loud, but that scarcity habit we have basically brings a whole emotion over you that you don't have enough. Okay, abundance isn't yours. So that's another way to think about it. Do not say money is scarce. The very statement will send money away from you. Do not say times are hard. This will tighten your purse strings so tight that even God will not be able to slip in another coin. Do not say you are not loved or not interested in other people's lives. Truly, you will lose their interest and their love. So watch your speech. People say this stuff. Be aware of what you're saying. People talk, and they talk to themselves, but they're not aware of what's coming out of their mouth. The spiritual supply from which the visible comes is never depleted. Listen to this. This is laws of abundance right here. Abundance is your birthright. This is a law of supply. The spiritual supply, he's talking about the law of supply, the law of abundance, from which the visible comes, is never depleted. There's never a time where it's not enough. There's always abundance. It never runs out. It is with you all the time. It will yield according to your demand upon it. It is not affected by your ignorant or blind talk or lack or loss. Only you are the one affected. And you control your demonstration with your thought. So we control everything with our thought. Again, good or bad, because remember the law operates, there's always an opposite. Okay, if there's a hot, there has to be a cold. There's a positive, there has to be a negative. So everything is controlled by our thought. The unfailing resource is willing to give. It has no choice in the matter. If you continue to pour out your thoughts into this substance, this will prosper you. Turn the energy of your mind upon ideas of plenty, ideas of abundance, love, happiness, joy, health, and they in turn will appear. That is law. It has to come to you. If you want a better home, listen to this. If you want a better home, if you want your dream house, okay, this is what he's talking about. You want your dream house. That's an intention. That's what you want to manifest. Make the one you have as nice as you can. If you want new furnishings, new clothing, don't condemn or belittle what you have, but enjoy them to its fullest. If you want a position or a new one, he's talking about you want a new job, a new career, get yourself in readiness to fill that position or improve the one where you are. Hence, your failure to meet your demands of life is not a failure of the material. It is but failure within yourself of the lack of understanding or the lack of application. So here he's talking about the law. Okay, the law of compensation. Hence, your failure to meet your demands, your failure to manifest what you want, okay, your failure to get what you want, to get your intentions, to have a successful life, is not a failure of the material, It's not a failure of the material world. It's not a failure of your 3D world, whatever you want to say. It is but a failure within yourself of lack of understanding or lack of application. So lack of understanding how the laws work. That's what he's talking about. That's why I said even in other chapters, it's always from the within out. No matter what your problem is, the law can work it out. Listen, now he's flipping it to the positive. No matter what your problem is, no matter what you're going through right now in your life, the law can work it out. And remember, law is another word for God. But you must adjust your thinking to work with the law. Do not expect that just in a few moments or a few applications, you will realize a full consciousness of plenty. And I love when Holliwell bring this up because nowadays it's really, we kind of get roped into immediate gratification. And this is the same thing with law of attraction, law of assumption, all these manifesting techniques, is that people want to do these techniques for 3 days and it doesn't work, and they blame the technique and they wonder why it's not working, but they only did it for a few days. So this is what he's really talking about. Do not expect that in just a few moments or a few applications, so you did something just a few times, do not expect it to work. That's what he's saying. A builder does not erect a beautiful spear or a dome to $1 million cathedral without foundation. So you have to really work on your foundation. That's what he's talking about. You have to put in some time. You have to put in a little bit of effort to know this material. He must first have support to hold that spear aloft. He builds walls and cross braces to hold each wall, and each wall is built slowly and perfectly stone by stone. You must realize that by working and proving the law, and this is where he sums it up here. You must realize that by working and proving the law, you do so step by step, and with each step bringing you closer to your goal. So you're improving slowly along the way, because really why we're doing this slowly, because we're really changing our deep-rooted beliefs here. Okay, remember, our deep-rooted beliefs that we have been formed ever since we were about 6 or 7 years old. All psychologists agree with that. All of our deep-rooted beliefs are formed by the time we're 7. So if you're 30 years old right now, well, your beliefs, your deep-rooted beliefs, you've had since you're 7 years old. That's what you're trying to change. Okay, that's what you're trying to improve upon. In Philadelphia, a man boasted that he was a success. He rose above his competitors. He drove them off the street, some of them out of business. He founded his business upon competition. But I learned only recently that his business had dwindled down to a place where he was forced to close out and move to a smaller town. The law of compensation works slowly but surely. Listen to this. The law of compensation works slowly but surely. One cannot build upon the substance or the virtue that another has created. You can only build on which you create. Listen, you can only build upon what you create. Okay, what he's talking about there's no such thing as competition. There's only creation. Don't get involved with competition. When you get involved that there's competition, is that what happens, you squeeze the life out of abundance. What that really means is you really don't believe, if you're really competitive, you really don't believe abundance is for all. Abundance is for everyone. So you can only build on what you create. Competition is business, and business is a rivalry or strife for 2 or more people. Fearing there is not enough for all. So basically fearing what I just said, fearing that abundance is not enough. Abundance isn't for everybody. Abundance is only for a few people. They fight with one another to get all they can. Don't fear your neighbor is getting more out of life than you are. Listen to this. This is so true. We do this in so many areas. Don't fear your neighbor is getting more out of life than you are. Don't fear that your neighbor has a better house than you, getting more than you are. Okay? Don't fear that you need to rush into trying to get your dream house. Your dream house will come to you in due time. It's always going to be there. Abundance is always yours. Don't try to compete with anyone or anything. It has been said that competition is the spirit of business. But I do not think that competition in the form of rivalry and strife, of arguing and fighting and lying about each other and each other's business is the right spirit. I know it is not. Rather than call competition the spirit of business, let us call it compensation. Compensation means equal returns for which it is given. So this is where kind of Google gets its translation of the law of compensation. But again, Google gave a very kind of a minute definition of it. Compensation must means equal returns for which is given. It means a balance of that quality of service that is extended to another. I am certain that if you conduct your life, now he's talking about your whole life. I'm certain that you conduct your life, which is your business, along the path of compensation rather than competition, you will find it more enjoyable to compare your quality and service with another. The better your service, the greater the reward. I love when he's talking about this down here. The better your service, okay, now service could mean anything. The better the good, okay, when you're seeing, remember, before he talked about, earlier in this chapter, he talked about always focus on the good. Okay, always focus on the good about yourself, always focus on the good about other people. So this is what he's talking about. The better your service, the greater the reward. The more business you attract. If you follow this law, you will find that it is the golden rule in any life or in any business. You will be certain to succeed no matter if there are other so-called competitors seeking business on the same block. If you are not succeeding, if you lack any good, look more closely to the cause. Listen, about your life right now, if you are not succeeding, if you lack any good, look more closely. Be aware of the cause. Be aware of what you're doing. Be aware of your thoughts. Be aware of the small little habits. Okay, be aware. It's about awareness. And remember, it is not on the outside. It is somewhere within. It's not on the outside of you. It's not in your 3D world. It's within you somewhere. It's a bad habit, a bad thought. It's within you somewhere. It's a deep-rooted belief that we have that's holding us back. See where you fail to use the law correctly and where you fail in your consciousness to think rightly. There are 3 points common in everyday life where one fail into a snare and delusion. And this is where he gives you 3 points here. What color am I on? I'm on, let me do this. And these 3 points spoke loud to me. Okay, these 3 points are so wonderful, so stay with me here, even if you're getting tired. There are 3 points common in everyday life where one may fail into a snare and delusion. Okay, so he talks about 3 points where we fail. And then these 3 points are, holy crap, I mean, I do them. So let's talk about them. First, the first point, do not expect something for nothing. Again, do not expect something for nothing. Does that make you feel good, pleased, when you get something without paying for it? If so, you are violating the law. Your returns will always be unsatisfactory. No matter where you go, be willing to pay your way. Listen to this. No matter where you go, be willing to pay your way. Have you known some people who hang back when you go out for an evening's entertainment? I just gave this example. Okay, and he's using it here in his first point. No matter where you go, be willing to pay your way. Have you known people, maybe you, and I've done this too, who hang back when you go out for an evening's entertainment? They hang back when you go out for a dinner. They stand back and let the other fellow pay for the show. People like that lose hundreds of dollars when they try to save themselves a pantry 50 cents. The quality of thought they entertain repels many dollars they rightly could attract. If you knowingly cheat another one of a dollar, it may cost you many dollars for that mistake. So even he kind of put it kind of roughly, he kind of put it as in this example, like you're cheating the other person. Okay, when you have that scarcity habit, you went out for a dinner, and you're purposely hanging back to kind of see if they're going to step up and pay. Or maybe you went out for a group to see who in that group is going to step up and pay. Or who in that group is going to take charge of if everybody's splitting or if somebody's going to step up and pay. You're kind of hanging back. And if you're in a big group, you might even slowly start kind of migrating yourself to the back of the line. Okay, basically saying you expect something for nothing. You expect somebody else to come up and pay for it. And he basically spells it out here and looked at it as you're cheating that person. Okay, you're cheating other people. Okay, and that's a scarcity habit, and those habits will take money away from you. Okay, and we've all done this. Okay, even I've done this, and I can still do this if I'm not really careful. So this is why these 3 points he brings up kind of speaks worlds to me. And listen to this. Well, I'll wrap this up here. The quality of thought they entertain repels many dollars they rightly could attract. So it just repels more money from you. You're trying to save money because you want somebody else to pay for it, but it actually takes money away from you through law. If you knowingly cheat another one of a dollar, it may cost you many dollars for this mistake. So he just looked at it as cheating. You're cheating somebody else. You're letting somebody else pay for it. The second point he talks about is, do you hunt for things that are cheap? Do you go bargain shopping? Okay, do you always do you go to store to buy things on sale? This is what he's talking about. This is what spoke worlds to me again. Do you hunt for things that are called cheap? Are you a bargain hunter? Cheap thoughts can only bring cheap returns. Listen to this. Cheap thoughts can only bring cheap returns. Okay, because when you think this way, you think abundance isn't yours. No, you think of lack. You think of scarcity again. You have these. You might not be saying this out loud, but it's a deep rooted belief. It's a scarcity habit. It's a poverty habit that keeps you in poverty. You who wait for bargain days will always have to take bargains. But remember, there are no bargains in life. If you have gained monetarily, you may have lost in other ways. You place yourself in a vibration that lowers your present state. Listen. You place yourself in a vibration that lowers your present state. So he's talking about when you have this scarcity habit, it's lowering your vibration. It's lowering your frequency. And when you're lowering your vibration, lowering your frequency, as your frequency lowers, it's lowering, you're going to attract at that level. So you're going to attract more poverty things. It forces you below your proper level. It limits your thought to a state where you support underselling, cutting, bankruptcy, and dishonesty on the part of the seller. He must lie or deceive or cheat somehow about the price of the bargain or some other article because he is in business to make a fair profit. Thus, you become a party to its violation and come under its penalty. The third point. Do you begrudge spending money? do you hate spending money? It takes you a while to spend money. Maybe it's a slow little habit. Maybe you always steer away from it. Maybe you have little mental breakdowns over it. Maybe it kind of makes you depressed a little bit every time. Even if you want to go out to eat after you pay for it, you feel depressed because you spent the money. We've all kind of done this, is that, after we spend the money, we feel guilty for spending the money. And I think that's probably a better way to put this. I mean, do you feel guilty spending money? I mean, that's probably a way better way of explaining this. So, do you feel guilty spending money? Do you hate to pay your bills? Release your money cheerfully. This is what we should be doing. Release your money cheerfully, even if it's your last dollar you have. Decide what your need is. If it is for more value than the dollar in your purse, then spend the dollar cheerfully. Okay, no matter if you're paying your bills, you're buying something, you're going out for dinner, give that money cheerfully. Be happy. Okay, and sometimes for me, I've developed affirmations around that. As thank you, Father, that I have abundance of money to go out to dinner. Thank you, Father, I have abundance of money to treat my friends out to dinner. Thank you, Father, I have abundance of money to buy this. Develop because I start feeling that a little bit, so I start developing affirmations around it for myself. So he says, spend that money anyway, but spend it cheerfully. Spend it with a good attitude. In this way, you comply with the law. Listen, in this way, you comply with the law. Often we get into a low level, we begin to tighten up on our purse strings. So what he's saying, often we get to a low level, we get to a low level of money. Okay, we have a shortage of money, And when we get a shortage of money, our habit is to tighten up. Our habit is to not spend. Our habit is to hold on to it. Okay? But this is what he says. We begin to hold back. This is like closing the faucet, limiting the supply, limiting the abundance from pouring into you. So this is what he's saying is like, okay, and we've all experienced this from time to time. Maybe we had a month that, we had a whole bunch of extra bills, something unexpected came, and it took us over our budget, and we start squeezing, we start hanging on to what's left. We don't want to spend nothing, and we kind of basically hoard that money we have because we don't want to spend it. In that realm, as we think supply is limited, we think abundance is limited. We think abundance is ours. We think we're not going to get it back to us. That's what's really going on. I remember a man telling of a time when he had an urgent need for $1,000. He had put a $10 bill in his purse, and he was holding on to that bill like a drowning man to a straw. So he's telling an example here about a man that he needed $1,000, and he only had a $10 bill. He only had $10 left to his name, and he had a $10 bill in his wallet, and he's holding on to that $10 bill like a drowning man to a straw. Like a drowning, picture this. He's kind of doing it kind of funny a little bit, or kind of weird. Like, a man's drowning, but he only has a straw to kind of breathe. For days, he said, he carried it about him, afraid to spend it in fear of being broke. So he needed $1,000. He only had $10. He's holding on to this $10 bill. Okay, he's going on throughout his day. He's afraid to death to spend this money, because he's afraid to death to spend this $10 bill, because of course he's afraid to go broke, because then he would have nothing. Suddenly, it occurred to him that he was pinning his faith, pinning his belief more on the $10 than he was on the true source of supply. This is so powerful. We read this. Suddenly it occurred to him that he was pinning his faith, pinning his belief more on the $10, more on that $10 bill than he was on the true source of supply, the true source of abundance. What's the true source of supply and abundance? Is God. God is law. He was closing his faucet with a mere $10 bill. It had grown to become a fearful obstruction. When he realized his truth, when he realized what he was doing, he sat down at once and mailed the bill to a nearby church. So once he was aware of what he was doing, once he was aware he was so attached to this $10, he was so fearful to spend it, he basically sat down, mailed the $10 bill to a nearby church. And following the release of the bill, abundance began to flow into him. Before this week was out, he received his $1,000, enough to pay the month's obligations. He added, "Never since has supply failed to flow to me, and I learned my lesson." So he basically learned the lesson, because this is kind of like the law of karma here. We do these bad habits over and over and over and over and over again, and we don't get off the cycle. And we're scared to death to break the cycle too at the same time. And this really spoke loud to me, because sometimes I'll have money. Right now, maybe I have a few $100s in my wallet. But then I'm thinking, well, I'm gonna go back to Thailand in a couple months here. But then, when I go out, I'll kind of have an urge. Well, I need to hang on to this money. I need to hang on to this money. But once you feel that urge, like you need a hoard, you're attached to it. You can't, that's when you need to spend. That's when you need to, because abundance is yours. Abundance is always coming to you. The law inevitably produces its own exactness as a rule of action. It is a divine law and tolerates no violation. Listen to this. The law inevitably produces its own exactness as a rule of action. It is a divine law and tolerates no violation. So you can't violate the law. The law is. It's exact. That's why they call it. It's an exact science. It does not bring forth figs from thistles. If man misuses the laws of harmony, health, and supply, the law of compensation becomes manifest. We are free agents to choose the method of procedure in life. The law is infinite, and through its expressions, all things are possible to us. Every time we choose a good thought, we make a good investment. So we should always think good. And this is the whole concept of the chapter, the whole concept of law of conversation is always think good. Think good to yourself, think good about your life, think good about your conditions, think good about other people. Pull out the good. What is life giving you today? There's a question to you. What is life giving you today? Is it giving you health, happiness, and abundance? Or is it giving you sickness, misery, and lack? Whatever it is your own. It is your own doing, no matter what's coming to you. Health, happiness, abundance, that's your own. Or is it giving you sickness, misery, and lack? That's your own too. It belongs to no one else but you. You make your investments and you are daily enjoying the profits or losses. If you are dissatisfied with your investment, it may be wise for you to know what you invested. Only your own can come to you. Listen to this. Only your own can come to you. Only your own deep-rooted beliefs can come to you. Only your own secret thoughts can come to you. Okay, this is what he's really talking about. Only your own can come to you. And be sure that all that is yours will become manifest. So what he's talking about, only your own can come to you, and be sure that all that is yours, all that is your thoughts, all that is your deep-rooted beliefs will manifest to you. That's what he's saying. No matter if it's good or bad, that's how the law operates. It doesn't discriminate against anybody. It is your responsibility. No other person may share it. Your own and all your own will come to you. And he ends it with this quote, I rave no more against time or fate, for, lo, my own shall come to me. John Burroughs. And that's the end of chapter 7, my friend. And the law of conversation here, this was one of, I think Holliwell did an excellent job going through the law of conversation. Because like I said in the beginning, the law of conversation, when anytime a prosperity teacher talks about the law of conversation, I hate to be negative, but they really do a dissatisfactory job explaining it. They really go off the Google translation, and they try to spin it in more of a way like if you're a business owner or entrepreneur. And this law of conversation has always kind of moved me the wrong way. Always kind of made me think the wrong way. It always had a little bit of bitterness in me because it was just never explained very well. So I think Holliwell, probably Holliwell, is probably the best person who really explained the law of conversation. And really, to wrap it up, it's really about, now he explained a lot in here that really kind of moved me. And I read this book, and I've had this book for at least 10 years, and I read it many, many times. It is one of my favorite books. But each time I read it, I'm at a different stage of my life, different area of my life. And, I take things differently because we're always growing and getting better. So, every time I read it, I get something out of it and a deeper meaning to it, and I'm more aware of my own life, more aware of my own thoughts and my own deep rooted beliefs. I become more and more and more aware. So I take it as a deeper connection. And, what kind of I took away from this is always be good, always think good, always think good, always think good thoughts upon yourself, good thoughts about everything coming to you. Always think good about other people. Always pull out the good. Okay, because what spoke loud to me is because we have such a habit to focus on the negative. We have such a habit to pull out the negative of other people. Even when we're looking at other people, we have such a habit of talking about what we don't like and talking about what we don't like about them, rather than talk about what we do like, rather than focusing on what we do like. And this is something I've been doing even in my life now, is that when my mind starts going in the gutter, or I start thinking about something I don't like, I start thinking about something I don't like about somebody else, I immediately stop myself. I catch it now. I immediately stop myself and I ask myself, what do I like? What do I like about this situation? What do I like about my condo? What do I like about this person? And I start saying things to myself, and it changes my attitude. It changes it instantly. So that's what I really took away from this. I took a lot away from this, but it's really think good. Think good, positive with everything. Pull out the good. Okay. What's good? Because we all can pull out the good. We all can be grateful for the chapter. We are on chapter 8 called Law of Non-Resistance. Now, whoo! I mean, this chapter is fantastic. This is, I mean, each chapter, it's building on one another, and they're getting better and better and better. I mean, if you like chapter 7, the law of conversation, if you haven't listened to that, go back and listen to that chapter on the law of conversation. That was an excellent chapter. And the law of non-resistance is even better because it's really diving into, if you really want to know why success isn't working in your life, why manifesting isn't working, no matter if you're following Neville Goddard, law of assumption, law of attraction, why things aren't really working, you're doing these exercises, this is what's really going on. For example, if you're following Neville Goddard, the premise of Neville Goddard is you set an intention, you set a desire, you set a want, and you focus on that want. You go inside your imagination and you produce an imaginal scene. Inside your imagination, you go in first person. So you're acting as if that inside your imagination, like you already have what you want. But you do this right before sleep. Either right before sleep or right before you take a nap. Okay, you fall asleep in that state. Okay, then in your 3D world, you live in the end, dwell in the end. Okay, now this sounds like very easy and simple. It technically is very easy and simple on a conceptual basis. Okay, but what makes this not work, what makes all these manifesting techniques not work, is our little habits that we do. They're little violations that we're violating the laws of the universe. This is why I'm doing this book. This is why I love this book. I've had this book working with the law for at least 10 years, if not 12 years. I've read this book over and over and over again, and I have to get a new one because it's falling apart. The pages are falling out. So that's why manifesting techniques are not working. It's not the technique, it's you. That's what we have to understand. If I can't get the techniques to work, the only person to blame is me. It's something within me that's not working. There's something within me I need to fix. I need to realize, okay, it's not the technique. It's not Thomas Troward, it's not Napoleon Hill, it's not Neville Goddard, so forth and so forth, or Joseph Murphy, or Raymond Holliwell. It's not the technique. It's you. You got to figure out what you're doing. And this is why we're going through this. So lo and behold, let's get rocking and rolling. Chapter 8. I don't want to talk no more about non-resistance because this is an excellent chapter. So let's get rocking and dive into this. Now, as always, Raymond Holliwell goes into a verse. And usually he starts off with a verse and he dissects this verse throughout the whole chapter. So, law of non-resistance. But I say unto you that you resist not evil. Matt chapter 5, verse 39. I read it one more time. But I say unto you that you resist not evil. And this is what Jesus is saying. But I say unto you that you resist not evil. And I'm not going to talk about this verse because Raymond Holliwell dissects this verse throughout this whole chapter of the law of non-resistance. Our interest in this law of truth is especially opportune at this time when, to many earnest students, there seems to be so much in the world to be met, which apparently cannot be met unless some resistance is set up. Sin and sickness seem to have multiplied despite all the efforts made to counteract them. Listen to this. I love this because the reason why I love this and love old school prosperity teachers, old school books, one, the main thing is it's full of wisdom. It's really full of non-fluff. But what's amazing to me is that, this book was published back in 1967. So when he's talking about sin and sickness seem to have multiplied despite all the efforts made to counteract them, that's amazing to me. That's so true today in 2024. It's been more than 50 years, 60 years, something like that since the book was published. And the same thing was happening then. Sin and sickness have multiplied, is just rampant. Even today, with all the knowledge we have in health and fitness and so forth, I want to be careful what I say here, but disease is just getting worse and worse every single year. The same thing's happening. Okay, it's never fixed itself. Resistance as a means of self-securing peace and harmony is a mistaken and misleading idea. Listen to this. Resistance. When he's talking about resistance, is force. Okay, you're trying to force things to happen. And, we can talk about force in two different ways here. Physical force, I'm trying to physically force someone to do something. Or most of the time, as an adult, we can't physically force somebody. We can't put our hands on somebody, unless we want to, go to jail. Or we try to mentally force somebody. We try to coerce somebody to do something. That's force as well. That's what he's talking about, resistance. And we're going to dive deeper into this. That's why I'm kind of staying broad right now, because I know where this chapter is going. Resistance as a means of securing peace and harmony is a mistaken and misleading idea. True harmony cannot come from inharmony, nor peace from discord. Listen to this. True harmony, true peace cannot come from inharmony, nor peace from discord. Resistance fails because it is not in accord with harmony and order, which is the law. So listen to this. The reason why resistance fails, the reason why trying to force something to happen fails, is because it is not in accord with harmony and order. Remember, harmony and order, which is the law. These are laws of the universe. Okay, you can't bend the laws of the universe to work for you. Okay, that's what we think. That's our mistake. We think we can bend the law, that we can bend these laws of the universe to work for us. Remember, the laws of the universe do not discriminate against nobody. Okay, it's like the law of gravity. No matter who walks off the top of the building 5 floors, they're going to fall no matter what. There's no discrimination how good of a person you are. You're still going to fall. You're still going to learn that the law of gravity does not discriminate. Just like any of these laws of the universe, they do not discriminate. The master's doctrine, so he's talking about here, he's talking about Jesus. The master's doctrine that ye resist not evil seems a paradox to some of us. Okay, so now he's talking about, remember up here, he's talking about this verse, but I say unto you that you resist not evil. So now he's starting to dissect this verse. What does that mean, that you resist not evil? Why would Jesus say this? Why would Jesus say this to his disciples? So he explains, the master's doctrine that ye resist not evil seems a paradox to some of us. It's really a paradox to most of us, because most of us, one, we don't really understand the Bible. We don't really understand the New Testament. And often when you go to church, often it is translated wrong to us. It's translated more into a human view rather than a higher consciousness. It seems contrary to the natural reactions of a body, but when we meet with opposition, it seems natural to steal our energies, collect our wits, and use whatever means we have to outwit and break down the opposition. Now listen to this. He words it kind of weird, so really pay attention to what I'm saying. Yet, on the contrary, as it may seem in one sense, when it pertains to more serious things in life, we are unconsciously using the law in the trivial and material things. Okay, I have it on. I'll do it on white. I love when he says this. Love when he says this right here. Yet, as a contrary, it may seem in one sense, when it pertains to more serious things in life, we are unconsciously using the law in trivial and material things. So what he means by this is when we want, for example, if we want manifesting to work, okay, manifesting works for us like in trivial and material things, like little small things that we think that don't matter. Like I manifest a cup of coffee. The reason why I can manifest a cup of coffee is because I don't care if I get that coffee or not. I completely let it go. I don't care about it. Those are just small things. Or if you really, if you're doing manifesting techniques like Neville Goddard, you're doing his ladder technique and it worked for you. Okay, it worked for you because you don't care. Things come to you when you really just don't care, and you just completely let it go. You're not attached to it. So this is what he's saying, like, with the more serious of things in life, what ends up happening when we want the more serious things, we violate the law. But we actually use the law unconsciously just in small little things, the trivial things that don't really matter to us. There are so many other names given to this law that we may not recognize it as always the primal law of non-resistance. For example, in our business world, we hear about the psychology of salesmanship, service, credit, free deliveries, expert advisors, and every other aid conceivable that will help us find the right pots and pans for the kitchen, the proper style and color of a crib in the nursery, the chair for the fireplace, and the accessories that are so necessary to show off the living room effectively. In fact, there is one business house that advertises, "We have everything under the sun." That's their slogan, that's their brand. We have everything under the sun. So no matter what you need, you can find it there. This is good business, you say. And the department heads know business is good as long as they use the law. So as long as they use, now he's given a business example, but as long as he uses the law properly. Okay. And now in this chapter, he uses business examples and he uses personal examples. And I love his personal examples because I think what people do when they do the laws of the universe, and this is and I said this when we dove into chapter 7, law of conversation. The law of conversation is, for most prosperity teachers, the new ones of today that teach universal laws and teach the law of conversation. I mean, they explain it horribly, especially the law of conversation. Law of conversation has always been that universal law that really rubbed me the wrong way. And it rubbed me the wrong way is because people explained it wrong. People explain it as an entrepreneurial law or a business law, and they always give business, interpretations. They never give a human interpretation. Like, you're not a business owner, okay? You're not an entrepreneur. So how does this law work for me? How does this law relate? And I think Raymond Holliwell really gives, several examples here in every chapter of really kind of coming down to the humanistic view of it. That how can you get this law to work for you, rather than always using a business example or a money example? You know what I mean? This is why I really love Raymond Holliwell. Why do you suppose they keep the doors wide open in stores where you shop? Okay, you notice that even today, especially when it's warm out, when it's summer, or maybe you live somewhere where it's warm most of the year. Now, why do you think it's a good business idea to keep your doors open for your business? Or maybe you're a customer. Why does that kind of lure you in when doors are open? Okay, so he's asking this question: why? Certainly, it's not to let fresh air in. It is to let prosperity come in without even having to swing open the doors. Listen to this. Okay, I'll read it one more time. Why do you suppose they keep the doors wide open in stores where you shop? Certainly, it is not to let fresh air in. It is to let in prosperity to come into them without even having to swing open the doors. I mean, it's the law of non-resistance. You're letting in prosperity, keeping the doors open. Have you ever noticed the number of people who walk through an open door in comparison to the number of people who open the door? So now he's given a comparison. Like, if the door's already open, because of the law of non-resistance, more people will walk through than actually the door is closed and actually people actually have to open the door. That's kind of the I almost said parable. That's the metaphor he's using here to kind of describe the law of non-resistance. Have you ever wondered why stores like the 5-inch or 10-inch or the 25 cents to $1 stores prefer to use the basement instead of the second floor? It is easier for people to walk downstairs than to climb up. Of course, they eventually walk up the steps when they come out, but it is the first thought of people that directs them to go down. Because this is the law of non-resistance. You're making it easier. In a business sense, you're making it easier for people. The doors are already open. They don't have to open anything. They just walk straight through. If your store is kind of downstairs, but you have to walk down, well, it's easier to walk down than to walk up. They often employ men and women to study ways and means to interest and attract customers. So they were doing these studies back way before, and even in the early 1900s, late 1800s, all these studies that are really kind of even today, nothing has changed. It's the same material. We just keep on regurgitating the same material, but we're explaining it different. But nothing's really new. They've been doing these studies for a long, long time, decades and decades. They study the law of non-resistance and the simple ways it can be used upon the public. A salesman, not in purple, this is an example. A salesman will study the ways and means of selling an article. He will approach a customer and present his product in a careful manner. He will bring out comparison with other similar products. He will praise his product and show all of its good points, trying all the while to avert any objection or argument in the customer's mind. In this manner, he builds up a positive sales talk and leads his customer in a positive acceptance. He will get the customer to say yes to so many things that before the customer is aware of his action, he is signing a check or a contract. The whole of salesmanship is built upon the law of non-resistance. Successful business houses everywhere are using it. Department stores are the outgrowth of its use. When our grandparents went shopping with their baskets, there were so many shops visited before they finished. Today, we can use the phone and order our list of supplies, very like from one store. Mail order houses are dependent upon this method, and it is in this way that they make it easy for prosperity to come in. So in the business sense, it's making it, the more easy you're making it for somebody, the more easy you're making it for your customer, that's the law of non-resistance. The more confusing you make it, well, that's resistance. So now, of course, some of the examples, when you talk about the phone and phone order and ordering a list of supplies over the phone, I mean, now that stuff still goes on, of course, but now we have the internet and social media and websites and all this jazz, but it's the same concept. It's the same exact concept. Business houses do not employ the only salesman, for everyone is a salesman of some kind. So now he's kind of twisting it a little bit. He's starting to get off of business examples. So he's basically saying, okay, he's talking about businesses, he's talking about salesmen, but now he's flipping it and saying, well, everybody's a salesman. Okay, you just don't know it. You're a salesman, you just don't know it. You just don't realize it or not. We are ever selling ourselves to our friends for approval or disapproval. We are ever striving to put forth our best self and inwardly want our friends to see us in that light. A young man wishing to meet that certain young lady will try every means to gain an introduction. Then he will put his best foot forward, act his best, make the most pleasing impression. Why all this effort? Why all this extra effort? Why would a guy go through all this extra effort to kind of please a woman or please the opposite sex or please someone who's attracted to? Because he wants to make it easy for the fair lady to like him and wish to know him better. He wants to make it easy for her. He is trying to sell her the idea that he is the best choice for a companion and friend. He may be unconsciously using the law of non-resistance as far as he knows. So all he means by this, like when you're unconsciously using the law of non-resistance, it basically means he's using it without knowing. It's almost when you say someone's successful, someone is unconsciously successful. They don't know why they're successful. They can't teach you how they became successful. They're just successful. So you could say the same thing. If someone's unconsciously successful, it just means that they don't know why they're successful. They're using the laws, they're using the universal laws, but they don't know they're using them. Why does this young man put forth his best side? Oh, you say that it is only natural. It is a habit or custom. That is true. Yet, we become so governed by habit and custom that there are times when we, in working for prosperity and good health, unconsciously put opposition on our path through force of habit. So now he's kind of starting to tie in opposition. Lots of times what he's saying, unconsciously we put opposition in our path, is what happens is we put opposition there, we put force there, we put blocks there, we put stumbling blocks there in our path, but we're doing it to ourselves because we're doing it through our thought, but we're unaware of it. There are some who may be working to gain success and to bring forth an increase of supply and material wealth, and yet have gotten into the habit of talking and fearing hard times. This is where this starts getting very, very good. Listen to this. I'll say this one more time. Most of us do this, and I even catch myself doing this. There are some who may be working to gain success and to bring forth an increase of supply and material wealth. You want success. You want abundance in your life. You want to attract things that you want. and yet gotten into the habit of talking and fearing hard times. Do you talk about hard times when things don't go your way? You talk about it. You talk about it to your friends. You talk about it to people at work, and that becomes a habit. So you do it. You end up doing it day in and day out, every single day. We may talk about a neighbor or criticize a method he used to get ahead. Listen to this. Do you do this? Okay, you talk about your neighbors, you talk about your friends, you talk about your acquaintances, you talk about your coworkers at work, and you criticize them for the method. You criticize them because you don't agree with how they're doing something. You don't agree with how they're living your life. Or you might sit there and be super ego and have, well, if I was doing this, I would do it this way. Have you ever done that? Or are you still doing that? We may fear business conditions, and when we see the graph take a downward swing, we fear for investments of our job. Now he's given an example even in business. Okay, when we do all these reports, even if you're an entrepreneur or you're just an employee, you do all these reports, and all these reports look at sales going down, and we start fearing, sales, investments, or a job, and that creates fear, and that creates a downward spiral. And then he says, when we do these things, we are very foolish. Listen to this. When we do these things, we are very foolish. You're very foolish to criticize and talk about other people, no matter how you know them. Okay? You're very foolish of talking about hard times in your life. Okay? That's what he's saying. You're foolish for doing this. You're living against the law. You're living against the law of non-resistance. You're putting resistance in there. That's what he's saying. And he said, in fact, as foolish as a merchant who advertised extensively that on a certain day he would inaugurate the biggest sale of the year, after getting his patrons all keyed up for the bargains promised, he barred the doors and closed everyone out. For such an act, the patrons thought he must have gone crazy, or else he did not want any business to come in. We call him what we will. But some people are just as crazy at times when they want supply and prosperity to come to them and then bar their way with their conversations of poverty and discord. Listen to this. Okay, now he's flipping it back to you in simple terms. Okay, he's not talking about an entrepreneur or a business person. He's talking about a humanistic view here. Okay, how does this relate to you? Okay, people want prosperity. People want abundance. People want to manifest their dream house, dream car. Manifest a certain career, okay, a certain salary. So he says, we call it what we will, but some people are just as crazy at times when they want supply, they want abundance, they want prosperity, they want more money, they want that dream job, they want that dream career, their dream house, their dream car to come to them, and then they bar their way with their conversations of poverty and discord. So you basically shut it away from you by talking about poverty and discord. I don't say they are crazy, but I know they haven't learned how to think right. Nor are they wise to the law, nor they're wise to the law of non-resistance when they choke off the reflex of good with negative chatter. This is why this is so good. We all do this at some point or another. Either we're in a habit of doing it, and most of us are in this habit of doing it. This is what we're doing, and this is why no matter what manifesting technique you're doing, it's not working. It's not the technique. It's you. It's your habitual thoughts. It's your habitual conversations you're having. He says, one student wrote me and said, I am working hard over limitation, for I have had enough of it. My answer to her was, cease working over limitation and work only for prosperity. Listen to this. This is what he told her to focus on. He said, I told her, cease working over limitation. Cease thinking about limitation. Stop giving your energy to things not going right. Only work for prosperity. All your mind, all your thoughts, only work for abundance, only work for prosperity. Don't give 1 ounce of thought to things aren't going your way. That's what he's saying. The law does not require us to work over or against the things we do not want, but it does require us to work with and for which we do want. This is so powerful right here. The law does, listen to this, the law does not require us to work over or against things we do not want. Okay, that's not law. You're going against what the law says. You're not in harmony with the law when you're constantly focused on what you don't want. You're constantly talking about it. You're constantly bringing emotion to it. But he says, but the law does require for us to focus on what we do want. We dare not give our time, listen, we dare not give our time, thought, and energy to that which is opposed to what we want. That is setting up a resistance contrary to the law and barring the way for our good to come in. How then shall we work for prosperity? Now it's a question to you. Like, how then shall we work for prosperity? How then shall we get abundance to come into our life? By being non-resistance and in agreement with all that is prosperous and using every means at our command to make it easy for prosperity to come in. So this is what he says right here. How do we get prosperity to work for us? That's what he's saying. How do we get all this abundance to work for me? It's working for Steve, my next door neighbor. You know what I mean? So how do we get prosperity to work for me? How do we get manifesting to work for me? We can twist this several different ways. By being non-resistant. Stop forcing things to happen. He said, by being non-resistant and in agreement with all that is prosperous and using every means at our command to make it easy for prosperity to come in. Now we might think, so basically when he's saying being non-resistant, okay, and I'm using to stop forcing it, but even force, okay, remember force negates and it's mental force. So what we have to understand, when we complain about something, that's being resistant to it. Okay, that you're forcing it. You're bringing emotion to it. So stop doing those things. He's digging deep here. Water is very powerful, yet it is perfect non-resistant element. Listen to this. Water is very powerful, yet it is a perfect non-resistant element. And I believe even in, let's say you're an athlete, you're really into martial arts, you like Bruce Lee. Bruce Lee gave a lot of, I want to say, metaphors about water. How water was non-resistant, water was ever flowing, water just went around borders and obstacles. So he's doing the same thing here. We can see where it has worn away the hardest rock. We have seen it sweep everything before its torrential outburst. Bridges, buildings, trees, nothing can withstand its force. Nothing can withstand the force of water. Yet, know how the great river begins. It starts with a small stream or a brook high up in the mountains where the ice and snow feed it into springtime. Know also that it's very crooked little stream. Nothing like the great river it finally flows into. You see the little stream of water run into a huge boulder, a fallen tree, or debris made up of bushes, decayed leaves, and the like. Does the little stream stop with the obstacle and wait for its force to build up so it can push past the opposition? Okay, this is a metaphor. This is what we do in our life. Okay. So he's using water here. So he's saying, does the little stream stop with the obstacle and wait for its force to build up so that it can push the opposition from its path? Okay. So when you're focused on your goal and you have an intention where you're going, all of a sudden there's going to be obstacles that come our way. It's not saying that, oh, I'm so positive that obstacles are going to disappear. No, there's going to be obstacles there. Now at this point, it's our perception of this obstacle. Okay, like water. Does water, when there's an obstacle falls in a stream, a tree falls, bushes fall, leaves pile up. Does water just push against it and wait for it to keep on piling up so it has enough force to go through? Or what he's saying, does water just move around it? Okay, that's what he's saying here. And he says, no, the little stream is not interested in so much of the border as a tree as it is in hurrying along and reaching a larger stream, a river, and then a mighty ocean. So it's a metaphor for what we're doing. Okay, we let little obstacles along our way totally stop us from what we really want to achieve. We have to be more like water. What's happening is now we're trying to force this obstacle in our way to go away instead of just walking around it. The law of non-resistance. That's what he's saying here. It is urged to meet a river and then be a part of a mighty ocean. Thus, we see that little stream wind its way round and round, many crooks and turns, but every turn takes it nearer to its goal. Some people, unwise to nature's method, set up a different one. When they meet an obstacle, they stop their progress to collect their forces and put up a fight to remove it. Is this something you're doing? I know I've done this many times in my past. And I know I hate to really say, even transparent, I've done this even when I was in Thailand. Because I live in Thailand, I come back and forth to visit family. Right now I'm in Ohio. And, if things go my way, do I want to put up a fight? Okay, if things go my way, if things not going well in the condo, do I want to put up a fight and fight with the juristic office or fight with the board? You know what I mean? Is there a better way to handle issues rather than putting up a fight, putting up force? Okay, I still, it's so easy to fall into this trap. So he's saying, some people, and in my opinion, I would say many people, unwise to nature's method, set up a different one. When they meet an obstacle, they stop their progress. Listen to this. Once an obstacle hits to you, okay, your goal is straight ahead, and you let this little obstacle, this little molehill, okay, you could easily just step on and go around it, okay, easily avoid it like water, okay, but you let this little molehill become a mountain, and it totally stops you from progressing forward to what you really want in your life, what's really important to you. You let this little obstacle stop you. This resistance they set up causes friction. Friction causes an irritation and inflammation. For this reason, many people's lives are hard and exacting. This is what he's saying. They waste people. This is what people are doing. And even for myself, you waste of human energy is appalling. So I kind of put you in it, but that's not how he said it. He said the waste of human energy is appalling. Okay, how much energy are you really wasting on these little obstacles that happen in your life that you should give no energy to whatsoever? You move around it like water. People in every walk of life are breaking down and wearing out like obsolete machinery. Remember, it is not the movement of a machine that wears it beyond its use and service. It is friction. Friction is opposition and resistance. If we go through life fighting, opposing, resisting, arguing, does this ring a bell to you a little bit? If we go through life fighting, opposing, resisting, arguing, we are bound to meet with many obstacles and likely become so occupied fighting them that we lose sight of our real objective. Okay? If you think about what you really want right now, you think about what you really want in your life, success, abundance. It could be a dream house, a dream life, dream vacation, dream career. You think about what you really want, what's really important to you. Maybe family is really important to you. Raising a great family, raising your kids. Okay? So put that in sight here when I read this to you. What you really want in your life, what's really important to you. But yet, we go through life fighting, opposing, resisting, arguing. We are bound to meet with many obstacles and likely become so occupied fighting those obstacles that we lose sight of our real objective. We lose sight of our real meaning of life. We lose sight of what we really want and desire. If we always getting steered for the next opposition or trouble, we can expect plenty of it. Listen to this. If we're always getting angry, stirred up about fighting opposition, going force to force with it, okay? He's saying, well, there's going to be plenty of it. You're going to expect more to come. Why is that? It's because remember, when we're arguing with somebody, we're resisting somebody, we're opposing, we're fighting, okay? What we naturally do, we naturally put emotion to it, okay? We naturally go inside our imagination. We can't let the past go. Something happened last week. We talk about it today like it happened 2 hours ago. Some people, things happened 20 years ago and they tell their story today. They still talk about it. They still tell the story like it happened yesterday. but it happened 20 years ago. Okay. And when you listen to this, as you bring emotion to something, remember our subconscious mind doesn't play favorites. It doesn't discriminate. It just brings you whatever you're emotional to. It just brings you whatever you think about. And that thinking about it brings up an emotion. It just brings you what you're constantly emotional to. It just says, oh, Chad's thinking about this all the time. Chad's emotional about it, so you must like it. So he brings it to me. That's why just more and more bad stuff keeps on happening. More and more of these obstacles keep on coming into your life, but you're attracting it. And you're attracting similar things over and over and over and over and over again. But he says, whereas if we strive to make little of the obstacle and keep our minds on the objective, just like I've been explaining, keep your mind on your goal, keep your mind on your attention, keep your mind on what you really want. You might have to wind around and around, just like water flowing through a stream. It's moving, it keeps on going towards its destination, but it's moving past that rock, it's moving past that falling tree. It's not fighting it force to force, it's moving around it. But it keeps on moving towards its goal. That's what he's saying. And then he says, but if we persevere, we will ultimately win. If you have persistence, you will ultimately win. If you have persistence, persevere, you will ultimately get to your grand prize. You will ultimately get to what you really want. We will reach the goal. Another lesson we may learn from this dream is that when it is small and struggling, it has the most difficult time. Remember, when we're first starting out, this is what he's saying, when we're first starting out, when we're first starting our journey out with this, maybe you're first starting out with manifesting, first starting out with positive thinking, you first set a big goal, and you set this destination, you have your dream house, and you set this, that's your intention, that's all you want. Then he says, when you're first starting out, you're going to go through a difficult time. And in the beginning, that's going to be your most difficult time. That's what he's saying. In the beginning, it will have so many obstacles across its path that it is ever winding around to avoid direct opposition. So that's all water's doing. Water's not crashing into it. It's just moving around it to avoid direct force, to avoid a direct collision. That's what water is doing when it's small in a little stream. That's what it's doing. It's just, in a little stream, it doesn't have enough force to crash through anything. It's just moving around it. That's what he's saying. Silently, it uses the law to be non-resistant, and it grows stronger in force and volume. When it becomes a larger stream, listen to this, when it becomes a larger stream and then a river, its path is more direct and the obstacles become less and less. Then it is not far from the mighty ocean. Students are like that. Listen to this. He says, students are like that. They have their hardest tests and delays while they are yet weak in power and understanding. So this is where we are when we're first starting out. They have hardest tests and delays while they are weak in power and understanding. This is when you first start off. You don't have the power enough. You don't have that momentum build up enough to just break through this opposition, to break through little borders along the way. As they strike out on the new path in truth, the obstacles and tests will be plentiful. The wise ones will not fight the obstacles. Listen to this. The wise ones, the people who really understand the law, will not fight the obstacles, but bless them and go on. This is so powerful when he says this. The wise ones will not fight the obstacles. You not fight your opposition. You not fight the little setbacks that pop in your way. You won't fight against it. But what should you do? You just bless it and move on. As they go on with faith and assurance, as they go on in faith and belief, remember, faith means belief. When you really believe something, you expect something to happen. So as they move on in faith and assurance, they grow stronger and become like that great stream and river. Their course becomes more direct. Their understanding is of greater depth, and the mighty ocean, their ultimate objective, is not far from them. This is an example on purple here. It's a long example, but it really adds up a good point here. A woman recently asked for help to meet her problem. She explained that her home was mortgaged and it was near time for her to make a payment, but the funds were lacking. She had converted her home into a rooming house, So basically what she did, she had this huge house. I don't know if it had 3, 4, or 5 bedrooms, but basically what she did, she couldn't afford it all by herself. So she had, she rented out each room. So she had roommates, hoping to get money enough to live on. But there was a difficulty. She could not keep her roomers. She could not keep her roommates. These are roomers, but she could not keep her roommates because they were so quarrelsome and critical. They argued all the time, basically. The house was always in an uproar. No one was content, and she was ill in mind from the strain and anxiety. It was explained. So she came to him. So then he's helping her out of what to do. So it was explained that she must use the law. She must use the law of non-resistance. She must not oppose the good, but strive to work with it. With all the friction and confusion in the home, she must go back and use the law of non-resistance. This she tried to do, but whereas she had been so exacting and unkind, she found it rather hard to be non-resistant. Now remember, this is probably what she's doing, and in my eyes, and he's not really saying it, but this is probably what's going on. She had this big house. No matter how she got it or whatever, maybe her husband passed away or that she went through a divorce or whatever, but she had this big house. She couldn't afford it. So it was probably hard for her to do that. She probably looked bad. She probably thought people would look at her bad. So she had to rent this out and have roommates. And this is way back, probably even before. I mean, of course, before 1967. So she probably thought she would look poor and poverty. So it probably made her angry on the inside. So she probably was bitter. She was bitter upon having to do it. She was angry on the inside, and that's how she carried herself to the roommates. So you ever been around somebody that's tense and bitter and you could just feel their negative energy? So to me, that's kind of what she's doing. She's kind of creating it because she's being bitter and angry and people can feel this energy around her. So she's kind of bringing out the bad in other people. That's what I'm guessing kind of really what's going on. Because it's really attacking her ego a little bit because she can't afford this house by herself. So, Halliwell tells her, you need to start being kind. You need to start looking at the good. Remember the law of compensation. The law of compensation is being good, looking at good in every situation, and pulling out the good in other people. It's always looking at good. That's the law of compensation. So he says, that evening, as she entered the dining room, she greeted her people with a smile. The folks were so startled at the sudden change that they could hardly eat for wondering. That smile was the first smile some have ever seen from her, and others declared it was the first time in the months that they remembered. One man was heard to utter, when she had gone to the kitchen to fix dessert, "The old lady is going soft." Listen to that, the old lady is going soft. And more thought is so later that evening when they heard her greet one young man who had gotten back in his rent, and she was trying to slip. I'm stumbling over my words. I'm so sorry. He writes a little bit different. And they're listening to her. So then there was one man that was on not caught up in his rent. So that's basically what's going on. So she's talking to him like he's behind by several months on his rent. So they're hearing this conversation. So they know that he's behind on her rent. So she's acting all nice, whatever. So people's kind of listening to kind of see how she's going to handle this situation. And more thought so later that evening when they heard her greet one young man who had gotten back in his rent and who was trying to slip up in his room without being seen. So he's trying to sneak in and trying to sneak past her, get in his room quietly besides her, because he thought she would see him and confront him like, "Where's your rent?" So that's basically what's going on. She greeted him pleasantly. Listen to what she did. Even though he's backed on his rent, she greeted him pleasantly, and she said she was sorry he had missed dinner. So she didn't even focus on the rent. She didn't focus on the back rent. She focused on only the good. She made dinner for everybody, and it looked like she was in a habit of making dinner for everybody every night. And she said pleasantly, "Oh, I'm so sorry you missed dinner." She didn't bring up the rent at all. After a few weeks of this new plan, the woman began to enjoy it. After doing this for a few weeks, she began to like it. She began to enjoy it because she's enjoying it because she's actually having fun. She had become changed within herself. Listen to this. She had become changed within herself. It's always within out, not outside in. We change from the in out. She saw her folks in a different light. Instead of thinking them to be cheats, liars, and quarrelsome lot, she saw the good in them. Now, this is the law of compensation right here. He's just repeating the law of compensation right here. Instead of thinking them to be cheats, liars, and quarrelsome, besides just looking at pulling out the negative in them, she saw the good in them. This is the law of compensation. She saw the good in all her roommates. And she grew to like them more and more as one big family. I mean, after you pull out the good in somebody, you actually like them. Okay, this is what I said in the last chapter, because when we talk about the law of compensation, the easiest way to destroy a relationship, the easiest way to destroy marriage or destroy a significant other is to always focus on what you don't like about them. I mean, I think we all would agree to that. If you focus on what you don't like about the other person, about your significant other, and that's all you focus on, well, you guys aren't going to be together very long. Okay, but if you always focus on the good and pull out the good, you'll probably be together for a long, long time. Just saying. And she grew to like them more and more as one big family. They too became different. The family gathering at the table was looked forward to as a happy time and had grown to its capacity. Others had asked to have a room if and when the vacancy occurred. Listen to this. In the very beginning, she said she could hardly keep people. She could hardly keep roommates. Now, all of a sudden, she's keeping all these roommates, but yet she has other people that actually want to live there, that actually want to be a roommate. Now she has people that actually want to be there, but of course she can't, she can't take them. Even the young man who tried to dodge her, now he's talking about even the young man that tried to dodge her about paying the rent because he owed back months because of his rearrangement, had entered into a spirit of the new home and was able to get a job and pay up in full. So even with him, even she wasn't going after him, she wasn't forcing him to try to pay, she wasn't going at it being angry with him. She just let it be and let him be part of the family, part of the culture there. And he was able to get a job, and he paid her all the back rent. He paid up in full. Needless to say, the payments of the mortgage were met, and the home was saved for the widow. So listen, the widow's trying to save her mortgage, and following the law of non-resistance, this is how she did it. Needless to say, the payments of the mortgage were met, and the home was saved for the widow. She did as she was instructed. She became non-resistant to the good. She made light of the many obstacles and confusion that appeared. Listen to this. She became non-resistant to the good. And this is very important. She made light of the many obstacles and confusion that appeared before her. She made light of the situation. Okay, if somebody wasn't paying the rent, or he was late, he was behind several months, she made light of the situation. She didn't even bring it up. She just basically said, "Oh, I'm so sorry you missed dinner," because he was avoiding her. That's why he was avoiding dinner. She made because he was avoiding her because he was late. He needed to pay her the rent. He was late by several months. What she did was she held in her mind. She held in her mind the objective she wanted. This in turn melted down the hardness within herself and then reached others. Though she appeared to be going soft to some, in doing so she reached her goal and was victorious. In another verse, Jesus expressed the law more simply. He said, "I say unto you, love your enemies, bless them that curse you, do good to them that hate you, pray for them that despitefully use you." And I know we've all heard this, in one way or another, and this is the law of non-resistance. This is the law right here. Jesus has said it in a different way. He said, "I say unto you, love your enemies, bless them that curse you, do good to them that hate you, and pray for them that despitefully use you." In studying his statement, one might at first think the master was favoring the enemies, the opponents. But not at all. Jesus was speaking to all who desire to use the law, To extend a loving thought to anyone or anything removes the opposition and enmity that once seemed there. This removal must first be the person's consciousness. Okay, now basically what we start learning about when we hold a grudge, when we have unforgiveness, okay, when we have opposition, we bind ourselves. This is why Jesus taught this. Okay, even on forgiveness, we bind if we don't forgive, okay, we don't move around it, we bind ourselves to that person, okay, that lower consciousness. We're bound to it. Okay, the only way to release that bondage is to not bring energy to it, is to avoid it, to move around it, to truly forgive. Okay, now Love Never Gother taught about this, is true forgiveness is forgetfulness. Okay, when we really say we truly forgive somebody, we completely forget about it. We don't keep on reminding them. We don't bring it up every year. That's not forgiveness. True forgiveness is forgetfulness because it breaks that bond. We're not linked to them. Once this thought of enmity is removed from your consciousness, you will not attract the same condition again. Listen to this. Once that thought enmity is removed from your consciousness, you will not attract the same condition again. So that's what I mean, is when you're bound to it, when you're connected to it, you're going to keep on attracting that same condition. It's going to be similar conditions that keep on attracting to you. Okay, you release it. Okay, so you're not constantly attracting the same condition again and again and again, almost like the law of karma. Then he says, do good to them that hate you, because in doing good, you are raised above the thought of hate, and hate that cannot touch your life. Bless them that curse you, and pray for them that misuse you. Why? Blessing calls forth the highest good within you. The highest good within you can only attract the highest good from another. To attract such goods, you are running around all opposition and abuse. Listen to this. When you bless other people, you bless people that hate you, make fun of you, whatever. To attract such goods, you are running around all opposition and abuse. Thus, to live the law with others about you does not especially favor the others so much as it favors you. It affects others in that it takes away from them their weapons of hate, malice, revenge, and the like, and their love and interest will be reciprocal with yours. If a man resists a situation, he will have it always within him. If he tries to run away from it, like a shadow it follows him, and repeatedly he will meet it again. If he ignores the hardness of the condition and fearlessly works around it, he will find time when that hard condition will have been absorbed and removed. Accept the condition as some evidence of good. For that good and being acceptable, it is more and more evidence of it appears. So what he's saying here, when we have something happen, we have an obstacle, okay, we tend to go at it head on. Okay, we don't go at it like water, like a stream, and just move around it and give no attention to it. Okay, so what he's saying here, accept the condition as some evidence of good. And I like when Ed Milet says this, is that when things happen to you, it's not happening to you. Okay, that's how we look at it. This happened to me, but it's happening for you. It's happening for you for your own good. This is what even Holliwell is saying. When things happen to you, it's happening for you for your own good. So he says, look for the good in that obstacle. That's why I said it's your perception. When things happen, little obstacles happen in your life, it's your perception of it. Look for the good in that situation. That's what he's saying. That's the law of compensation. Look for the good in that negative situation. Look for the good in it. And by being acceptable to it, more and more evidence of it appears. This is what he says. He goes on, agree with thy adversary. Listen to this. Agree with thy adversary is another way of saying that nothing worthwhile and lasting is ever gained by argument. And he continues. He explains kind of what he means by this. He who is convinced against his will is of the same opinion still. To disagree with one only causes that one to put on his full armor. Listen, now he's talking about arguing here. We have disagreements with one another. To disagree with one only causes that one to put on his full armor, to collect all his forces in opposition to yours. Then he says, you basically do the opposite. To agree with your worthy opponent leaves him defenseless. Listen to this. To agree with somebody that wants to argue with you, to agree with your worthy opponent leaves him defenseless and without need of his armament. To offer no resistance makes it easy for one to be admirable. If I could talk, my lips are sticky. And he who thought himself your enemy will find it a pleasure and privilege to be a friend. So really what happens, you ever been in an argument? I've done this before, and I've fell in a trap of arguing and it gets heated. But you ever been in an argument, someone wants to argue and you're just agreeing with them? I mean, and they really want to argue, but you're just agreeing with them. And you can see like their defenses just start crumbling because you're not falling for their little trap. You're not getting all heated up. Okay, that's what he's saying. It makes them defenseless. Then maybe that person becomes a friend of yours because you're not wanting to argue. You're not fighting force with force. You're like water. You're just moving around it. Blessed are the meek. And I love this when he explains this. And he explains this for a little while here. Blessed are the meek. And this is taken from the New Testament. And he explains what the meek is. Meek is really like you're timid, you're passive. And it says, blessed are the meek. May seem literally to support those kindly, timid souls who are an easy prey for their more aggressive brothers. So basically, you're timid, you're passive, especially going through school, elementary, middle school, high school. Like maybe a meek person would be more timid, more passive. Then you have the school bully. Rather, it refers to the one who is able to follow the law of non-resistance to a point of inheriting the earth and all things thereof. So now he's saying, he's given an example here, and he'll expand on this, that the meek, being kind of timid and passive, is really kind of unconsciously using the law of non-resistance to a point of inheriting the earth and all things there. They're kind of just walking around obstacles, walking around force, so forth and so forth. Then he says, to be meek does not mean to be an easy mark, nor to be a doormat for anyone to walk over. Okay, I've heard it said that in this day, one cannot be a real Christian and be easy and forgiving. In this day, one must be on guard to protect one's rights from being overridden by the stronger or more abusive. One does not know what is fully required of a true Christian if he thinks this. We are not asked to be a martyr for our belief, nor it is unchristian to be able to speak out fearlessly and positively. We need not be an easy mark nor a doormat for anyone, for there is a greater power to be reckoned with, the power of law when you use it. Now he's saying because basically if you're meek, if you are timid, you're very passive, either in your school days or even in business. Business, when you're a school bully, some of these bullies go to the career world. Now they're just professional bullies. We've all had like bosses or supervisors, managers that think they can talk down to us, talk to you any way they want to, and you're not allowed to say anything back. So he's saying, so this is what he's talking about. We need not be an easy mark nor a doormat for anyone. But he's saying there is a greater power to be reckoned with, the power of law and when to use it. Yet this does not make us like a pugilimist, but a master. This does not require us to be hard-boiled and boisterous in order that we may attain our rights. Our rights, when they are righteous, will uphold themselves. They are their own defense. They do not need us nor anyone to fight their battles. Now, the law reads that we attract what we expect. Listen to this. Now, the law reads that we attract what we expect. So if one believes he is an easy mark, a doormat, a weakling, if he expects to suffer imposition and must resort to warlike means for his protection, then they take the sword, shall perish by the sword. The law of life reacts upon man according to his understanding and application. So now he's kind of twisting it a little bit. Now he's going back to all the laws. If we attract what we expect, we attract on an emotional level. And plus we attract what we expect, deep down to our secret core thoughts. We attract what we expect. So he says, if one believes that they're meek, if one believes that they're an easy mark, they're a doormat, they're weak, they're a weakling. If he expects to suffer, he expects to suffer imposition and must resort to warlike means for protection. So at this time, what he means of warlike means for protection, he means that you're getting in fights, you're getting in arguments, you're going in a battle force head, you're going head on head. Okay, then he said, no, this is taken from the New Testament. Jesus said, they that take the sword shall perish by the sword. So what does he really mean by this? Now, lots of times people say, you're fighting with weapons, that's one interpretation. Like they that take the sword shall perish by the sword. They that take the sword shall die by the sword. But he's also talking about, remember this, the sword also in an interpretation is a sword is the power of our tongue. The sword is the power of our words. So this is what he's talking about too. Our sword is the power we have with our words. Okay, so if you look at it that way, as they take the sword, they shall perish by the sword. Okay, if you're saying negative thoughts, you're trying to pierce somebody. Our words have power, and it's piercing like a sword to somebody else. So that's what he's saying. It's being reflected back to you, because as you argue with somebody else, you're attached to them. Remember, the same way of unforgiveness, you bind yourself to that person. You're linked to that person. Okay, you could be linked to that person for 30 years because you don't forgive them. You don't truly forgive them. That's what he's saying. You're linked to it. And that's why he says, thou that take the sword shall perish by the sword. The law of life reacts upon man according to his understanding and application. Listen to this. The law of life reacts upon man, reacts upon women, according to his understanding and application. According to your own understanding. To be meek does not mean that we are submissive to the conditions of discord and disorder. Listen to this. To be meek, it does not mean that you are being submissive to conditions of discord and disorder. We are meek only to the law. Listen to this. We are meek only to the law. Okay, we're only meek, we're only timid, we're only passive, only to the law. Such meekness gives us power of spirit. Jesus was so strong in spirit that his spoken word was like a two-edged sword. It beat welts upon the intruder like a whiplash. Jesus, though a humble man, was no example of weakness. When he spoke as one with authority to the scribes or clear the temple of the money changers, he showed a strength that was a delight to his disciples to the extent that they implored him to be their king. Do not confuse meekness with weakness. This is what he's saying here. Do not confuse meekness with weakness. Nature eliminates weakness, and so she should. Weakness ever creates weakness. Listen to this. Weakness ever creates weakness. This brings on deterioration and finally death and decay. To live wisely, one must be strong and positive. Listen to this. Bring it up here. To live wisely, one must be strong and positive, though righteously meek. Such strength is not measured in physical brawn and muscle, but in mind and spirit. No one can be truly meek who is not strong and spirited. So this is what he's saying. To live wisely, one must be strong and positive, though righteously meek. Okay, but strong and positive doesn't mean that you got physical strength. You're a bodybuilder. You got all these muscles. Okay, you're 6'4". You're strong. Okay, but the power, this is what he's saying, the power is in your mind and spirit. That's where your power is. Your power is in your mind and spirit. No one can truly be meek who is not strong and spirited. Meekness, then, is that strength appropriated when you do not argue. Listen to this. Meekness, then, is that strength appropriated when you do not argue. When you do not become angry or boastful and proud. When you do not insist upon having your rights in a quarrelsome manner. Meekness is the steel of one's nature. So steel, he's using steel and like metal. Okay, meekness is the steel of one's nature. It is enduring. Meekness is the strength by which you win an argument by refusing to argue. You know, when somebody really wants to argue with you and you just totally refuse to argue, when differences of opinion arise and your opinion is right, the real victory lies in the fact that right is right regardless of what others may say about it. Listen, when differences of opinion arise and your opinion is right, even if you know you're right, the real victory lies in the fact that right is right regardless of what others may say about it. Okay, if I feel I'm right, I'm not willing to argue over it. Okay, that's what he's saying. Right is right, regardless of what other people say about it, regardless of what other people's opinions are. I'm not going to argue about it. In science, we recognize the spirit of meekness as cooperativeness, persistent application, accurate computation, perfect harmony, symmetry of design and color, and so forth. Possibly the simplest illustration can be seen in our application of the law in nature. We exercise the spirit of meekness in accepting the terms of nature. Listen to this, I'm right down here. We exercise the spirit of meekness in accepting the terms of nature. And the more fully we cooperate or submit to her, the more abundantly we are blessed. We carefully select the best seed and plant it in the right place at the proper time and the most fertile soil. Careful are we to water and cultivate the growing plant to ensure a bountiful yield. Why are we so careful, so particular, so non-resistant to obey nature's laws? So this is the question. So now he's talking about nature's law. We're so careful obeying nature's laws, especially he's really giving an example of a farmer. Okay, the farmer has to pick the most fertile soil, the perfect seed. He has to be careful with it. Okay, he has to be careful watering it and cultivating it, not watering it too much and cultivating it to get his crop to grow. Okay, if we violate the laws of nature, we're not going to have no crop. You know what I mean? We're not going to have no farm if we violate the laws of nature. So we're so particular obeying the laws of nature. So this is why he's asking this question. Why are so many people careful, so particular, so non-resistant to obey nature's laws? Is it because we are weaklings, crave excessive work, and in general simpletons? Because of the utmost care and attention we are obliged to give? Only he who does not meet the law with non-resistance is foolish. Listen, only he who does not meet the law with non-resistance is foolish. With whatever degree the wise one meets the law with meekness, non-resistance, so will be benefited. Thus, a man applies the spirit of meekness to the principles of his daily life, not to the conditions, so he will be proportionately blessed. Listen to this. I'm right here, the last sentence here, right before the last paragraph. So Holliwell says, thus, a man applies the spirit of meekness to the principles of his daily life. Listen to this. To the principles to his daily life, not to the conditions of his daily life. What are the conditions of his daily life? Conditions in my 3D world is anything that pops as an obstacle. Any obstacles that pop up. Anything I don't like that pops up. Okay. Anything that happens to me that's negative. Okay. Those are all conditions in my 3D world. So what he's saying here, a man applies the spirit of meekness to the principles of his daily life, the principles of me understanding the law. In this example, me understanding the law of non-resistance. And me realizing that almost like water, flowing water, like a stream, that any obstacle that pulls up, any negative that happens in my life, water's going to flow around it, and I should do the same thing. And as I apply this, I am proportionally blessed for following the law. When perplexed, remember that the little stream of water and how determined it is to reach the mighty ocean. That's the example I just gave. When you're perplexed, when you're confused, when you're in that moment of resistance, okay, when you're in that moment, something's negative happening, Something you don't like is happening in your world, okay, in your present moment, okay? Something that's fell right in front that's trying to stop you from you reaching your goal, from you moving forward. So that's what perplex means. But he says, remember the little stream of water. In your thought, remember the little stream of water and how determined it is to reach the mighty ocean. Be that determined. See, he says, be that determined to reach and realize all the good that is waiting for you. Why delay its benefits by putting obstacles into your stream of prosperity? Let us come over the path of non-resistance. Every worried thought, every fear, doubt, complaint, argument, and angry thought are but so many borders, large and small, that you cast into the stream. Listen to this. And this speaks, this speaks really loud, okay? He says, every worried thought, every fear, every doubt, every complaint, every argument, and every angry thought are but borders or but roadblocks, large and small, that you cast into your stream. You're producing them. You're putting them there. These tend to change your course and to lengthen the time for your goal to be reached. Unite your forces for good and with the good that is seeking you. This is the law of compensation right here. Unite your forces for good with the good that is seeking you. Remove and dissolve every obstacle by blessing it. That's how you remove all these obstacles. As you come to an obstacle, you bless it and you move on. Remove and dissolve every obstacle by blessing it and being willing to understand it. Mark it no longer a stumbling block, but a stepping stone leading you to your highest good. I'll read it one more time. Unite your forces for good with the good that is seeking you. Remove and dissolve every obstacle by blessing it and being willing to understand it. Listen to this. By being willing to understand it. Okay, what he means by this, I have this obstacle. I have this roadblock. Something happened. No matter if I created it or not. Okay, it's in my way. But then he says, mark it no longer a stumbling block, but a stepping stone leading to your highest good. What does he mean by this? Is no matter what's happening in your life that's negative, remember, it's not happening to you, okay? It's happening for you. It's happening for your own good. That's what he's saying. So that's why he says, when you come across an obstacle, bless it and be willing to understand it. Mark it no longer a stumbling block, but a stepping stone leading to your highest good. Because the law of compensation is that we look at good in every situation. Okay, no matter if something's happening to us, negative, where our perception is always look at the negative side of the things. Okay, that's a habit that we do. No matter what we look at, we're always pulling out what we don't like. Okay, when we go to work and we have our coworkers, we always pull out what we don't like about them rather than focusing on what we do like about them. Okay, when we have a negative situation, we always pull out what we don't like about it. Okay, what's the negative side about it? We never focus on the good in it. So that's what he's saying. The law of compensation is simple. It's always look for the good. Always pull out the good in every situation and in every person. That's the law of compensation. The law of non-resistance now is you don't fight force with force. You fight it like flowing water. You just go around it. You bless it. You understand it. You understand it's for your own good, and you walk around it. You give it no energy. You give it no emotional energy. Because you know that emotion attracts. So you give it, you're just wasting your energy on it. Once you stop and focus on it, you're just wasting your energy. That's why sometimes when we go to bed at night, we're so flippin' exhausted. Because we've wasted our energy on all these little minor negative things throughout the day, rather than focusing on our intent, focusing on what we really want, focusing on that goal. So other than that, let's talk about chapter 9, law of forgiveness. And it's really getting to the meat and potatoes of this book, because each chapter, it's growing and it's connecting to the previous chapter. So it's getting more higher consciousness. But these later chapters, they just speak overall volumes to me, especially when we talk about forgiveness. What's so important about forgiveness? How do we violate this law of forgiveness? What's the complications? What comes with it when you violate this law? So forgiveness, this is one of my other favorite chapters. Almost every book in this, every chapter in the book is my favorite chapter. But each chapter, in its unique way, just speaks volumes to me. When I start reading it and the examples he gives, I sit back and think, dude, I'm doing that, or I've done that in the past, or I have a habit of doing this. And maybe I don't do it every day, maybe I don't do it every week, but but it keeps on reoccurring in my life. So that's what I mean. So let's dive into this and see what Raymond Holliwell has to say about the law of forgiveness. And of course, in every chapter, he uses a verse out of the Bible, and the verse is, "Forgive, and you shall be forgiven." Luke chapter 6, verse 37. And remember, with old school prosperity teachers, every old school prosperity teachers took out of the New Testament what Jesus taught. But Jesus really taught abundance. Jesus really taught abundance is your birthright. Heaven is within you. You have the same power that Jesus has. Okay, and he even stated this in the New Testament, that everything he could do, all the miracles he performed, you can do as well, and you can do even more. So they really taught really on the abundance and the prosperity side of Jesus. And this is, so don't let these verses, if you're just jumping into this, don't let these verses scare you, because he's really dissecting these verses, what they truly mean. So forgive, and ye shall be forgiven. Luke chapter 6, verse 37. We're going to dive into this verse here, dive into the law of forgiveness. There are crucial things in life that call for great human qualities. Our present fear is that man will not be big enough to meet the demands of the day. A lack of large character or equipment is a real peril at all times. It is here and now that the world needs the help of a master such as Jesus Christ. Jesus taught bigness of character to his followers. With his bigness within himself, he was more than a preacher. He was a teacher supreme. He not only pointed the way, but he went forward and showed the way. In the hours of great stress, he showed himself mightier than Pilate, the governor of Judea, or Cephas, the high priest, the head of the church, or any and all of the accusing scribes and Pharisees. It is true that for a moment that they had power over his body and tried him, and they tried him and condemned him to be crucified. Now remember, back in the old times when Jesus was alive, they crucified murderers. It was pretty much murderers, people who murder people, rape people. So when they put someone to death, they crucified them. Okay, they beat them and hung them on the cross until they died. That was the same thing Jesus was going through, even though he didn't murder not even one person. He was doing miracles, teaching people, but yet they wanted to crucify him. Listen to this. They wanted to crucify him like he was a murderer. He was a rapist. That's what they wanted to do. That's why during that time, and this is huge. This is huge to have a man crucified. So they crucified him. The maximum sentence that could be given to anyone. So he got the maximum sentence given to anybody at that time. But through it, all his mind and spirit commanded them. They dragged him through the streets, bound him as a prisoner. They nailed him to the cross on the hill of Calvary. But he, looking down upon them and seeing their smallness of mind, cried out, "Father, forgive them, for they not know what they do." So we all know probably this famous verse here. As he's hanging on the cross, as he's in the moments of death, after they just really beat him, and even in the New Testament, when they beat him, the best movie that really showed the kind of how it was really done during that time through all the research was Mel Gibson's movie called The Passion of the Christ. That was brutal because he really did a lot of research of what type of weapons they used, what they really used when they whipped you and beat you. It wasn't just a normal little whip and you got some lashes on your back. Even in the New Testament, it said that they beat him until he was unrecognizable. You couldn't recognize him. That's how bad they beat him. And that was before he walked through the streets of Calvary when people carrying the cross and people beat him even more before they even hung him on the cross. So that's, he really got just a brutal, brutal punishment. Way over any other criminal at that time. And even though they did all this to him, moments before his death, he's hanging on a cross, and he's hanging on a cross with a couple other people. And he cried out. He said, "Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do." So even moments before his death, when all these people pretty much beat him to death, it's still in that place of higher consciousness, higher prosperity, and he knew the law of forgiveness. And he cried out to his Father, cried out to God, "Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do." A man who is great enough to forgive is always greater than the forgiven. Listen to this. Now bring this up. A man who is great enough to forgive is always greater than the forgiven. So now we're really going into the power of forgiveness. Why did Jesus really teach the power to forgive? A man who is great enough to forgive is always greater than the person you're forgiving. He is superior. He is greater than his adversary. Peter, the disciple, was greatly perplexed one time while listening to one of the many lessons of the Master. He raised a question which is the basis of this lesson. Turning to Jesus, he asked, this is what he asked Jesus right here. He asked, "Lord, how often shall my brother sin against me, and I forgive him until 7 times? Now, this was a generous gesture on his part, because now you have to remember, for the Jewish law, which he had known, allowed a man to be forgiven 3 times. This was more than twice the grace that the law allowed. So Peter must have felt the Lord would be pleased with his extension of forgiveness. But he found himself even more perplexed when Jesus answered. This is what Jesus answered. This is what Jesus told him. "I say not unto thee until 7 times, but until 70 times 7. Now this is like a tongue twister here. What does this really mean? So here's Peter. He's asking Jesus, now how often should we forgive somebody? Then but Peter even said, "How often shall my brother sin against me? And I forgive him until 7 times. So Peter kind of going at Jesus, because Jewish law at that time is you forgive somebody 3 times and that's it. So Peter saying, well, I can forgive him 7 times. And he thought Jesus would be pleased with that. He thought he would impress Jesus. Then Jesus said, "I say unto thee until 7 times, but until 70 times 7. So what does this mean? Such a period would be indefinite. So Jesus is saying, you forgive someone indefinitely. And this kind of floored Peter at this time, because Jewish law was, you don't just keep on forgiving. You forgive someone 3 times. After 3 times, you don't forgive them no more. That was Jewish law at that time. So by that answer, there are no limits or restrictions to the spirit of graces. The quality of forgiveness must be as limitless as faith, hope, and love. Listen to this. The quality of forgiveness must be as limitless as faith, hope, and love. Now, one of the things I want to point out here is when we go through this chapter, he's going to talk a lot about sin, okay? And since it's on my mind, I'm going to highlight sin here. Now, all sin means, remember, when we're going through all these chapters, sin means a separation from God, okay? Meaning you're not living to his laws, you're not living to his commandments. Okay, so if sin means you're separated from God, what does God mean? Okay, God means, another name for God in Hebrew is law. Okay, you're violating the laws of God. You're separating yourself from the laws of the universe. So when you're sinning against God, you're sinning against law. What that means is, when we're going through all these laws, of the universe, what it means is you're not living in harmony with the law. So if you're not living in harmony with the law, for example, a simple example would be, is if there's a positive, there has to be a negative, okay? That's kind of the law of positive thinking. Okay, you think positive. If you don't think positive, the opposite would be negative. If I'm not living in harmony with this law, what that means is I'm constantly thinking negative. My mind is constantly dwelling on the negative. So I'm sinning against the law. I'm not living in harmony with the law. So that's all sin means. The teachings of Jesus is in reference to man's power to forgive sins are, I believe, among the least understood of all the commands. Okay, and he even points out, with all the pastors, with all the churches, even in his time, and even today in 2024, is the teaching of Jesus in reference to man's power to forgive sins are, I believe, among the least understood of all the commandments, of everything that Jesus has taught. This is the least understood, the power to forgive. As a rule, there was a separation made between sin and many effects. Now here, he's going to start explaining kind of how I put it, but just in different ways. As a rule, there is a separation made between sin and many effects. When a man sins, we have been taught to think that this was a job for the minister. And so he is called to pray for the sinner. When a man becomes sick and distressed in the mind and body from the effects of the sin he committed, we call for a doctor. The doctor in turn endeavors to treat or repair the body and arrest the suffering. This, at best, we know is but a temporary measure, for no real healing or permanent cure can be effected until the doctor and the minister work together. Jesus was a master physician in that he dealt with sin and sickness jointly. Listen to this. Jesus was a master physician. So because he dealt with sin, the separation from God, the separation from law. Okay, you're not living in harmony with the law. So he dealt with sin and sickness jointly. So if you were sick in the body, he dealt with it jointly. Okay, he combined the two. There is no separation. Everything is congruent. Okay, all our body systems, all of our body systems, our blood system, circulatory system, our lymphatic system, cardiovascular system, all of our body systems are run congruently. They're all intertwined. You can't just take one away and you think you're going to live. All our body systems go congruently. So this is the same thing he's saying here. Sin and sickness are jointly. When they brought a man to him who had been sick with palsy, Jesus spoke of forgiving the man's sins in order to heal him. Listen to this. Jesus spoke of forgiving the man's sins in order to heal him. The people who had gathered around and heard him speak questioned his actions. They said, "Who is this that speaks blasphemies?" Okay, the reason why "who is this who speaks blasphemies" is because at that time they thought Jesus was a devil, because he's living, basically what he's doing, he's teaching against the Jewish law. He's teaching against what all the big religious leaders at that time was teaching. And during that time also, you have to understand that when Jesus was alive and he was teaching, the king oppressed its people, and the strong religious leaders at that time oppressed its people. So it was oppression in both ways. That's why the big message of Jesus was abundant. When Jesus said, "Go spread the good news," even if I'm not here on this earth, go spread the good news. The good news is the truth. But the truth is, abundance is for everybody. The truth is that Jesus is inside you. You have the same power as Jesus has. You can perform all the miracles he did. Okay, that's the truth, because heaven is within you. Abundance is your birthright. So that's really the truth. Okay, and you see this through all the miracles that Jesus performed. Who can forgive sins but God alone? Okay, this is what they're questioning. That's why they think he's a blasphemer. A blasphemer, if I could say that word. He can forgive sins but God alone. Who can forgive sins but God alone? They did not understand how he could consider sin as a cause of palsy. So they were looking at it as a separate entity, like we do today. Everything's separate, everything's compartmentalized. But there are some no further advanced today who still want to believe that such a disease is caused by a physical or an organic disorder, rather than to accept the possibility of being a mental or a spiritual laxity. I'll say this again. But there are some no further advanced today, and that's what he's saying. Like from the Bible times, you're going back centuries. Okay, from the Bible times, then when he published his book in 1967. So now he's saying, well, 1967. There are some that were no further advanced today than they were back in Jesus' time. And even when I'm reading this to you in 2024, it's really the same concept. Okay, is everything's separate. That's just what we're taught in school. Everything is separate. Everything is compartmentalized. We're not taught that everything is congruently working together. Okay, so it's the same thing even today than it was in Halliwell's time as it was in Jesus' time. So that's what Holliwell is saying. But there are some no further advanced today who still want to believe that such a disease is caused by a physical or organic disorder rather than to accept the possibility of it being a mental or a spiritual laxity. Jesus plainly taught that if you forgive sin, the effect of such an act of forgiveness would become absorbed with natural and healing ideas, much the same as the blackest of the night is absorbed with the dawn of light. The blackness disappears and the light of day shines upon all alike. When healthy and natural ideas fill the mind the body takes on a like condition. Okay, so this is what he's saying. When you have a healthy mind, you have a healthy body. Okay, so this is where I'm at right here. That's why it's connected. Okay, this is so powerful. Everything is connected. Everything runs congruently. Our mind is not separate from the body. So this is what Jesus is saying. That's why Jesus forgave. He forgave sin in order to heal somebody, because he knew you were pretty much sick in the mind with all this negative thinking, negative chatter. Okay, so if he healed the mind, the body would act in congruent with the mind. So that's basically what's being said here. When healthy natural ideas fill the mind, the body takes on a like condition. Thus, our progress, men and women who are turning to a broader field of study and are effecting healings through mental and spiritual processes, are not giving anything new. They are merely catching up with the facts of all the saints, sages, avatars, and the masters, as well as the brightest scientists of the day. This is why forgiveness is so powerful, because you're linking the mind and the body. It's interweaved, it's interconnected. Jesus taught that the originary place of every act was in the mind. He said in brief that where there is lust in the heart, there is sin. Now remember, sin is a separation from God. Okay, now another name from God in Hebrew is law. So sin is a separation from law. What do we mean by law? Laws of the universe, laws of God. So if sin separates you from the law, you're not living in harmony with the law. Okay, though the act may never be committed. At another place, he speaks of the origin of sin being in the mind first before the act is ever committed. Listen to this. And another place he speaks of the origin of sin being in the mind first. Everything starts in the mind first before the act is committed. So the mind and body is interweaved, it's interconnected. Then he says, for from within, he said, out of the heart of man proceed evil thoughts, adulterers, murderers, thieves, deceit, blasphemy, pride, foolishness. All these evil things come from within and they defile the man. So everything starts from within before it starts an outside appearance. It's the same thing with manifesting. That's why it's an inside out. It's not from the outside in. Now this is an example he gives. He does give a lot of examples in this chapter to kind of really hammer in his point, Halliwell's point. Scientists accept the truth that the body of man is moved by the mind. Okay, so like scientists, they accept the truth that the body of man is moved by the mind, that all its functioning is governed by a ruling thought, whether that thought is subjective or objective. Now, he's bringing up that he might explain this, but subjective thought is your subconscious mind, and your objective thought is your conscious mind, your waking mind, your analytical mind. So that's all he means. Whether it is conscious or unconscious. Those who study the mental processes find that all the conditions of the body are created and caused by the mind. Listen to this. Those who study the mental processes, those who study manifesting, those who study the mind, those who study how the mind works and being overall positive, how that's going to affect the body. So that's what he's talking about. Those who study the mental processes find that all the conditions of the body are created and caused by the mind. It is known that the creation in any and every form is governed by and subject to law. Hence, when one misuses, inverts, or violates a law, this mistake is called a sin. So now he's kind of explaining sin as I'm explaining it, okay, to you. Okay, kind of explaining it in a more simple way. Hence, when someone misuses, inverts, or violates a law, the laws of the universe, the laws of God, this mistake is called a sin. So we're not living in harmony with the laws of the universe. A sin is a mistake, a misunderstanding, and a misjudgment. A mistake is falling short of or disobeying the law, whether the law be mechanical or spiritual. Correction is the only method of adjustment or as appeasing the law. Thus, repentance and forgiveness are the only means available to alter and correct the mistake. So here he's giving, how do you correct this mistake? How do you correct, misusing the law, misusing the laws of the universe, but not living in the harmony with the laws of the universe? Is he says right here, thus repentance and forgiveness are the only means available to alter and correct the mistake. They are the only means of liberating man from suffering the painful consequences of a mistake. They are the only means that will enable him to become in accord or in harmony with the law. So I keep on saying harmony with the law. We're not living in harmony with it. Forgiveness of sin means that we must forgive, forsake, and forget that thought of a person or condition which prompted the sin. It means to abandon or let go of the thing that you ought not do. To abandon or release the wrong thoughts or idea is to be absorbed and liberated from its sinful effect. Forgiveness is the first requirement that permits man to be in harmony with the law of his being. So I love this whole paragraph I just read there. Okay, and this really reminded me of Neville Goddard. Neville Goddard has a whole lecture on forgiveness, and one of the things with Neville Goddard is he's old school, he's very sophisticated. A lot of his stuff, when you listen to him, you gotta re-listen to, especially if you're listening to his live lectures. And you really have to pay attention. If your mind just drifts off, you come back and you think, what is this guy talking about? But I love the way Neville Goddard has put it too, is when you talk about forgiveness, and he's not talking about forgiveness of sin, he's talking about overall forgiveness. He's talking about, for example, if you forgive somebody, forgiveness means forgetfulness. So he says true forgiveness, to truly forgive somebody or truly forgive something, is to forget about it. You completely forget about it. It's gone. It left your mind. That's true forgiveness. True forgiveness is forgetfulness. And Holliwell brings this up, in this short little paragraph. So I'll read it one more time to you. True forgiveness is forgetfulness. Lots of times we think we can fool God, we can fool the universe, fool universal laws, and we say we forgive somebody, but then we go in our private life and our private thoughts, and we still sit there and think, we still complain. Or 5 years later, we're still talking about that person who wronged us. But yet, at the same time, we say we forgive them, but we keep on bringing that situation up. So we didn't truly forgive them because we can't forget about it. Okay, true forgiveness is forgetfulness. What's forgetfulness? You abandon all the thoughts. It's like it never happened. It doesn't even enter your mind. Okay, so forgiveness is sin that we must forgive, forsake, and forget that thought or person or condition which prompted the sin. It means to abandon or let go of the thing you ought not do. To abandon or release the wrong ideas or idea is to be absorbed and liberated from its sinful effects. Forgiveness is the first requirement which permits man to be in harmony with the law of his being. Who can tell what that law is? Who can tell what that law is? We may ask. Anyone who studies man as both a mental and physical being can know the law. If he were to try to learn the law by studying the physical actions or the results of sin alone, it would lead to nowhere. He would be running around in circles, and that would be useless and futile. If he were to go deeper and study the causes at that which prompted the sin, he would get results. So basically he's saying when we study anything, it's going to the root cause. It's not you're not just looking at physical, you're not just looking at physical in your outside world. You're going to the root. He must analyze the case and search for some harbored, hidden, and forgotten shock or condition that would cause the illness. Okay, listen to this, and something just popped in my mind when I read this. He must analyze the case and search for some harbored, hidden thoughts, our secret life that we live, our secret thoughts, and forgotten shock or condition that would cause such illness. Now, when I read this is probably one of the main reasons why manifesting don't work. It's because remember, we're manifesting who we truly are. We're manifesting our secret you. Okay, your secret thoughts, the secret thoughts you don't tell nobody. Okay, that's what's really coming into your life. That's really what you're manifesting. That's why you're having a hard time manifesting what you really want, because you have to change from within. So it's kind of basically from within out. That's what's coming into your life. That's why we're having trouble manifesting. Then, unless this harbored thought is uprooted from the unconscious mind or memory, this condition will continue to appear again and again in spite of all the surface remedies that may be applied to arrest the pain. Like weeds in a garden. I come up here a little bit, kind of like this. Like weeds in a garden. If you go about and cut them off each time they appear before your eyes, they may be cut off for a time, but because they were not pulled out root and all, they will sprout again. Weeds must be pulled out completely to be destroyed and permanently removed. So he's really talking about you go to the root of the problem. Okay, you don't just go to the surface. The surface is basically what's happening in your 3D world. Okay, really, if you're talking about manifesting here, your surface results is what's going on in your 3D world. What's going on in your present moment. What's going on in your world right now. Like what type of things are coming into your life. Okay, that's your surface thoughts. But Holliwell knew you have to go to the root. The root is your mind, what you're thinking about all day long. The secret, your secret thoughts. You have to go to that root, and then once you go to that root, you can fix it within. So that's why it's within out. But you have to go to the root. What's the root cause of why all these things are coming into your life that you don't want? A noted physician talking before a group of other medical men on this very subject of thought being the source of a disease was recorded as having said in his concluding remarks, abnormal tumors and cancers are due to a long period of suppressed grief and anxiety. Listen to this. Abnormal tumors and cancers are due to a long period of suppressed grief and anxiety. Another way of saying that such diseases are due to a lot of sinful thoughts getting bottled up and suppressed within our minds. Okay, this is like when he's saying this right here, basically all of our negative thoughts. Psychologists agree that we have about, I don't know how they know this, but anyway, it's research, but we have about 65 to 70,000 thoughts every single day that our mind is constantly going. About 70% of those thoughts are negative and redundant. So when we get in the negative cycle, we're basically just on a cycle of negativity. We're just basically repeating the same thing to ourselves over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, but it's negative, and that's what he's saying. Another way of saying that such diseases are due to a lot of sinful thoughts or negative thoughts that get bottled up and suppressed within our minds. It's bottled up and suppressed within us because we're just constantly festering on all this negativity. And it has no way to release, so it's bottled up in us. If this state is so destroying, it might be wise for us to probe into our own selves and note the effect our emotions have upon the physical orgasm. Then let us seek as every means at our command to overcome, abandon, and forsake every emotional tug that has a deliberating and disturbing effect. Another leading psychologist said, most of the cases of mental disorder of a functional type are due to a sense of guilt. Okay, listen to this. Most of the cases of a mental disorder of a functional type are due to a sense of guilt. Okay, have you ever felt guilty? Sometimes it's simple things. Sometimes it could be like you go out for a dinner, you pay for it, you come home, you feel guilty. Or maybe you're trying to eat healthy and you go out and you eat a huge fattening meal and you come back and you feel guilty. Those are simple forms of guilt. Now there's bigger forms of guilt, of course. Maybe you took advantage of somebody and you feel guilty for it. You know what I mean? There are some harbored and congested thoughts that need forgiveness. Usually a sick mind fears to release them or to forgive them. Listen to this right down here. Usually a sick mind fears to release them or to forgive them. Okay, when you're all caught up in this negativity, the last thing you want to do is to release those negative thoughts or forgive those negative thoughts or to forgive that person who wronged you. That's the last thing you really want to do. This is so natural, for they were able to release and forgive their fearful thoughts, and they would no longer be sick-minded. Professor Gates of the Psychological Laboratory of Washington, D.C., in an experiment testing the emotions and reactions of the body, found some interesting results. He found some 40 bad emotions and many more that were good. Of all the bad emotions, he said the reaction of guilt was the worst. Of all his studies, he found that the reaction of guilt was the worst. The reaction of you feeling guilty for doing something, no matter how small, how large, was the worst. This deduction was gained by a chemical analysis of perspiration taken from the body. A small quantity of the perspiration was taken from each emotional reaction and tested. The bad emotions showed a strong acid test. Now, if you put some acid on your flesh, you would know that you would know what would happen. So if you drop like a drop of acid on your skin, you know it's going to burn you and it's going to eat into your skin. So we all know what's going to happen if we did that. Okay, the acid will burn, and if allowed to continue to burn, it will prove painful and destroy the very tissue of your flesh. It is just such a chemical reaction that is affecting the tissue and organism of the body. When these destroying thoughts are allowed to harbor within and generate a poison which weakens and eventually destroys the body. So he basically found that there was more in your sweating. That's what perspiration is. You're sweating. When you felt guilty, it caused a little bit more perspiration. But within your perspiration, within your sweat, you had a higher acid. You had a higher acid amount within your sweat. So that's what he's saying. That's why the body really gets sick when we don't live in harmony, or you constantly feel guilty, or you constantly harbor negative emotions, negative thoughts. A wise physician one day had a caller who, as he put it, had gone the round of doctors and sanitariums, but with it all was yet not healed. In fact, he was growing worse, and in addition to original malady, he had an increase in condition of I don't know how to pronounce that, like melancholia with a suicidal tendency. The physician, knowingly that he had gone the rounds and had medical care, decided to approach the case from a mental angle. So, okay, here's this patient. He's basically went from physician to physician, to doctor, probably from hospital to hospital, and he's still sick with this condition right here, melancholia with a suicidal tendency. So he goes to this new physician, and this physician, knowingly that he basically did his due diligence to go to every single doctor, and he still wasn't healed. He still couldn't get it. He still couldn't heal him. So the physician, knowing that he had gone the rounds and had medical care, decided to approach the case from a mental angle. He questioned and studied each answer with care. After a time, he gained the confidence of his patient and learned the real secret cause of his long illness. Remember, he's trying to get to the root. The doctor's trying to really get to the root. And really, old school doctors, you'll find more and more, they really wanted to get to the root cause of the issue. Many years before, this man, so this is what he found out, going to the root cause. He kind of befriended the man, asking questions. They developed, a relationship. So the man felt free to kind of, tell him a deeper things so he can really understand what's going on. So he says, many years before, this man and his brother were business partners, and the man was appropriated and lost some money that rightfully belonged to his brother. It was used in such a way that his brother could not have found this out if he had investigated. They later severed business connections. They later severed business connections, and he retired from that work. But as he put it, he could never forgive himself for taking the money. So him and his brother was business partners. They probably had a business. He doesn't really say what he did with the money, but he looked like he was probably stealing money from the business, so stealing money from his brother. And so, I don't know what he was doing with it, but we can all guess. But we just don't know at this point. But basically, the business fell apart. That the relationship between him and his brother was severed, was kind of cut. So they probably don't talk. They probably hate each other. So he could never forgive himself. He could never forgive himself for taking the money. He wanted to return it, but he could not do so without the brother learning the truth. He said it was not the fear of legal punishment that tormented him so much, but the possible loss of his brother's affection. They had always been inseparable and devoted. It was for this reason that he feared to confess his guilt and make amends in whatever way he could. The physician explained that the thing to do was to relieve this pressure. So this is what the physician told him. The physician explained the thing to do was to relieve this hidden pressure, to relieve this hidden guilt. This guilt was just tearing him up. The only way to do it was to call on his brother and make a clean breast of a whole affair. Basically, call his brother and just come clean what he did. Tell his brother what he did. The patient, not equal to suggestion, went home to think it over. 3 days later, he called the physician, stating that he had spent 3 dreadful days and sleepless nights battling with himself, and he had decided to visit his brother. He was in such a mental state that he knew his brother's treatment, once he learned he was a thief, could be no worse than the misery he was suffering. He told his brother the story, and to his surprise, listen to this, this is where we are right here. So he finally went to his brother and basically confessed what he did to his brother, confessed what he did to the business, confessed what he did taking the money. So he told his brother the story, and to his surprise, the brother threw his arms about him and rejoiced with him that was cleared from his mind. So the opposite happened. He dreaded telling his brother, and the whole guilt was pretty much eating him alive. You know what I mean? Because he had the whole thing. If I can't tell my brother's going to have nothing to do with me. Pretty much. But the opposite happened. When he actually told his brother, the opposite actually happened. So that's why he said, to his surprise, the brother threw his arms about him and rejoiced with him that this was cleared from his mind. It was a joyful time for them, for that cloud, the only cloud in their lives, had disappeared. The skies were clear again, and the restoration of the health of the patient was miraculously to those who did not understand what he had been cleared away. So basically, his whole ailment, his whole disease just went away, disappeared, because the whole point of this disgusting guilt inside his body was making him sick. Basically his whole thoughts and guilt was making him sick. So until that pressure was released, that was the only thing was his healing power, is going to his brother and just confessing. Through repentance and forgiveness, the man was able to do as Jesus had commanded the woman that he was called upon to judge. Listen to this. Through repentance and forgiveness, the man was able to do what Jesus had commanded the woman he was called upon to judge. Go thy way and sin no more. The rooted sorrow had been plucked from his memory. His mind was free to think on happy and joyful thoughts. Listen, because basically when we're guilty, especially with a man, especially in this example, is, he felt just so horribly guilty. So he's just festering on these thoughts all day long. Those are just thoughts that basically just repetitive thoughts, just constantly. Once you wake up in the morning, that's what he was thinking about. So now, since this was basically abandoned from his memory, now when he just went to his brother and confessed everything, it was just out of sight, out of mind. And at this point, it just, boom, disappeared. So his mind was free to think on healthy, happy, and joyful thoughts. This allowed his body to be quickly healed. And to some, it may have seemed like a miracle, but not at all. So he's saying it's not a miracle. It was a natural law operating in a natural, unrestricted way. So he's basically a law of forgiveness. He's basically living in sin because he's not forgiving. Remember, sin is just a separation. Sin is just, you're living in harmony with the law. You're not living in harmony with the law. That's all it is. Facing such indisputable, I can't talk today. I'm so sorry. I'm like stumbling over all my words. Facing such indisputable facts, we can understand more fully why Jesus so often spoke of forgiving sin. We knew the law of forgiveness, and he knew how vitally important a part it played in every man's life. So this is what he's saying when Jesus taught about forgiveness. Okay, so he's saying like, okay, so, I mean, we can understand more fully why Jesus often spoke about forgiving sin. Okay, now we can understand why that forgiveness was such a huge teaching element in Jesus. Because Jesus knew the law of forgiveness, and he knew how vitally important a part it played in every person's life. The more we study it, the more amazed we become at its simplicity and accuracy of fulfillment. We are to forsake, for as Solomon tells us, a sin forsaken is a sin forgiven. So right here, a sin forsaken is a sin forgiven. To forgive, to release some part of our disposition that is not an asset nor pleasure to others around us. In turn, we are repairing the breach where we have missed the mark, made a mistake, or sinned. Weeds do not remove themselves in time. Instead, they will increase and grow stronger until they choke out the flower. The same thing is true of our sinful thoughts. No, so sinful thoughts are negative thoughts. Okay, no matter what they are, they're just negative thoughts. Remember, even the law of thinking. Okay, when we study that law, now he's talking about the law of thinking. Sinful thoughts. Okay, what's the opposite of positive? Well, negative thoughts. So that's all it is. We're not living in harmony with the law of thinking. In the garden of our memory, they must be plucked out, cast out, and destroyed so that our flowers of healthy and happy thoughts may grow. A man may have the habit of excessive drinking, and is not only miserable within himself, but causes much unhappiness in his home. He desires to overcome this sinful habit. He is given every aid from his friends and loved ones to help him resist the desire and the craving for drink. Time after time, he rises above the temptation, and then he fails. Repeatedly, his family forgives him and encourages him to battle on. Finally, he reaches the place where he no longer has the craving. Then he is able to forsake the desire for drink and overcome its sinful effects. Then he has forsaken not the drink alone, but the desire for drink. When man forsakes the idea that prompts the desire and brings about the physical action, then and not until then does the law forgive and lift him from its deliberating effect. A sin forsaken is a sin forgiven when the thought or idea that prompted the sin is corrected. James explains the truth clearly in saying, every man is tempted when he is drawn away from his own lust and enticed. Then when lust has conceived, it brings forth sin, which is error, or sin is living not in harmony with the law. Simply put, it means that every man, when he conceives an idea that is wrong, destructive, or evil and dwells upon it, eventually causes it to become a fact. This is law of attraction right here. But this is law of attraction, law of manifesting, but an opposite, because again, we're not living in harmony with the law. And he's talking about the law of thinking here. Like attracts like. Okay, we think positive were brought to you. Think negative were brought to you. So when we talked about even the law of compensation is always focused on the good all around us. Always pull out the good. in every situation. No matter if it's a negative situation, pull out the good. Okay, we're complaining about somebody. Stop doing that. Pull out the good. Pull out what you like about them. So he says, simply put, it means that every man, when he conceives an idea that is wrong, destructive, or evil, and dwells upon it means when you really dwell upon something, you're living that life. All you're thinking about is just negative thoughts. That's what dwells upon means. Eventually causes it to become a fact. Okay, so once you dwell upon the negative, it's eventually going to manifest more of that into your reality. That's what he's saying. When he wishes to overcome a sinful condition, he does not waste time wrestling with the fact, but corrects, forsakes, forgets, and forgives the idea that started it. This is the weed in the garden that must be pulled out. Top, stock, root, and all to be completely discarded. So you're pulling out everything of that weed. You're pulling out the root, okay? Because if you pull out the root, it's not going to come back. You got to the root cause of the issue, the root cause of your bad thinking. At another time, we find Jesus repeated the law and with some explanation. In his prayer, he states, "Forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors." This is a perfectly reasonable proposition. As we forgive those who transgress against us, so shall we be forgiven of our transgressions. This law has followed us down through time, and today we speak as though it were something new. We call it modern psychology. Okay. Stumbling over my words a little bit, but what he's saying is, when Jesus gave another, verse, or he explained the law in different ways. He explained the law of forgiveness in different ways throughout the New Testament. So the same thing we've heard, like, forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. So this law has allowed us down through time. So we've all heard of it down through time, and it was said in one way or another, or very similar. And today we speak as though it were something new. We call it modern psychology. Okay, so I kind of like when he said this, because it really is true. Like, even today in 2024, everything is really regurgitated. It's the same information from decades and decades ago, but it's just basically the terminology change. We call it something different. We explain it a little bit different, but it's the same thing that was taught decades and decades ago. Nothing really changed. We just call it something different. So even Holliwell says, well, today we just call it modern psychology. The law reads that certain ideas must be dissolved and cleared from the mind in order that other ideas or new ideas of a different character may replace them. It may be explained as a bottle that is already full, which must be emptied before it can be refilled or added to. Jesus spoke of it when he said, "Neither do men put new wine in old bottles, else the bottles break." For example, if you hold in your mind that someone has wronged you or has treated you unjustly, you cannot be free from your wrongdoings or injustice so long as you hold that thought in your consciousness. So I've said this, and I'm so glad Halliwell kind of brought this up. He explains it different, of course, but I brought this up in other chapters. And even with manifesting, and why things aren't really working, and why it's really, when it really comes down to, really the main reason why you should forgive. Okay, forgive any situation, forgive somebody, especially with another person. Because he says it right here. For example, if you hold in your mind that someone has wronged you, or has treated you unjustly, they mistreated you, they wronged you, they steal from you, they lie about you, whatever they're doing, you cannot be, listen to what he says. This is very strong. You cannot be free from his wrongdoings or injustice so long as you hold the thought in your consciousness. So when you hold that thought in your consciousness, you unforgive, you don't forgive the person. What happens is you're bound to that person. Even Neville Galder taught this. That's why forgiveness, if you truly forgive, is true forgetfulness. The power behind it is it binds you to that person. It binds you to that unforgiveness of that person. Okay, which is a lower consciousness. You're bound to it. The only way to break that bond, to break that connection to them, is truly, truly, truly forgive. This is what's going on. This is why unforgiveness is so powerful. You can't forgive somebody. You're bound to them. Often people complain that they do not understand clearly or get the illumination of the Spirit as others have testified. You need only to search your memory to find the cause. If you do not get the understanding you expect, first search your mind for lurking, unforgiving thoughts that have tucked away from your notice. So this is kind of what I mean when I talk about awareness. Okay, the kind of first step, I teach a lot about Neville Goddard, but really the first step in all this is self-awareness. Being self-aware in your 3D world, the more aware you are, the more aware you are of your negative thinking, your deep-rooted beliefs, your deep-rooted thoughts, the more aware you are, at that point, you can start fixing them. So he's really talking about awareness here. If you do not get the understanding you expect, first search your mind. So first be aware. First search your mind. You start being aware for lurking, unforgiving thoughts that have been tucked away from your notice. Okay? And a lot of us, sometimes when I think back, and sometimes even every once in a while, I'll have an unforgiving thought pop in my mind. Or what pops in my mind is an unforgiving situation. Maybe something happened to me. Maybe somebody did something to me, and I haven't thought about it for a long time. All of a sudden, it pops in my mind. When it pops in my mind, all that tells me is I have a sense of unforgiveness there. Because if I really truly forgive, I would forget about it and completely forget about it. Pull that weed and root and all. Okay, it would just totally leave my mind. I would never think about it again. But the reason why it's basically popping up in my mind once in a while is because there's a sense of unforgiveness there within myself. Is your thought realm filled with resentment that you may hold against some person or condition? Have you a feeling that you have been slighted by this person or that one? The law reads, if ye forgive not their trespasses, neither will your Father forgive your trespasses. So this is what he says right here. Okay, if you can't forgive, the law reads, okay, now you're living in disharmony with the law. So when we talk about law of forgiveness, what's the opposite of forgiveness? Well, you're not forgiving. Okay, then that leads to resentment, that leads to guilt, that leads to just negative chatter, you're dwelling on it. So this is the law reads, if ye forgive not your trespasses, neither will your Father forgive your trespasses. So if you can't forgive something else, you can't forgive a circumstance, or neither can you be forgiven. We make the conditions for ourselves as we meet the demands of the law. Some people ask if we believe in canceling monetary obligations of those who owe us. Okay, people owe you money, people borrow money from you, they don't pay you back. Or literally should we cancel the debts of our debtors? There were a number of people in the past months who have made the front page in a newspaper because they wrote off their books with receipts in full to all who owed them. Did this eliminate the debts? Well, the debtors were allowed, while the debtors were loud in their praises for such a generous soul. But they came right back to do more business with the grocer or the butcher and asked them to charge it. In other words, they were glad to be relieved of the debt charged against them, but they knew no different than to return and open a new account. The answer is that so long as we believe in the necessity and the reality of debt, such debt will continue to endure. So long as we believe in debts, we shall get into debt and continue to collect all the burdens and headaches that come with it. He who does not in his own thought release all men who owe him stands liable himself to fall into debt. Listen to this. He who does not in his own thoughts release all men who owe him stands liable himself to fall into debt. If we send receipted bills to all who owe us, would that relieve us from the burden of debt? That's a question. No, the signing of the receipts does not erase the idea of the debt from our minds. So here he's digging deep. So basically he's using debt in a way of business, like, kind of like in your 3D world. And what he's saying is, okay, just because someone owes you a debt and you write a receipt and they never paid you back, but you write a receipt to them saying that they paid and they gave it to you and you gave it to them. Okay, that's kind of like what I'm doing in my outside world. Okay, but what he's saying is that that's not good enough to release someone's debt, because even though we're doing that action, what's really going on, or what can really happen, is that same way for forgiveness. If you have a best friend that wronged you, you might say you might say physically that, oh, I forgive you. You might even have a long conversation with, oh, I forgive you. But secretly in your mind, in your conscious mind, you don't forgive them. You keep on replaying it. Okay, you have negative chatter about it. So that's what he's saying. So no. So I'll reread the whole thing again, not the whole paragraph. But he said, if we send receipted bills to all who owe us, would that relieve us from the burden of debt? Then he says, no, it wouldn't. By signing the receipts does not erase the idea of debt from our minds. So that's why I just explained. It doesn't. We have to erase everything from our mind. Okay, we have to truly forgive and forget. First, we must erase from our minds the thought that anyone can owe us anything. This then will bring us into a clear atmosphere in which we sow seeds or ideas of abundance for those who are indebted to us. In this way, the debtors will find their minds more fertile soil to bring forth thoughts of abundance. When they catch the spirit of the free-flowing thought of plenty, they will be happy to pay their debts, and all that is justly ours will come to us cheerfully. In other words, bring this up. I'm right here. In other words, when we free our minds from all thoughts of debt, try to realize more and more presence of plenty, we shall soon be strong enough to reach out and realize abundance for our debtors. As they are lifted up from the thoughts of limitation and lack, they will attract more and more substance with which they can pay their bills. In this way, and only this way, can debts be permanently canceled. Through applying the law of forgiveness, both parties concerned will be lifted from the debt of consciousness to a prosperous consciousness, and prosperity and plenty shall abound. Everyone must at some time walk the path. I don't know if I'm tired or what. I've been doing these every day. Everyone must at some time walk the path of forgiveness. We must learn to live this law. Listen to this. I love this. We're getting close to wrapping this up. Everyone must at some time walk the path of forgiveness. We must learn to live this law. We must learn to forgive. I mean, this is like the number one thing here. It must be important, for the Master taught that there was no hope of forgiveness for the unforgiving. Only as we forgive are we forgiven. We must put forth the first effort. Our willingness must open the way for our forgiveness. We dare not ask more of the law than we are able to extend to ourselves or to our brothers. And I love this. Like, for one, we can't twist the law. Remember, with all the laws of the universe here, we can't twist the law to work for us. The law is the law. Remember, the laws of the universe don't discriminate. It's just as is. Okay, either you work in harmony with it or you don't. But the law is the law. It doesn't discriminate. We can't twist the law to work for us. So that's what he's saying. We dare not ask more of the law than we are able to extend to ourselves or to our brothers or to other people. Okay, this is like you reap what you sow. Or giving and receiving. You're not going to get more when you give nothing. You know what I mean? That's what he's saying. Unless we prove this law by living it, we cannot hope to gain the bigness of character that life requires. As we ponder over this whole thought, we may wonder if the Master was looking forward to the essential part forgiveness must play in order of the world events of today. The truth runs deep into everyday life. When we recall the rivalries that prevail in almost every shop and office, when we see the jealousies that divide the neighborhood, when we observe and feel the envies, both scholastic and professional, when we have strife and discord in our own homes. We see the Solomon through simple teachings of forgiveness strike deeply into your life and mind. We cannot forgive. We may know we have a small soul untouched by the teachings of the Master. These are our daily tests, for it is the school of forgiveness that lessons of life are learned. And here we have a poem called Forgive. That slight misdeed of yesterday, why should it mar today? The thing he said, the thing you did, have long since passed away. For yesterday was but a trial, today you will succeed, and from mistakes of yesterday you will come some noble deed. Forgive yourself for thoughtlessness. Do not condemn the past, for it is gone with its mistakes. Their memory cannot last. Forget the failures and misdeeds. From such experience rise. Why should you let your head be bowed? Lift your heart and eyes. And this was selected down here, meaning that, we don't really know the author of this. But anyway, to kind of wrap this up of forgiveness, I mean, this is probably one of the, every law of the universe has its own little hardness to it a little bit. We never said, kind of living in harmony with the law is easy. This is where when we get into manifesting, this is a concept where manifesting is hard. The concept of manifesting, the conceptual part of it is easy. Okay, well, if we follow Neville Goddard, and the core of Neville Goddard teaching, well, is relatively easy. You set an intention, you set desire. Okay, you go inside your imagination. Inside your imagination, you're in first person. You're living the life that you want to live. Okay, you have what you want. You have your intention inside your imagination, and you drift off to sleep. Okay, then as you drift off to sleep and you wake up, you live in the end and you dwell in the end. This is the whole teaching of Neville Goddard. So when we talk about it, it seems simple, but what holds us back, what makes it hard, is all of these bad habits that we have, that we're living against the law. We're not living in harmony with the law, which basically keeps all these manifesting techniques from really working and coming in our lives. Then what we do is we turn around, we blame the technique, we blame the person and say, well, this technique don't work. This person's, this person didn't help me. And we blame the outside, but it's really within us. Okay, if we want all these manifesting techniques to work, we have to go within, and we have to start becoming aware of our bad habits in our 3D world. Okay, our bad thinking habits. What are we constantly thinking about? And we have to become aware of that. We have to start living in harmony with the law. And when we talk about forgiveness, the law of forgiveness here, to wrap this up, this is one of the tough ones, and this is the one, like, you kind of ask yourself, like, you sit there and say, oh yeah, I forgive this situation, oh yeah, I forgive this person, but do you truly forgive? Because deep rooted, you only know if you truly forgive, and when you're aware of it, you're 100% aware of it. You're 100% know if you truly forgive the person. But true forgiveness is forgetfulness. And I love when Neville Goddard said this in Pruning Shears of Revision, in one of his lectures, is that true forgiveness or forgetfulness is when you truly forgive somebody, you forget about it. It happened in the past, you never bring it up again. You never bring it up again to the other person, but more importantly, you don't bring it up in your conscious mind. You never think about it. It never pops in once in a while, and you bring emotion to it, and you replay it in your mind. You think, oh, I'm going to get back at him. That's not true forgiveness. Okay? If you truly forgive somebody, you truly forgive a situation, you totally forget about it. Out of sight, out of mind. It never pops in your mind, never, ever again, because you truly forgave. And this is something, even when I read this chapter again, I read it a couple times because I did this video, but it speaks worlds kind of to me. It really speaks loud to me, because this is something that I do. It's just something, a question to myself, like, do I truly forgive? In some situations, yes, in other situations, no. And it harbors inside you, it harbors that hate inside you. And with manifesting, when you harbor that hate and you dwell on those thoughts, you dwell on the negative, well, what does that mean? Okay, that's what we're learning here. Okay, when you dwell on that state, negative state, well, all that means is more of those negative things are going to come to you. More of those similar things are going to come to you. So this is a law of karma. Okay, is it's how do we break this law of karma? Okay, now breaking the law of karma in this chapter is living in harmony with the law, living in harmony with all laws of the universe. Okay, living in harmonies is forgive. The opposite of forgiveness is you don't forgive. You dwell on the negative. Okay, and that builds up resentment, hate, ridicule, and it harbors inside you. Okay, then at the time you're connected to the person. That's what you have to understand. You're connected to that sin. You're connected to that negativity that other person did to you. You're bound. You're both bound to it. That's why Jesus preached so much on forgiveness, because he knew you were bound to it. Okay, the only way to break that bondage is to truly forgive and forget. True forgiveness to break that bondage. Then when you break that bondage, it's no more in your mind. You don't give it even one little ounce of thought. Now at that point, you can go on and think about prosperity. You can go on and think about happiness, joyful thoughts, and living a happy, joyful life. Chapter 10 is a law of sacrifice. Before we get started here, the law of sacrifice, it's a very short chapter. It's only about 3.5 pages. And it's a very difficult chapter because the law of sacrifice, I think we do this with every law of the universe. We like to look at the broad law of the universe, the broad context of it. And we think that we're not violating the law because we look at it from a broad point of view. For example, the law of sacrifice, we might look at it as, well, that just means that, if you want to be successful, you have to sacrifice hanging out with your friends. You have to sacrifice not going out on the weekend. You have to sacrifice, join the 5 a.m. club or join the 4 a.m. club. I know most of us have heard that, even though if you do it or don't do it, if we go to bed at midnight, I got to get up at 5 a.m. and sacrifice my friends and sacrifice my health to even be successful. And that's the broad sense of the law of sacrifice. But what Raymond Holliwell loves to do, he's not just talking broad sense. He's going really deep into what these laws really mean. And he does the same thing with the law of sacrifice. So let's get rocking and rolling and dive into this because I don't want to talk too much in the very beginning. So chapter 10, the law of sacrifice. Raymond Holliwell, of course, starts off with a Bible verse, and he dissects this Bible verse throughout the chapter. Straight is the gate, narrow is the way which leads into life, and few there be that finds it. Matthew chapter 7, verse 14. Every man should have an ideal or a hero. If there is one who has none and desires none, do not trust him too far. A man who has no ideals does not wish to be any greater than he is, and will in time prove a detriment to others. Abraham Lincoln is the ideal hero for the American youth, and that applies to any youth from 6 to 60 or over. Now, in this chapter, he will go into a great deal of an example about Abraham Lincoln. Now, a couple things here. One, remember that Working with the Law is written in 1967. That's when it was published. So, I don't know how long he worked on a book. I don't know, how, all that stuff, like how far it really goes back. I just know it was published in 1967. And so, it's an old school book, and he's using Abraham Lincoln as a hero and a kind of a, he was a president of the United States, but back then, he had way more popularity than he does now. And he does have popularity now, but back then he's going to be way more popular than kind of fast forward to 2024. But again, in this chapter, he's talking about an ideal or a hero, meaning that any kid, a teenager, even an adult needs somebody to look up to, needs like a hero in their life, somebody they want to be, somebody that, when you have a hero, somebody you want to be, somebody you want to become, what happens is you want to improve your life. You want to get better. Same way if you want to be, if you're in manifesting, you want to manifest $1 million, you want to be a multi-millionaire. And, the big concept is who do you have to become in order to manifest $1 million a year? Makes sense? Because remember, it's from the inside out. When we manifest from the inside out. So the question is, if you want to be a multi-millionaire, okay, you really need to dive into personal development, because it's who do you have to become in order to attract $1 million. That's really the concept here. And because you have to become better, in order to attract that type of money, attract that type of lifestyle. Okay, you yourself to become better. I mean, just like with Neville Goddard, when he says live in the end, dwell in the end, or live from the end, or dwell from the end, what he means is, okay, if you want to be a millionaire in this example, well, how would you, if you had $1 million in your bank account right now, or you had $15 million in your bank account right now, how would you be carrying yourself? What type of decisions would you be making? How would you be dressing? What type of friends would you have? Where would you hang out? That's what you have to that's what you really have to go through your mind, because that's really what it is you're becoming that person in your 3D world right now. I mean, you have to become better. That's what I mean. And, then Raymond Holliwell, he's putting it right here. And who's your hero? Who's your ideal? Who do you look up to? Who do you want to be? And people, people who have no heroes, have no ideals, really going nowhere in life, have no goal to get better. He's saying, don't trust them. Don't trust them as far as you can probably pick them up and throw them. But other than that, let's move on. Now, in the purple, he does give a long example of Lincoln, Abraham Lincoln. It's a great example, so kind of stay with me here, because he really ties it together with the law of sacrifice. Law of sacrifice is a very difficult law, and you'll know why as we start reading on. And it's very difficult because we understand it from a broad sense, but it has a very, very deeper meaning to it. Lincoln came from the lowest and the poorest of stock, and yet rose to the highest office in the land, and we as people can bestow. Now, Abraham Lincoln if you know his story, which I'm kind of really rocky with his story because I haven't researched him and talked about him for so long, is he came from a very, very poor family. Unlike a lot of other presidents of the United States, they usually came from a wealthy family or a very, very well-off family, or they came from a line of attorneys, because a lot of presidents were attorneys or politicians, or you get into office like that, you were an attorney, and then that's what kind of led you in that direction. So, but he didn't come from that background at all. So he came from the lowest of the low, the poorest of the poor. That's how he grew up. There is hardly a boy or a man today who cannot say that he has as many or more natural gifts and opportunities than Lincoln had. But Lincoln had none. He came from a poverty family. He came from generational poverty. He was a plain and honest and determined to get along in this world. He had many faults like all of us. He's talking about Lincoln here. He would rather rest with his lanky body in some comfortable position and proceed to tell yarns than to do any work. He was neither as polite nor as polished as his wife wanted him to be. He had but a few dollars in his pocket when he moved into the White House as our president. But money does not make a man. Listen to this. But money does not make a man. Okay, just because you have money, just because you have wealth, just because you have millions of dollars, it doesn't make you smart. Okay, I heard, who said that? I heard an interview recently. I think it was Billy Idol. He was on a podcast, and like a video blog podcast, and somebody was asking him about wealth and money, and he said that, which astonished me. And I think it was an awesome answer to a question where it's like, wealth or money, it doesn't make you smart. It just means you're wealthy. Okay, and that's really different in our world today, because in our world today, if someone's wealthy, if I have $1 million in the bank, or my business does $1 million a year, you all of a sudden think, well, Chad is super, super, super smart. Chad knows everything about everything, and that's how people think. You know what I mean? And lots of times it's just not true, according to Billy Idol. Just money doesn't make you smart. It just means you got money. Wealth doesn't make you smart. It just means you're wealthy. Polished manners do not make him. Even education does not make a great man whose soul is small. Abe's soul began to grow from the seed of thought that was placed in his mind when yet a small lad by his mother, who made it a point to teach him what she could when she was able. One day Miss Lincoln became very ill, and knowingly that she was dying, called her family around her bedside. Then placing her feeble hand upon little Abe's head, she said to them, "Be good to one another. she said to them, "Be good to one another." She expressed the hope that they live as she had taught them, loving their kindred and worshiping God. She had done her work and, stoop-shouldered, thin-breasted, sad, and at times most miserable, without prospect of better conditions on earth, she passed away. She may have dreamed, but little realized the grand future that lay in store for the ragged, hapless boy who stood at her side. Though Abraham Lincoln, was quite young at her passing, but he never forgot his mother. She taught him a lesson that carried with him through life. She taught him that the beginning of wisdom is not imposed by discipline, but the beginning of wisdom is first the desire for discipline and the love of it, the voluntary choice of it. Thus he learned that discipline is the high road that leads to everything that makes life worth living. So that's what he learned by his mother, Abraham Lincoln. That's what she kind of instilled in him as a young boy, even though she passed away when he was still young, which, here they're not saying, how old Abraham Lincoln was when his mother passed away, but they're saying he was still, he was still a young boy. He wasn't an older teenager. He was still a young boy. But right here, this is what she's taught him. I think it's very wise today. Now let me stick it in purple, just because I do have a lot of yellow there. She taught him that the beginning, listen to this, she taught him the beginning of wisdom is not imposed by discipline, but the beginning of wisdom is first the desire for discipline. So it's great wisdom for you to have discipline in your mind. And this is where he's kind of going with the law of sacrifice. And she says, and love it. Love doing it. The voluntary choice of it. Someone's not forcing you to do it. It's your choice to do it. Because remember, with the laws of the universe, manifesting law of attraction, no matter what you want to say, force negates. No matter if it's mental force, physical force, mental coercion, force negates. Force keeps things away from you. So when you're trying to do a forced discipline, things start kind of staying away from you in our world, in a manifesting world. So you're doing it because you want to do it. Thus he learned that discipline is the high road that leads to everything that makes life worth living. Go to a concert or opera today and listen to the voice that captivates the music lovers who hear it. Voices of such artists as McCormick, Lily Pons, Thomas, Eddie, McDonald, and more, and your favorites that you can name. Now, of course, this is back in the 1960s, so he's naming people that you probably never heard of in your life. But put your mind, when he's talking about music, start thinking about your popular bands, the popular groups that you listen to today. And he goes on to say, how do they ever happen? They do not happen. Granted that they may be specially gifted. So he's talking about musicians. Like he said, granted that they might be gifted, they might be able to sing well, have a great voice, but those final magic results come not by chance or accident, but from discipline. Listen to this. He's saying, he's talking about musicians, and you can put actors in this too, and I know some of you would say there's some luck in there too, and I would agree with that, being in the right place at the right time and stuff like that, but he's saying it's not because that they're especially gifted, they're especially talented. It's not because of that. But in those final magical results, when they finally make it, it's not by chance or accident, but from discipline. Discipline that is consciously chosen, ardently desired, and patiently persisted in. Yet we hear it said that we are an undisciplined generation of people. And it's so funny how he says stuff like throughout these chapters, because even though this was written in the 1960s, almost the identical stands today in 2024. And listen to what he says. Yet we hear it said that we are an undisciplined generation of people. Okay, and it's so true today, so undisciplined. This, however, is not true. In every realm of life, we enjoy the fruits of discipline, research, and toil with results far greater than our forefathers ever dreamed. I shall never forget the thrilling experience I had one evening sitting in my home before a cozy fireside, The radio was beside my chair, and I casually reached over, turned it on, and selected a prominent station. To my keen surprise, I heard a voice calling, "Richard Byrd," in the Arctic regions of the South Pole. I then heard the commander tell all the hazards and difficulties that they had met the day before as they unloaded supplies and hauled them to their new home, Little America, over the slope of broken ice and drifted snow. Had he written a detailed report and sent it by letter, it would have taken months to reach us. Yet, here in less than a second, his voice vibrated through the air, and I, like many others, heard him report the happenings of the day. So you see, he's sitting there, it's in his 60s again, he's sitting there listening to the radio, because at that time, radio is way more popular than even television. So, he's talking about, even before his time, that he would have had to mail a letter to communicate at all, and that would have taken months. And then he's sitting in his chair, he's realizing he's listening to the radio and how amazing it is. The old miracle workers never dreamed that such as this could happen. Happen, that is not the word. Discipline, that is. It was painstaking, scientific, technical discipline that produced such a result. We are not an undisciplined generation. Listen to this. Even today, we are not an undisciplined generation in any realm except one, and that is in our morals. So listen to this. Now he's saying, the paragraph before, he's saying people think we're an undisciplined generation, and this is back in his 60s, and the same concept is today in 2024, is people think we're an undisciplined generation, but now he's digging deeper. He's going to the core. He's going to the root. And he says, we are not an undisciplined generation in any realm except one. Okay, that's what he's saying. The only area that we're undisciplined in is in our morals. So that's what he's saying. We're only undisciplined in our morals. In science, in art, in athletics, in any practical endeavor, we know the worth of discipline. Yet we let ourselves go. We must have our fling. We unleash our instincts and throw off restraint. It is the denial of discipline that characterizes much of our moral life. Listen, it is the denial of discipline that characterizes much of our moral life. Men everywhere are awakening to the necessity of disciplining their thoughts and acts. We train domestic animals carefully. We harness the forces of nature to serve us regularly and well, and yet when it comes to ourselves, the most valued of all, we let our thoughts run wild. So this is where he's digging deeper and deeper, is we have such an undisciplined mind. This is where he's going. We let our thoughts run wild until we start taking actions upon those thoughts. No one can attain his ambitions until he learns to discipline his mental force and is able to control his thinking. Just what I said, just almost came out of my mouth. No one can attain his ambitions until he learns to discipline his mental force. Until people learn to discipline their mind and be able to control their thinking, no one can be truly religious before his mind is in order and his ideals are brought in harmony with the divine mind. No one can gain wisdom and understanding of life except that he seeks it in God's appointed way to the law. So let me read this whole little section of this paragraph here in purple, because it's so important, and I want you to really listen to the words he's using. No one can attain his ambitions until he learns to discipline his mental force and is able to control his thinking. No one can be truly religious before his mind is in order and his ideals are brought in harmony with the divine law. Listen to this. Again, he's talking about harmony with the divine mind. You have to live in harmony with the law of thinking. You have to be in harmony with your thoughts. No one can gain wisdom and understanding of life except he seeks it in God's appointed way according to law. First, let us know one simple fact. Something always has to be sacrificed for something else. Something always has to be sacrificed for something else. Everything in life has its own price and is ever up for sale. We have to purchase it at the price it demands. Day after day, we go up to life's counter and say, I will give you this if you give me that. This bartering has another name, more familiar perhaps. We call it sacrifice. Sacrifice then is not what our preachers have made it out to be. Listen to this. Now he's saying, right here, sacrifice then is not what our preachers have made it out to be. So sacrifice then is not what our churches, you go to church or we've heard it, sacrifice then is not what our churches have preached about, okay? Preached about and told us what, in their opinion, what sacrifice is. He's saying that's not what sacrifice is. It is an unescapable necessity. It is a definite law that we must obey. We are sacrificing every day of our lives, whether we want to or not, whether we know it or not. No matter what we want in life, we have to give up something in order to get it. Listen to this. It is an unescapable necessity. It is a definite law that must be obeyed. We are sacrificing every day of our lives, whether we want to or not, whether we know it or not. No matter what we want of life, we have to give up something in order to get it. From one of the master's saying, the modern mind shrinks back and tries to avoid. Listen to this. From the master's saying, he's talking about Jesus here from the Bible, and he's going back to the quote in the beginning of this chapter. From one of the master's sayings, the modern mind shrinks back and tries to avoid. Straight is the gate, and narrow is the way, which leads unto life, and few there are that finds it. How we dislike to hear such words. We are through with narrowness, we say. We are moral liberal today. We want the broad, open ways. We claim our freedom and we declare is no need for us to be so narrow. We will not go through the small and narrow way. Yet, there are few statements that Jesus uttered that are more accurate and complete than that one. No man will ever find the richness of life in any realm by loose and casual wandering. Listen to this. This is where he's putting the verse in another way. Because the verse is, straight is the gate and narrow is the way, which leads us unto life, and few there are that finds it. Okay, now he's saying the verse in a different way so for us to really understand. No man will ever find the richness of life in any realm by loose and casual wandering. Always he will have to go down a narrow path and through a straight gate called discipline. Go hear Kressler play his violin and listen to music that is almost divine. Watch the skilled surgeon at his delicate task of repairing a broken body that it may hold its life a little longer for the soul to grow stronger. Consider the scientist in his laboratory with his scientific formulas. Remember George Eliot saying that she was a young woman when she began Romola, but an old one when she finished it. Or think of Admiral Byrd flying over the South Pole and talking to us about it by means of radio. Are such experiences life? Indeed they are. Listen to this. Now he's giving old school examples, okay, and it might be examples that you don't really relate to, but you can think of examples today kind of similar. Are such experiences life? Indeed they are. Liberated life of an attained achievement, the most satisfying sort a living man can ever know. But straight is the gate and narrow is the way of discipline that leads to such a life. When this law of sacrifice is carried over into the moral realm. Now in the green here, when I highlight something green, I did forget to say this. Usually it's very, very important. So that's why I kind of highlight something in green, because that kind of reminds me that this paragraph is crazy important. Or this paragraph really sums up kind of the law of sacrifice. When this law of sacrifice is carried over into the moral realm, it is commonly presented one-sided. We are taught that if we want to live a good life, we have to give up so many pleasures. Listen to this. When the law of sacrifice is carried over to a moral realm, it is commonly presented one-sided. So it's commonly explained as one-sided. Okay, the one-sided he's talking about is that we are taught that if we want to live a good life, we have to give up so many pleasures. We have to give up so many things we like to do. We have to give up so many of our hobbies in order to fulfill or in order to live in harmony with the law of sacrifice. And he says, how familiar that sounds to some of us. Have you ever heard that before? Or you heard it in a similar way? The result is that we rebel. And when we think of sacrifice, we think of the ones who have had to give up so much pleasure for goodness. We are some of the great sacrificers in history. Listen to this. Who are some of the great sacrificers in history? Well, there was Socrates, who drank the hemlock. There was Jesus, who was crucified on the cross. There was Paul, who was beheaded. There was Peter, who was crucified upside down. There was Luther and Wesley and Calvin, all religionists. There were Livingstone, Nightingale, and scores of others. But think for a moment, are they the ones who made the most terrific sacrifices? So all the names he mentioned, okay, we probably heard one way or another, or heard at least half of them. But he says, but think for a moment, are they the ones who made the most terrific sacrifices? We speak of the supreme sacrifice of Jesus upon the cross. We read of the martyrdom of the saints Peter, Paul, and John, but what about Judas Iscariot? Now, I don't know if I'm pronouncing his last name right, but Judas from the Bible. Now, remember, Judas from the Bible, from the New Testament, Judas is the one that betrayed Jesus. Judas was the one that basically went to the high priest at that time and told the high priest technically where Jesus would be, where Jesus is heading, I don't think Jesus was really hiding out, but basically the exact location where Jesus would be. So he basically, Judas is the one that kind of backstabbed Jesus. Think of what he had a chance to become. So think of Judas and think of what he had a chance to become. Think of the companionship he once possessed, because he was one of the disciples that hung around Jesus the whole time. So think of the companionship he once possessed and the place he might have occupied. Think of what he threw away. Now think about what he threw away, what he lost by betraying Jesus. Think of what he got for it. I say to you, the cross was not sacrificed to be compared with what Judas paid, but 30 pieces of silver and utter disgrace he cast aside the richest opportunity of any man in history. So this is what basically Judas got out of it. Okay, the high priest paid him 30 pieces of silver, and so he got 30 pieces of silver. In utter disgrace, he cast aside the richest opportunity of any man in history. Over 30 pieces of silver. A youth who had disdained discipline, had cast aside restraint, and had his fleeing rope as he sat behind prison bars. 1,000 times I have paid in full for those few hours. This young man and his nephew, a few years his junior, had attended a revival meeting in a town not far from me. And on their way home, they argued the question the minister had talked about at the meeting. The argument grew into angry words, and when they reached home, his anger had been fanned into a murderous heat. The younger man went to his room and got a gun and shot at the uncle. The uncle, in turn, wrestled for the gun and turned it upon the youth and killed him. I say this is costly living. We should take this earnestly unto ourselves and realize how the word sacrifice touches us, or touches every one of us. A man called at my office seeking help in a very serious problem. Now he's kind of switching. He's switching up a little bit. He's switching examples here. A man called at my office seeking help in a very serious problem. He had a fine home, a lovely devoted wife, and 2 splendid children. It is true that the wife had taken up much of her time with the children, and the husband was going out to his club and social affairs alone. He had met another woman and thought he was in love with her. This was his problem. What about the family and the home? There are There is only one answer, and it is not for me or any mortal to decide. The law will determine it for you. You cannot have a lovely home, a devoted family, and enjoy loose living. If you will not sacrifice or give up the loose living for the lovely home, you will be forced to sacrifice a lovely home and the loved ones for loose living. So this is a law. So it's on the same line. You know what I mean? So whatever, if you want, basically as an example, here's this guy. He had a lovely home, a lovely life, a lovely wife, and lovely two kids. But he was going out every night, going out with his buds, and eventually met a girl, thought he was in love with her. So that's what he's saying, loose living. So he's pretty much having an affair. So the law of sacrifice. So then he says, so what I like about here when he says this is, even though this is going on, he says, there is only one answer. And it is not for me or any mortal to decide. So it's not for me to judge what he's doing. That's what he's talking about. It's not for any mortal to decide what's the right or wrong way to do here. Okay, it's not for me to judge the situation. But then he says, the law will determine it for you. So, so we live on, remember the universal laws are on the same plane. So you have to give up one for the other. If there's a hot, there has to be a cold. Okay, the positive has to be a negative. If you want loose living, but you're going to give up the nice home, the wife, and the kids. That's what you're going to give up in return for it. And down here, you cannot enjoy the satisfactions and pleasures of a true friendship and indulge in a bad temper. If you will not sacrifice your temper for friendships, you will sacrifice your friendships for a bad temper. You cannot have a sterling character that friends will respect and trust or resort to crooked practices. If he will not give up his crooked ways for trustworthiness, he will have to sacrifice his trustworthiness for crooked ways. You may ever be sure of this. No matter how far you may go before the rope gets tight, no matter how wild or how lax you may live, even though you think you are getting away with it and do, you cannot fool the law. I love when he says this, okay? Because I always say this in a lot of my videos, especially when I'm talking about universal law, and especially when we're not talking about really deep-rooted beliefs, deep or like our secret thoughts, what we're really thinking all day long, not sharing with people. That's what we're manifesting. Is you can't fool God. You can't fool the law. You can fool other people. Okay, you can lie, fool other people, and we think by fooling the other people, we get a big ego with it, and we think we can twist the laws of the universe, and we can twist them and work them to our advantage. We can kind of manipulate them. But remember, the laws of the universe does not discriminate against anybody. The law is the law. It's a solid. You can't manipulate it to work for you. You can't manipulate it like you can manipulate other people. So I love when he says you can't fool the law. You can't fool God. You can't fool the universe. And this is so powerful and all green. You may ever be sure of this, no matter how far you may go before the rope gets tight, no matter how wild or how lax you may live, even though you think you are getting away with it, and sometimes do, you cannot fool the law. You cannot fool God. Something always has to be paid for something else. Listen to this. Something always has to be paid for something else. All fine living, all success and happiness is like fine art. You must choose the spiritual beauty to be created and desired. Then go the straight and narrow way to gain it. For the beginning of wisdom is first the desire of discipline. Some say then, if you want to enjoy the pleasures of life, this means that your freedom is impossible. This is a question, and it even stands for today. Some say, if you want to enjoy the pleasures of life, I want to have fun, enjoy the pleasures of life, everything I like to do. This means that my freedom is impossible. I'm not free. It means, on the contrary, that you who think this have not found what real freedom is. This reminds me of a drunkard who was giving a stump lecture to the amusement of a few on the subject of freedom. He declared he wanted his freedom and that he had a right to drink all the liquor he wanted, and no government could stop him. He was having his freedom, and yet he was so drunk he did not know what he was saying or doing. Freedom is not living an obsessed, undisciplined life. Listen to this. Freedom is not living an obsessed, undisciplined life. Freedom is being able to control your life and making it what you want it to be. Listen to that. I think this is so powerful. Because now we're getting really close to the end of the chapter. Freedom is not living an obsessed, undisciplined life. Freedom is being able to control your life and making it what you want it to be. Making your life exactly how you want it to be. That's true freedom. If you wish to become a skilled athlete, an efficient teacher, an expert lawyer, or a beautiful singer, the beginning of such success is first the desire for discipline of your time and thought. If you want to be rich, radiant, and worthwhile specialty in living life, the rule is just the same. An undisciplined life is an insane life. So the law of sacrifice, okay, when you don't live in harmony with the law of sacrifice, this is what he says: an undisciplined life is an insane life. We must pull ourselves together around high ideals of clean, serviceable, and effective living under the highest leadership we know, and under teachings and example of a master. The highest example of a master is the Christ, which is Jesus, by the way. He worded it kind of weird. In all his work and teachings, he proved that discipline, self-control, and self-mastery ever precede wisdom and achievement. Listen to this. This really goes along with manifesting, okay? Controlling our mind, okay? So many old school prosperity teachers said the same thing. Napoleon Hill said it. Neville Goddard said it. Thomas Troward said it. Joseph Murphy said it. Okay, the hardest thing we can do is self-mastery, but the really hardest thing to do is control our mind. That's really self-mastery. Self-mastery is controlling the mind to a point of, and I like what Wallace Waddell say this, is when you know you're a mastermind, is when you could be surrounded by poverty, but your mind is full of riches. You can be surrounded by disease, but your mind is full of health. That's a mastermind. That's self-mastery of your mind. That's how powerful your mind is, where no matter what atmosphere you put yourself in, no matter what environment you put yourself in, your mind is of good and abundance. That's self-mastery, mind control. Many of us can't do that today. Even the main prosperity teachers today on YouTube can't do this. If they put themselves in a bad environment, for a period of time, they're going to become what that environment is. Okay, that's why it's so powerful to get yourself out of that environment and put yourself in great environments. But if they went backwards and put themselves in a bad environment, they're not going to be a mastermind as they think they are, because that bad environment is going to influence them. Now I kind of got off on a tangent there. And he continues, I'm right here. Miss Lincoln had taught his words to little Abraham Lincoln. And it was because Abe grew into manhood and sacrificed his life of laziness, looseness, and careless mendingers, well, basically careless actions. I mean, he's using some very, very interesting words. For the straight and narrow way of a disciplined life of principle and honesty and justice that caused him to become a great soul. It was the law of sacrifice working through him that enabled him to become the president and savior of a great nation. Evidence of this greatness was seen in his work at Washington. During the war, a young Vermont boy whose name was William Scott was sentenced to face the firing squad for being found asleep at his post. Now, it wasn't Scott's post, but that of his buddy whom he had relieved when he became ill. Double duty was too much for Scott, and so he fell asleep. He was so well liked by all that his captain and friends appealed his case to the president. So here's William Scott. He's basically going through a death sentence. But way back then, you just faced a firing squad, and that's how the death sentence was carried out. Pretty much he's facing a death sentence because he fell asleep on his post. And on top of it, it wasn't even his post. He was pulling a double shift because his buddy got ill, got sick, and had to leave his post. So he was pulling a double shift. So he fell asleep at his buddy's post, just because he's probably he was probably up for quite some time. And I don't know how many hours. I mean, lots of times we can think 8 hours, 16 hours. Well, back then it could have been a lot longer back then. But anyway, so all his peers liked him, and even his captain liked him. So his captain somehow contacted the president. And at the time, it was President Lincoln. So Lincoln decided to go to Chain Bridge and handle the case in person. He went to the camp and talked to Scott. This is what Scott said about Abraham Lincoln. Scott said he was the kindest person he had ever met. He said the president had asked him about his home, the farm, his friends, and lastly, his mother. He said he was glad he could draw a picture of her out of the bosom of his shirt and show it to him. Mr. Lincoln told him how thankful he should be to have a mother, and how he should make her a proud mother, and that he should never cause her another sorrow or tear. Scott thought it was very strange that he did not speak of his fate in the morning. So after talking to the president, after talking to Abraham Lincoln, Scott thought it was very strange. He's like, the president came down to talk to me, and he's really just talking to me about my life. He's talking about how I grew up, my background, talking about my mother. And even since Scott's mother was still alive, Abe was talking like, hey, you should be really grateful that your mother is still alive. But not once through the whole conversation that Abraham Lincoln brought up the death sentence. So Scott thought this was very strange. So Scott thought it was so strange that he should advise not to cause his mother another sorrow or tear when he was about to die. So finally, Scott mustered up his courage and asked the president if he would grant one favor, namely that he would not have to face his friends, but that a firing squad be drawn from another company. Mr. Lincoln wheeled about and facing Scott said, "My boy, you are not going to be shot tomorrow. I'm going to trust you and send you back to your friends, as I have been put to considerable trouble to come up from Washington. How are you going to pay the bill?" So now he flips it and he tells Scott. So Scott is still thinking, well, I'm going to face the firing squad tomorrow, but I don't want my friends to do it. I want you to bring in a different group of people I don't know, a different firing squad, to basically do the job. And President Lincoln said, oh, no. You're not going to be shot tomorrow. He's like, I'm going to trust you and I'm going to send you back to your friends. But now he says, no, but now he flips the question to him. And he said, well, it was great trouble for me to come down here and talk to you, to travel down here. So Abraham Lincoln says, how are you going to pay for this? How are you going to pay the bill? What are you going to give me? So the boy stammered his gratitude. So William Scott kind of stammered over his word, mumbled over his word with gratitude. He suggested he could send him his savings. He could borrow money by mortgaging the farm. His friends would help too. And there was all his army pay. Then Mr. Lincoln put his hands on the boy's shoulders and looking sorrowfully into his face, he said, my boy, my bill is a very large one. Your friends cannot pay it, nor your bounty, nor the farm, nor your comrades. There is only one man in all this world who can pay it, and his name is William Scott. If from this day William Scott does his duty so that if I were to be there when he comes to die, he can look at me in the face as he is now doing and say, I have kept my promise, then my debt will be fully paid. So all Abraham Lincoln, this is so great, because all Abraham Lincoln wanted him to do is keep his promise, is to live a disciplined life, is keep to his word. That would have paid the whole debt. And to wrap this up, William Scott kept that promise. He had learned the secret that Mr. Lincoln's mother had taught him when a boy. It was this law of sacrifice, and that the beginning of such wisdom was at first the desire and love of discipline. That it was the straight and narrow way that led to the high road of everything that makes life worth living. It was a road that led Mr. Lincoln to the White House. It was a road that leads back to the Vermont hills, to home, to happiness, to mother. It is the road for all who persevere and find it. It is a road that Jesus followed to triumph and mastery. It is a road I recommend to you, for on it you will find the law of sacrifice ever working to bring to you the joys and pleasures that result always from the wisdom and understanding that accompany it. Blessed is the man who endures temptation, for when he is tried, he shall receive the crown of life, which the law has promised to them that love the Lord, that love the law. So I love this verse right here. Then we have a poem, then we're going to wrap this baby up. Blessed is the man who endures temptation, for when he is tried, he shall receive the crown of life, which is the Lord, which is the law, has promised to them that love the Lord, love the law. Out of the night that covers me, black as the pit from pole to pole, I thank whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul. In the fell clutch of circumstance, I have not winced nor cried aloud. Under the bludgeonings of chance, my head is bloody, but unbowed. Behind this place of wrath and tears looms but the horror of the shade, and yet this menace of the years finds and shall find me unafraid. It matters not how strait the gate, how charged with punishment the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. W.E. Henley. Law of obedience. Raymond Holliwell always starts off with a quote, comes from the Bible. It's Jeremiah chapter 7, verse 23. Obey my voice, and I will be your God, and you shall be my people. Obey my voice, and I will be your God, and you shall be my people. And anytime he does a quote, he really tears apart this quote, inside the chapter. So let's get rocking. To be ushered into turmoil, blindly toil a few years, and then go out into uncertainty is surely not the purpose of man's existence. Life must mean more than this, and it does mean more. Man should be a builder, and to him is given all the materials of which to construct the kind of life he desires to live. And let me see what color I have. I love this right here, and we'll discuss it here in a second. He builds in wisdom or in ignorance, according to his obedience, according to his understanding of divine law and the use of it in his daily life. So I love this because he says, like right in the beginning, he says, man should be a builder. So what does that mean? You should want more. You should always be thriving for more. You should always be becoming better. Because remember, when we talk to laws of the universe, and even if we talk about energy, remember, energy doesn't stay stagnant. We've always heard that we're either getting better or we're getting worse. We're either moving forward or we're moving backwards. I mean, these are laws. These are laws of the universe here. If you're moving forward, well, there has to be a direct opposite from moving forward. There has to be a backwards. So energy doesn't stay stagnant. There's always a complete opposite to every single law that we're talking about. And the prime example is, let's say you used to be in really awesome shape. You stop working out for 5 years. Well, what do you think is going to happen? If you completely stop working out for 5 years, well, you're not going to stay. If energy stays stagnant, you're going to stay in that top shape no matter if you work out or not. So if you completely ignore working out for 5 years, what do you think is going to happen? You're going to stay in awesome shape? Well, the answer is no. You know that you're going to go backwards and you're going to slowly, it's not going to happen overnight, but you're going to slowly get more and more out of shape. So it's this is the kind of the main example. Energy doesn't stay stagnant. So we're either growing or getting better. And with the laws of the universe, it's about getting better. It's about improving. I mean, why? Why do we want to improve? Because we want the life that we desire. We want the life that we want to live. We all want different things, okay? But we want the life that we want to live. And, he explains the law just right here in the last sentence here. He builds in wisdom or in ignorance. So you build in wisdom to the law or in ignorance to the law, according to his obedience, according to his understanding of divine law, according to your understanding of how the laws of the universe work and how to use them in your daily life is what you want to get out of your life. Many people, when they learn that the science of living is governed by exacting laws, immediately assume that to live rightly is to live the hard way. I mean, isn't that so true? It's even true today. This book was written, I say this in every chapter, this book was, it was published in 1967, but he was working on a book way before that. You can tell he has an extreme, he's been doing this stuff for a long time, before 1967. So and this even sentence is true today. Many people think, the science of living is governed by exacting laws. The science of doing good, the science, we're talking about the law of obedience here. People think to live right, well, we have to live the hard way. It has to be tough. We have to neglect ourselves and neglect the pleasures of life. That's what people really think. They are afraid of a law that is exacting in its demands when it touches their relationship with the finer things. Yet, these same people would not be willing that the laws which govern a human society should be modified in any way. So now he's going to compare a little bit here. He's going to start comparing universal laws of obedience to basically society laws, laws of the earth, or government laws, law enforcement. We put all these laws in place to basically protect and serve and protect human nature and stuff like that. So this is what he's comparing. They recognize that the laws which govern social conduct and activity must be properly enforced if organized society is to function harmoniously and safely. In other words, they recognize that government is for the good of mankind, and that without it, human life and welfare would be in continual jeopardy. If this is true of human government and established by constitution and law, it is even more true of divine government. And the more exacting the law, the more certain the safety, prosperity, and happiness of him who fulfills the law's demand. Listen to this. This is so powerful. And the more exacting the law, the more you have the law working for you, okay, the more certain the safety, prosperity, and happiness that you have in all the law demands. In the realm of science, no laws are more exacting than those which govern the science of mathematics. An accountant, even when he fails immediately to solve a problem, knows it can be solved only by calling into operation the exacting laws that govern all mathematical calculations. Were those laws subject to change, the solution of mathematical problems would be utterly hopeless. So here, he's using mathematics as an example because mathematics has there's a certainty with mathematics. That's why he's using mathematics as an example to describing universal laws of the universe, and even the law of obedience here is because it is as certain as mathematics. If 2 + 2 always equals 4. You know what I mean? There is no change. You can't manipulate mathematics to change it the way how you want it to operate. You can't say 2 + 2 is 5. It just isn't true. So that's why he's using mathematics as an example, because mathematics is exact. There's only one right answer. And he's using it for universal law. Remember, universal law, there's really only one right answer. You either use the law for you or you use the law against you. There's no other way to describe it. There is no manipulation. You can't manipulate the laws of the universe to work for you. You can't manipulate them like you would manipulate another person. Okay, you can't fool the law. You can't fool God. Okay, it's either working for you or against you. Boom. The laws of the universe doesn't discriminate. There is no discrimination. It's exact. So it's either going for you or against you. So that's what he's saying here. Perhaps in no way has religion gone so far astray as in its conception or understanding of a God. Listen to this. Perhaps in no way has religion gone so far astray as its conception or understanding of God. Isn't that interesting? This is why, this is one of the reasons when he says this, and I'll read the whole sentence here because I cut it off. Perhaps in no way has religion gone so far astray as its conception or understanding of God, whether it be the God of Christians or of the heathen. Okay, isn't that so true today? I mean, that's why I love old school prosperity teachers, because they really dive into the New Testament. They really dive into the verses, and the verses. I mean, the laws of the universe, the law of God, really goes into Jesus, what Jesus really taught. About abundance. Abundance is a birthright. Heaven is within us, and they go way farther than lots of times a preacher, because lots of times a preacher isn't taking it from a higher consciousness. Okay, he's taking it from a kind of more of a humanistic view. Instead of recognizing that the supreme intelligence is law, operating according to and as surely as the laws of nature, men have created in their ideas a God who is partial, subject to appeal from saint and sinner alike, a God who can be persuaded. You know what I mean? Persuaded, manipulated. A God who can be manipulated and bargained with. A God who gives life and takes it away. A God who heals sickness and causes it. A God who impoverishes and enriches. A God who rewards and punishes. And having accepted this wrong idea, it has made prayer largely a matter of doubts, lacking in that strong assurance that a thing will be so because it is according to divine law. So then let me do a change of color here. Then right here, up in purple here, he's basically saying people have the wrong concept of God. Then he really explains it. People think, even this is true today. People think God, right here, God is partial, subject to appeal from saint and sinner alike. A God who can be persuaded, a God that can be manipulated. You think you can manipulate God, persuade God, and bargain with God. Okay, remember, God's law is exact. It doesn't discriminate. This is what's hard for people to kind of accept. Then people believe God who gives life and takes it away, a God who punishes, a God who heals the sickness, then causes sickness, a God who impoverishes and enriches, a God that, basically a God that, so he's going to, if he wants to, he's going to put your life in poverty, then he's going to bless other people with riches. People believe that. A God who rewards and a God who punishes. And having accepted this wrong idea, it has made prayer, when you go to prayer to God, basically makes all your prayers, you go in prayer, doubting and lacking in that strong assurance that the thing will be so because according to divine law. And this is, every single chapter, he starts talking about divine law over and over and over again. A divine law is exactness. The law is working for you or against you. It doesn't discriminate. It's just like the law of gravity. Law of gravity doesn't discriminate. Okay, no matter who you are, if you step off a tall building, what's going to happen? You're going to fall. Every single person. So, so every single law is exactness, just like the law of gravity. Too many folks, this aspect of truth, let me read that again. Too many folks, this aspect of truth creates an illusion of a God for all. A God who is not interested in man's needs and problems. A God who is not a father to whom we can take our cares and with whom he can converse. They have taken away my Lord, cried Mary. Sooner or later, however, they discover that this divine knowledge of the nature of God as law has given their name Lord in a sense so close and intimate that all doubt in claiming their good is ended. For once the law is understood, we hold the secret of eternal happiness, peace, dominance, or mastery over all the forces around us. So listen to this. This is the good news. So now he's really going on that how people have a misconcept of God, misconcept of law. But then he's saying, for once the law is understood, once you completely really understand it, we hold the secret of eternal happiness, peace, dominance, okay, or mastery over all the forces around us. And when we're reading up here that the truth creates an illusion of God is for all, a God who is not interested in man's needs and problems. Well, I kind of, remember like, back in the day, um, it was actually in Ohio when I used to go to church all the time. And I think I was in college at the time. And, certain preachers, believe in that your salvation, God can take away your salvation. Basically, God punishes. Like if you're too bad, God's going to kind of, kick you out and take away your salvation. Like you can lose your salvation. And I remember having debates with so many people on this. And this is what people mean, like God will punish you. God will take away your salvation. Like, they say God's a father, God is all love. But if God is all love, why would he kick you out? Why would he why could you really lose your salvation? But usually when people kind of believe that God punishes you, God's a bad God, you can lose your salvation, it's usually because you're bringing a humanistic view to it. Lots of times if you go back in their own life, that's how they were raised by their father. Their father punished them. So their God that punished them, they're looking at the earthly father like God. Instead of God being a very, very higher consciousness, when you say God is all love, it's such a love that you've never ever in your whole life even experienced before. So you can't even, fathom what that type of love is. That's the type of love God really has. So that's kind of what I, started thinking about when I was reading this. The word obey means to submit. Now he's kind of going into the law of obedience here. The word obey means to submit to rule or to comply with the orders or instructions. Obedience then is the governor of all movement, whether it be mechanical, literal, or spiritual. A giant machine without its governor would tear itself apart, would be utterly destroyed because it failed to obey its own laws of momentum or gravity. An intellectual giant who fails to comply with the laws of learning will become as an idiot. A student failing to comply with or obey the instructions of spirit, the law of God, will reverse that good and create evil. We are dependent entirely on obedience for our success or failure in this life. Listen to that. We are dependent entirely on obedience for our success or failure in life. Our societies, cities, states, and nation are supported by it. Our properties and lives are dependent upon it. Because of our respective obedience, we as a whole support it. But ho unto the man who tries to break through a pillage, to plunder for selfish gain. As we look into the home, we see the mother training her child into habits of discipline. Tomorrow we see a happy mother because her child has grown into youth and manhood and has earned success. A success because back in the beginning of his life, the seed of obedience was placed there, which brought forth respect, obedience, and unselfish thought. On the other hand, we may see where others fail because they have been allowed to grow up being disobedient, disrespectful, and selfish. Business is founded upon obedience, and as a member obeys the laws of commerce, he will succeed. It is only when man expands the laws by over speculation and by wildcat schemes, inflated values, or lack of cooperative agency that he brings upon himself failures and causes bankruptcy and loss. All our problems of life are due to some measure to obedience to the law of thought and its creator God. Our difficulties have been knowingly what to obey and what not to obey. Isn't it amazing that he brings this up right here? It's green. I don't like so much being in green here, so it's easy to see. Switch this up in purple. Isn't this amazing he says this? Now listen to this. All of our problems, all the problems you have right now, all the problems you have in your life are due to some measure to obedience to the law of thought. The law of thought, the law of thinking. What's the law of thinking? You're either thinking positive or negative. Everything's a direction of your law of thought. Okay? If you're thinking positive, so that's the law of compensation. Like good has to attract good. If you're thinking positive, well, like attracts like. It has to bring positive to you. But the opposite occurs too, because it's on the same plane. If there's a positive, it has to be a negative. So if you live in disobedience to the law of thought, while you're thinking negative all the time, you're festering on the negative. And how the law works is that, well, that means negative has to come to you. So it's really like the law of karma. I mean, all of our problems of life are due to some measure to our obedience to the law of thought and its creator, God. Our difficulties have been in knowing what to obey and what not to obey. This is the whole concept here of the laws of the universe. Knowing what to obey and what not to obey, learning how to have the laws work for us. We see in nature the answer. He always uses nature, the laws of nature. We see in nature the answer. She has no troubles she cannot overcome. She has no problems she cannot solve. She has no burdens she cannot bear. No task she cannot perform. Why? Why is that in nature? All her operations are governed by the mighty law of harmony and order, which constantly removes every discord, which heals all diseases, which rights every wrong, which supplies every need. If in the winter a young sprout attempts to break through the soil before season, Mother Nature destroys that sprout and reels it off or freezes it out. Yet at the same time, the very snow and ice that freeze the little unruly sprout serve as a blanket of warmth and protection to the other seedlings complying with their laws. When man wishes to use nature in his work, such as farming or gardening, he must know how to comply the law of nature. Listen to this. Especially if you're a farmer, you're doing a garden, you maybe have a little garden yourself, or you're kind of thinking, you have a flower garden or a vegetable garden or whatever. So he switches it up a little bit. He said, when man wishes to use nature in his work, such as farming or gardening, he must know how to comply with the laws of nature. In turn, as he obeys her laws, he derives the best results. And in the end, he will enjoy the greatest harvest. He who obeys the laws of nature and acts as her obedient servant later becomes the master and reaps a full harvest. Every student who obeys the law is a true servant of good, will become a greater soul, and will reap the power to control his every condition and enjoy blessings galore. This is what the Master tried to tell us when he said, "He that is greatest among you shall be your servant. Whosoever shall exalt himself shall be humbled. Whosoever shall humble himself shall be exalted." So this is a verse right here. So this is what Jesus tried to tell us about. He that is greatest among you shall be your servant. Whosoever shall exalt himself shall be humbled. Whosoever shall humble himself shall be exalted. Yet this does not picture for us a weakling, one who gives way to the stronger or is easily brushed aside by the more aggressive. For Paul says, "When I am weak, I am strong." Paul the prophet, this is what he's saying: when I am weak, I am strong. Meaning, of course, that when he is weak to obey the law of good, he is strong and spirited. Our mistakes are largely due to the fact that we have obeyed more readily the laws of the earth than the laws of spirit. Let me say that one more time. Okay, what are our mistakes? What mistakes are we doing when we talk about the laws of the universe here? Our mistakes are largely due to the fact that we have obeyed more readily the laws of the earth than the laws of spirit. We have subjected our ideas to the outward appearances of things rather than the inner truths of as the law teaches them. Remember, what he's saying right here is that we've been taught to live from our appearances, from the outside in. But it's actually reversed. We live from the inside out. And this is how law of attraction, manifesting, you follow Neville Goddard. This is how you manifest. It comes from the inside out. Okay, this is what's coming into your life, is what's inside you, your personal thoughts. That's what you're manifesting. So when you want to change, you're changing from the inside out. You're not changing your appearances. You're not changing from the outside in. Okay, but for whatever reason, we have adopted that behavior. When I see it, then I'll believe it. But that's really the wrong. It's really coming from inside us. Peter and the apostles said to those who gathered about them in the marketplace, "We must obey God rather than man." Okay, now I want to break this down a little bit. When Peter the apostle said those who gathered about them in the marketplace, this is what he said. He said, "We must obey God rather than man." So how can we say this again? We must obey the law rather than man. Remember, God means law. We must obey the law rather than man. We must obey the laws of the universe rather than man. We must obey the law of good rather than the law of man. This is what Holliwell even said. We must obey the law of good rather than the law of man. They knew that an individual is only as he thinks he is, and if he obeys the promptings of the Spirit or the urge of his senses, his results will be accordingly. Paul says, "Know ye not to whom ye yield yourselves servants to obey? His servants ye are to whom ye obey, whether of sin unto death or obedience unto righteousness." If we are to obey the Spirit within us, then the conditions about us, then the law requires us to first think things into existence from within before it shall see them on the without. Sorry about that. Like some of the things he writes so weird. I'm like stumbling over my words here, but I'll read it one more time, then explain this a little bit. He said, if we are to obey the Spirit within us, so he's talking about within out, just like I said. No, it comes from within out. So even with manifesting, it comes from within. It comes from within our thought, and it's manifested into our physical world on the outside. So this is what he's talking about. We are to obey the Spirit within us rather than conditions about us. Then the law requires us to first think things into existence. That's what he's saying. We think things into existence. Either positive or negative. This is the law of thinking. We think things into existence from within us out before we shall see them on the outside. Most of our experiences are the outgrowth of our own created activities. These created activities are first to be bound in thought that we think in our minds. The law reads, "As ye sow, so shall ye reap." So he's talking about you reap right here. You reap what you sow. You sow what you sow, you reap. So if you sow good thoughts, good has to come to you. That's the law. Okay? If you sow positive seed, well, positive things have to come to you. You're going to reap good. It has to. This is what you have to understand. This is the confidence that you have to have, is that if I do good, good has to come to me. That's law. It has to. But if I do bad, what does that mean? I'm going to reap bad. That's the law too. The law doesn't discriminate. If I do good, good comes back. If I do bad, bad comes back. And he says, as the law reads, you sow what you reap, which is mathematically accurate and true. If you plant a turnip seed, nature does not produce potatoes. If you plant a corn seed, nature does not make a mistake and bring forth a giant oak tree. On the same reasoning, if you plant thoughts of worry, the law you obey will give you something to worry about. So now he's just switching it up. If you plant corn, trees aren't gonna sprout up. Okay, if you plant tomatoes, corn isn't gonna it's not gonna give you corn. You plant a tomato seed, it's gonna give you a tomato. So now he's switching it. And then he says, if you plant thoughts of worry, the law you obey will give you something to worry about. If you worry about something, it's going to give you stuff to worry about. If you produce more and more circumstances to increase your worries, if you think of disease and lack, you will receive exactly what you are expecting. Whatever law you obey will in turn serve you. The most important thing then is to know what to obey. So this is so true here. Okay, and it's so powerful. That's why I put it in purple here and reread it to you. Is if you plant thoughts of worry, the law you obey will give you something to worry about. If you produce more and more circumstances to increase your worries, what you're worrying about, if you think of disease and lack, you will receive exactly what you're expecting. You will receive exactly what you're worried about. Whatever law you obey will in turn serve you. The most important thing then is to know what to obey. You laugh at troubles of little ones because now he's talking about children. You have kids, maybe you have little nephews. When they're super tiny, this is an example he's going on. You laugh at troubles of little ones because you view them from their true value. To the child, his tiny tasks seem real and all important. And not until he outgrows his childish ways can he look back with amusement and not feel regret. Not until we can rise superior to our problems and our troubles can we ever hope to cease to have further troubles. Listen to this. Now he's giving an example of kids, small kids, small children. To them, what they're worried about, maybe they're worried about the boogeyman or they're scared. To you, it's kind of amusing. It's funny because it's like, no, there's no such thing. Why are you so worried? No, but to them, in their eyes, it's huge. It's a huge obstacle. Same way in your life now, even as an adult, you think your negativity, you think that border, that obstacle in front of you is so much bigger than what it really is. That's what he's saying. Not until we can rise superior, listen to this, not until we can rise superior to our problems and our troubles can we ever hope to cease to have further troubles. A mother put her little boy to bed one night, but later she found him restless, unable to sleep. She called down and asked that the light be left on. So the little child called down and asked his mom if he can turn on the light or she can leave on the night light because he was scared. The mother knew something was wrong, so she went up to his room and gained his confidence by talking to him. She learned that during the day, other children had threatened to send the boogeyman after him because he would not give over his toy to them. So now the little kid, he's hanging out with his friends, and the little friends wanted his toy. He wasn't sharing, so the little friend said, the boogeyman's going to come get you tonight. That's what's going on. So the kid's scared, the kid believes in the boogeyman. The mother then explained that there was no boogeyman. She said that the principle of it was to frighten him into submission so that he would give over his toy to the other children. She told him he could go to sleep because there was no real boogeyman. The child had obeyed the illusion of things and was frightened. But the mother saw the truth. And knowingly the truth, she could see through the principle of fear involved and was dispelling it from the mind of her son, enabling him to go peacefully to sleep. I really love this. I really love what the mother did. And one of the things I want to say, like, this is a child, but put your own life in that now. Now you're an adult. You're a grown adult. And listen to what the mother said. The child had obeyed the illusion of things and it was frightened. The child, so his illusion was the boogeyman was real and he was frightened by it. But then it said, but the mother saw the truth. The mother knew the truth. What was the truth? The mother knew there was no such thing as a boogeyman. Okay. Now, as an adult, we do the same things. Okay, we don't believe in the boogeyman, but we have an illusion of obstacles in our way, and we're frightened about it, we're scared about it, we're worried about it, we doubt it, we fear it. Okay, we let it hold us back. But God sees the truth. Okay, the law sees the truth. Put it in proper perspective. The God, the law, that great big boulder we've created in our mind is really the size of a mustard seed. It's really so small. We're so much superior than our problems. That's what Holliwell is trying to say. We're so much superior than our problems. Why are we superior? Because abundance is a birthright. Abundance is inside us. Heaven is within us. God the Spirit is inside us. No matter what you want to believe. Okay, we're superior than our problems. The purpose of our lesson is to learn how we might properly choose and serve the law for our highest good. We either serve principle or things in all that we think and do. Things are the events or the results of invisible causes, whereas principle is the true cause and is spirit. Principle is that which we think in our minds, and things are results of our thoughts. Listen to this. Its principle is that what we think in our minds and things are the result of our thoughts. A man who obeys illusions and worships things will have burdens to carry. A man's burdens are the things which he claims as his personal property, things that he feels are so very own, and therefore he must protect and serve them. Years ago, a relative of mine worshiped illusions and things. He strove to accumulate riches. He worked so hard gaining his wealth that he lost his health. Then he turned about and tried to gain his health by spending his wealth. And in the end, he passed away, a disappointed and disillusioned man. That man, like so many others, had started out life with a wrong conception of the law of God. Strange, but man does not own an earthly thing. Listen to this. It's strange, but man does not own an earthly thing. All that he has been loaned to him according to his understanding of the law he serves. Man was born naked and he dies in that nakedness. All his earthly things are stripped off of him. Even his many burdens become illusions again. His real task in life is to find his place according to his understanding. And that understanding determines the way he lives life. Analyze your burdens. Listen to this. Analyze your burdens. Analyze your worries. Analyze what you doubt all the time. Analyze what you fear. Analyze these things. Analyze your negative thoughts. I'm adding all this in here. They arise from some ideas of possession that you think. You may have dependents, others who must be supplied, and you feel you must care for them as they have no other protector or provider. But when you realize the allness of God, who sees even the sparrows fall, will then change your idea of responsibility. Then your mental release will permit a greater flow of good to come to you, and it will come to you in many other ways than before. Thousands today are held in bondage to the idea that they must be helped by others. Listen to this. Thousands today are held in bondage to the idea that they must be helped by others, that they must have relief. Their greatest need is not your help or mine so much as it is a new understanding of life itself. The fear of the future has become a race belief, and it affects all ages. As you obey the law of fear instead of the law of God, you will have many more burdens. For only as we are able to cast our burdens upon the law shall we be free. And it's so true at the end here when he says, as you obey the law of fear instead of the law of God, you will have many more burdens. For only as we are able to cast our burdens upon the law shall we be free. If you are obedient to the law, you will not suffer these burdens to be heaped high upon you. You will live in the present, do your highest duty every day, forget the past, and let the future take care of itself. Listen to that. Isn't that, in the green here, I always highlight stuff in green that's very important. Isn't that wonderful to say, really? If you're obedient to the law, you will not suffer these burdens to be heaped high upon you. Your burdens won't feel like a great big mountain in front of you. They will feel small in front of you. You will live in the present. Listen to this. The power is in the present. You will live in the present. You will live in the present moment. Do your highest duty every day. Forget about the past. Let the dead bury the dead. Most of the time, most of us are always looking behind us. Most of us are always remembering bad things that happened to us in the past, and we always talk about it. We always bring up the stories and talk about it. Maybe we talk about it to ourselves. We're thinking about it. Every once in a while, we were talking about it to friends or new friends we meet. Let the dead bury the dead. That's what it means. Let your past be the past. And let the future take care of itself. For to trust the law, you must know of its guidance by experience and practice. To those who have not learned this guidance, the experience may be acquired. God does not require you to follow his leading on blind trust. Behold the evidence of an invisible intelligence pervading everything, even your own body and mind. Disobedience to the law is refusal to do what we know is right. Listen to this. Disobedience to the law is refusal to do what we know is right. We know deep down what to do. That's our subconscious. That's our subconscious mind. That's our intuition. That's that gut feeling. We know what to do is right. The answers are all there. I heard that the other day is our subconscious mind always knows every single answer that we're searching for. But it's our conscious mind, it's our analytical mind that don't know the answer. Okay, that talks. We have this little small voice. We have a gut feeling to do something. We have an intuition to do something. Our intuition, our subconscious, always knows what to do is right. But then we let our conscious mind talk us out of it. Disobedience to the law is refusal to do what we know is right. We all know the right, but we do not always do it because it seems to interfere or delay our immediate attainment of the objective we see. We want quick returns. We want immediate gratification, forgetting that the law moves slowly, yet it works perfectly and well. We want an instantaneous healing of our diseases. Again, we want immediate gratification. We want immediate gratification on losing weight. We want immediate gratification on getting in shape. We want immediate gratification into manifesting our riches. But we are loath to give up the net habits that cause them. Now read it one more time, as I kind of skipped around. It said, we want quick returns. Forgetting the law moves slowly, yet it works perfectly and well. We want instantaneous healing of our diseases. But we are loath to give up the net habits that cause them. Okay, we don't want to dive deep into our deep-rooted beliefs, but what's causing the pain and anguish in our lives. That's what he's talking about. Okay, we love to give up these bad habits that we know are bad habits. When we speak of a man principle, we mean a man who is governed by the law of right thinking and living, a man who is not easily swayed, a man who is not an opportunist, a man will not deviate from the path of what he deems to be right for the sake of personal profit or popular acclaim, a man, in short, whom one may trust absolutely to be true to his convictions, regardless of the temptations to change or modify them. No one will deny that such a man inspires the utmost confidence and may become a tower of strength and leadership. He is the one on whom others rely for leadership. Whereas the man who is easily persuaded, listen to this, whereas the man who is easily persuaded to yield to pressure, even for kindly motives, is not the type of individual on whom we can depend. If this is true of man in the outer realm, listen to this, if this is true for man in the outer realm, how much more is it of man in the inner realm, the mental realm? Because God is principle, not merely governed by principle. The God-governing man is never in doubt as to the results to be gained by following the principle. For principle is based on law and obedience. So this law can only have one result: happiness, peace, and prosperity. Listen to this. Right there. The God-governing man is never in doubt as to the results to be gained by the following principle. What principle is he talking about? For principle is based on law and obedience. Okay, now he's talking about law of obedience right here. The principle is based on law and obedience. So this law can only have one result: happiness, peace, and prosperity. All that is required of us is to learn obedience to the law of truth and not to obey the petty things that arise steadily as we allow our visions to be disturbed and harassed. Blessed are they that hear the word of God and keep it. Obey my voice, and I will be your God, and ye shall be my people. This is what God said right here. Obey my voice, and I will be your God, and ye shall be my people. When we obey the voice, law, then we understand with the master the statement. So then we understand the master, Jesus, when he made this statement. All that is mine is thine. This is the law acting through us. As we obey the law, we humble our personal self to the divine self within us. We refuse to accept the outer appearances of things as being final and true, but we turn within and seek that which is real and true of God. The law intended it to be. This is perfectly said, and I will explain this a little bit in detail here, but in short detail. Listen to this. We refuse to accept the outer appearances of things as being final and true. What does this mean? What does he mean by truth? I mean, what is real truth? Okay, truth is abundance is for all. The truth is abundance is mine. The truth is abundance is my birthright. That's the truth. Okay, so then when we say we refuse to accept outer appearances as things being final and true. So now outer appearances is in our present moment, okay, is in life right now. So if I refuse, no matter if I'm surrounded by poverty, okay, what happens is if I'm surrounded by poverty, I know these are my outer appearances. I know this isn't final and true. But we turn within and seek that which is real and true of God. The law intended to be. What the law intended to be. No matter if I'm surrounded by poverty, in my mind, truth is within me is abundance. See, that's the real truth. Okay, what I see in my visible world is not final and true unless it matches to my thoughts. Let us live with God in His work, not after we die, not tomorrow or next year, but right here and now. God's kingdom is about all of us, awaiting our acknowledgement or obedience of His law. We must be able to converse and live with God, the law, in our daily life. Then we shall live with love and joy, with hope and wealth and peace, here and everywhere. It is ours for the decision. If they obey and serve Him, they shall spend their days in prosperity and their years in pleasure. Job chapter 36, verse 11. Resolve. Build on resolve and not upon regret. The structure of the future do not grope among the shadows of old sins, but let thine own souls let shine on the path of hope. And dissipate the darkness, waste no tears upon the bloated record of lost years. But turn the leaf and smile, oh smile to see the fair white pages that remain for thee. Prate not thy repentance, but believe that spark divine dwells in thee. Let it grow, that which the unreaching spirit can achieve. The grand and all creative forces know they will assist and strengthen as the light lifts up the acorn to the oak tree's height. Thou hast but to resolve, and lo, God's whole great universe shall fortify thy soul. Ella Wheeler Wilcox. Hey everybody, we are back. We are on the last chapter, chapter 12, called The Law of Success. And since it's the last chapter, this is the last chapter. There is no conclusion beyond here. But this is a terrific chapter. This is the Law of Success this is a terrific chapter to wrap up the entire book, to wrap up all the laws. And you really want to listen to this chapter. Like when I read this chapter, and I've read this book over and over and over again. I've had this book at least 12 years. And this chapter, like when I even read through it here before doing this video, it's a very astonishing chapter. I mean, some of the paragraphs I really have nothing to say. You're kind of sitting there in awe a little bit. So this is a fantastic chapter. So lo and behold, let's get rock and roll and dive into this. The Law of Success. He can who thinks he can. That's the quote here that Raymond Holliwell is working off of. He can who thinks he can. If you think you can do it, you can do it. If you think you can't, you cannot. And this is the basics to all the laws we've been working with. If you seek for good by law, good has to come to you. This is what we really have to ingrain our beliefs with, is that if I'm doing good, good has to come back to me. Okay, now I don't know the angle it's coming from. I'm not controlling the how. I don't know how it's going to come to me. Most of the time it comes in a different way than we expect. But the law is good has to come back. So he can who thinks he can. God intended every individual to succeed. It is God's purpose that man should become great. It is God's will that man should not only use, but enjoy every good in the universe. The law of God denies man nothing. And right off the bat, this is why this chapter is really going to dive into some really great, really great stuff here. Let me read this one more time for you. God intended every individual to succeed. Why is that? Abundance is inside us. Abundance is our birthright. That's the real truth here, is abundance is our birthright. Heaven is within us. God is within us. The Spirit is within us. Jesus said in the New Testament that all the miracles he could do and perform, we can do as well, and we can do even more. Okay, so God intended every individual to succeed. You just have to believe it. It is God's purpose that man, you, should become great. It is God's will that man should not only use, but enjoy every good in the universe. The law of God denies man nothing. Man is born to be rich. The powers inherent in him are inexhaustible. Each normal person is endowed with a complete set of faculties, which, if properly developed and scientifically applied, will ensure success, ever growing success. Now, what does he mean by this? Now, really quick here, when he talks about faculties, we're all endowed with faculties that help us. Okay, now he's not talking about our five senses. He's talking about our faculties. Our five senses is see, hear, smell, taste, touch. See, hear, smell, taste, touch is what we have in our 3D world. That's really controlled by our conscious mind. Okay, it's not controlled by our subconscious. So some examples are our faculties. When we're endowed with these faculties and it's properly developed and is scientifically applied to all these laws, will ensure success. Okay, now faculties are perception, our intuition, having a gut feeling, following that intuition. We don't really know where it comes from. I mean, we kind of do, but we don't know how it really works out. When we have an intuitive thought. I mean, sometimes I'll have a gut feeling just to do something, I do it. There's other times I'll have an intuition, but it's almost like I have a small little voice telling me something. And it's so small, what I mean? It's so small that it's so easy for my conscious mind to basically fluff it off. But that's our faculties, developing them to a point where that's leading our lives. That's directing us in the right direction. Man is made for progress. Every man contains within himself the capacity for endless development. Advancement into all things is the law's great purpose. By learning to work with the law and promoting that aim, man may build himself into greater and greater success. All the processes of nature are successful. Nature knows no failures. She never plans anything but success. Listen to this. Nature knows no failures. As long as you obey the laws of nature, she knows no failures. She never plans anything but success. She aims at results in every form and manner. To succeed in the best and fullest sense of the term, we must, with nature as our model, copy her methods. In her principles and laws, we shall discover all the secrets of success. And you notice that throughout the book, sometimes almost every single chapter, he's always given a little example of the laws of nature. He's always given little examples of farming. It makes sense. Like when you're planting a crop, there's certain laws you have to obey to have your crop flourish. And if you disobey these laws, okay, your crop isn't going to flourish. You're going to have no farm. Infinite resources are at man's disposal. I'll say it one more time. Infinite resources, an abundance of resources. The law of supply is here, the law of abundance. That's what he means. Infinite resources are at man's disposal. Abundance is all around us. Abundance is infinite. That's what we really have to termly just believe to our core is we don't have to compete for abundance. Abundance isn't going to run out. Abundance is infinite. There are no limits to his possibilities. He focuses and individualizes the elements, forces, and principles of the whole world. He can develop a wonderful intelligence. Thus, all life's questions may be answered, all nature's secrets discovered, and all human problems solved. Nothing is impossible. Let me see what color I have it on. Let me change it over to purple. We firmly just have to believe nothing is impossible. When we go on with our day, that's our core, is nothing is impossible. I can do anything. Anything can come to me. Okay, I can have anything I want. I can live any life that I want. Higher faculties, remarkable talent, superior insight, and greater power are dormant in all. Listen to this. Higher faculties, remarkable talents, superior insight, and having a great intuition, a great perception, and greater power are all dormant in every single person. And by special psychological methods, these exceptional elements can be developed to an extraordinary degree for actual and practical use. Every mind can develop greatness. It is simply a matter of knowing how. True self-help, self-discovery, Self-knowledge and a proper instruction in applying one's faculties and using one's forces will advance any person. Practice will ensure efficiency. Listen to this. Practice will ensure efficiency. Use will bring forth results. Success, therefore, is within reach of every aspiring man, every aspiring person. So, I mean, lots of times when he talks about practice, we ensure efficiency. Lots of times when we jump on YouTube or talk about manifesting, law of attraction, law of assumption. Lots of times, there's always an immediate gratification gets just thrown into it. And this is in every career, every business, every brand. Especially in the health industry, there's always an immediate gratification. You do this one thing and lose weight within a week. You know what I mean? Lose 5 pounds or 10 pounds in 3 days. Or if you manifest within 24 hours. And when we talk about manifesting, one point is, part of it is true. You can manifest within 24 hours. But that's lots of times if you're obeying all the laws. And you've done a lot of practice to lead up to that point. So a lot of people kind of flounder in this because they're coming from basically a loose mind. Look at a mind as a muscle. If you never worked out before in your life and you go to the gym, well, you're not going to do one workout and look in the mirror and be in awesome shape. It's just not going to happen. There's going to be, a certain amount of time you got to go through. There's going to be a certain incubation period that you have to go through. And it's just time for your body to adjust and adapt and actually build and lose weight, get more defined. That's what he's saying. Practice will ensure efficiency. When you're practicing, you don't give up. You persist and you consist in all these exercises. It will ensure you efficiency. You will get better and better and better at it. That's 100%. Do you wish to succeed? That's a question to you. Do you wish to succeed? You can. You possess all the essentials within yourself. All you need is to gain a right understanding of the principles and laws upon which success is based, and then to apply the right methods of operating these cases until success is earned. The law of success is as definite as the laws of any science. Listen to this. The laws of success is definite as of the laws of science. The exact use of this law will produce results every time. It is the results that count, and as results may be multiplied indefinitely, by the persistent application of this law, there is no ending to the success you can enjoy. Great things are no less possible than small things. It is the great things that will follow whoever uses the law with faith and understanding. Whatever you present, state, or condition may be, there is better and a larger future in store for you. But you must prepare yourself for it. You cannot rise into a better and greater things unless you do something about it. I'm going to highlight this for you. Sorry about that. I'm sweating. I worked out, took a shower, and now I turned off all the kind of the air and stuff like that so the mic don't pick up sound or odd sounds. And I'm in here. Feel like I'm pouring down sweat. You cannot rise into a better and greater things unless you do something about it. Study, planning, and effort are all necessary. Listen to this. Studying, planning, and effort are all necessary. I mean, it's just like the example I said for the gym. If you're out of shape, the only way you're going to get back in shape is go to the gym, be more active, join a sport. And over time, you doing that, you're slowly going to get better and you're slowly going to get back in shape. The mind is no different. The young and the old alike are entitled to advance. To be true to yourself and to the law which governs you, you simply must advance. For advancement is success. Listen to this. For advancement is success. It is the law's intention that you shall move forward. You can stand still and you can go backward, thus retarding your normal progress for a while, perhaps as long as a lifetime. But in the end, you will be compelled to move forward, especially in the direction of the soul's growth. Now, isn't it funny when we talk about growth? Isn't it funny? We naturally want to move forward. We naturally want to grow and expand and get better. There's a part of us, we naturally want to do that. Now, there's a difference if we get lazy, we talk ourselves out of it and stuff like that, but we naturally want to go in that direction. Isn't that really weird? Even though maybe you're not going to the gym, you could be really out of shape, but you naturally want to get better. And maybe in other areas of your life. Isn't it kind of weird when you really sit back and think about it? We naturally want to we naturally want to move forward. We naturally want to get better. We naturally want to improve our life. No matter if it's a better house, a better car, a better career, a better job, a better body, going to the gym. No matter what it is, we naturally want to get better. Nature brooks no interferences with her purposes. This is often the reason why prods and pricks of adversity. What he means by this, when he says prods and pricks, is basically thorns. Kind of like, you're walking through the weeds, you're in nature, and you pick up a rose, or you pick up a thorn bush, the thorns are over it, or it's like little burrs. When I let Bo run around outside, he'll come back and he'll have these sometimes big burrs on him, or small little burrs that get attached to his skin and I have to like comb out and take out. But that's what he's talking about. This is often the reason why thorns, burrs of adversity come when we fail to move forward. Isn't that weird? When we fail to kind of move forward, what's happening, we start going backwards. And when we start going backwards, that's when issues start to arise. There's a new element abroad, the spirit of progress, and we must all keep pace with the times. You can achieve your ambition. Listen to this. You can achieve your ambition. You can achieve anything you want. Aim high and build well. What you imagine to yourself as success can be reached. The law never blunders. What she idolizes, she has the power to actualize. Listen to this. This is what every old school prosperity teacher teaches about. Just right here. Raymond Holliwell is teaching as well. Neville Goddard is teaching, and this is Neville Goddard. This is the whole basis of law of assumption right here. Is that what you imagine to yourself as success can be reached. What you imagine inside your imagination, you can have. Okay, if you're imagining that multi-million-dollar house, you can have it. If you can see it in your imagination, you can have it. That's what he's saying. That's the whole process of law of assumption. The law never blunders. Listen to this. The law never blunders. What she idolizes, she has the power to actualize. What's that mean? What she idolizes, she has the power to actualize. What idolize mean? You idolize something, you're going inside your imagination because you really want it. Even as a kid, when you idolize something, you play pretend, you go inside your imagination and you pretend you already have it. What you idolize, you have the power to actualize, you have the power for it to come in your 3D world. It's the same thing what I just said. If you want that dream car, and all you always envision yourself having a dream car. You can go inside your imagination, having that dream car. If you can visualize it, if you can go inside your imagination and see it, what the law says is that you can have it. If you can see it in your imagination, you can have it. It just comes down to you really believing that. What she images in your mind, she has the power to produce materially. That's the second part of this. All the images in your mind, you have the power to produce it. She ever seeks to build you up in the power and in success. That is her plan for you. The faculties possessed by all great and successful men are the same human faculties you possess. Listen to this. All the richest people in the world, all the faculties they have, all the greatness they have, you have the same human faculties. You possess the same potential. That's what he's saying here. They gained some understanding of the right kind, and then they applied their faculties in the best way they knew for advancement, and so earned success. That's all they did. Some will ask, I'm right down here, some will ask, but in what does true success consist? What does it mean by true success? Almost every other person will hold a different view as to what constitutes real success. To avoid confusion of ideas, let us define our meaning of the term. Most people consider success as being a high state of worldly prosperity, meaning you have a lot of money. Others, as the realization of personal hopes or fulfillment of heart's desires. Still others as the achievement of their ambitions or the performance of great deeds. Real success, however, okay, now he's down here. Now he's saying real success, however, is something more than this. We do not define it in terms of money, position, fame, or wealth, although it may include all these things, but true, genuine success of the largest kind lies in the results obtained, harvest, reaped, and distributed, so that our fellow beings at large are benefited and the whole world enriched. Yet, for the purpose of our lesson, the term success will be interpreted in a more individual sense as meaning personal advancement and increase. and the favorable termination of anything attempted. Man is so constructed that he may utilize the elements of his life to build himself up into an ever-increasing power, betterment, and success. He is also subtle related to everything outside of himself that his purpose may be fulfilled. Such fulfillment, however, will depend on the actual use he makes of his mind, and whether he chooses to serve in ignorance or to govern with knowledge the forces of his life. Success is bringing oneself and one's actions to a standard higher than the ordinary human standard. Most all the failures and defeats in life are due to mental blindness. Listen to this. He's talking to all of us when he says this. Like most of our defeats, most of our failures, most of our bad things happening to us, no matter what we want to say. So this is what he's talking about. Most of all of our failures and defeats in life are due to mental blindness. Okay, we're mentally blind to it. We don't know what's going on. We don't know how to fix it. We don't know why it's coming to us. When the heart is right, the head thinks right. All our acts are judged by our inner motives, not by the outer accomplishments. Listen to this. All of our acts are judged by our inner motives. It comes from within out, not by our outer accomplishments. Out of the heart are the issues of life. Moral cowardice, indecisions at critical moments, a desire to have one's own way, inability to cooperate, have shattered the hopes of millions. He's wording this really weird, but you kind of get the point here. Moral coward, being a coward, but morally being a coward. You're kind of coward with your morals. You can't stand up for your morals. You kind of just go with the flow. Indecision of critical moments, a desire to have one's own way, inability to cooperate, have shattered the hopes of millions. They have wrecked their prospects of success. To eliminate these mental handicaps is the first move for all who wish to aim high. Success depends upon adopting a true course, upholding what is just and right in thought and action. Listen, success depends upon adopting a true course, upholding what is just and right in thought and action. Adherence to a principle is most essential. Success is not a creature of circumstance, nor a game of chance, nor luck, for not until the golden rule is a basis of commercial activity can we be in harmony with this principle. Religion and business are not two separate sciences. They are both as one. And he's explained this, in many different ways throughout the whole book. Everything is congruent. All the laws are congruent, okay? But it's amazing how when we go through the school system, how we're always taught everything is compartmentalized. Everything is separate. Even when you go into business and you're a business consultant, you start seeing this, how every business has different departments. And a lot of the departments think they're better than other departments. There's no congruency. You know what I mean? That's what basically shuts down a business. Is when you go in, there's no congruency between all the departments. And he brings it up with religion and business. He's saying religion and business are not two separate sciences, but they are both as one. They're both congruent. Lord Leverhulme said, "It is frequently stated that modern business cannot be conducted on a line of a Sermon on the Mount. I can only say that a business conducted on any other basis will never be permanently successful. Business is an expression of man's highest aim, man's religion." The fact that man is honest and truthful and industrious does not ensure his success. More may be necessary than this. For a man is timid, backward, or fearful, fear will act as a brake to retard his progress. If a man is an efficient engineer, yet has an inferiority complex, that complex will make him mediocre, and he will not be able to extend himself according to his skillful training. Fear, right here, fear is largely the cause of failures. Isn't that interesting? Fear is what holds us back. It cannot be eliminated either by drugs or by a surgeon's knife. The only remedy known for fear is understanding. When one understands that universe is filled with the presence of God, there is nothing to fear. Now I'm going to go down here. I'm not going to move it up. I'm going to go down here and read this. Most of us could meet our obligations if it were not for fear of some kind that tells us differently. We hypnotize ourselves into a belief which incapacitates our power. Listen to this. He's still talking about fear. We hypnotize ourselves. We're so scared. You know what I mean? We hypnotize ourselves into a belief that incapacitates our power. Fear clouds our vision. It numbs our faculties. It paralyzes our mental forces, which must be free and active if we are to avert calamity. When man's mind is confused by fear, he is in no condition to accept an opportunity. God does not give us a spirit of fear, but the courage and a sound mind. Isn't that interesting when he kind of wraps us up here? When man's mind is confused by fear, when fear overtakes you, he is in no condition to accept an opportunity. Fear is incapacitating. Like even Napoleon Hill and Think and Grow Rich said, when worry leads to doubt, then doubt and worry basically mix together and become congruent, and that equals fear. And fear is crippling. Why is fear crippling? Raymond Holliwell just said it. Fear is crippling because it totally eliminates us. It totally stops us in our track from moving forward to our hopes and wishes and dreams. Fear holds us back. Okay, it's like Bob Proctor would always explain, like the fear barrier. Okay, when we want a better life, okay, we want that dream house, we start changing, we start doing personal development, we start doing all these manifesting techniques, but sooner or later in our 3D world, we're gonna come face to face with fear, and that's called the fear barrier. Okay, what we want is on the other side of fear, is on the other side of the fear barrier. That's our dream life. That's what we want, but we have to push through the fear. But most people don't push through it, and you're going to experience this in your manifesting journey. You're going to be scared to do things, and remember, fear is not the presence of God. Because once you have the presence of God, the presence of the law, there is nothing to fear. Fear is all made up in your mind. That's really what he's saying here. It's all a mental fallacy, okay? But it's crippling. If it seems so real to you, but you have to push through that fear. Man's religion does not make for him a success. If a man wears glasses to improve his vision, for the same reason, man gets more out of life with a religion that serves to enlarge his vision. A true religion serves to expand or enlarge man's vision, whereas the practical, irreligious man is cramped by his narrow and limited view. If we think supply depends upon people or material conditions, and then are worried when people fail us, conditions go from bad to worse. The only safeguard is to feel and know that God, the law, is our supply. Okay, he's talking about the law of supply here, the law of abundance. Supply is for everybody. Supply is infinite. And to affirm it constantly. If we desire success, we must think success. Listen to this right here. If we desire success, we must think success. We must talk and act success. Isn't that funny? Okay, he's talking about what we should be doing in our 3D world. If you want success, you want a successful life, well, you must think success all the time, as much as you can. You must talk. You must verbalize success. You must act success. You must act as if the person you want to become. Okay, if you want to be a millionaire, well, it means, what does that mean? You must think like a millionaire. You must talk like a millionaire. You must act like a millionaire. That's exactly what that means. And then he continues on, and can do this more easily if we know that God, the law, is on our side. When you know the laws of the universe are on your side, God is on your side. That should embed that belief, make that belief a little bit more stronger for you. No good thing will God, the law, withhold from them that walk uprightly. The religious-minded man realizes that he that is for us is greater than that which is against us. It is said that half our failures are a result of our pulling up on our horses and checking them as they are about to leap the barrier. Expert riders let the horse have his head, and this ensures a safe jump. Half our failures then are that we pull in at the moment when we should let our forces out to have full vent as we make a leap. We jerk ourselves back into failure just when we could be riding on to victory. Now that was a kind of a rough little read there, that short little paragraph. He uses a really funny example here. Remember, this was written back in 1967. So he's talking about horse, and the horse probably with gambling and horse races and stuff like that was really popular back then. Um, so what he's saying is when the horse race, the horse is about to jump, the rider releases, basically just lets the horse have its way, and that way they can jump. So basically what he's saying is like kind of using this as a kind of like a parable for us, is that what we tend to do is when everything's going our way and when we should be letting go, kind of like let go, let God, stop controlling the how, when we should be letting go of it, we tighten our grip. And then as we tighten our grip, that basically holds everything back for us. Like if a rider with a horse, if he would tighten his grip and yank, the horse wouldn't be able to jump and probably fall. You know what I mean? So that's the same thing he's saying with us. It's just a little bit of a weird example, but in order for us to move on, we have to let go. There's certain places with our manifesting journey. We're doing these exercises, but there's a certain place where we just have to trust and let go, and completely let go of the how in order for it to come to us. Most of us, sometimes even including myself with this, most of us are stuck in the how. Most of us are stuck right here because we're trying to control the how. We're constantly looking for it when we should just be letting it go, totally forget about it, and go on with our life. That's what we should be doing. That's what's really holding us back from manifesting. We're in this limbo stage of not letting go and not truly letting go. We say we're letting go, but you're constantly thinking about it. Every time you wake up in the morning, it's a reminder. Well, it hasn't happened today. You know what I mean? So that's what he's really talking about here. This is an example all in purple here, and two separate examples, but it kind of really proves the point. Two boys dove into the river one day, challenging one another to swim across a distance about 2 miles. So they started in one little island. They're swimming across the river to the next island, and it's about a 2-mile journey. They swam, and there's two of them, like best friends, two of them swimming side by side. They swam on with the strongest and steady stroke, and the lead swimmer, not looking back, continued swimming on toward the other shore. When he walked out on the bank of the river and had completed his swim, so the swimmer made it. Okay, he never looked back. Okay, when he walked out on the other side, walked out on the shore, and has completed his swim, he looked back to note that his friend was nowhere near. He looked more carefully, and behold, there he stood back on the other shore from where they had started. When he met his friend, he said to him, "So I'm right here." So when they met back up, so basically what happened, they both started off swimming. The one never looked back, swam clear across to the other side. When he got there, he's like, "Where's my friend at?" So you look back and you notice his friend's like way back standing on the other shore. Basically never swam with him. So by the time they met back up, he's like, "Hey, what's up? What happened? What happened to you?" So that's what he said. And he goes on, he said, "How was it that you did not follow me across the stream and reach the other shore?" The boy who turned back said, "Oh, after I got about halfway out, I looked back and saw how far I had come, and I was afraid I couldn't make it. So I turned back." "But," said the boy who swam across the stream, "why didn't you think to look forward as I did? For I saw only the shore coming closer and closer to me with each stroke. Why didn't you think it was just as hard to turn back to safety as it was to continue swimming to your goal?" So we wrapped it up. The boy who made it across. So basically what happened is there are two swimming side by side. The one that turned back, he actually swam halfway. He swam halfway, so he's in the middle, okay, but he looked back and he got scared how far he went. But he swam halfway. So he turned back and swam back, even though he's swimming the same distance. So that's what his friend tells him, like, if you would just maintain your focus forward, why would you swim halfway and turn around and go back? Why didn't you just keep on going? So that's what his friend told him. So he said, "Why didn't you think it was just as hard to turn back to safety as it was to continue swimming to your goal?" Then Holliwell does a second example. When Moses led the children out of Israel, out of Egypt to the promised land, they met with some it seemed to be impossible barrier, the Red Sea. So when Moses led, they escaped Egypt. Finally they got way down to the Red Sea and they couldn't cross the Red Sea. Then at that point, all the Egyptians, the Egyptian army was basically coming to wipe them out. So they get to this Red Sea and was like, oh, basically, what now? Some wanted to turn back. Many murmured and complained because they had ventured so far from Egypt. Moses cried out, God, what shall I do? And the word came back to him, why criest thou unto me? Speak to thy children that they go forward. Moses spoke to his people, and as they marched into the sea, the waters parted, and they crossed over on dry land. Moses burned his bridges behind him as he went. Then there could be no retreat. Success is a matter of advancement by grade. No man can become a success except by training. Listen to this. This is where it really gets good. Success is a matter of advancement by grade. And you can put manifesting in here too. No man can become a success except by training. An athlete will train for weeks and months to fit himself for a contest that may last only a few minutes. The real secret contains in moving forward. And that particular mental attitude which promotes this constant progress is a ruling factor in the art of success. No person can succeed who is not imbued with the desire to advance. And the fact that the first step is to become thoroughly saturated with the spirit of progress. So one feels stimulated with a persistent desire to work for better and greater things. The desire to advance implies the power to advance. That is the law of absolute in its actions as any law of science. Okay, I'm right here. The fact that you desire to succeed is evidence that you have the power to succeed. Listen to this. The fact that you have desire to succeed, you have that desire, you have that want for a better life, is evidence that you have the power to do it. Otherwise, listen to this. Otherwise, you would not have been urged to inspire success forward. You cannot aspire to succeed unless you have the power to succeed. Desire creates the power. Power inspires the mind of the individual, and success is the result of that inspiration rightly applied. Now, what he's talking about here, even with the examples up above, with Moses and fear and the swimmers swimming across the ocean, there's going to be a time that you're scared. There's going to be a time that you're scared to move forward. And that's really what it is. Lots of times, we're kind of just, in some moments, sometimes we're just stumbling forward, but we're stumbling forward in fear. But as long as you're moving forward, don't retreat and run backwards to your safety. Don't retreat to run backwards in your comfort zone. Because it's true, we all want success. Maybe you want to be a millionaire, but you're sitting only making 50 grand, maybe 100 grand a year, 150 grand a year. You're sitting here being an employee. You want to have your own business. You want to make millions of dollars, so forth and so forth. There's nothing wrong with that. But then when you start getting into manifesting self-improvement, just like we talked about before 5 minutes ago, we start talking about, well, if you want to be a millionaire, start acting like a millionaire. Start making decisions like a millionaire. Start talking like a millionaire. Start believing you're a millionaire in your 3D world. Start doing this stuff. And in the beginning, it's fun. You start acting like it. You start walking around like it. Maybe you start dressing like it, walking like it, talking to all your friends like it. Maybe you're having an imaginary conversation like it. Then it comes down to, when people start telling you, well, start making decisions like a millionaire. You go inside your imagination and you start thinking, well, these are the type of decisions I would make. Then at that point, what happens is that sooner or later, you hit that feel barrier. Okay. You start getting uncomfortable making decisions like a millionaire. Okay. Because you're used to making your decisions where you're at right now. So you're going to eventually hit that fear barrier. And what do? You have to push through it. You have to keep on moving forward. Okay, sooner or later you're going to hit that fear barrier. We all do. Okay, but you have to remember when you hit that fear barrier, you're so close. You're super, super close to your goal, to what you want to achieve. It's just right on the other side of fear. Okay, but you got to kind of stumble forward. That's what I like to say. Investigating the lives of successful men, we find a very striking fact. We find a common quality that is responsible for their success, which consists of a constructive state of mind. Psychologists term this constructive state of mind as a successful attitude. Simple as it may seem, in most every case, the difference which decides success or failure is a ruling mental attitude. Isn't that weird? It is at fault and is the cause of failure. The discovery of this remarkable fact by modern psychology probes to the very root of some deep practical problems and indicates a way out of adversity and failure. In short, a positive mental attitude of the man who thinks he can, in contrast with the negative attitude of another who thinks he can't, is practically the only difference between the one who succeeds and the one who fails. I mean, it's it's as simple as that. I mean, a lot of this is so simple, but we don't do it. Manifesting is so simple, and this is why I say lots of times in a lot of my videos. When we're manifesting, it's so easy for us to talk conceptually about it. Okay, to talk conceptually about Never God, or talk conceptually about law of assumption and everything in it. And we can conceptually talk about this stuff. You know, it's easy to sit here and say to say, kind of, I read this, the positive mental attitude of a man who thinks he can, in contrast to a negative attitude of a man who thinks he can't, is practically that's the only difference between success and failure. Is a person who thinks he can do it versus a person who thinks he can't do it. That's the only separation of failure, of success or failure. That's really the only separation. So I mean, so this stuff is so easy, but we don't do it, because the reason why we don't do it is because our deep-rooted beliefs get in the way. And fear gets in the way. Remember, fear is crippling. Some persons, however, live in the conviction that as they are, so they must remain. They believe that God has cast them into a fixed mold, and that the little ability or power which they possess is all they can hope or wish for in this life. Scientific research into the mysteries of the human mind reveals a wonderful world of power and possibility. The psychological truth is that what is possible in one mind is possible to another, vastly more than we have ever dreamed. The same human faculties and the cultivated powers of the great and the successful are possible in all minds. The only real difference is the degree of development. The only real difference is the degree of development, not kind. Begin now to take a superior view of yourself, your life and circumstances, and the things and persons in general. As you mentally perceive the better and greater, you will consciously and unconsciously reach out for the better and the greater. In other words, your thoughts, desires, words, and mental actions will gradually become filled with the spirit of progress, and your faculties will grow stronger and your powers will increase. Catch the spirit of the words I can. Listen to this. Catch the spirit of the words I can, and you have the key to the successful attitude. Know you can succeed and proceed to think, live, and act in that strong conviction. You may search everywhere, anywhere, to discover the mystic secret of success, only to find that in the end it is all contained in these two little words, I can. Modern psychology has discovered that the person who thinks he can will speedily develop the power that can. Listen to that. The person who thinks he can will speedily develop the power that he can. This is a demonstrable law of the mind. Persistently think you can do whatever you want to do, and it will not be long before you find yourself actually doing that thing. There is no miracle about it. The law works that way. The principle involved is that if the I can attitude is adopted, the mind will proceed to direct all the energies into those faculties which are employed in doing that which it is desired to accomplish, and steadily build up until they become large enough and strong enough actually to perform that previously appeared to be impossible. When Napoleon, this is the example here in purple, when Napoleon sought to conquer Italy, he was faced with an apparently insurmountable obstacle, towering the Alps. They were considered by the people who lived around them to be absolutely unscalable. But the words, I can't, were not in Napoleon's mind. He, being determined to conquer, persistently said to himself, I can. His descent on the other side of the mountains so surprised the people in that country that they were practically conquered without opposition. The shock of his doing what was deemed impossible took away their power of opposition. Thus, his greatest obstacle proved his sure means to victory. So it is with all difficulties. Obstacles viewed from a higher point of view are invariably stepping stones to success. John Bunyan was thrown into prison, and while in prison, there he faced a problem equal to the Alps. He wanted to continue his religious work. He was not easily defeated, so on the twisted paper that was brought to him as a cork in the milk jug, he wrote his immortal Pilgrim's Progress. This book alone has reached more people than he could ever preach in his whole lifetime. Obstacles serve as an opportunity to call up our latent powers. Listen to this. This is kind of what I've said before, and this is where our mind has to be focused. When we're going along for success, we want to achieve something. Obstacles are going to happen. Things are going to get in our way that we don't like. We're going to have a day that don't go our way. 100% it's going to happen. And I've always said it's our perception of it. Okay, and even when it happens to me, I got to remind myself it's my perception of what's happening. Okay, it's not happening to me, it's happening for me. It's my perception of it. So he's given an example here. Obstacles serve as an opportunity to call up our latent powers. And when obstacles happen, it's an opportunity. It's our perception of it. That's what I mean. There's some good in it. It's the same when we look at the law of good. We're looking, or the law of compensation, not the law of good. The law of compensation is with anything and everything, including people, we look for the good and we pull out the good. So even with an obstacle, something negative in front of us, pull out the good. That's our perception of it. Obstacles serve as an opportunity to call up our latent powers. They draw us out and make us strong. They lead us to the goal we have in view. When we are up against it, when you deserve to progress, declare to yourself these words, I can. Remember those simple words contain the magic formula to all success, and no goal worthwhile has ever been won without the realization of them. I can. Those two words, I can. You can use I can, I am, but you can do it. One state in life is largely determined by one's mental attitude. Listen, one state in life is largely determined by one's mental attitude. Men radiate discouragement, gloom, and failure because they accept the I can't attitude. Okay, even if you have a day and you're discouraged, you're gloomy, your defeat is all around you, it's because you accepted the I can't attitude. Others positively emanate success through a cheerful, confident, energetic, I can attitude. We meet them everywhere. One gravitates to conditions of adversity, ill luck, and misfortune, and the other attracts the very best and rises on and on to success. This is how the law works. Okay, now if we take the I can attitude to the I can't attitude, it's on the same line. Okay, you have I can over here, I can't over here. And it's always the opposite. Okay, if there's a hot, there has to be a cold. If there's a positive, there has to be a negative. If there's an I can attitude, well, there has to be an I can't attitude. It's on the same line. The law doesn't discriminate when you put it this way. The I can attitude is going to take you toward success because you're happy, you're go lucky, you're radiant. Okay, so all you're going to experience is those things. When you have it on the opposite side, when you have an I can't attitude, what are you going to attract to you? You're going to attract adversity. You're going to attract problems. You're going to attract ill luck and misfortune. It's on the same plane. Okay, that's what we have to realize. The negative weak one, the I can't individual, repels us. I'm right here. The negative weak one, the I can't individual, repels us. We instantly shun him. That is the law warning us to avoid him because he is out of tune with the divine order of things. You ever we've all experienced this. It's like when someone's like really negative, they come up to us, like they start talking or whatever, we can just feel their energy where we kind of want to repel from them. We kind of want to stay away from them. I mean, that's basically what he's saying here. On the other hand, the strong type I can individual attracts and draws us to him. He is optimistic, and we are glad to associate with and to do business with him. Everyone has his own individual atmosphere, the same as a flower has its aroma. So let us seek to build up a strong positive I can attitude, which will lead us to success. In all circumstances, you are greater than the things or the conditions. If not actually, you are potentially. Whatever you aim at, be certain of winning. Aim high, aim well, and your mistakes will come few and far between. Keep the I can attitude. Affirm it constantly. You will succeed. You will bound up to win. John D. Rockefeller states, the man who starts out with the idea of getting rich won't succeed. He must have a larger ambition. There is no mystery to business success. If he does each day's task successfully, stays faithfully within natural operations of commercial law, and keeps his head clear, he will come out all right. The next step is to encompass your life or to state your ideal or your objective. Make a mental picture and hold it in your mind that which you are aspiring to achieve. Begin with a persistent effort to work towards that final goal. Now here he's putting it in a different way. And again, this is what all old school prosperity teachers teach on. This is the law of assumption right here with Neville Goddard. I mean, a lot of you got like Neville Goddard. He says the next step is to encompass your life or the state of your ideal, your state of your intention, what you want, okay, what you see your life as, okay, no matter if it's a successful life, no matter if it's a dream house, dream car, no matter what it is, your ideal or your objective or your intention. And he says, make a mental picture and hold it in your mind. What does that mean? Make a mental picture, but hold it in your mind. Go inside your imagination. Act as if. See yourself doing it inside your imagination. That's what he's talking about. And he says, hold it in your mind that which you are aspiring to achieve. You've already achieved it inside your mind. You already have what you want inside your mind. And he says, begin with a persistent effort to work towards that final goal. Life, after all, is just like a series of many steps. Each step may provide you with new problems, but as you meet each new problem, keep an eye ever fixed upon the top, your objective, your aim, your goal. No matter how crude or how poor your first efforts may be, they are but the beginning. You may not compare yourself with another. Listen to this. Don't compare yourself with another. Everyone has had to commence at some time at the very bottom. In the meantime, know that you cannot fail until you give up. Listen to this. When he says, in the meantime, know that you cannot fail unless you give up. So all he's saying here, the only way you fail is if you give up. That's about it. You don't fail. If you're moving forward, don't look at the obstacles as failures, but you're still moving forward. Okay? There is no such thing as failure. The only time you fail is if you actually quit and give up. That's what he's saying. You can never fail if you never give up. Keep on trying. Each effort produces the same result. Success, after all, is only the collection of many good results. Never leave till tomorrow that which you can do today, said Benjamin Franklin. The worst enemy you will encounter on life's highway is within your own self. Isn't that true? Your worst enemy is yourself. Its name is procrastination. Procrastination kills ambition. It gets one into the habit of indecision, which causes failure. That's really procrastination. You know, it's not so much, okay, I'll take out the garbage tomorrow or something like that. And people say, you're procrastinating. Okay, really, he's talking a deeper and deeper sense of procrastination. He says, procrastination kills ambition. It gets you into the habit of indecision. Okay, do you have trouble making decisions? And a lot of it stems from childhood. Okay, most of the time, it really stems kind of very deep. If you're very indecisive as an adult, start being aware of where that indecision comes from. Okay, this is kind of what I've been working through as well. Because indecision causes failure. Why does it cause failure to be indecisive? Because it confuses your mind. Your mind don't know what you want, but you can't really decide what you want. You're always indecisive on everything you do. That's why indecision leads to failure, because it causes confusion in your mind, confuses the universe. Basically what you're doing. And then he says, practice making decisions clearly and promptly. Isn't that amazing? Napoleon Hill says this about decision making all the time. Practice making decisions clearly. What does that mean? Clear decisions. You're making a definite decision. You know exactly what you want. It's specific. That's the type of decision you're making, and you're making it promptly. What does that mean? You're making decisions promptly. You're making it fast. You're making a quick decision. Okay? Like when I go inside my imagination and I want to be a multi-millionaire, I want $15 million in my bank account. Okay, when I play imagination, and I go inside maybe before I drift off to sleep, one of the things I start noticing is when I'm a multi-millionaire inside my imagination, I'm carrying myself different. I'm making different decisions. I'm making fast decisions. I'm making quick decisions, clear decisions. I know exactly what I want. Isn't that weird? Inside my imagination, I'm like that. Okay, but now when you go in my 3D world, I can be very indecisive. So this is what I mean when you hit that fear barrier. Okay, that fear barrier for me can be indecision. Okay, because when I'm indecisive, I'm comfortable. But I have to make decisions like exactly what I want, and I have to make them fast and promptly. I hit that fear barrier. So for me to hit through that fear barrier, I gotta start making decisions. I gotta start saying, hey, this is what I want. Boom, and make a decision to do it. So it's so funny when he talks about this stuff. Practice making your decisions clearly and promptly. Take care of all the little questions that come to you, and they will automatically take care of any other big questions should they arise. One who cannot decide for himself clearly subordinates his judgment. He becomes receptive to the racial thought around him, and then he becomes one of the masses and can attract only what the masses supply. What do you do with your spare time? Now he's moving on. Now it's his questions. What do you do with your spare time? How do you spend it? Where do you spend it? Do you give it any value? In these days, much profit and sometimes the whole success depends upon the using of the odds and ends, the so-called byproducts. So what he's doing, it's so funny to me, like especially when you talk about personal development, we talk about manifesting, we talk about these exercises, we even talk about someone reading a book. Lots of times, what's the famous phrase is like, well, I don't have time. Okay, now that's what he's saying. What do you do with your spare time? Everybody has time. Okay, especially even nowadays in 2024, what do? we're constantly. How many hours a day are you on your phone? Scrolling through TikTok, and even your phone now keeps track of it, so you can easily know how much time you're really on your phone. So what do you do with your spare time? How do you spend it? Where do you spend it? Well, what type of value do you give to your spare time? And then he goes on, he says, byproducts are something apart from the main article manufactured, and yet they have a value of their very own. All types of big business have their byproducts, odds and ends that pay them well. The Armour Meat Packing Company uses all their byproducts to advantage. From the pigtails to the hair, there are endless byproducts. The pigtails are dried and sold as a delicacy. The hair is made into brushes and a strong rope. Now, if Armour neglected the use of their byproducts, there would be a great difference in the amount of dividends they pay their stockholders. The point for us is this. Now he's saying this is the point. Okay, he gave us, what do you do with your spare time? He gave us this weird example. Okay, but he said, what's the point? Okay, what's the point for this? We may not be manufacturers like the Armour Meat Packing Company, We are dealers in time. Listen to this. We are dealers in time. Our success depends upon the use of our time and its many byproducts, which we call odd moments. What about these odd moments? The real success of some started in odd moments. Listen to this. The real success in some started in these odd moments. Okay, maybe I have an hour a day and free, and this hour a day, I built my brain and built my company off of just working an hour a day, giving an hour of my attention. That's kind of what he's talking about here with these odd moments. The real success of some started in these odd moments. What one does with his spare time not only is clear profit, but it increases his mental activities. Every minute you save by making it useful and profitable adds to your life and the possibility of a successful one. Every minute lost is the neglected byproduct. Listen, every minute lost is the neglected byproduct. Now, every minute, like in a way, every minute, okay, anytime I have spare time, no matter if it's 10 minutes, 50 minutes, an hour, 45 minutes, anytime I kind of just waste that, maybe I waste it, thinking, worrying, I can do that. Sometimes I can sit here and really kind of think and worry about something. Next thing I know, 45 minutes passed. And I basically sat in that meditative state of worry. I don't know if I'm the weird one that does that. The biggest one today, like I said before, is our phone. We have 15 minutes. What do? We pick up our phone, start texting. Most of the time we go on Instagram, TikTok, and we just scroll on all the shorts. Next thing we know, we've sat here and done it for 45 minutes. And lots of times we do that several times a day. So every minute is lost as a neglected byproduct. We're neglecting the use of our time. We're neglecting being able to move forward and progress. Once it's gone, it can never be returned. And that's what he's saying. Once our time is gone, it can never be returned to us. Sometimes as you're older, sometimes when you look back, your kids are grown now. Sometimes we think back and we think, oh, I should have spent more time with them. I should have taken life a little bit, not serious, but been more maybe family oriented. Maybe not so focused so much at work. Maybe you were a workaholic and you think back, your time speeds up. Depending upon there's many avenues we can talk about here. Once time is gone, it's gone. You can't get it back. You can't get time back. Think of the quarter hour before breakfast. So 15 minutes before breakfast, a half hour before breakfast, the half hour after, and the 20 minutes on the trolley. 20 minutes on a trolley is like you're driving a car. You commute to work for 30 minutes, so you're in a car for 30 minutes. That's what he's talking about. The time wasted awaiting appointments during the day, and the scores of chances each day when you might read, or figure, or concentrate, or work for your goal. So that's what he's saying. You want this goal, you have plenty of opportunities through your day to read, figure, concentrate, or work towards that goal. Use all your time constructively. That's what he's saying. It is only the aimless, worthless, and unsuccessful ones who speak of killing time. The one who's killing time is destroying his opportunities, while the man who is succeeding is making his time live and making it useful. I always like to hear a person say that there isn't enough time in the day for him. That person is getting the most out of his life. And I venture to say he is succeeding. Sometimes I catch myself say this myself. Is like I have like so much to do. And even like right now I'm in Ohio visiting family. So of course I'm visiting because I'm gonna go back to Thailand here in a couple months. But I'm visiting. Of course they want to visit me, but they know I'm not going to be here for a long term. You know what I mean? And of course I'm working and doing things, and the internet's a little bit slower here, so it takes me a little bit more time to upload videos and stuff like that. So I catch myself even saying this to myself is, when he says, I always like to hear people say there just isn't enough time in the day. I have so much to get done. And he says the person getting most out of his life, and I venture to say, is succeeding. Success then summarized. This is a summarizing of this chapter. Success then summarized is the way we learn to use two valuable things, our time and thought. Knowledge alone is not success. It is the way we use that knowledge. It is important always to remember that back of all our toil and struggle, under the dust and smoke of things, there are the arms of a Father guiding, guarding, and supporting us. Whatever we lack, listen, whatever you lack, He has whatever you need. He can supply whatever obstacle you encounter. God within you and about you can overcome it. So near to man, wrote Emerson, when duty whispers low, thou must, with youth replies, I can. And this is a wonderful poem right here. You can. If you think you are beaten, you are. If you think you dare not, you don't. If you'd like to win, but you think you can't, it's almost a cinch, you won't. If you think you're lose, you're lost. For out in the world we find success begins with a fellow's will. It's all in the state of mind. If you think you're outclassed, you are. You've got to think high to rise. You've got to be sure of yourself before you can ever win a prize. Life's battles don't always go to the stronger or faster man, but sooner or later the man who wins is the man who thinks he can. Such a powerful quote. I almost feel like reading it again. I won't. You can pause this video. You can look it up. I love this quote. But anyway, that wraps up the entire book. That wraps up Working with the Law by Raymond Holliwell. This is chapter 12, Law of Success. And, kind of moving forward here, in your own, even in mine, in your own personal development journey, no matter if it's manifesting success, the power of the mind, whatever you want to say, don't stop. Always try to produce, I hate to kind of say this, try to produce daily routines. Not so much, I'm kind of now against really huge morning routines. I used to do them, and I used to do like a 2-hour morning routine, and after the morning routine, I would be exhausted. So, what really works for me now is actually scattering stuff throughout the day. Even in manifesting, even wanting a dream house or dream car, dream vacations, where you want to live. What has helped me is being able to scatter things throughout my 3D world. Having a very short morning routine, but maybe around lunchtime I have something else I do. Then a few hours later I have something else that I do. So I kind of scatter it, and that kind of keeps me a little bit more focused throughout the day. And for me, what I mean by focused, keeps me more positive. It helps my mind stop like drifting off to the negative. Just because when we think about all these laws, we want to focus on the good. Good comes to us, but it's so easy. It's so easy to drift backwards. Okay, it's so easy to stop. It's so easy to let negativity get into our life. It's so easy to fester on negativity. So what really has worked for me is scattering things throughout our day and getting in a habit of that. Even if I go walking, with technology nowadays, is that I bring my earpiece and I listen to something on my phone, listen to YouTube, listen to Noah Goddard, listen to something positive. I'm not saying I don't ever listen to music. I do listen to a lot of music. Nowadays, I'm kind of getting with music, making sure I'm listening to stuff that's more upbeat, positive, and stuff like that. I try not to listen to music that puts me in a sad state, a depressed state. I start being aware of kind of your states, the things that make you feel uplifted, makes you feel powerful. That's the stuff you should be doing more of. So even with your car, if you drive 30 minutes to work, an hour to work, and you have that same commute home, at least going to work, have a personal development library in your car where you're listening to stuff on the way there. Then maybe on the way home, you listen to music. You kind of get in your own little routine there. But there's time out there. There's time to, you have all the time in the world. You have time to do this, okay? No matter how busy you are, you have time, okay? It's just, it has to be important to you to put it in. You have to start being aware of where all the time that's wasted for you and putting it better. Even when I go to the gym, okay, lots of times I'm listening to something positive in the gym. Sometimes I go 50-50. Sometimes I'm listening to music. Sometimes I'm listening to something positive. Or I'm listening to an audiobook. You know what I mean? I'm doing two things at one time. I'm working out and I have earphones on. So other than that, my friends, blessings to you, by the way. Remember, I love you guys. This is something you can listen to over and over and over and over again. It's, that's why I do. Even with this book, I've had this book at least 12 years, maybe more. and it's falling apart. And because I've read it so much, it's not falling apart because I throw it, but it's falling apart because this is one of my favorite books. That's why I want to do these videos on it. But I've read it so much, I have to buy a new book. That's the whole concept here is reread these books over and over and over and over and over again. You reading it once and you try to debate with people on it, you think you conceptually understand it, but you're not getting results in your life that you really want. That's what it really comes down to. If you're not really getting the results that you don't in your life that you want, okay, something's holding it back, you don't know. You have to figure out what that is. And that's your job. You have to figure out what it is. You have to start becoming self-aware. And one of the ways we become self-aware is through personal development, is through rereading things, Think and Grow Rich, rereading Working with the Law, rereading Wallace Waldo's books, The Science of Getting Rich. Because sometimes something just throws off, something just kind of, at a time in your life, you just read it. Maybe you read it 100 times, but that 101 time, it clicked for whatever reason. Or it could be something easy as I'm explaining something, even if you heard it 500 times, and you think, okay, I'm going to listen to Chad while I'm driving to work, and I say it, or I explain it in a certain way. Maybe I give a silly example in my own life, and it clicks with you, and you finally got it. And that's what turns it around for you, okay? But other than that, my friends, blessings to you. I love you guys. See you in the next video, and blessings to you.